Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2101. Chapter 2101, 2101. Chapter 2101, This is the Hero's Tomb. Lin Moya was very certain that when he first arrived in the Rule World, there was no moon in the sky. His memory was not wrong. Now that the moon had appeared, it must signify something. He tried to have the skeleton divine generals fly towards the moon, but they couldn't get close at all. When they were still far away, the skeleton divine generals were blocked. Without being able to use space laws, Lin Moya couldn't teleport to the moon either. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret, the soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. After the moon appeared, the voice in the Rule World became even more tragic, making people feel despair. Damn it! Lin Moya tried to keep his inner peace, discarding all unnecessary thoughts. The voice directly echoed in his soul, penetrating his soul world, making it impossible to ignore. The rules set by the Supreme were not so easily evaded. The skeleton divine generals continued to explore, gradually making new discoveries. This world was too vast. Ordinary divine venerables entering here might not encounter anyone else for decades or even centuries. The 10,000-meter stone tablet couldn't be discovered by everyone, nor could everyone leave information on it. Lin Moya looked around, but all he found was despair. Those divine venerables couldn't provide any useful information. Finally, after 10 days, the 5 billion skeleton divine generals had fully explored this world. The entire Rule World was indeed a sphere, just like an ordinary planet, but much larger, even larger than a galaxy. Apart from this, there were no other discoveries. Lin Moya had tried every possible method, searching every corner of the Rule World, but to no avail. Even Lin Moya felt a sense of despair at this point. During these 10 days, the Rule World was not without changes. The continuously repeating voice became even more tragic, the atmosphere of despair grew thicker, and the emotional pull was so intense that even Lin Moya felt extremely uncomfortable. If even he felt this way, one could imagine how despairing other divine venerables must have felt. Under such emotions, it was normal for them to eventually choose suicide. Moreover, the blue moon in the sky had changed from a crescent to a half-moon. In another half-month or so, it would become a full moon. Lin Moya had searched through all the records and guessed what the blue moon signified. When the blue moon became full, the rainbow absorption would occur. How lucky! Lin Moya laughed at himself. He hadn't expected to encounter the rainbow absorption less than a month after entering. Lin Moya wasn't afraid, in fact, he was somewhat interested, wanting to see what the rainbow absorption was. In the absence of an exit, perhaps he could find a clue through the rainbow absorption and see if there would be any changes in this world. The skeleton divine generals were already spread throughout the Rule World, ready to detect any changes. At the same time, Lin Moya had thought of a backup plan. If he still couldn't get out after the rainbow absorption, he would have to use this backup plan. During the half-month, Lin Moya didn't idle. Since he couldn't cultivate, he studied runes. The path of runes was vast and profound. Lin Moya knew he was only at the beginner's level and had much to learn. By laying a solid foundation, he would achieve greater success in the future, mastering the power of rules and truly drawing ancient runes. Only then could he be considered to have truly entered the Hall of Runes. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret, the soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the tragic voice reached its peak. Despair enveloped the entire Rule World. Lin Moya ended his study of runes and looked up at the sky. The blue moon in the sky had become completely full, emitting a strange blue light that covered the land. In the blue light, Lin Moya felt a chill, and the temperature of the entire Rule World was dropping rapidly. At some point, frost had covered the high mountains and dense forests, turning the green world into a layer of icy white. It's coming. Lin Moya knew that the rainbow absorption was imminent. Everything happening now had been recorded by those who came before, exactly the same. The blue full moon reached its peak and then bloomed like a flower in an instant. The blue light formed a vortex, starting to absorb everything in the Rule World. Frost flew backward, swirling with the blue vortex and being quickly absorbed. Countless lights were also pulled towards the blue vortex. The surrounding colors rapidly dimmed, becoming darker and darker. At this moment, the blue light was like a black hole, not even sparing light. Outside the blue vortex, a circle of rainbow appeared, looking eerily beautiful. Lin Moya felt an invisible force fall upon him, as if trying to pull part of his soul out. At the same time, the laws within his body seemed restless, as if they wanted to leave his body. His purple gold body automatically activated, stabilizing the situation. The purple gold body shone brilliantly, his vital energy roaring like a dragon, constantly resisting the suction. Lin Moyo carefully sensed the suction, absorbing the soul, plundering the laws, shaking the foundational roots. Under the rainbow absorption, ordinary divine venerables can't resist. To resist the rainbow absorption, one must at least have a Saint Venerable's soul and a strong physical body. The purple gold body, known as flawless and unblemished, can block the rainbow absorption. Facing the rainbow absorption, Lin Moyo remained unmoved, unaffected. After confirming that the rainbow absorption had no effect on him, Lin Moyo began to study it. Under the rainbow absorption, the entire rule world was undergoing tremendous changes. Countless high mountains trembled simultaneously, and massive amounts of energy flew out from the mountains, heading towards the blue vortex. Lin Moyo immediately understood that the mountains and forests usually absorbed energy, and during the rainbow absorption, they sent this energy to the blue vortex. He was so certain because he discovered that the energy being absorbed included the power of the skeleton divine generals. The power that had struck the mountains hadn't disappeared but had been converted and absorbed, now sent to the blue vortex. No wonder the divine venerables' remains were gone. Lin Moyo finally understood. The divine venerables' remains were gone because they had been digested. The remains of divine venerables contained immense energy, which could even be used for refining artifacts and pills, so they naturally wouldn't be spared. In the next second, Lin Moyo's pupils contracted sharply. In the blue vortex, he vaguely saw human figures, countless human figures. The figures stood in the vortex, shouting in unison, "Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace." Lin Moyo realized that these were ancient human cultivators, warriors from ancient times, heroes of that era. They had died in battle, their souls returning here, leaving behind remnants that absorbed endless energy, hoping to one day return to the battlefield. Even in death, their fighting spirit remained, their remnants unyielding, never retreating. This is the hero's tomb. Lin Moyo stood in solemn respect, realizing he couldn't use his backup plan. He had originally planned to use the world-burning fire to try to refine this entire world. But now, how could he refine it? Unless he truly couldn't leave, how could he possibly refine this world? This was the resting place of countless heroes' souls, their tomb. As long as he had another way, he wouldn't harm these heroes. Lin Moyo made a bold decision. His soul world emerged, and the world tree extended a branch. The branch extended infinitely, carrying Lin Moyo's will towards the blue vortex. The invisible barrier in the sky didn't stop the world tree. Where the skeleton divine generals couldn't fly, the world tree easily reached. Finally, the branch of the world tree touched the blue vortex. Chapter 2102. Chapter 2102, 2102. Chapter 2102, The Obsession of the Supreme of 100 Battles. The branch of the world tree, carrying Lin Moyo's consciousness, made contact with the blue vortex. With a hum, Lin Moyo's soul world shook violently, and countless streams of consciousness flowed along the world tree. I still want to fight, I can still fight. What does it matter if my strength is exhausted? I can still self-destruct, burn my remaining soul, and kill you all. The soul of the human race never admits defeat, never. Countless consciousnesses shouted in Lin Moyo's soul world, filled with sorrow, anger, helplessness, and unwillingness. Thousands of emotions intertwined, stirring Lin Moyo's emotions and shaking his soul. Lin Moyo firmly guarded his mind, solidifying his Tao heart, and expelled these emotions one by one. He couldn't accept these emotions. If he did, he would go mad. The emotions in the consciousness were nearly insane, already an obsession. Any one of them could drive a divine venerable mad, incredibly terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Moyo had experience receiving the inheritance of heavenly venerables multiple times. His willpower was already far beyond that of a saint venerable. Finally, a voice rang out, descendant of the human race. This voice was relatively stable, standing out among the countless streams of consciousness. His voice was above the other consciousnesses, and Lin Moyo felt his presence. With the help of the world tree, he saw the owner of the voice. A middle-aged man, clad in battle armor, with a burly figure and holding a giant warhammer, was looking at him with piercing eyes. At the same time, a majestic figure appeared in the blue vortex, as if the master of this world, overlooking the heavens and earth. Lin Moyo realized the identity of the other party and spoke with some respect. Junior Lin Moyo greets the senior. My name is Bai Zhan, the supreme of the human race. The majestic figure spoke with a voice full of authority, revealing his identity. He was called the Supreme of 100 Battles, the Supreme of the human race. Lin Moyo said, Greetings to the Supreme of 100 Battles. This junior accidentally entered your rule world. Please, Supreme, allow me to leave. The Supreme of 100 Battles looked at Lin Moyo with a condescending gaze. You, a mere divine venerable, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Lin Moyo was taken aback. This Supreme of 100 Battles seemed different from the other Supremes he had encountered. The other human Supremes he had met all valued and cared for the younger generation of the human race. But this Supreme of 100 Battles seemed different. Thinking about it, many human divine venerables had died in the rule world, indicating that this Supreme of 100 Battles was not an easy person to deal with. The Supreme of 100 Battles said in a low voice, When the Great War began, you divine venerables did not think of cultivating, did not guard your homeland, only knew how to flee. What use are you? You fled to the outer world, preferring to die there rather than fight the enemy. What right do you have to survive? Lin Moya was stunned, listening to the Supreme of 100 Battles. It seemed that many divine venerables had fled to the outer world back then. Did those divine venerables think the human race was finished? In ancient times, divine venerables were as numerous as dogs, far more than now. Among so many divine venerables, it was not impossible for some to be cowardly. At the critical moment of life and death, they chose to flee, which was also normal. Lin Moya's mind turned, realizing something. Senior, do you not know what happened later? The Supreme of 100 Battles said in a deep voice. Later? What happened later? I had already died in battle. In the end, I gathered the remnants of my old troops and went to the outer world to hunt down those cowards. Seeing you here, I know we must have one later. The human race must win, and those who fled to the outer world must die. Lin Moya finally understood that this Supreme of 100 Battles was trapped in his own obsession. He was very brave, and his subordinates were also very brave, never retreating even in death. Such a person hated cowards the most. Normally, when the Great War began, the human divine venerables should have worked hard to cultivate, quickly become other shore beings, achieve Saint Venerable status, and join the battlefield. But some human divine venerables fled. He hated these fleeing divine venerables. After his death, he used his rule world to gather the remnants of his soul and his subordinate souls, entering the outer world to hunt down those divine venerables. This thought became his obsession, so much so that no divine venerable who entered could leave. The Supreme of 100 Battles' memory was actually stuck at that moment of his death, completely unaware of what happened later. Lin Moya said, Senior, it seems you don't know what happened later. The Supreme of 100 Battles looked at Lin Moya. With a movement, he entered Lin Moya's soul world through the world tree. His gaze swept over. Divine Venerable Realm, Saint Venerable Soul, Rule World Form. You are a top genius of the human race. Someone like you wouldn't flee. You are qualified to talk to me. His tone changed slightly, still lofty and authoritative, but he acknowledged Lin Moya's status, allowing him to speak. After all, top geniuses receive different treatment wherever they go. Even a Supreme would have a different attitude towards such a top genius. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Supreme's obsession still retained some memory. Obsession is often chaotic. Lin Moya feared encountering an irrational Supreme's obsession, which would be terrifying, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Moya said, I want to tell you that our human race did not win, but we did not lose either. The Supreme of 100 Battles aura fluctuated several times, his large eyes staring at Lin Moya. Lin Moya continued, the Black Blood Great Realm is missing, the Great World is severely damaged, and the Heavenly Venerables have all left the Great World. Impossible. The Supreme of 100 Battles roared, shaking the entire soul world. A yellow light emerged from Lin Moya's soul, the soul gem of the Calamity Scepter shining brightly, blocking the Supreme's roar. If it were another divine venerable, their soul would have been scattered by this roar. Obsession is still obsession, prone to madness at any time. Lin Moya felt a lingering fear but still said, Senior, there's no need to be so angry. Although the heavenly venerables left, the great world did not perish, and our human race survived. The Supreme of 100 Battles growled, the heavenly venerables fled too, so they are cowards as well. Even the heavenly venerables would run away. Then he angrily said to Lin Moya, why didn't you leave? A genius like you, why didn't the heavenly venerables take you with them? Lin Moya said, Senior, the great war you experienced was already 2 million years ago. This time, the Supreme of 100 Battles was stunned. His memory had always been stuck at the moment of his death, completely unaware that so much time had passed. He murmured, time, so much time has passed. He didn't doubt Lin Moya's words. As a Supreme, he could sense the truth with a slight perception. Lin Moya suspected that after his death, he became an obsession, always in a state of confused slumber. It wasn't until just now that Lin Moya awakened him. Lin Moya said, over the years, our human race has also faced some disasters, but fortunately, we have survived. I just want to tell you, Senior, that divine venerables are very precious to the human race now. Many human divine venerables have died here over the years. Please, Senior, don't kill any more. The Supreme of 100 Battles closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya continued to ask, Senior, do you know Red Star Supreme? Chapter 2103. Chapter 2103, 2103. Chapter 2103, they indeed know each other. The Supreme of 100 Battles' eyes lit up. Brother Red Star, how is he? Did he also die in battle? That guy, like me, would fight to the death without retreating. From the look of the Supreme of 100 Battles, it seemed his relationship with Red Star Supreme was quite good. Lin Moya said, Red Star Supreme did not die in battle, but he was severely injured and retreated to the outer domain to heal. I met Red Star Supreme not long ago. If you want to find him, I can show you the way. The Supreme of 100 Battles looked at Lin Moya and, after a moment, said, alright, I believe you. Tell me where Brother Red Star is. Lin Moya unfolded the star map and showed the location of Red Star Supreme to the Supreme of 100 Battles. The Supreme of 100 Battles said in a low voice, I will let you go and promise not to kill any more human divine venerables. But if you dare deceive me, I will come for you. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a light dot flew out, landing in Lin Moya's soul world. This is my mark. If you dare to erase it, I will sense it and come to kill you immediately. If you dare deceive me, I will also come through the mark to kill you. After saying this, the Supreme of 100 Battles returned to the blue vortex. The blue moonlight enveloped the world, and Lin Moya's vision became blurry. When his vision cleared again, Lin Moya found himself back in the real starry sky. In the distance, starlight shone, and various laws returned simultaneously. He had left the rule world of the Supreme of 100 Battles. He could vaguely see a faint light flying into the distance, which was the rule world of the Supreme of 100 Battles. The Supreme of 100 Battles seemed to believe his words but didn't fully trust him. After all, he was just a small divine venerable, and the Supreme of 100 Battles would prefer to believe Red Star Supreme's words. So he went to find Red Star Supreme to get the answer from him. Lin Moyo exhaled. At least from now on, he won't mistakenly kill human divine venerables anymore. Those who died in the rule world of the Supreme of 100 Battles could only be considered unlucky. No one would avenge them. Who would dare seek revenge against a Supreme, even if it was just an obsession? It was still stronger than a Saint Venerable. All Lin Moyo could do was bring this matter back and inform the Human Emperor Network so that all human divine venerables would know. Fortunately, he didn't need to use the world-burning fire. He wasn't even sure if the world-burning fire would have worked. Given the character of the Supreme of 100 Battles, once his obsession went mad, who knew what he would do? Mutual destruction seemed very likely, and Lin Moyo couldn't withstand that. Lin Moyo let out a sigh of relief, took out the warship again, and flew towards the inner domain. After the journey through the rule world, his direction had shifted, altering his original route. Lin Moyo looked at the star map. Fortunately, the inner domain is not too far away. Since I'm here, I might as well follow this route back. If all goes well, I should return to the inner domain in 20 days and enter the territory of the Cold Water Tribe. I'll pass through the Cold Water Tribe and settle the accounts from 100,000 years ago. In the entire great world, the human race was considered an enemy to all. The rights and wrongs of a million years ago no longer mattered. To the various races, it might have been the human race's fault. But to the human race, the fault lay with the other races. As a member of the human race, Lin Moyo naturally stood on the side of the human race. He wanted to sever the karmic ties of the great world, to save himself and his friends and family. As for right and wrong, it no longer mattered. In this cruel great world, strength was the only truth, and power was justice. He continued to study and research runes, trying to improve his mastery and understanding of them as much as possible. The starlight refinement method continued, and as he got closer to the inner domain, its efficiency also increased. The great world had been relatively peaceful in the past year. The alliance of various races had been formed, but the internal details were still being discussed. With over 200 races, there were many matters to discuss. Although everyone knew that ultimately, a few strong races would lead, the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race, as old powerful races, naturally had significant influence. Surprisingly, the new member, the Bull Demon race, also showed great strength. The Bull Demon race had 2 Saint Venerables and 6 other shore beings. Their strength was second only to the 2 old powerful races. If their population were larger, the Bull Demon race could also be considered a powerful race. For many years, the Bull Demon race had remained neutral, not participating in the Great War against the human race even 100,000 years ago. All races thought the Bull Demon race would remain neutral this time as well. But for some reason, the Bull Demon race chose a side. This choice was understandable. There were many smart people among the races, and after analysis, they understood the general reason. Whether the 100 Races Alliance or the human race won, they would eventually target the Bull Demon race. Even at the beginning of the war, both sides might aim to eliminate the Bull Demon race. The Bull Demon race was an unstable factor. If the 100 Races Alliance and the human race fought to mutual destruction, the Bull Demon race might take advantage, so they wouldn't give it that chance. The Bull Demon race couldn't remain neutral, they had to choose a side to survive. Between the human race and the 100 Races Alliance, they chose the 100 Races Alliance. After joining the 100 Races Alliance, the Bull Demon race demonstrated sufficient strength to gain significant influence. In the starry sky, a massive palace floated. Inside the palace, a huge round table stood in the center, surrounded by representatives of various races, over 100 in total. The weakest among them were peak divine venerables, with over 20 other sure beings and 3 saint venerables from the demon race, the golden eagle race, and the bull demon race. Abyss demon venerable sat on his throne, his voice hoarse. The alliance is formed. Next, we need to form a coalition army. The coalition army will be composed of forces from various races, with the number of troops allocated based on population. We must obey unified command. Only then can we have a chance to defeat the human race. The Saint Venerable of the Golden Eagle race, Black Gold Saint Venerable, said in a low voice, of course, we must obey command. Just like 100,000 years ago, as long as we unite, the human race is nothing. Although the human race has recovered somewhat over the past 100,000 years, they are not much stronger than before. The key is, they no longer have Xiao Zhantian. We have a chance to destroy them completely. The Saint Venerable of the Bull Demon race, Blood Bull Saint Venerable, laughed. Even if Xiao Zhantian were here, it wouldn't matter. Our Bull Demon race has ways to deal with him. But I've heard that the human race has produced a top genius. If we encounter him, let me have him. The blood and flesh of a top genius from the human race should be quite delicious. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with bloodlust, causing many to avoid his gaze. Many present knew that Blood Bull Saint Venerable's greatest hobby was eating living beings, especially enjoying eating geniuses alive, claiming their blood was the most delicious. He ate beings from many races, without any particular preference. Abyss Demon Venerable laughed sinisterly. Alright, then let Blood Bull Saint Venerable have him. But I have one condition, can you also take care of the human race's foundation? Blood Bull Saint Venerable patted his chest. No problem, it's just a half-step supreme. We'll handle it. Chapter 2104. Chapter 2104, 2104. Chapter 2104, This Venerable grants you the position of Supreme. In the ancestral land of the Bull Demon tribe, a 1,000-meter-tall statue of the Bull Demon God stood. In front of the Bull Demon God statue, Blood Bull Saint Venerable stood quietly. The pair of bull horns on his head glowed, crackling with lightning and surrounded by thunder. Blood Bull Saint Venerable bowed to the Bull Demon God statue, his voice respectful, "My lord, are we really going to take action this time?" After he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the Bull Demon God statue began to glow, waves of soul fluctuations emanating from it, and then the statue's eyes suddenly moved. The eyes of the statue became lifelike, looking at Blood Bull Saint Venerable. "This world's time is running out, it will soon be destroyed. When the world is destroyed, the world's origin will appear. A wisp of my will is descending. According to this world's time, it will fully arrive in 1,000 years. You will carry my will and approach the world's origin. At that time, I will grant you the position of Supreme." Blood Bull Saint Venerable was overjoyed, his eyes filled with excitement. "Thank you, my lord. May I ask if you can also help my brothers?" The statue's aura suddenly changed. Are you bargaining with me?" Blood Bull Saint Venerable was startled, immediately prostrating himself on the ground, trembling. "I dare not, I am merely requesting, begging my lord." His tone was extremely sincere, almost groveling. It was hard to imagine a Saint Venerable behaving so humbly. The statue continued to glow, seemingly satisfied with Blood Bull Saint Venerable's performance. "Rest assured, as long as we obtain the world's origin, you and your brothers will all be granted the position of Supreme." After speaking, the statue's light began to dim. However, a power continued to descend, albeit very slowly. Blood Bull Saint Venerable remained kneeling for a while before standing up. He took a deep look at the statue, then turned and left. As he turned, his eyes became sharp, showing no trace of fear. Another star was refined, entering his soul, becoming part of his soul world. At this moment, Lin Moyo had already condensed 68 stars, not far from 100. But this was just Lin Moyo's first small goal. His ultimate goal was far beyond 100 stars. He aimed to refine thousands, even tens of thousands of stars. The more stars condensed through the starlight refinement method, the greater the benefit to the formation of the rule world. Lin Moyo left the warship and looked towards the starry sky ahead. He had already entered the inner domain space, with the Cold Water Tribe just tens of millions of kilometers away. Standing here, he could sense that the Cold Water Tribe was already shrouded in a barrier. It wasn't an array, but a demonic barrier. Barriers covered the star systems of the Cold Water Tribe, and these star systems were interconnected, forming a massive barrier covering the entire tribe. Within the barrier, deep space navigation was impossible. The Cold Water Tribe was a weak tribe, like the Green Crane Tribe, with the strongest member being only a peak divine venerable. For Lin Moyo, exterminating them posed no difficulty. Lin Moyo had already made a plan, similar to the one used against the Green Crane Tribe, attacking star system by star system. He would spare no one in the Cold Water Tribe, leaving no survivors. All resources from the star systems would be taken, especially the stars, which would be used to set up the 10,000-star Grand Array in the future. With the experience of destroying the Green Crane Tribe, Lin Moyo knew how to execute this plan even more perfectly. A formation disc appeared in his hand, the same one used to seal space. Lin Moyo used the method of refining sigil artifacts to modify the formation disc, making it easier to control. The purpose was to change the range covered by the formation disc, allowing it to cover any desired distance. This way, when exterminating a star system, he wouldn't alert the next one. Since the Cold Water Tribe had demonic barriers, it meant they had already allied with the demon race, and there might be powerful demons stationed within. Half a day later, the modification of the formation disc was complete. Then Lin Moyo took out a second formation disc, which was used to block communication, rendering communication artifacts useless and preventing messages from being sent out. With the two formation discs working together, complete isolation of information could be achieved. Combined with the demonic barriers, Lin Moyo could trap and kill them all. A day later, both formation discs were modified, turning ordinary formation discs into sigil artifacts. Lin Moyo arrived at the edge of the barrier, lightly pressing his hand against it, sensing its frequency. He adjusted his aura, quickly synchronizing with the barrier, and then silently merged into it. He had done this many times before and was very adept at it. Entering the barrier, he continued to sense the spatial fluctuations. The space within the Cold Water Tribe had been altered by the barrier, but Lin Moyo quickly adapted to the sealed space with his keen soul sensitivity. The space law flowed through his body, and with a step, Lin Moyo disappeared into the starry sky. At first, each step covered only 100,000 kilometers, but after a few steps, it reached 1,000,000 kilometers, and he continued to accelerate. In just half a minute, Lin Moyo fully adapted to this starry sky, his speed returning to its peak. The barrier was now completely ineffective against Lin Moyo. Perhaps overly confident in the demonic barrier, the Cold Water Tribe had not stationed troops at the border, not even patrolling the star system edges. Lin Moyo arrived at the edge of the nearest star system and saw this scene, revealing a cruel smile. "That's perfect. The debt from 100,000 years ago will be settled now. I heard the Cold Water Tribe produces cold water, one of the best water sources for making tea, second only to Tao water. This time, the Saint Venerables can drink to their heart's content." The two formation discs activated, covering the entire star system as Lin Moyo willed. "Who is it?" The strong members of the star system immediately sensed something, flying out with angry shouts. 5 divine venerables, not bad." Lin Moyo didn't care, pointing a finger, and the bone hell appeared. The bone hell enveloped the entire star system, with hellfire boiling, rivers of fire surging, and hell fiends flying out. Damn it, what is this? Ah! Screams rang out. Facing the bone hell, the 5 divine venerables had no power to resist and were devoured by the hell fiends in the blink of an eye. The entire star system fell into disaster, with millions of hell fiends slaughtering everything. However, the planets and stars remained intact. Lin Moya didn't let the hell fiends consume them. These were resources for the human race, to be taken away. The containment sigil array flew out, collecting the star system in an instant. Lin Moya put away the formation discs and moved to the next star system. In just half an hour, an entire star system of the Cold Water Tribe had vanished from existence. All the people were dead, even the planets were gone, leaving the starry sky empty and eerie. Lin Moya sensed the changes in the Bone Hell, which was now closer to upgrading. Once the Cold Water Tribe is exterminated, the Bone Hell should upgrade. Once you're all dead, the debt will be settled. Lin Moya's eyes grew cold, and his killing intent began to boil. Chapter 2105. Chapter 2105, 2105. Chapter 2105, the karmic ties of the past will soon be severed. A silent killing intent enveloped the Cold Water Tribe. This weak tribe had no idea that death had already descended upon them. 100,000 years ago, this tribe was once powerful, producing beings at the other shore realm and nearly producing a saint venerable. At that time, they united with other tribes and invaded the human star region together. They slaughtered humans indiscriminately, whether ordinary people or cultivators, infants in swaddling clothes, or women and children, none were spared. The population density of the human race was much higher than that of the Cold Water Tribe. Countless human planets were destroyed, and an uncountable number of humans were killed. The hatred between them had grown so deep that it could not be filled by a sea of blood. Lin Moya's heart was cold and devoid of pity. In his eyes, what he was doing was merely severing karmic ties. The Great World had once invaded the Cold Water Tribe's world, plundering its origin. This was the initial cause. However, the then powerful Great World did not destroy the Cold Water Tribe but gave them a space to survive. In the countless years that followed, the Great World protected the Cold Water Tribe, preventing invasions from other powerful worlds. The rights and wrongs were hard to say, but the weak Cold Water Tribe would not understand these complexities. They didn't even have a saint venerable and were as weak as ants in the Boundary Sea. As a powerful existence, the Great World was willing to give an ant a space to survive, making it hard to discuss right and wrong. Under the protection of the Great World, the Cold Water Tribe's life became stable, and strong individuals began to emerge within the tribe. At their peak, they had several supremes. However, the cause planted earlier led to the subsequent effect. When the Black Blood Great Realm invaded, various tribes rebelled, and the Cold Water Tribe joined them. At that time, the human race suppressed the rebellion, and the strong members of the Cold Water Tribe were once again nearly wiped out. The originally weak ants, though wanting to resist the strong, often ended up being crushed. Fortunately, they still survived tenaciously. The ancient era ended, the heavenly venerables left the Great World, and they still existed. Moreover, the rebellion of various tribes did not end, and the war continued. Although the human race was severely wounded at that time, they were still not weak and remained dominant in the war. With the departure of the heavenly venerables and the death of the supremes, the human race could no longer suppress the various tribes as they once did. This situation continued until 100,000 years ago when the tribes formed a coalition and invaded the heartland of the human race, nearly exterminating them. This was the second bitter fruit from the cause planted long ago. The human race tasted the bitter fruit, and at the last moment, Xiao Zhantian emerged, saving the human race from the brink of extinction. Back then, Xiao Zhantian probably didn't understand the virtual and real, nor did he understand karma. I don't know why he ultimately stopped. But if he understood karma and saw the ancient events clearly, perhaps he wouldn't have stopped. Lin Moya didn't know why Xiao Zhantian stopped in the end, but he must have had his reasons. However, that no longer mattered. For many, 100,000 years was too long. The cause from 100,000 years ago no longer needed to be pursued. Now, Lin Moya only knew that he had to sever this karmic tie with his own hands and end it completely. For the Great World, for the human race, and for himself. The karmic ties of the past will soon be severed. The bone hell spread through the starry sky, enveloping the Cold Water Tribe. Under the triple space lock, no one in the Cold Water Tribe could escape, not even a message could be sent out. The other members of the Cold Water Tribe had no idea what was happening here. Lin Moya transformed into the god of death, bringing death. One star system after another disappeared, and the starry sky of the Cold Water Tribe became increasingly desolate. The Cold Water Tribe had a total of 99 star systems, fewer than the Green Crane Tribe. When Lin Moya used the Bone Hell to destroy the 58th star system, the Bone Hell finally reached its limit and began to upgrade. Lin Moya temporarily stopped, quietly waiting for the Bone Hell to complete its upgrade. He couldn't remember exactly how many cultivators the Bone Hell had devoured, but he knew the number of high-level cultivators it had devoured was not many. It relied mainly on quantity to fill the gap. The Bone Hell had now upgraded from Divine Venerable rank 7 to rank 8, and future upgrades would become increasingly difficult. With each rank increase, the requirements would multiply. However, Lin Moya was not worried. There were plenty of enemies, and the Bone Hell would not lack nourishment. The Bone Hell boiled in the starry sky, its flames growing more intense, and the rivers of hellfire becoming more turbulent, flowing with blood and burning flames. Hell fiends jumped into the rivers of hellfire, bathing in blood and enduring the burning flames. They roared and howled, growing stronger and more numerous. The starry sky twisted under their roars, and the Bone Hell seemed to be transforming from illusion to reality, about to descend into the real world. Lin Moya vaguely saw an incredibly terrifying door, slightly ajar, with a sinister and terrifying aura seeping out. The Gate of Hell. Lin Moyo looked at it and thought of the origin of the Bone Hell's technique. The Bone Hell connected to the real hell, drawing its power from the real hell. Behind this door was the real hell. It had never appeared before, and this was the first time it manifested before Lin Moyo. Just looking at this door, Lin Moyo felt its terror, imagining how terrifying the real hell must be. Feeling the aura from the hell world, Lin Moyo murmured, "Is the hell world the other side of the great world?" With his current knowledge and realm, he could make some judgments and guesses. Everything has both virtual and real sides, and the great world is no exception. The great world he usually inhabited was the real side, and hell was the virtual side of the great world. The essence of the bone hell was the power of the virtual side of the great world. Lin Moyo had a slight realization. He knew that when the gate of hell truly opened and the virtual power fully descended, the bone hell might become a true hell, mastering life and death. However, pure virtual power was not enough. Everything needed a balance of virtual and real, even the smallest grain of sand. The bone hell naturally couldn't be purely virtual power. Lin Moyo had an epiphany and extended his hand to wield the laws. The Undying Law's Star River appeared beneath his feet, along with the Time and Space Law's Star Rivers. The Starlight Law's Star River had always been present, and the Starlight Refinement method had never stopped. The 4 Star Rivers appeared simultaneously, and Lin Moyo wanted to add a touch of real power to the bone hell. He first used the Starlight Law. The Starlight Law was the most peaceful and easiest to integrate. The starlight fell into the bone hell, and the moment it entered, the rivers of hellfire boiled violently. The starlight was like water poured into a boiling oil pot, causing a violent reaction, with countless sparks exploding, blood waves surging, and the entire river of hellfire roaring. The hell fiends in the river of hellfire howled in discomfort. Lin Moyo immediately stopped the starlight, realizing that the Starlight Law couldn't integrate into it. If even the most peaceful Starlight Law couldn't integrate, then the time and space laws were even less likely to work. After all, his mastery of these 2 laws was still too low. He hadn't fully grasped them, let alone integrate them. Lin Moyo was unwilling to give up and began to try integrating the Undying Law. Chapter 2106. Chapter 2106, 2106. Chapter 2106, the first virtual real technique. The Undying Law, as Lin Moyo's innate law, was the first law he mastered, akin to a talent. As his realm continuously improved, Lin Moyo's control over the Undying Law also grew stronger. The power and practicality of the Undying Law had never disappointed Lin Moyo. Even when fighting across realms, the Undying Law could play a surprising role. Lin Moyo skillfully infused the Undying Law into the Bone Hell. This time, the Bone Hell's reaction was not as intense as before. Although there was some discomfort, it was still within an acceptable range. There's hope. Lin Moyo adjusted the law to adapt to the Bone Hell. As a member of the White Star level techniques, the Bone Hell could originally bear the Undying Law. However, bearing it was just bearing it. It was not the same as now, where Lin Moyo wanted to integrate the Undying Law with the technique. Originally, the law was just on the surface of the technique, but now Lin Moyo wanted to embed the law inside the technique, a completely different concept. My technique, my law, must be entirely under my control. With a touch of dominance, Lin Moyo believed that his own things must be fully controlled by him. Under Lin Moyo's control, the Undying Law finally penetrated. The Bone Hell seemed to accept the Undying Law, and the two began to merge. The Undying Law split into 2 within the Bone Hell. The power of death merged with the river of hellfire, integrating with the hell fiends in the river, making them stronger. The power of life merged into the river of hellfire, blending with the blood. This blood came from countless alien beings, and it seemed to still contain a trace of unexhausted vitality. Stimulated by the power of life, the last bit of vitality was activated and began to bloom. On the banks of the river of hellfire, flowers began to appear. Purple flowers, each taller than a person, with petals covered in blood veins, yet emitting a blue glow, incredibly enchanting. These are Manjusaka flowers. Lin Moyo suddenly remembered a legend that in hell, there blooms a flower called Manjusaka. The name of the flower is equivalent to the Other Shore realm, but it is not the Other Shore realm. The Other Shore realm represents power, strength, and infinite vitality. But the Manjusaka flower represents death, eeriness, terror, and despair. At the moment the Manjusaka flowers bloomed, Lin Moyo felt the bone hell become more real. The faintly visible gate of hell seemed to open a bit more, with more power flowing out. Hell is virtual, the law is real. Advance. Lin Moyo said loudly, his voice like a decree, following his words. The bone hell began to advance officially amidst roaring sounds, its range continuously expanding, increasing by 100-fold, covering 100 billion kilometers of starry sky. Just advancing from divine venerable rank 7 to rank 8, its range could expand 100-fold. This growth rate even shocked Lin Moyo, the owner. However, after thinking carefully, he understood. The original growth shouldn't have been this large, mainly because of himself. The intervention of the Undying Law gave the bone hell both virtual and real characteristics, making it more perfect in a sense. This triggered a qualitative change, causing the bone hell to expand 100-fold instantly. Originally, the bone hell could only cover some smaller star systems. For larger star systems, Lin Moyo often chose to cover the main life planets within, letting the bone hell and the undead army cooperate. But from now on, there was no need for the undead army to cooperate. The bone hell, with a range of 100 billion kilometers, could almost completely cover most star systems in the Great World. Lin Moyo strengthened the Undying Law, and the Law's Star River surged, with a large amount of the Undying Law pouring into the bone hell. The two forces were merging. After the bone hell expanded, the hellfire became fiercer, and the river of hellfire grew wider, eventually transforming into an endless long river. On both sides of the river, the purple flowers with blue light and blood veins bloomed enchantingly, making one's heart race. The hell fiends grew stronger, quickly breaking through from divine venerable rank 7 to rank 8. Their power increased, and their numbers also grew. Originally, there were 10 million hell fiends, but the number directly increased tenfold, reaching over 100 million. Not bad. Lin Moya was extremely satisfied with the changes in the bone hell. He didn't expect that his sudden idea of integrating the law into the bone hell would yield such good results. The advancement of the bone hell lasted for 3 days before it ended. The gate of hell gradually disappeared, and the infusion of the undying law also stopped. From this moment on, the bone hell not only connected to the real hell but also to Lin Moya's undying law. Lin Moya sensed the changes brought by the bone hell. This is my first virtual real integrated technique. Let's see its effect. Lin Moya was somewhat impatient. He put away the bone hell and flew towards the nearest star system. He flashed through the starry sky step by step, crossing nearly 100 billion kilometers in a very short time, arriving in front of a star system. This star system consisted of 2 life stars, 7 resource stars, and a giant star, with a diameter of over 6 billion kilometers. If it were before, Lin Moya would have the bone hell cover the 2 life stars and simultaneously deploy the undead army to surround the entire star system. Under the triple lock of the formation, Lin Moya could ensure that no information would get out. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. Now it became even smoother. After the bone hell advanced, there was no need for the undead army. 2 formation discs flew out, positioned to Lin Moya's left and right, and were then activated. Space was instantly sealed, and all communication methods failed. The divine venerables guarding the star system immediately sensed something and rushed out at the first moment. The star system shone brightly, and the protective formation automatically activated. Lin Moya casually pointed, and the bone hell appeared, instantly covering the entire star system. The protective formation shattered on the spot, and the next second, screams rang out as several divine venerables of the Cold Water tribe died on the spot. Their realms were not high. Among the 6 divine venerables, the strongest was only a high-level divine venerable. The other 5 were just rank 3 to rank 5 divine venerables. Even the high-level divine venerable couldn't last a second. The hellfiends hadn't even acted yet, the hellfire alone had already burned them to death. Their deaths were peculiar. Although they were burned to death by the hellfire, their flesh melted like ice and snow, all falling into the river of hellfire, becoming its nourishment. Very strong. Lin Moya watched and muttered to himself. A high-level divine venerable couldn't even withstand the hellfire, showing that the bone hell had become much stronger than before. Not only had its range increased, but it had also become more ferocious. Over 100 million hellfiends swept through the star system like a storm. After a gust of wind, there were no more living beings in the star system, and the 2 life stars became extremely silent. Not a single member of the Cold Water tribe was left, even the insects on the planets were completely burned to death. All the plants were turned into nourishment by the hellfire, becoming food for the bone hell. If it weren't for Lin Moya's orders, the bone hell wouldn't even spare the planets, truly accepting everything, not picky at all. Lin Moya smiled, took out the containment sigil array, and packed up the entire star system. With the bone hell's advancement, Lin Moya's plan became even simpler. Chapter 2107. Chapter 2107, 2107. Chapter 2107, push the blame to the ghost race as much as possible. The human race was once the master of the great world and had an intelligence system that other races knew nothing about. This intelligence system was managed by the Sigil Saint Venerable. The main reason was that to operate this system, a large number of sigil masters were needed to drive it through sigil arrays. Currently, within the human race, the Sigil Saint Venerable was the most suitable person for this role. The human race's intelligence system spanned various star regions. Although part of it had been destroyed over the past 100,000 years, it could still play a significant role. Within the domain of the Great World, any significant event could hardly escape the notice of the Sigil Saint Venerable. The Sigil Saint Venerable received a report from his subordinates and immediately rushed to the central temple. He urgently said to the Heavenly Saint Venerable and the House Saint Venerable, "I just received news that the star systems of the Cold Water tribe are rapidly disappearing." The Heavenly Saint Venerable was initially stunned but quickly realized something. Is it Lin Moya? The Sigil Saint Venerable shook his head. "I can't be completely sure, but it's highly likely to be him. The Cold Water tribe is too far away, and we have very little information." The House Saint Venerable lightly tapped the table. "It should be Lin Moya. Little Mist, what do you think?" Beside the House Saint Venerable, Little Mist was squatting on the ground, fiddling with something that looked like a new toy. Little Mist's eyes were clear. The master has indeed returned. I can sense the master's approximate location. Little Mist had a strong connection with Lin Moya. Ever since Lin Moya returned to the domain, Little Mist had sensed him. The House Saint Venerable's thoughts moved, and a star map unfolded in the air. Little Mist, point out Lin Moya's approximate location. The star map changed from vertical to horizontal, directly covering Little Mist. Little Mist carefully sensed for a moment, then pointed to a direction in the starry sky. "It's roughly here." Looking at the location Little Mist pointed to, the House Saint Venerable smiled. "I knew it." The location Little Mist pointed to was precisely the star region where the Cold Water tribe was located. With Little Mist's confirmation, it could be completely certain that the incident with the Cold Water tribe was Lin Moya's doing. At the same time, it could also be confirmed that the incident with the Green Crane tribe was also Lin Moya's doing. At that time, they had released the news about the ghost race, and it wasn't a mistake. The House Saint Venerable asked, "Sigil Saint Venerable, based on the current situation of the Cold Water tribe, how long do you think it will take for the Cold Water tribe to completely disappear?" The Sigil Saint Venerable replied, the Cold Water tribe has already disappeared by 2/3. It should take about another month. The House Saint Venerable said, all right, in a month, we will release the news, saying that we have discovered traces of the ghost race. But we won't say where we discovered it. All the major races know that our human race has ancient monitoring artifacts. Let them guess. The House Saint Venerable planned to push the incident with the Cold Water tribe onto the ghost race, to delay the time before Lin Moya was discovered. The Sigil Saint Venerable and the Heavenly Saint Venerable both agreed with the House Saint Venerable's suggestion. The Sigil Saint Venerable said, I will continue to monitor and release the news once Lin Moya leaves the Cold Water tribe. It's a pity that part of the ancient array has been destroyed. Otherwise, the entire great world would be under our surveillance. The Heavenly Saint Venerable said, Lin Moya has now received the inheritance of the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. Given time, he might be able to repair the ancient array. The Sigil Saint Venerable also smiled, I hope that day comes. Little Mist suddenly interjected, the Master can definitely do it. The Master's luck is excellent. Her words made the three laugh. The House Saint Venerable especially liked Little Mist, treating her like his own daughter and taking her everywhere. The House Saint Venerable chuckled, I don't know how Lin Moya does it, silently wiping out an entire race. Such a method, truly impressive. The Heavenly Saint Venerable nodded, even the star systems are gone. The method is indeed extraordinary. They were very curious about Lin Moya's methods and wanted to ask him when he returned. 26 days later, Lin Moya had wiped out the Cold Water tribe. All the star systems of the Cold Water tribe were erased, leaving none except those not within the tribe. From then on, the Cold Water tribe was removed from the Great World, with only a few scattered survivors, as good as non-existent. After erasing the Cold Water tribe, Lin Moya quickly entered the warship and dove into deep space, disappearing without a trace. The Cold Water tribe was gone, and the original star region was empty, becoming a barren land. Lin Moya left no traces. The bone hell devoured everything, even its own aura, leaving nothing detectable. Shortly after Lin Moya left, an invisible aura descended upon him. The aura came from the Great World Rune, ignoring the barriers of deep space. Lin Moya felt a lightness in his body, knowing that this light feeling came from the Great World Rune. Another karmic tie had been severed, reducing the burden on the Great World Rune. Lin Moya could vaguely sense the joy of the Great World Rune, and even he felt a sense of relief. At this moment, he and the Great World were in sync. As the aura of the Great World Rune grew stronger, the reward finally arrived. Lin Moya once again smoothly entered a state of enlightenment. Just before entering this state, he summoned the star rivers of time and space laws. The Great World Rune would reward him based on the laws he was cultivating. Having had this experience once, Lin Moya naturally wouldn't make a mistake the second time. In the state of enlightenment, various principles of the two laws continuously flowed into his soul. His control over the laws gradually increased, far faster than if he were to comprehend and cultivate on his own. 8 days after Lin Moya left the Cold Water tribe, the human race released news. They had discovered traces of the ghost race, confirming that the ghost race was still within the domain. The news spread quickly, reaching all races within just 2 or 3 days. All races knew that the human race had ancient arrays, making it difficult to hide anything from them within the great world. This had been an advantage of the human race since ancient times, so it was not surprising that they could discover traces of the ghost race. The legendary ghost race reappearing within the domain caused concern among all races. However, the human race did not release more specific information, nor did they say where the ghost race had appeared. Worried, the various races began searching, and soon discovered that the Cold Water tribe was gone. When the strong members of the various races arrived at the Cold Water tribe's territory, they were all speechless with shock. The Cold Water tribe, like the Green Crane tribe, had disappeared without a trace, completely wiped out. This time, Abyss Demon Venerable also came. He inspected the entire star region but found nothing, no traces at all. The other shore beings and Saint Venerables who came with him were the same, finding nothing. Blood Bull Saint Venerable asked, could it be the human race? Abyss Demon Venerable shook his head, no, we have been fighting the human race and know their actions well. Moreover, wiping out an entire race silently is not something one person can do, it must require a large force. Blood Bull Saint Venerable, think about it. If it were you, could you do it? Blood Bull Saint Venerable shook his head, I couldn't. Indeed, he couldn't. With his ability, wiping out the Cold Water tribe was not difficult, but to do so silently, erasing the entire Cold Water tribe without leaving any traces, was beyond him. With no other explanation, they had to believe that it was the work of the ghost race. Chapter 2108. Chapter 2108, 2108. Chapter 2108, Can and Cannot. All the races began to guard against the ghost race, continuously strengthening their defenses. The demon race started setting up barriers. Apart from the human race's grand array, the demon race's barrier was considered one of the most perfect defenses. The Cold Water tribe had previously been protected by a barrier, but unfortunately, they were still silently wiped out by the ghost race. All the races were in a state of panic, and the newly formed 100 Races Alliance began to waver. To stabilize the alliance, the demon race began to strengthen the barriers for all the races. At the same time, the demon race also requested all the races to search for ancient records, trying to find as much information related to the ghost race as possible. 100,000 years ago, the various races had seized many things from the human race, including some ancient records. As long as they searched carefully, they might discover some clues. Although the demon race had made promises, the 100 Races Alliance's attacks on the human race still became disorganized and uncontrollable. The races had no heart for a great war and temporarily sought only to protect themselves. Lin Moya sat in the warship, meditating with his eyes closed. The aura of enlightenment had long dissipated. This time, the enlightenment lasted for 2 days, twice as long as before. The rewards from the Great World Rune were more than before, and Lin Moya also gained more benefits. The control over the time law and space law both increased from 20% to 22%. Although it seemed like a small improvement, Lin Moya knew how difficult it was to cultivate these two laws, especially the time law, which was even more challenging than the space law. Most of the enlightenment time was spent on the time law, with a small portion on the space law. Lin Moya aimed to advance both laws simultaneously and always maintain their fusion state. Each law increased by 2%, which would have taken decades without the state of enlightenment. Now, it only took 2 days, which was extremely fast. After the enlightenment ended, Lin Moya began to fuse the two laws. With the previous foundation, the fusion of the laws was completed smoothly. The power of time and space flowed through his body, causing Lin Moya's perception of time to fluctuate, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, constantly changing. From the outside, Lin Moya seemed to have a feeling of separating from this world. When the power of time and space was pushed to the extreme, Lin Moya seemed to not exist in this world. As the initiator, Lin Moya also vaguely had this feeling. For a moment, he seemed to be observing this world from another perspective. This feeling was very mysterious, as if he stood at the highest point of the world, able to see many things that were previously impossible to see. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, not even 0.01 seconds. If Lin Moya's soul were not sensitive enough, he wouldn't have felt it at all. After completing the fusion of the laws, Lin Moya stopped cultivating. He felt his own body and muttered to himself, "My idea was correct. Helping the Great World Rune sever karmic ties can indeed earn the Great World Rune's rewards, allowing me to enter the state of enlightenment. With the help of the enlightenment state, I can cultivate at the fastest speed, but this method also has its drawbacks. If I enter enlightenment multiple times, it seems to reduce the effectiveness of the enlightenment. After entering enlightenment, a trace of the enlightenment aura will remain on my body, which will affect the next enlightenment. The enlightenment aura dissipates very slowly and requires time. But for now, I should be able to enter enlightenment one more time, and then I need to rest for a while. I should return to the human star region first and inform the Saint Venerables about this, so they can be prepared." Lin Moya controlled the warship, flying towards the human star region. At this moment, the various races had already started a war with the human race. Many routes to the human star region were blocked, making it impossible to pass through even deep space. Lin Moya searched all the way and finally found an unblocked route through the perception of the space law. He flew through the dark void between the Azure Dragon Star region and the Vermilion Bird Star region. The only drawback was that the dark void was affected by the power of the Black Blood Great Realm, making the entire space relatively chaotic. The dark void was filled with countless star beasts and was also invaded by the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. Occasionally, there would be space rifts and space turbulence in deep space. Except for beings like the killing Saint Venerable who thrived in such environments, most people disliked the dark void. Lin Moya didn't want to alarm the various races for now, nor did he want them to know he was outside, so he chose a more difficult path. Unknowingly, Lin Moya and several Saint Venerables reached a rare consensus, forming a tacit understanding. The various races turned their homes upside down, searching through the materials they had seized from the human race, and finally found some hidden records. The records confirmed the existence of the ghost race, and what shocked them the most was that the ghost race was created by an ancient heavenly venerable. That heavenly venerable was extremely mysterious, creating the ghost race and then leaving them, disappearing without a trace. The records were incomplete, only revealing that the ghost race had incredibly terrifying combat power, capable of killing people invisibly. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass grew, which indeed matched the experiences of the Green Crane and Cold Water tribes. Besides this, what shocked them the most was that a heavenly venerable could create a race. The Saint Venerables and other sure beings of the various races gathered again, and someone asked, "Abyss Demon Venerable, do you know if a heavenly venerable can create a race?" Among the various races, the demon race had a long history and had once produced a heavenly venerable. Few races had produced heavenly venerables, and those that did were later exterminated by the human race. Very few races that had produced heavenly venerables survived to the present day. The demon race was one, and it seemed the Golden Eagle race might have had one too, but it was not confirmed. Abyss Demon Venerable said, "Although our race produced a heavenly venerable in ancient times, that ancestor died in battle shortly after becoming a heavenly venerable." His words disappointed many. Abyss Demon Venerable continued, however, "The ancestor left a few words, saying that not all heavenly venerables are the same. It cannot be denied that the human race's heavenly venerables were very strong. At that time, we were lucky to produce a heavenly venerable, but we were far inferior to the human race's heavenly venerables. As for whether heavenly venerables can create races, we are not sure." Black Gold Saint Venerable of the Golden Eagle race said, "Indeed, our ancestor also said that the human race's heavenly venerables were very powerful. If it weren't for the Black Blood Great Realm restraining the human race's heavenly venerables at that time, we would have been exterminated long ago." Everyone was speechless, not knowing what to do. Someone worriedly said, "The ancient human race's heavenly venerables were so powerful, and the race they created must be equally terrifying. How should we deal with this?" Abyss Demon Venerable sneered, "There's no need to worry too much. Although the ghost race was created by a human heavenly venerable, that heavenly venerable is long gone, and the ghost race is completely out of the human race's control. Otherwise, why didn't the human race deploy the ghost race 100,000 years ago? If the ghost race were truly that terrifying, would the human race have ended up in such a state back then? The appearance of the ghost race this time is just an accident. Maybe next time, they'll go to the human race's territory. We don't need to worry. His words slightly reassured the strong members of the various races. In the ancestral land of the bull demon tribe, the aura on the 1,000-meter-tall bull demon statue was steadily and slowly growing stronger. The statue emitted a faint light. Blood Bull Saint Venerable once again came before the statue and respectfully asked, "My lord, can a heavenly venerable really create a race?" After a moment, a voice came from the statue, "Can, and cannot." Chapter 2109. Chapter 2109, 2109. Chapter 2109, The Black Blood Great Realm has not disappeared. The bull demon statue connected to some unknown existence, one that could promise the position of supreme and possessed astonishing power. Blood Bull Saint Venerable could obtain many unexpected answers from him. Can, and cannot. This answer left Blood Bull Saint Venerable puzzled. However, the unknown existence continued. This great realm once had powerful heavenly venerables who indeed had the ability to create new species, but that is not the same as creating life. Blood Bull Saint Venerable still didn't understand. Is there a difference? Creating new species and creating life seemed the same to him. You will understand when you reach that realm. Do you have any other questions? Blood Bull Saint Venerable sensed that the other party seemed to be in a good mood today and was speaking more politely than usual. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to ask, "We received news that a heavenly venerable from the ancient human race once created a race called the Ghost Race. The Ghost Race was used by that heavenly venerable to deal with enemies. Later, the heavenly venerable disappeared, and the Ghost Race also vanished. But after 1,000,000 years, the Ghost Race has reappeared." Blood Bull Saint Venerable recounted the recent events that happened to the Green Crane tribe and the Cold Water tribe. The bull demon statue seemed to fall into deep thought. Blood Bull Saint Venerable waited patiently, not urging him. He knew the other party must have heard and was thinking. However, the fact that it took so long for the other party to think made Blood Bull Saint Venerable's heart pound. He realized that the Ghost Race might not be ordinary. After a long time, the statue finally spoke again. "That was a powerful heavenly venerable who seems to have reached the Tao Venerable realm. The Ghost Race would indeed be a rather terrifying race." Blood Bull Saint Venerable asked, "Lord, how should we defend against them?" The statue replied, "If it is indeed as I think, then there is no defense. Not only you, but even ordinary Supremes would retreat in fear. Anyone below Supreme encountering the Ghost Race will surely die." Blood Bull Saint Venerable gasped. He never expected the Ghost Race to be so terrifying. But thinking about the Heavenly Venerable's original intention of creating the Ghost Race to suppress rebellions, if they were too weak, how could they suppress anything? At that time, there were still some Supremes among the various races. The light on the statue changed, becoming dimmer than before. Blood Bull Saint Venerable knew that the other party's consciousness had already left. He bowed slightly to the statue and then turned to leave. As he left, he sent a message to Blood Bull Saint Venerable, sharing what he knew and advising him to be cautious and avoid confronting the Ghost Race directly. In the dark void, a light dot was flying rapidly, moving at an astonishing speed. The space in the dark void was somewhat chaotic, with frequent space rifts appearing, making the use of a warship inconvenient. Lin Moya abandoned the warship, relying on the space law to traverse the dark void himself. In terms of speed, Lin Moya was faster and more flexible. The surrounding light had long been swallowed up. Lin Moya's body glowed with purple light as he shuttled through the endless void. This was his second time in the dark void, and with his current strength and realm, Lin Moya had a deeper understanding of the dark void. The dark void was once one of the battlefields and also the chosen invasion point of the Black Blood Great Realm. It was filled with the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. If the Great World Rune were intact, it would surely expel all this power. But now, the Great World Rune was severely damaged and had no strength to clear the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. Besides the dark void, many places in the Great World still had remnants of the Black Blood Great Realm's power. Lin Moya even suspected that some strong beings from the Black Blood Great Realm were still hiding, barely surviving. They seemed to have a way to put themselves into a state of slumber, where their life force wouldn't diminish, waiting for the right moment to awaken again. Has the Black Blood Great Realm really disappeared? Lin Moya recalled the scene he saw in the Boundary Sea, where the Great World was moving alone in the vast ocean. At that time, he didn't see the existence of the Black Blood Great Realm and wondered if it had already left. After the two worlds collided and fought, they each went their separate ways. But now, in the dark void, Lin Moya felt that the Great World hadn't gone far. He recalled the first time he encountered a strong being from the Black Blood Great Realm in a secret realm. Due to the origin technique, he was almost killed by the strong being from the Black Blood Great Realm across space. The Black Blood Great Realm is still here, they haven't left. But where did they go, and why couldn't I see them in the Boundary Sea? The Black Blood Great Realm has hidden itself, they won't easily let go of the Great World. If the enmity between the various races and the human race was a blood feud, then the enmity between the Great World and the Black Blood Great Realm was also a blood feud. In the end, only one side could survive. Lin Moya felt that things were becoming more complicated and troublesome. Many matters were intertwined, becoming a tangled mess, hard to unravel. Lin Moya crossed the dark void at the fastest speed, getting closer and closer to the human race. Finally, Lin Moya sensed a trace of the human Emperor Network's aura. However, he was still some distance from the human star region. He could only sense the aura of the human Emperor Network, not yet able to communicate with it. Lin Moya stopped in the darkness and took out a formation disc, quickly activating it. The formation disk emitted a brilliant light, crossing the void and disappearing into the endless darkness. The formation disk activated, temporarily connecting the power of the Human Emperor network. Lin Moya waited for several minutes until the aura of the Human Emperor network was strong enough to communicate, Human Emperor. Present. The response from the Human Emperor network was swift. After connecting the power of the Human Emperor network with the formation, communication was no longer a problem, though it couldn't interfere with reality. Lin Moyo asked, which Saint Venerable is present? Soon, the voice of House Saint Venerable sounded, I am here. As House Saint Venerable spoke, another faint voice could be heard in the background, I am here too, I am here too. Lin Moyo recognized Little Mist's voice and couldn't help but smile. House Saint Venerable asked, Lin Moyo, did you do what happened to the Green Crane tribe and the Cold Water tribe? Although they were 90% sure, they still needed confirmation from Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo quickly recounted his recent actions and inquired about the human race's recent activities. How Saint Venerable did not hide anything, explaining their dissemination of the ghost race information to divert attention. Lin Moyo hadn't expected that he would unknowingly cooperate with the Saint Venerables. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, how much do you know about the ghost race? How Saint Venerable replied, not much. We only know of its existence. Our records on the ghost race are limited, with many lost 100,000 years ago. I have asked the Human Emperor Network to send you all the information we have on the ghost race. Lin Moya received the information and quickly reviewed it, committing it to memory. How Saint Venerable asked, when do you plan to return? Little Mist's voice also chimed in, Master, remember to bring a gift for Little Mist when you come back. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile, I don't plan to return for now. Since you've given me such a good identity, I'll make good use of it and do more things as the ghost race. How Saint Venerable was not surprised by Lin Moya's decision and did not interfere. From the beginning, he advocated for Lin Moya's free growth. As seniors, they only needed to support him quietly from behind. Chapter 2110. Chapter 2110, 2110. Chapter 2110. Months later, the god of death reappears. The great calamity that occurred 100,000 years ago caused the human race to lose a lot of information. Some were stolen, some were erased, and much information was completely damaged. At that time, the human race did not have the Human Emperor Network, so once those materials were lost, they were lost forever. Today, the human race has very little information about the ghost race. In the limited information available, the ghost race is described as very powerful. They once fought for the human race, suppressing rebellions from various tribes. Several tribes were exterminated by them, and their combat methods were somewhat similar to Lin Moya's. Later, the ghost race disappeared for unknown reasons, only to reappear many years later. Each time they appeared, the ghost race would cause a massacre. Their targets seemed to include not only foreign races but also the human race. From the bits and pieces of the ghost race's past, Lin Moya carefully analyzed and combined it with the last words left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, who advised him to find the ghost race. Lin Moya made a bold guess, the ghost race was a race created by a certain Heavenly Venerable in ancient times. This race possessed extremely strong combat power and was adept at manipulating the power of the void, which led to their formidable results. The power of the void is terrifying, and even a Saint Venerable would find it difficult to contend with. Even Lin Moya, who now also mastered a bit of the power of the void, feared that he would be doomed if he encountered the ghost race. No wonder the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable told me to wait until I became a Saint Venerable before seeking out the ghost race. He knew all along. Is the Heavenly Venerable who created the ghost race still around? Or has he, like other Heavenly Venerables, already left? A Heavenly Venerable capable of creating a race with the power of the void would be a top-tier powerhouse even among Heavenly Venerables. However, since the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable advised him to seek out the ghost race after reaching the Saint Venerable realm, there must be a reason. A wave of consciousness swept over Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked around and sensed a large number of star beasts flying towards him in the void. The power of the formation disk had attracted the attention of the star beasts. In the endless darkness, the formation disk was like a blazing flame, very conspicuous. Although the star beasts were powerful, most of them lacked intelligence and acted purely on instinct. Lin Moya calmly put away the formation disk. These star beasts were not worth his attention. If they hadn't come, it would have been fine, but since they had, they wouldn't be leaving. They would become nourishment for the Bone Hell. The Bone Hell, after reaching Divine Venerable rank 8, had integrated the Undying Law. Its power had greatly increased, but so had the requirements for advancement. The dozens of star systems from the Cold Water tribe were like a drop in the bucket, barely improving the Bone Hell. Lin Moya didn't mind at all, the more nourishment, the better. Dozens of star beasts approached from all directions, the weakest at Divine Venerable rank 1, the strongest at Divine Venerable rank 3. Lin Moya felt a bit disappointed, too weak, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Such a small number of star beasts was indeed a drop in the bucket. Lin Moya thought that even if he devoured all the star beasts in the dark void, it might not be enough for the Bone Hell to advance again. The Bone Hell appeared, instantly enveloping all the approaching star beasts. Terrifying sounds echoed from within the hell, accompanied by the star beasts' terrified roars. Seconds later, the Bone Hell disappeared, taking the star beasts with it, leaving the void completely calm. After devouring dozens of Divine Venerable level star beasts, the Bone Hell remained calm, showing no signs of improvement. Lin Moya scanned the dark void. No rush, I'll deal with you all later. The star beasts in the dark void wouldn't escape, so there was plenty of time to deal with them. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lin Moya disappeared into the darkness. Since the silent disappearance of the Cold Water tribe, the Great World seemed to have fallen quiet again. The demon race quickly set up barriers for various races to prevent attacks from the ghost race. With stronger barrier protection, the races seemed much more at ease. Only Blood Bull Saint Venerable held no hope in his heart. He had received news from Blood Bull Saint Venerable and knew how terrifying the ghost race was. If encountered, even he would have to flee for his life, let alone the so-called strong barriers of the demon race, which were useless. But he couldn't say these things. If he did, the 100 Races Alliance would surely waver. The human race would seize the opportunity to strike, breaking them one by one. Although the 100 Races Alliance seemed numerous, few could truly confront the human race head-on. Even the demon race, alone, would struggle to contend with the human race. Most of the weaker races were just cannon fodder in the eyes of the strong races. The demon race and the Golden Eagle race clearly understood this. While the demon race set up barriers, the Golden Eagle race led the 100 Races Alliance in launching even more ferocious attacks on the human race. At least on the surface, they wanted the human race to think they were united. The 100 Races Alliance, in terms of numbers, already surpassed the human race. In recent years, the human race had lost more battles than they had won. However, they felt this was the human race deliberately showing weakness. Each time the human race retreated quickly, but in reality, they hadn't suffered much loss. They didn't dare to pursue, as the defenses of the human star region were too strong. The starry sky was filled with arrays. If they dared to charge in, they would surely suffer heavy losses. But they also knew that this stalemate was not a solution. The demon race had proposed concentrating their forces to attack one-star region. As long as one-star region was breached, the human race's defense system would have a gap. But the premise was to catch them off guard, concentrating the strongest forces of all races for a decisive strike. Originally, this plan was being prepared, but the sudden appearance of the ghost race disrupted it. Part of the demon race's forces had already gone to set up barriers for various races, so the surprise attack plan had to be postponed. The Zima tribe, located on the edge of the domain space, was very far from the human star region, possibly the farthest tribe. If you drew a straight line on the star map, the nearest human star region the Zima tribe could reach would be the Azure Dragon Star region. They would have to pass through 7 other tribes to get there. The Zima tribe was a plant-based race, surrounded by other races, giving them a sense of security. In terms of strength, the Zima tribe was very weak, similar to the Cold Water tribe. They occupied 86 star systems, but each star system was small, with limited resources. The Zima tribe was once powerful. 100,000 years ago, they were very close to becoming a strong race, and at that time, they were near the human race. Later, they were decimated by Xiao Zhantian, leaving them crippled. At their weakest, the Zima tribe didn't even have a divine venerable. Such a race should have had no place in the cruel great world, but fortunately, they still had some use. The Zima tribe produced a fruit called the Zima fruit, which contained immense vitality and was needed by all races. As a result, several slightly stronger nearby races kept them around, specifically to produce Zima fruits for them. Even in the 100 Races Alliance, the Zima tribe had no place. Once powerful, the Zima tribe had now become slaves, living seemingly stable but actually very difficult lives. Lin Moyu, sitting in the warship, took a long detour, navigating along the edge of the domain space, arriving at the Zima tribe's territory from the rear. 100,000 years ago, you should have perished. Living an extra 100,000 years, your luck has run out. There were no demonic barriers here. Lin Moyu easily flew in. Months later, the god of death once again made his grand entrance. Chapter 2111. Chapter 2111, 2111. Chapter 2111, kill you, take the ancestral tree. The saying goes that persimmons are picked when they are soft, but Lin Moya did not come specifically to pick soft persimmons. He came for the Zima fruit, or more precisely, for the Zima ancestral tree. The Zima fruit contains a peculiar power that is useful to many races, but useless to humans. Lin Moya needs the Zima fruit to obtain something from it. The Zima race is very special. In ancient human records, information about the Zima race was classified as top secret. In ancient times, humans had already researched the Zima fruit. Because of the secrecy of the information, even during the Great Catastrophe 10,000 years ago, humans managed to keep this information intact, and it was not obtained by other races. Other races only thought that the Zima fruit could help them cultivate and improve their skills, but they had no idea of its true use. Lin Moyu arrived outside a galaxy, enhanced his vision to the limit, and saw the situation within the galaxy, even the conditions on the planets. On a life-bearing planet, about half of the land was covered with a peculiar type of tree. The fruits on these trees were the Zima fruits. Nearby, many Zima people were tending to these trees, picking the ripe Zima fruits. When picking the Zima fruits, a strange hatred would appear in the eyes of these Zima people. But they hid it well, so outsiders would not notice. Only those who knew the inside story would understand where the Zima people's hatred came from. The Zima race is very special. They have no gender distinction. Every Zima person is both a father and a mother, reproducing asexually. These trees, which appear to be trees, are actually the avatars of the Zima people, and the Zima fruits on them are their children. To personally pick their own children and turn them into someone else's fruit, how could the Zima people not hate? But for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to send out the Zima fruits. Over the past 10,000 years, countless Zima fruits, countless of their own children, have been sent out. A pitiful race, but also a sinister one. A cold smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. Others might not know about the Zima race, but he knew very well. The Zemo fruit contains a peculiar energy. When consumed and absorbed, it can improve one's cultivation level. However, it can also form a seed within the body. This seed is very secretive and will not be discovered. Unless a Saint Lord consumes the Zemo fruit, it is unlikely to detect the seed's presence. Those who have consumed the Zemo fruit and formed a seed within their body are called seeded ones by the Zemo race. The actions and words of the seeded ones can be known by the Zemo people. To be precise, they are known by the father of the Zemo fruit. For countless years, the Zemo race seemed to be confined here, constantly oppressed. In reality, they were fully aware of what was happening outside. Around the Zemo race, a surveillance network composed of several races monitored them. After all, the Zemo race was once very powerful, even stronger than them. If the Zemo race were to rise again one day, it would be disastrous for them. Fortunately, for 10,000 years, the Zemo race had been very obedient, with no other thoughts, just to survive. 5,000 years ago, the Zemo race finally seized an opportunity to send some of their people out, leaving the domain and heading to the outer domain. The Zemo race hoped to form a new branch outside and develop well, eventually returning to kill their way back. At that time, humans had not yet recovered their vitality and were frantically seeking opportunities in outer space, with the entire race in a state of extreme frenzy. Those Zemo people who escaped were unfortunately encountered by a human god, and not just any god, but a peak god, who exterminated them on the spot. However, the Zemo race did not know this. To maintain secrecy, they cut off all contact. They did not know that their only hope sent out had already been lost. Lin Moyo came this time to eradicate the Zemo race and avenge the blood feud of 10,000 years ago. Secondly, to sever the cause and effect and receive the reward of the Great World Rune, and to comprehend the Tao again. Thirdly, for the Zemo ancestral tree. As long as he obtained the Zemo ancestral tree, he could control all the Zemo seeds, equivalent to bringing countless eyes and ears to the human race. Who knows how many Zemo fruits had been sent out in 10,000 years, how many seeded ones there were. Lin Moyo guessed that the seeded ones were likely spread throughout the great world, in all races. It was possible that even humans had them. Although the Zemo fruit was useless to humans, curious ones might have tasted it. The hell of bones flew out, enveloping a galaxy. Screams echoed as the Zemo people on the life-bearing planet were quickly devoured, and the Zemo trees were all burned into juice, merging into the river of hellfire. The hellfire accepted everything, burning everything into juice and sending it to the river of hellfire. Lin Moyo brought death, descending upon galaxy after galaxy. 86 galaxies disappeared from the starry sky in less than half a month. But this time was different from before. Due to the special nature of the Zemo race, at least 4 races were monitoring them nearby. These monitors were alarmed when they noticed the abnormality of the Zemo race. They only saw a gray mass of gas enveloping the galaxy, and then the galaxy disappeared. Lin Moyo used the laws of space to hide his figure, making it difficult for others to discover him. A gray mist shrouded the periphery of the Hell of Bones, making it hard to see unless one got close. Some brave ones approached, but as they got close, the Hell of Bones would suddenly expand and devour them. Anyone who dared to approach became nourishment for the Hell of Bones without exception. Lin Moyo was bold. He wanted to use his own way to tell all races that the ghost race truly existed. The monitoring races, filled with fear, reported the situation. Unlike the human race with the Emperor's network, their information spread slowly. By the time the news reached the ears of the Saint Lords of various races, Lin Moyo was already standing in front of the Zemo ancestral star. On the ancestral star, a giant Zemo tree, towering 10,000 meters high, stood between heaven and earth. This was the Zemo ancestral tree. As long as he obtained it and used some secret methods, he could control all the Zemo fruits sent out. In this way, the human race would gain countless eyes and ears. For safety, Lin Moyo chose to act personally this time. The Hell of Bones was too dangerous and might kill the Zemo ancestral tree. The Hell of Bones still shrouded the galaxy, turning the entire galaxy into a cage. The nearby monitors had been eliminated by Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo descended openly from the sky, landing directly in front of the Zemo ancestral tree. The 6 rare god-level Zemo people watched Lin Moyo with extreme vigilance. All 6 were high-level gods, far surpassing Lin Moyo in realm. They still did not dare to act. There was only one reason: Lin Moyo was human. Once pierced by Xiao Zhantian, even after 10,000 years, the Zemo race still feared humans. Seeing these high-level gods cowering, Lin Moyo felt that this race no longer had a reason to exist. Finally, one god gathered the courage to ask Lin Moyo, "Human, what are you here for?" Lin Moyo replied, "To kill you and take the ancestral tree." His tone was extremely calm. As he spoke, Lin Moyo was still examining the Zemo ancestral tree, not even glancing at the gods. He did not care about the feelings of these high-level Zemo gods, not even considering them. And rightly so, for what was there to see in dead people? Chapter 2112. Chapter 2112, 2112. Chapter 2112, Actively Seeking Death? Anger rose, and the 6 high-level god lords trembled all over with rage. Since when could a mere 3rd-level god lord come before them so arrogantly and declare he would kill them? This was the ancestral star of the Zemo race, not the ancestral star of the human race. Yet they still did not take action. One god lord growled, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're human." Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, with a hint of disdain. "It seems your spirit has been broken. After the battle with Saint Xiao, even your will to fight is gone. Originally 50,000 years ago, you tried every means to send out some of your people, thinking you could make a comeback. Now it appears that even if those people were still alive, it would be useless." Lin Moya's words left the 6 of them stunned. This matter was extremely secret even within the Zemo race, very few people knew about it. How did Lin Moya know about it? And he spoke of it so casually. How do you know about that? Who exactly are you? What did you do to those clansmen? 3 questions came from 3 god lords in succession. From their voices, one could hear that they were very frightened and afraid. Lin Moya's words had scared them. Lin Moya said, perhaps you'll be able to reunite with them soon. His tone remained calm, without any fluctuation. But falling on the ears of the 6 god lords, it was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. They were not stupid, otherwise they would not have cultivated to the level of high-level god lords. They fully understood the meaning of Lin Moya's words. A sense of despair grew from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, someone could not bear it any longer and let out an angry roar, charging towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled, you finally show some spirit, but it's too late. Grey mist surged from his body, and the hell of bones appeared at will, swallowing up that god lord. The hell fiends pounced like wolves and tigers, starting to frantically gnaw. Screams rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, that god lord perished, body and soul destroyed. Having easily killed a high-level god lord, Lin Moya acted as if he had done something trivial. Next, it's your turn. But you can rest assured, I still have use for the Zemo ancestral tree, so I'll keep it for now. When it's no longer useful, I'll send it down to accompany you. The remaining 5 high-level god lords were completely despairing. One of them said in a trembling voice, can you really not spare us? Lin Moya shook his head. When you invaded the human race 100,000 years ago, you should have been able to imagine this day would come. You don't need to resist. The more you resist, the more painful it will be. All these years, you've worked hard to produce so many seeded ones. From now on, you won't need to send fruits to others anymore. That high-level god lord spoke again, you are human, and have come for revenge. We will accept it and won't resist. But can you grant us one last request? Lin Moya nodded, let's hear it. Perhaps I will agree. Can you please spare our ancestral tree? You can take it away, but please don't destroy it. This is the last trace of our Zemo race in this world. We beg you. The group knelt down before Lin Moya. This final request from 5 high-level god lords on the verge of death moved Lin Moya slightly. Let me think about it. He did not agree immediately. The Zemo god lord's request made him feel something was not quite right. Silently, his soul power enveloped the Zemo ancestral tree, not just the trunk, but also the intricate roots and numerous branches. No matter how the Hell of Bones acted, it would be limited by Lin Moya's soul and would not harm even a bit of the Zemo ancestral tree. As his soul power flowed, encompassing the Zemo ancestral tree, Lin Moya suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He actually sensed a trace of life force from within the ancestral tree. In its deepest part, there was a life being nurtured. Is the ancestral tree being reborn? The Zemo ancestral tree had long since died. Its current function was more like a magical artifact that could be used to control all the Zemo fruits. After all, it was the origin of the Zemo race, the ancestor of the entire Zemo race. All Zemo people flowed with its blood. At the same time, it was also the spiritual totem of the Zemo people, worshipped daily. Lin Moya carefully sensed it. With his extremely keen soul, he perceived the extraordinary nature of this life form. Undeniably, this life form was very powerful, with an extremely vigorous life force, even stronger than a godlord. Because of the ancestral tree's wrapping, it could not be sensed at all from the outside. It might be born as a transcendent realm being, which was simply an inconceivable existence. Even the dragon race seemed unable to reach this level. At the same time, Lin Moya sensed intense resentment and anger within the life form. Lin Moya gradually understood the origin of this life form. It was a killing spirit born from the condensed resentment of countless Zemo people, using the body of the Zemo ancestral tree as a vessel. This kind of life form was extremely powerful, born as a transcendent. It might not have the realm, but it could possess the battle power of a transcendent realm, and might even be stronger than an ordinary transcendent. It was somewhat unreasonable. However, its drawback was that it only knew how to kill, without much wisdom. It was more like a killing weapon than a true living being. The Zemo race nurtured such a life form within the Zemo ancestral tree for the purpose of killing. They wanted to kill all the races that had oppressed them, which of course included the human race. If he really kept the life form inside the ancestral tree and brought it back to the human race, who knows when the life form inside might descend, carrying the collective resentment of the Zemo race. The surrounding humans would inevitably suffer. At that time, who knows how many people would die. A smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips, his gaze growing increasingly cold. He said softly, "Don't worry, I'll keep your ancestral tree." Hearing this, smiles appeared in the eyes of the 5 high-level god lords. But Lin Moya continued, "The ancestral tree is still useful to me, but the thing being nurtured inside, I won't keep." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 5 high-level god lords changed drastically. All 5 of them charged towards Lin Moya as if they had gone mad. Countless wisps of mist surged from Lin Moya's body, instantly enveloping them and encompassing the entire planet. Screams rang out as the 5 high-level god lords were surrounded by hellfiends. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. The 8th-level god lord hellfiends quickly tore them to pieces. Not just them, but all the Zemo people on the planet could not escape. Even the planet itself, Lin Moya intended to take it all away. A few minutes later, there were no more living beings on the planet, only a desolate land remaining. The containment formation flew out, and Lin Moya unhesitatingly packaged up and took away the entire star system. Then he too vanished from space. 2 days later, the powerful experts of the 100 Race Alliance arrived belatedly. But the result was the same as before. They found nothing. Lin Moya had done a very clean job, leaving no traces behind. However, this time there were several eyewitnesses. Through their descriptions and recorded images, they learned some information about the ghost race. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord said in a low voice, "So this is the ghost race. The entire body is shrouded in mist, unable to see what's inside." The Black Golden Saint Lord of the Golden Eagle race said softly, "Where the mist passes, even star systems disappear. It's really just like the records say, where the ghost race passes, nothing remains." It was clear that the two of them were very wary. Obviously the ghost race made them feel quite troublesome, especially since the ghost race came and went without a trace, swallowing up a star system each time before disappearing, then reappearing in the next star system. Fear appeared in the eyes of the Blood Bull Saint Lord as he snorted hot air. "So this is the ghost race." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord said, "Now that we have traces of the ghost race, we should take the initiative instead of being passive. Let's see if we can kill them." The Black Golden Saint Lord felt the Deep Abyss Demon Lord's words made sense. "I agree with what the Deep Abyss Demon Lord says." The Blood Bull Saint Lord's face changed drastically. What initiative? Actively seeking death? But he couldn't say that out loud. Chapter 2113. Chapter 2113, 2113. Chapter 2113. To repel foreign invaders, one must first ensure internal stability. Through that terrifying great figure, the two Saint Lords of the Bull Demon clan had already come to deeply believe in the fearsome nature of the ghost race. Even ordinary transcendents would retreat at the sight of the ghost race, while Saint Lords would certainly die if they encountered them. Just this statement alone was enough to illustrate how terrifying the ghost race was. He did indeed have trump cards that could kill the hidden experts of various races, but he was also only a Saint Lord, and his trump cards were useless against the ghost race. Now the Deep Abyss Demon Lord and Black Golden Saint Lord were discussing how to deal with the ghost race. He felt these two fellows were seeking death, but he couldn't say that. The Blood Bull Saint Lord was very anxious inside. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's gaze swept over. "Blood Bull Saint Lord, do you have any good ideas?" The Blood Bull Saint Lord pretended to think. "At present, there are no good ideas. The ghost race appears and disappears unpredictably. No one knows where they will show up next. First it was the Blue Crane clan, then the Cold Water clan, and now the Zemo clan. These three races are completely unrelated, and their locations are very different." The Black Golden Saint Lord said, "Actually, there is some connection. They are all located on the edge of the domain, very close to the outer space." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's voice was cold. "That's right, this is the common point of the three clans. I guess the ghost race has actually been active along the boundary between the inner and outer domains, so the three attacks were all on races in the marginal areas." The Black Golden Saint Lord continued, "Besides the same location, these three clans have another thing in common: they don't have any transcendence in their clans." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord agreed with his view. The Black Golden Saint Lord is right, this is another common point. So we can deduce that the ghost race can sense the strength of various races, and they choose to attack weaker races. From this we can infer that the ghost race is actually not as strong as we thought, just that their actions are too mysterious. If we can catch them head-on, we may be able to deal with them. The two Saint Lords spoke in turn, making their case eloquently. If he hadn't received warnings from that great figure, even the Blood Bull Saint Lord would have almost been convinced. But now, no matter what they said, the Blood Bull Saint Lord felt it was untrustworthy. He could only go along with it, planning to make a show of effort without actually exerting himself, and flee immediately if things looked bad. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord said in a low voice, "There's a human saying I think is good: to repel foreign invaders, one must first ensure internal stability. If we want to join forces against the human race, we must first resolve the ghost race issue. If we can't even maintain internal stability, how can we talk about attacking the human race together?" His words were decisive, determining the direction of the 100 Race Alliance's actions going forward. Then the 100 Race Alliance began to make arrangements against the ghost race, setting up various defensive measures and conducting close surveillance. As long as the ghost race dared to appear again, several Saint Lords would take action immediately to deal with them. The Blood Bull Saint Lord listened to their discussions, rarely offering opinions, only thinking about how he should escape if they really encountered the ghost race, and in what posture he should flee. In the human divine city, the Heavenly Saint Lord looked at the battle situation just reported by the Human Emperor Network. "It seems the information we released has taken effect. With Lin's cooperation, the 100 Race Alliance has begun to make arrangements against the ghost race, and the pressure on the front lines has eased considerably." The House Saint Lord drank tea with a smile. "We expected this would happen. This is good. We can take the initiative during this opportunity and let those youngsters get some good training." The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "The battlefield is the best place to temper people. Although our casualties in recent years have been higher than in previous years, the speed of cultivation has also accelerated, and many talented individuals worth nurturing have emerged in our race. In recent years, because of the constant battles with the 100 Race Alliance, many talented individuals have emerged from the human race during the fighting. They have already been marked by the Human Emperor Network and are being intensively cultivated. The War God Temple has also recruited many people from among them, passing on secret techniques from within the War God Temple to further enhance their combat power. The human race's foundation and resilience are much stronger than other races, especially when facing pressure. They show even more astonishing performance. The more time is delayed, the better it is for the human race. Now the human race needs to turn from passive to active, and begin to take the initiative to attack. This way, the pressure faced by the 100 Race Alliance will increase. Both sides have their own considerations, constantly making arrangements and changing strategies. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu, who was regarded as the ghost race, was still immersed in his own cultivation. Shortly after he left the Zimu clan, the reward from the Great World Rune arrived as scheduled. Lin Moyu once again felt the joy of the Great World Rune, and some of the karma entangled around it lessened. As a member of the Great World, Lin Moyu also felt a sense of relief. Under the reward of the Great World, he successfully entered the state of enlightenment, and the enlightenment time increased compared to last time, reaching 3 days. During the 3 days of enlightenment, most of the time was spent cultivating the laws of time, and the remaining time was spent cultivating the laws of space. The mastery of the two laws improved again, from 22% to 24%. Like last time, the improvement was still only 2%. Although the enlightenment time increased by 1 day, a 50% increase compared to last time, the degree of understanding of the laws did not change, still at 2%. The reason for this was that resistance appeared in the enlightenment state, which Lin Moyu called Dao poison. The remaining power from the previous 2 enlightenments accumulated like poison, affecting the effectiveness of this enlightenment. Lin Moyu spent some effort to merge the 2 laws. I can't continue anymore, I need to wait for a period of time to digest the residual toxicity produced by enlightenment. 3 enlightenments in a short period of time made Lin Moyu feel the after effects of enlightenment. This also shows that everything has 2 sides, even the best pills have toxicity. Lin Moyu sensed the residual Dao poison in his body. He could feel the Dao poison slowly dissipating, very slowly, but fortunately very steadily. After careful calculation, he got a rough number. It will take about 50 years for the Dao poison to completely dissipate. Then I'll go back first, and use these 50 years to comprehend runes. The warship sailed silently through space, flying quickly through vast distances along deep space. Just a month later, Lin Moyu returned to the Dark Void. Then he left the warship and traversed the Dark Void alone. With his mastery of spatial laws reaching 24%, his control over the laws was stronger, and his perception of space became more acute. Now each step could reach 50 million kilometers, 1 step per second. At the Saint Lord level, only the Saint Lords of the Golden Eagle clan could compare when initiating spatial jumps. But the flexibility of spatial laws was far beyond what the Golden Eagle clan's Saint Lords could compare to. If he activated the time laws as well, time would double, 2 steps per second, reaching a speed of 100 million kilometers. Going a step further, merging the 2 laws, the effect of spatial laws would double again, reaching an astonishing speed of 200 million kilometers per second. Lin Moyu only needed a few steps to cross ordinary galaxies. However, the effect after merging the 2 laws was still not as good as the 3 light rune. If he used the 3 light rune, the speed could reach 450 million kilometers per second. This speed had already far surpassed ordinary transcendent realm beings. Only some transcendent realm beings who specialized in speed might be able to compare with Lin Moyu. Although it was still slower than the Wings of Death, it was more flexible and could be used in actual combat. He tried to see if he could draw more powerful runes, but unfortunately did not succeed. Although his understanding of runes had increased a lot, the 3 light rune was still his current limit. To draw more powerful spacetime runes, he needed to advance further in his attainment of runes. Spacetime distorted around him as Lin Moyu appeared and disappeared silently, traversing the dark void without a sound. Chapter 2114. Chapter 2114, 2114. Chapter 2114, I'll just bring the things back. In the Divine City, at the entrance of the Central Divine Palace, the Heavenly Saint Lord, Hao Saint Lord, and Fu Saint Lord were present. The 3 great Saint Lords of the human race waited there, gazing up at the sky. Behind Hao Saint Lord, Little Mist was still playing with a new toy. In Little Mist's hands, streams of laws rotated like currents, forming delicate little vortexes. Little Mist's talent for cultivation was extremely high, but for now she was more interested in playing. Hao Saint Lord had once taken Little Mist to tour various galaxies, collecting many toys. In between cultivation sessions, Little Mist would play with different toys, able to enjoy them for long periods. Human Emperor, where has young friend Lin reached? The Heavenly Saint Lord suddenly asked. The voice of the Human Emperor Network responded, he'll arrive in a few minutes. The Human Emperor Network monitored the entire human race. From the moment Lin Moyu began returning, the network had informed the Saint Lords. Fu Saint Lord said, young friend Lin said he would give us a surprise. I wonder what it could be. How Saint Lord's eyes gleamed. Actually, it's not hard to guess. Think about what young friend Lin did on this trip. What did he do? He disguised himself as the ghost race and wiped out the Blue Crane, Cold Water, and Zimu clans. Then he erased those star regions. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, I don't know what method young friend Lin used to bring back so many planets. Fu Saint Lord belatedly realized, do you mean young friend Lin didn't destroy the planets, but brought them all back? What else could it be? Hao Saint Lord smiled, Fu Saint Lord, you shouldn't focus solely on studying runes all the time. Sometimes you need to think about other things too. Fu Saint Lord smiled, I'm not good at that sort of thing. The Heavenly Saint Lord laughed, Fu Saint Lord has devoted his life to runes. You know what he's like. It's fine if he doesn't think about it, keeping things simple is good too. Hao Saint Lord nodded, perhaps it's because he's simple enough that old Su was able to become the Fu Saint Lord. Suddenly, Little Mist, who had been playing with her toy, called out happily, Master is back. As soon as she spoke, the 3 Saint Lords saw Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu appeared in space outside the Divine City, still a million kilometers away. A second later, their gazes shifted downward as Lin Moyu appeared before the 3 of them. Master! Little Mist happily tossed aside her toy and pounced over, clinging to Lin Moyu like a koala. The Heavenly Saint Lord and how Saint Lord's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Lin Moya's movement just now had greatly shocked them, not because Lin Moya's speed was too fast, but because Lin Moyo had ignored the Divine City's defenses. The Divine City was filled with various arrays. Lin Moyo had disregarded them all. This display revealed Lin Moya's powerful mastery over the laws of space. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Greetings, seniors." Fu Saint Lord nodded with a smile. "Not bad, you've reached God Lord 3rd level." The Heavenly Saint Lord asked, "Congratulations, young friend Lin. Your control over spatial laws has advanced further." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Seniors need not worry. Spatial laws alone cannot directly break into the Divine City. I also used temporal laws to achieve this effect. The fusion of temporal and spatial laws produced spacetime power. Spacetime power was incredibly mysterious. Although Lin Moya was clearly right before their eyes, it felt as if he wasn't in this time point. Though the Divine City had many arrays were ultimately inanimate objects. They had not detected Lin Moya at all. To these arrays, Lin Moya was not in the same time node as them, so naturally they had no effect. Hearing Lin Moya's answer, the Heavenly Saint Lord finally relaxed. Otherwise, facing someone who could control spatial laws, wouldn't the Divine City's defenses become a joke? How Saint Lord looked at Lin Moya with great satisfaction. "Where's the surprise you mentioned?" "Right here." Lin Moya waved his hand, and dozens of containment formation talismans flew out. Hundreds of talismans hovered in midair, glowing brightly. The Saint Lord stared wide-eyed at the talismans filling the sky. "This is..." Fu Saint Lord reacted most strongly, exclaiming excitedly, "Containment formation talismans." Lin Moya smiled. "Senior has a good eye. Indeed, these are containment formation talismans." The Heavenly Saint Lord now understood and urgently asked Fu Saint Lord, "Are these the containment formation talismans we've been unable to fully research?" Fu Saint Lord answered decisively, "That's right. I wouldn't mistake them. These are definitely containment formation talismans." He anxiously asked Lin Moyo. "It's said that containment formation talismans can trap enemies when attacking, conceal oneself when retreating, and even contain all things. Is that true?" Lin Moyo confirmed Fu Saint Lord's words. "Indeed it is. Seniors can see for yourselves." Lin Moyo activated the talismans. One only needed to probe inside with soul power to see the conditions within the talismans. Inside the talismans, vast spaces were revealed, each containing planets. Each talisman represented a galaxy. A full 300 galaxies had been packaged up and brought back by Lin Moyo. Although 300 galaxies wasn't a huge amount, it could at least accommodate large numbers of humans and provide sufficient resources for hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Lin Moyo handed all the containment formation talismans to the Saint Lords. These resources in his hands wouldn't be of much use. The Saint Lords would find suitable locations to release the galaxies and transform them into environments suitable for human habitation. Then Lin Moya took out another containment formation talisman. This contains the Zimu ancestral tree. As seniors know, controlling the Zimu ancestral tree allows one to control all the seated ones. The Heavenly Saint Lord's eyes lit up. "That's right. This way, our human race will gain many more eyes and ears." How Saint Lord asked, "Young friend Lin, who do you think should control the Zimu ancestral tree?" Lin Moya looked at Fu Saint Lord. "Let's not trouble two masters for one task. We should leave this matter to Fu Saint Lord." Fu Saint Lord was in charge of the human race's intelligence system. It was most fitting to give him the Zimu ancestral tree. Lin Moya wasn't worried about it affecting Fu Saint Lord's cultivation. After all, Fu Saint Lord wasn't alone, he had the entire Su family and many rune masters behind him. Fu Saint Lord said, "No problem. Leave this matter to me." Lin Moya continued, "However, there's one issue to deal with first. The Zimu people gathered all their resentment and used the ancestral tree to nurture a life form. When this life form is born, it will likely reach the transcendent realm immediately. It would cause great disaster then. A transcendent realm life form, if it appeared, even if immediately suppressed, the mere shockwaves of battle would be enough to destroy billions of light-years of space. If there were any galaxies nearby, the people in those galaxies would be unlikely to survive. But the Zimu ancestral tree was still useful now. The life form inside was connected as one with the ancestral tree. Killing the life form directly would destroy the Zimu ancestral tree along with it." Fu Saint Lord thought for a moment. "We could place it in an uninhabited galaxy. That way, even if the life form emerges, it won't cause much trouble." Lin Moya said, "I considered that too, but it's not very suitable. This kind of strange life form born from resentment is very difficult to truly kill. If it escapes, it would be very troublesome." The implication was that even Saint Lords might not be able to completely kill this kind of life form. No one knew what abilities this life form might possess. A life form nurtured from the resentment of countless Zimu people over countless years, who knew what special abilities it might have? This was not a good gamble to take. How Saint Lord suddenly said, "There's another way. In the treasury, there's a magical item called the Heart and Soul Stone." The Heavenly Saint Lord's eyes also lit up. "That could work. We can use the Heart and Soul Stone to control it. No matter how much resentment it has, it can be used for our human race." How Saint Lord said, "Since it specializes in killing, I think we should let Old Killer control it. It might greatly increase Old Killer's combat power. What do you think, young friend Lin?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "I have no objections." Lin Moya only wanted to cultivate. He naturally didn't want to manage this kind of thing. He just brought the items back. The rest was for them to worry about. Chapter 2115. Chapter 2115, 2115. Chapter 2115. You claim second, no one dares claim first. The Heart and Soul Stone was once a powerful magical item of the Soul Spirit race. After conquering the Soul Spirit race, the human race obtained a few of them. Over the years, some were consumed, leaving only a few remaining. The Heart and Soul Stone can be used to control souls, but it also has limitations. It needs to be used when the mind is just about to awaken, and cannot be used on soul bodies with mature intelligence. The Soul Spirit race once used the Heart and Soul Stone to control those giant space beasts that were about to awaken intelligence. It could also control some anomalies like the Red Star Supreme being that awakened intelligence later, as long as it was used before they awakened. Beings controlled by the Heart and Soul Stone are called Heart and Soul beings. The former Soul Spirit race once had a vast army of Heart and Soul beings under their command. Using the Heart and Soul Stone to control the Zemu ancestral tree is indeed the best choice now. After discussion, the Saint Lords decided to let the Killer Saint Lord carry out the control. Among the Saint Lords, except for the Fu Saint Lord, the Killer Saint Lord has the weakest combat power. But the Killer Saint Lord excels at stealth and assassination, and can often play unexpected roles. If he could have the assistance of a Heart and Soul being, it might further enhance the Killer Saint Lord's combat power. Moreover, according to Lin Moyo, the life form inside the Zemu ancestral tree could reach the transcendent realm upon birth. If nurtured well for a period of time, it might possess Saint Lord level combat power. The Fu Saint Lord stared intently at Lin Moyo, his meaning couldn't be clearer. He wanted to learn the containment formation, and wanted Lin Moyo to teach him. Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't keep it secret, but dismantling runes was not easy to learn. It required extremely high talent and a very keen soul. Lin Moyo didn't know if the Fu Saint Lord could learn it. But before he could speak, the Fu Saint Lord suddenly bowed to Lin Moyo. Master Lin, I humbly request you to teach me the formation. Lin Moyo was stunned. It was one thing for others to call him Master Lin, but for even the Fu Saint Lord to call him that. You're a Saint Lord after all, and currently the #1 in the human race's rune techniques. Is it appropriate to call me Master Lin? This way, wouldn't my status be higher than a Saint Lord? Then how should the House Saint Lord and Heavenly Saint Lord be addressed? Lin Moyo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Beside them, the House Saint Lord and Heavenly Saint Lord suddenly burst out laughing. They weren't surprised at all by the Fu Saint Lord's actions. Having known each other for many years, they knew the Fu Saint Lord too well. The usually quiet and reserved Fu Saint Lord would turn into a complete fanatic, even somewhat crazy, when it came to runes. Concepts like seniority meant nothing to him in this context. This was the Fu Saint Lord's personality, and also his way. The House Saint Lord said, "Young friend Lin, don't mind the Fu Saint Lord's words. If you're willing to teach, then teach him a bit. If not, just ignore him." The Heavenly Saint Lord also laughed and said, "Old Hao is right. You don't have to teach if you don't want to. It's fine to tease him a bit." The two of them were joking about the Fu Saint Lord. They could joke, but Lin Moyo couldn't. After all, when he first came into contact with runes, the Fu Saint Lord had given him a lot of help. That book rune language was also given by the Fu Saint Lord. Lin Moyo said, "Fu Saint Lord, I've actually already organized the method for drawing the containment formation. It was originally meant for you." However, the Fu Saint Lord's eyes revealed extreme joy. However what? Lin Moyo said, "However, it involves the method of dismantling runes, which may be a bit difficult to cultivate. You can try it first, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can come ask me." Lin Moyo spoke euphemistically, but everyone could understand. It was clearly not easy to learn. As he spoke, Lin Moyo handed over a jade tablet. The jade tablet already had the method for dismantling runes recorded, as well as the method for drawing the containment formation. Actually, the containment formation itself wasn't difficult. The difficult part was dismantling runes. If one couldn't do that, they wouldn't be able to complete the containment formation. The Fu Saint Lord took the jade tablet, scanned it with his soul, and his aura surged wildly. The extreme joy in his eyes increased even more. He immediately said, "Thank you, Master Lin. I'll go study the formation now." After saying this, the Fu Saint Lord rushed impatiently towards his cultivation room. In his view, nothing was more important than the containment formation. The House Saint Lord said, only by being so obsessed with the way of runes could he achieve the way through runes and become a Saint Lord. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "Indeed, how could one achieve the way without wholeheartedly devoting oneself?" Lin Moyo didn't speak. He understood very clearly that achieving the way through runes was indeed very difficult. If one only wanted to achieve the Saint Lord's way, as long as their talent was decent and they worked hard enough, the probability of becoming a Saint Lord wasn't low. But if one wanted to become a supreme being, besides hard work, they also needed to look at talent and opportunities. None of these could be lacking. As for becoming a heavenly lord, without supreme talent, it wasn't even worth thinking about. Lin Moyo knew that even if the god's path hadn't been cut off, the Fu Saint Lord's upper limit would only be a supreme being, and the weakest kind of supreme being at that. Not just the Fu Saint Lord, but all the Saint Lords in the human race were like this. Their rule worlds weren't strong enough, barely reaching an ordinary level. They couldn't be considered perfect and had no chance of becoming heavenly lords. The Heavenly Saint Lord smiled and said, "This guy, he's really impatient." The House Saint Lord was clearly in a good mood too. "Young friend Lin, do you plan to go out again after coming back this time?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I plan to seclude myself for a period of time to study runes and solidify my foundation." The House Saint Lord nodded. "In that case, I'll take you to a place where you can cultivate freely without worrying." Lin Moyo also knew that his previous cultivation had damaged the cultivation rooms in the Divine City. This time he was going to study runes, which would inevitably involve experiments. He didn't know how much commotion it would cause, so the Divine City indeed wasn't very suitable. Little Mist cleverly got down from Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya was going to cultivate, and there was no use for Little Mist to follow. Before leaving, Lin Moya especially looked in the direction where Old Yin was. There, formations were rising, and one could vaguely see the Lizard God War Palace. Clearly, Old Yin was still researching. Anyway, the Lizard God War Palace wasn't of much use for now, so let him research slowly. After leaving the Divine City, the House Saint Lord quickly accelerated. As a Saint Lord, his speed was already at the extreme. Even without using spatial laws, his speed was no slower than Lin Moya's. Around him, all laws were distorted, leaving only the power of rules. Relying on the powerful rule power, the House Saint Lord forcibly tore through space, achieving an effect similar to spatial law teleportation. Seeing this, Lin Moyo immediately used time laws, increasing his speed to 100 million kilometers per second. But even so, he still couldn't keep up with the House Saint Lord. He then fused the two laws of time and space, forming spacetime power, and accelerated again. His speed reached 200 million kilometers per second, barely keeping up with the House Saint Lord. Lin Moya knew this was already his fastest speed in normal conditions. If he wanted to go faster, he would either have to use the three-light rune or the Wings of Death. The House Saint Lord smiled and said, "Spacetime power, it's really not bad." He was somewhat envious, but more so proud. Lin Moya smiled and said, "You flatter me, senior. I've only just touched the surface." The House Saint Lord said, "This old man tried to comprehend it before. Forget about time laws, I couldn't even touch the surface of spatial laws. You've not only comprehended both laws but also fused them, so you don't need to be too modest. It's really not bad. In the current world, if your talent is ranked second, who would dare claim first?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "My sister." The House Saint Lord was speechless, then burst into laughter. Right, you're correct." Lin Moya asked, "Where are we going?" He felt the direction was a bit off, as if they were flying towards the very center of the Divine City Star region. The Divine City's location was already the core, but it wasn't the very center. The Divine City Star region was very large, and the true center was still some distance from the Divine City. The House Saint Lord acted mysterious. "You'll know when we get there." Chapter 2116. Chapter 2116, 2116. Chapter 2116, the physical form of the human emperor network. The House Saint Lord said, "Let's hope so." After learning of Lin Moya's speed, the House Saint Lord no longer flew himself, but got into his own warship. The two of them talked about Lin Moya's journey in the warship. Lin Moya recounted what had happened with the Blue Crane, Cold Water, and Zemo clans, and also mentioned the Space Tree. When the House Saint Lord heard that Lin Moya had killed the Space Tree, he showed a shocked expression. "You actually encountered that fellow?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "Yes, I was lucky enough to encounter him. That fellow was quite unlucky." The House Saint Lord said, "The Space Tree mastered spatial laws, it must not have been easy to kill, right? It wasn't too bad. Mainly because you had injured him before, and he hadn't fully recovered. Plus, I also know spatial laws, so I was able to kill him." Lin Moya spoke lightly, but the House Saint Lord knew very well how difficult it must have been. Even he wasn't confident he could kill the Space Tree, yet Lin Moya had managed to do it. Lin Moya, who was only at the third-level God Lord realm, had already reached such a terrifying level of true combat power. Lin Moya then spoke about the rule world left behind by the 100 Battles Supreme Being, recounting his experience at that time, once again shocking the House Saint Lord. The House Saint Lord sighed, "Our human race loses many God Lords in the outer domain every year. I never thought that quite a few people actually died at the hands of ancient predecessors." Lin Moya said, "The 100 Battles Supreme Being died in battle in ancient times. His remnant soul had become an obsession, carrying his rule world. For countless years, he had been chasing and killing those cowardly escapees in the outer domain. Actually, knowing this doesn't change anything. We can only say those God Lords were unlucky. But I've already communicated with him, and he won't target human God Lords anymore in the future." The House Saint Lord said, "Let's hope so." As they chatted along the way, Lin Moya only spoke of what needed to be said. He didn't mention that he had gone to the outer domain to find the Red Star Supreme Being, nor did he speak of seeing the Boundary Sea. Of course, he also wouldn't tell the House Saint Lord about the news that the Great World might be destroyed in 1400 years. These matters were too despairing. Even if he told the House Saint Lord, it wouldn't help. They would need to be discussed eventually, but not now, and not with the House Saint Lord. Lin Moya planned to discuss it with Old Star first, and then see how to handle it. Without realizing it, Lin Moya's perspective on issues had changed, and his position had surpassed that of the several Saint Lords. His goal was no longer just for the human race to survive, but for the entire Great World to survive. He saw further and thought more broadly. The warship finally reached its destination. Lin Moya sensed many powerful auras. There were many transcendent realm beings here, at least over 30. Among the transcendent realm auras, there was a special and powerful force that moved Lin Moya. Leaving the warship, he finally saw the situation ahead clearly. Billions of kilometers away, a ball of flames hung in space, with the flames constantly jumping, extremely intense. The diameter of the flames exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, looking like a sun, burning fiercely. But Lin Moya recognized at a glance that the flames were not a sun. This was a huge energy body between virtual and real, with both virtual and real dual properties. So this is the human emperor network. Lin Moya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Here, the power of the Human Emperor network was unprecedentedly strong, and the source of everything was this ball of flames. Having dealt with the Human Emperor network for so long, he was extremely familiar with its aura and naturally wouldn't mistake it. The House Saint Lord smiled and said, "That's right, this is the physical form of the Human Emperor network. If you want to look, you can look more. The Human Emperor has thick skin and won't be shy." Lin Moyo carefully observed the Human Emperor network. His soul eyes automatically activated, and countless law lines appeared in his vision. He discovered that the Human Emperor network gathered almost all the law lines in the world. At the same time, the power of the Human Emperor network extended outwards along these law lines, covering the entire human star region. Lin Moyo had thought many times about how the Human Emperor network affected the entire human star region. The most likely method was some kind of formation, but he never imagined that the Human Emperor network actually utilized the law lines that already existed in the great world. It used the laws as its eyes and ears, weaving the laws to form an area and turning it into its own territory. By this calculation, as long as the power of the Human Emperor network was strong enough, it could completely cover the entire great world. Not just the human star region, but even the entire inner domain space, and even the outer domain space could be covered. Obviously, it was still far from reaching the limit of the Human Emperor network. Outside the physical form of the Human Emperor network floated flat jade stones. The jade stones were circular, about 100 meters in diameter, like cushions. On each jade stone sat people. Some jade stones had only one person, while others had 3 to 5 people drinking tea and chatting. These people were all transcendent realm beings, human transcendents. Lin Moya saw several familiar faces: Jade Lady, Old Lin, Song Jie. The human race naturally had more than just 30-some transcendent realm beings. This was only a portion of them. Another portion was in the War God Temple, and another portion was in the army. The arrival of the House Saint Lord and Lin Moyo also attracted everyone's attention. Jade Lady revealed a beautiful smile. "It's the Saint Lord, you finally brought young friend Lin here." Old Lin was drinking tea with Jade Lady and also smiled, saying, "Young friend Lin, long time no see." The House Saint Lord smiled and said, "Come, let's go say hello." The two went over to greet everyone, exchanging pleasantries. The personalities of transcendent realm experts varied. Not everyone was as enthusiastic as Jade Lady. Most people were silent and reserved. They preferred to spend time cultivating rather than chatting. Occasionally they would chat with people they were familiar with. The House Saint Lord had already explained to Lin Moyo on the way here that when transcendent realm experts cultivate, they cause too much disturbance. Ordinary places were no longer suitable for their cultivation. A casual outburst of aura could potentially destroy a star system. Even if they cultivated in void space, they might affect passing cultivators. Such accidents had happened quite a few times, so they later arranged for the transcendent realm beings to be here. In the place closest to the physical form of the Human Emperor network, controlled by the Human Emperor network, if there was any problem, the Human Emperor network could quickly respond and intervene in reality. Moreover, with the transcendent realm beings together, they could discuss the Tao, benefiting each other. If there was any action needed, the Human Emperor network would directly open a transmission to send them away at the fastest speed. All in all, there were many benefits to doing it this way. Lin Moyo was very humble. As a junior, he kept his posture very low. The transcendent realm experts wouldn't look down on Lin Moyo either. Some of them knew that Lin Moyo's combat power was astonishing. Moreover, Lin Moyo had the Saint Lords backing him, so they had to give face to the Saint Lords. The whole atmosphere became very cordial. Even those who usually didn't speak a word politely greeted Lin Moyo. After a round of greetings, Lin Moyo said to Jade Lady, "Jade Lady, how is Yuzhuo doing now?" Jade Lady smiled and said, "Young friend Lin, don't worry. Miss Yuzhuo is doing well at home. Although her cultivation talent isn't top tier, it's still excellent. I've already announced that I will personally teach her." Lin Moyo knew Jade Lady was giving him face, and immediately bowed. "Thank you, Jade Lady." Jade Lady said, "Miss Yuzhuo misses you quite a bit. When you have time, go visit her at the Jade family." Lin Moyo nodded, "I will." After chatting for a while, the House Saint Lord led Lin Moyo to fly towards the physical form of the Human Emperor network. They circled around to the back of the Human Emperor network's physical form, and Lin Moyo saw huge cultivation rooms. "You can cultivate here, just pick any room." As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent palm suddenly formed in the air, slapping down towards the House Saint Lord. Chapter 2117. Chapter 2117, 2117. Chapter 2117, Those Heavenly Lords Are Selfish. The transparent palm was silent and without warning. Even with Lin Moyo's keen soul, he only had a slight sense of it. By the time he sensed it, the palm had already landed on the back of House Saint Lord's head. House Saint Lord had no reaction at all throughout. When the palm landed, his whole body staggered, and then he began spinning uncontrollably in space. Lin Moyo felt this palm was very clever, seemingly carrying some special rule. Although it had no attacking power, it left House Saint Lord in a very awkward state. After spinning over 100 times, House Saint Lord finally managed to stop. He called out to the Human Emperor network's physical form, "Human Emperor, you've gone too far." The Human Emperor's voice sounded faintly, "Whether it's too far or not, you know in your heart." House Saint Lord shouted, "What do I know? You know what I mean." The Human Emperor network's voice was extremely calm, without a trace of emotion, yet it made Lin Moyo laugh out loud. He felt the Human Emperor network was a bit angry, though it wasn't showing it. This feeling was very peculiar. The Human Emperor network continued, "If you can't figure it out, I can slap you a few more times to help you think." House Saint Lord immediately waved his hand, "No need. This was the Human Emperor Network's home turf. Whether he understood or not, how Saint Lord knew it was best not to suffer losses right in front of him. There was no benefit to arguing with the Human Emperor Network here, even if he was a Saint Lord. Listening to their conversation, Lin Moya roughly understood why the Human Emperor Network was angry. It was most likely because of what How Saint Lord had said earlier. He remembered How Saint Lord saying, "If you want to look, go ahead and look more. The Human Emperor has thick skin and won't be shy." Evidently, the Human Emperor's skin was not thick. The physical form of the Human Emperor Network was the Human Emperor's body. Looking at it too much would make the Human Emperor unhappy. However, this incident also allowed Lin Moya to witness the power of the Human Emperor Network. Its physical form was between virtual and real, possessing both virtual and real powers. Lin Moya knew very well that when virtual and real powers were combined, they would undergo a qualitative change and become extremely powerful. Like his Hell of Bones, just by incorporating the law of immortality, the power of the Hell of Bones increased several times over, and its range expanded to a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. He had once guessed that the power of Heavenly Lords was the combination of virtual and real powers. It seems the Human Emperor Network is also one of humanity's trump cards, not much inferior to Old Star. Humanity has more than one trump card. After all, they are the masters of this world. It's natural for them to be stronger than other races. Lin Moya said to the Human Emperor Network, "Human Emperor, I will be cultivating here for a while." The Human Emperor Network shot out a beam of light, pointing towards some distant cultivation rooms. These cultivation rooms all lit up, and the Human Emperor Network's voice sounded, "These are all empty cultivation rooms. You can choose any one you like." Lin Moya turned to How Saint Lord and said, "Then I'll go cultivate." "Thank you, Senior." How Saint Lord waved his hand, "Go ahead. Good luck." Lin Moya casually chose a cultivation room and stepped into it with one stride. The door of the cultivation room closed automatically, completely isolating it from the outside world. Except for the Human Emperor Network, no one would know what happened inside the cultivation room. How Saint Lord said, "Human Emperor, please keep an eye on him. No need for you to remind me." The Human Emperor Network's tone was still calm, but clearly he was still angry. How Saint Lord said, "Human Emperor, your temper is quite big today." The Human Emperor didn't respond. How Saint Lord laughed awkwardly and very tactfully left. On his way back, he greeted the Transcendent Realm experts again. Fortunately, when the Human Emperor's palm came down earlier, he was already on the backside, so these Transcendent Realm experts didn't see it. Otherwise, his face as a Saint Lord would really have nowhere to hide. The huge body of the Red Star Supreme Being slowly rotated, with red flames erupting. Within the flames, the image of an old man wearing a big red robe was projected. This was the human form that the Red Star Supreme Being had transformed into. The Red Star Supreme Being looked into the distance, murmuring, "Someone has come. Why does it feel familiar?" A point of light rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The Red Star Supreme Being finally saw clearly and his expression changed slightly. "It's actually a rule world." He called out loudly, "May I ask which Supreme Being has come?" The rule world also projected a human figure, and at the same time, the voice of the 100 Battles Supreme Being sounded, "Red Star Brother, it's me." A look of joy appeared on the Red Star Supreme Being's face, "Brother 100 Battles." The 100 Battles Supreme Being laughed loudly, laughing somewhat crazily, "You're really still alive. That's wonderful." The Red Star Supreme Being saw that something was not quite right with the 100 Battles Supreme Being. The 100 Battles Supreme Being before him was neither his true body nor his soul, but only a remnant soul. Inevitably, sadness welled up in the Red Star Supreme Being's eyes. "Brother 100 Battles, you still died in battle." He also knew the 100 Battles Supreme Being's personality, fighting to the death without retreat, dying after 100 battles. Anyone else might have fled, but the 100 Battles Supreme Being never would. This was his way, unshakable. The 100 Battles Supreme Being didn't care at all. "Red Star Brother, there's no need to be sad. I walked my own path. No matter the outcome, there's no need to be upset." The Red Star Supreme Being looked at him. "How did Brother 100 Battles find me?" The 100 Battles Supreme Being recounted his encounter with Lin Moyu. "It was that little fellow who awakened me. Over these many years, I've also absorbed quite a bit of power. Although I can't be revived, I can maintain the consciousness of my remnant soul. I must thank that little fellow called Lin Moyu. Otherwise, I don't know how many more years I would have slept." Over the past 2 million years, the Red Star Supreme Being had also awakened a few times, but each time he awoke, it wasn't for long. Moreover, the outer space was too vast. In all these years, the two had never encountered each other. The 100 Battles Supreme Being spoke of some ancient matters. The Red Star Supreme Being had withdrawn from the battlefield early due to severe injuries and didn't know about later events. Now hearing the 100 Battles Supreme Being's account, along with what Lin Moyo had said, the whole story finally came together. The 100 Battles Supreme Being was indignant. "Those heavenly lords are all cowards, actually abandoning the great world." The Red Star Supreme Being sighed deeply. Perhaps the heavenly lords had their own difficulties. The 100 Battles Supreme Being completely disbelieved the Red Star Supreme Being's words. "Red Star Brother, you don't need to make excuses for them. Those heavenly lords are just like that, selfish and self-centered. As long as they can survive, they don't care about anything else." The Red Star Supreme Being said, "Let's not talk about past events anymore. Let's discuss the future instead." The 100 Battles Supreme Being said, "Does the great world still have a future?" "Perhaps it does. Whether it does or not, we still need to do something." "Alright, I'll listen to you. In my current state, I can't do anything except kill. The Red Star Supreme Being didn't stand on ceremony. I've been considering a plan. Let's take it step by step. We still have time, no need to rush. On the back of the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyo enters the training room. He discovered that this practice room was not an entity, but was made entirely of energy, a state of creation out of nothing. This is the product of the Human Emperor Network's interference in reality. What is the realm of the Human Emperor Network? It is very strong. Lin Moyo was thinking, when suddenly two beams of light appeared in front of his eyes. The appearance of Xing Lao appeared in one beam of light, and a vague figure appeared in another beam of light. Lin Moyo looked at the other party and knew the other party's identity in his heart, the Human Emperor. Xing Lao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Our realm is called Half-Step Supreme." Chapter 2118. Chapter 2118, 2118. Chapter 2118, You are the only variable. Lin Moyo bowed to the two of them, "Greetings, Elder Star and Human Emperor." Elder Star was somewhat surprised. "How did you know he was the Human Emperor?" Lin Moyo said, "His hand." His hand. Elder Star looked at the Human Emperor in confusion, but couldn't see anything special about the Human Emperor's hand. Just because he couldn't see it, doesn't mean Lin Moyo couldn't. Earlier when the Human Emperor slapped Hao Saint Lord, the hand that appeared was identical to the hand of the person before him now. Therefore, Lin Moyo was 90% certain that this person was the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor's voice sounded, "Your powers of observation are surprising." Lin Moyo said, "The Human Emperor flatters me." The Human Emperor's tone was calm, "I never exaggerate. It truly is surprising, surpassing everyone in the human race, including him." The him the Human Emperor referred to was Elder Star. Elder Star wasn't upset, and chuckled, "This old man's eyes aren't what they used to be, it's normal I can't see clearly." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Moyo, "Young Lin, do you know why we've come to find you?" Lin Moyo smiled and said, "I'm not omniscient, how would I know?" Elder Star didn't seem to be in any hurry, "Why don't you guess?" The Human Emperor interrupted Elder Star's words, "Stop wasting time, let's get to the point." Elder Star sighed, "You're just no fun." "Well then, let's get to the point. Earlier when you were talking to Little Hao and Little Tian, we were listening too. We feel you must have hidden some things, and the Human Emperor Network sensed the aura of a boundary seashell on you. So it was about this." Lin Moyo couldn't help but smile, "I was originally planning to come find you after some time, I didn't expect you to come to me first." As he spoke, Lin Moyo took out the boundary seashell. "I accidentally obtained a boundary seashell and saw some things." The Human Emperor stared at the boundary seashell, his gaze changing slightly. "Did you see the boundary sea?" Lin Moyo nodded, "I did." Elder Star took a sharp breath, "Such luck, tisk tisk." Even in ancient times, those who could obtain a boundary seashell were extremely rare. "How was it? What did the boundary sea look like?" Lin Moyo shook his head, "Not good. The Heavenly Saint Lord wasn't wrong in his spirit journey, we really are about to collide with another world." Elder Star's expression became serious. "How much time do we have left?" 1,400 years. This number greatly exceeded Elder Star's expectations. Elder Star frowned, "It's faster than I thought. I originally estimated we had about 10,000 years. 10,000 years versus 1,400 years is sevenfold difference. The accuracy of this estimate was far too low." Elder Star looked at the Human Emperor, "Have Little Tian prepare for another spirit journey as soon as possible, to see if we can encounter that world again. Tell him to remember the feeling from last time. If he enters that world, look carefully and gather as much information as possible." The Human Emperor closed his eyes, clearly sending out a message. A few seconds later, the Human Emperor said, "I've notified him. The Heavenly Saint Lord says he needs a few more days to prepare, since it hasn't been long since his last spirit journey, and some materials still need to be gathered." Elder Star said, "Whatever materials he needs, tell him to take them from the treasury. He knows. Don't worry, we won't interfere." Elder Star turned his attention back to Lin Moyo. "Young man, what do you think we should do? In 1,400 years, do we have a chance?" Lin Moyo said, "We have a chance, and this matter may be a blessing in disguise for us." Elder Star became interested. "Tell me, what are your thoughts?" Lin Moyo had originally wanted to discuss this matter with Elder Star. Now that Elder Star had come to him, and even brought the Human Emperor along, he might as well share all his ideas. As the foundation of the human race, Elder Star's position was different, and what he knew far surpassed the various Saint Lords. Discussing with him might yield some results. Lin Moyo explained the Red Star Supreme Being's million-star array plan, and also shared his own method for saving the Great World. Elder Star listened intently, constantly pondering. According to what the Red Star Supreme Being said, there are no heavenly lords in that world. Lin Moyo said, "As long as there are no heavenly lords, we have a chance. I have the corpse of the Forest Supreme Being, which should be able to kill Supreme Beings of the same level." Elder Star also knew about Lin Moyo's techniques. Corpses were his weapons, and he could use corpses to instantly kill enemies of the same level. Elder Star murmured, "In that case, it really is an opportunity." Lin Moyo said, "But before that, we need to stabilize internally and unbind the Great World. The Great World is too heavily burdened by karma, and the Great World rune is already overwhelmed." The Human Emperor spoke, his tone calm, "Then just kill them all." Elder Star said, "Although the 100 Race Alliance is just a bunch of rabble, when united their power cannot be underestimated." The Human Emperor said, "That's because we don't want to pay too high a price. After all, we've already sacrificed too much in the past. But if we want to resolve this, some sacrifice is inevitable." The Human Emperor used the calmest tone to speak the cruelest words. Sacrifice is inevitable indeed, that was the reality. In a war between races, how could there be no sacrifice? Someone always has to be on the front lines. Elder Star didn't quite agree with the human emperor's words. Although sacrifice is inevitable, we can still try to control it and minimize casualties as much as possible. We still have time. We don't need to decide the outcome immediately. The human emperor said, it's only 1,400 years. If we want to properly set up the million-star array, it will take several hundred years. We have at most 500 years. 500 years may seem like a long time, but it's actually very short. The catastrophe from 100,000 years ago didn't cause the human race to collapse immediately. It lasted for over 3,000 years. Now facing the 100-race alliance again, trying to end the war in a few hundred years would be very difficult. Moreover, what's needed now isn't just victory, but to completely exterminate all other races, leaving none alive. The human emperor network analyzed the power balance between both sides. Whether in terms of number of Saint Lords, Transcendent Realm experts, God Lord Realm powerhouses, or the strongest foundations of each race, the human race was not at an advantage compared to the 100-race alliance, and was even slightly disadvantaged. Just based on the surface comparison of forces, ending the war in a few hundred years was almost impossible. Elder Star said, relying on just us naturally won't work. Forget 500 years, even 5,000 years wouldn't be enough. Our original plan was to use 10,000 years to slowly erode the various races, and finally achieve victory. The entire plan might take tens of thousands of years to complete, but now. The human emperor looked at Lin Moyu. Now, you are the only variable. If they wanted to resolve the war in a few hundred years, their only hope was Lin Moyu. Elder Star chuckled, do you feel a lot of pressure? Lin Moyu looked completely relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. Pressure creates motivation. 500 years is a bit short, but it's not impossible. Elder Star smiled and said, then it all depends on you. Whatever you need, just say the word. As long as we have it, it's all yours. The human emperor said, I've given you the highest authority in the human emperor network. All information is open to you. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Lin Moyo asked, how is my sister doing? The human emperor said, she's doing well. She has already reached the peak of the God Lord realm and is likely to enter the Transcendent realm soon. However, she's currently in seclusion cultivating. I haven't told her you're back. Lin Moya said solemnly, tell my sister that when advancing to the Transcendent realm, she must not take shortcuts. She has to cross over by herself. All right. Chapter 2119. Chapter 2119, 2119. Chapter 2119. No race wants to sacrifice themselves. The formations in the cultivation room began to operate, expanding the space and accelerating time. This cultivation room was equipped with many formations to assist cultivation, with the time formation being one of them. It could accelerate time up to 100-fold, meaning 100 days of cultivation inside would only be 1 day in the outside world. Lin Moyo had used time chambers before and knew the differences. Under 100-fold acceleration, laws would be distorted, making it more difficult to comprehend them. Overall, the actual efficiency would only increase about 20 to 30-fold. Moreover, the stronger the laws one cultivated, the weaker the time acceleration effect would become. Later, when cultivating in the Divine City, because he was cultivating spatial and temporal laws, time acceleration didn't help his cultivation at all, so he never used it. Now he wanted to cultivate runes, which didn't involve laws. Lin Moya thought he could try using time acceleration to gain more time for himself, since he only had 50 years for this seclusion. If his idea worked, he could turn 50 years into 5,000 years. The human race was pressed for time now, as was the great world. He had to make use of every moment and couldn't afford to waste any. According to the description in the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord's inheritance, for an ordinary genius to fully digest this inheritance would take at least 10,000 years, or even longer. How could the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord's lifelong learning be so easily mastered? Even for top-tier geniuses, it would be impossible to fully comprehend without a few thousand years. Lin Moya knew he had a special talent for runes. Perhaps he could surpass those top-tier geniuses and shorten the time needed. Time was accelerated 100-fold, and laws became visibly distorted, with law lines becoming chaotic. Lin Moya raised his hand and began to draw runes. A rune formed at his fingertip. Not right. Under time acceleration, the rune also underwent slight deformation. Lin Moya frowned. The rune's deformation was due to tiny changes in his movements while drawing it. The root cause was still the time acceleration. This tiny deformation wouldn't matter much when drawing ordinary runes, but for complex runes or rune arrays, the impact would be magnified. Every tiny difference would accumulate, greatly weakening the rune's effect or even causing the entire array to collapse. 100-fold time acceleration won't work. After several attempts, Lin Moya realized he had been too optimistic. He originally thought time acceleration wouldn't affect runes, but clearly that wasn't the case. Changes in time affected everything. It was impossible for there to be no impact at all. With no choice, he had to adjust the time flow rate, gradually reducing the speed. The time flow rate decreased in increments of 10-fold. Each time it decreased by 10-fold, Lin Moya would try drawing runes, carefully feeling the changes. After repeated attempts and adjustments, when the time flow rate finally dropped to 20-fold, the influence of time finally disappeared. In this state, the runes drawn were the same as usual. Lin Moya tried several more times and found that 24 times was the limit. Even one more fold wouldn't work. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. His mastery of temporal laws was 24%, and the limit of time's influence on him was also 24 times. It seems that the stronger my mastery of temporal laws, the weaker time's influence on me becomes. 24 times it is then. 50 years becomes 1,200 years. Let's see what level I can reach in these 1,200 years. At the very least, I need to master all runes and arrays except ancient runes. Lin Moya set a goal for himself, then calmed his mind and began cultivating. While cultivating runes, Lin Moya also divided a bit of his attention to continue the Starlight Refinement technique. The Starlight Refinement technique didn't require much mental effort. Lin Moya was already used to maintaining it. Now in his soul world, there were already over 90 stars, just one step away from 100 stars. The Starlight Refinement technique wasn't affected by the time flow rate. The speed of starlight coming from outside wouldn't change, so the speed of the Starlight Refinement technique wouldn't change either. Stars increased at a steady rate of 1 every 10 days, neither fast nor slow, very stable. Lin Moya also had his own requirements for the Starlight Refinement technique. He hoped that by the time he reached St. Lord and truly constructed his rule world, he could reach 10,000 stars. To construct a powerful rule world, he needed to at least reach the perfect level mentioned by the mysterious master, or even surpass perfection. Time passed day by day. In the past 20 years, the human race had intensified their attacks on various races, showing increasingly aggressive behavior. The army formed by the 100 Race Alliance went from winning more often than losing at first, to winning and losing equally. Until now, they had begun to lose more often than they won. In these 20 years, many talented individuals had emerged from the human race, each with formidable combat power, able to fight above their level. This surprised the various races, but they mostly assumed these were geniuses secretly cultivated by the human race, only now being revealed. Only the human race itself knew that wasn't the case at all. The battlefield was the best place for tempering. Old Star and the human emperor had jointly formulated a new strategy to use the battlefield to temper human cultivators. Of course, the changes on the battlefield were also related to the ghost race. In the past 20 years, the demon race hadn't focused on the battlefield, but had been constantly setting up powerful barriers for various races. They feared the ghost race might appear again. If it devoured a few more races, the 100 Race Alliance would no longer have 100 races. At that time, with everyone in panic, how much fighting strength would the Alliance still have? With the demon race busy, command of the battlefield was left to the Golden Eagle race. The Golden Eagle race had their own ideas. They didn't want their own people to sacrifice too much, so they had always been unwilling to engage in direct large-scale battles with the human race. This was also the reason for the reversal in victories and defeats between the 100 Race Alliance and the human race in the past 20 years. But in these years, the ghost race never appeared again. It had disappeared, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The ghost race was as elusive as its name suggested. In a huge palace, the powerful experts of the 100 Race Alliance gathered. Everyone's gaze fell on the Deep Abyss Demon Lord. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's expression was gloomy, his aura like dark clouds pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Clearly, at this moment, the Deep Abyss Demon Lord was not in a good mood. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's voice was extremely gloomy. In another 10 years, the barriers for all races will be set up. This is already our demon race's strongest barrier. There are Deep Abyss demon eyes for surveillance within the barriers. As long as the ghost race appears, we will definitely detect it. This is all our demon race should do. We are an alliance, we are one entity, but... Killing intent appeared in the Deep Abyss Demon Lord's voice. But what have you all been doing in these 20 years? The army retreats, refusing to engage in direct combat with the human race, squandering what was originally a favorable situation. I know you all don't want your people to sacrifice, but this is war. How can there be no sacrifice? When we formed the alliance, what did we say? To work together to attack the human race. The effort mentioned here means real, full effort, not pretense. As he spoke, he looked towards the Black Golden Saint Lord of the Golden Eagle race. The past 20 years of battlefield command had been under his direction. The current situation, he bore half the responsibility. The Black Golden Saint Lord had thick skin and remained unmoved. His scales flowed with golden light as he smiled and said, "Our war with the human race cannot be judged by temporary gains and losses. Besides, it's only been 20 years, which isn't much. You also said at the time that to repel foreign invaders, we must first ensure internal stability. So we also wanted to eliminate the ghost race first, then we could fight the human race with all our might. Why don't we wait until all the barriers are set up? When the various races have no more worries, then we can deal with the human race full force. How about this? At that time, we'll launch a full-scale attack on the human race together, to properly test the human race's current strength." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord stared at him without speaking, but the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The Black Golden Saint Lord maintained his smile, not backing down. Chapter 2120. Chapter 2120, 2120. Chapter 2120, How to Divide the Three Saint Lords. No race is willing to sacrifice itself. The best outcome is for others to sacrifice more while preserving their own strength. Such thinking is understandable, as everyone is considering their own race. But when every race thinks this way, the alliance is already in name only. Although the Deep Abyss Demon Lord was very displeased, he couldn't erupt on the spot. In the end, he suppressed his anger and said, "Then let's wait until the barriers are fully set up, and then we'll have a proper battle with the human race. But let me make it clear, in this battle, if anyone doesn't put in effort, don't blame this Demon Lord for being unkind." The Black Golden Saint Lord laughed heartily. "Don't worry, we'll definitely give it our all. When the time comes, I'll cut down a human transcendent for you to enjoy with your wine." The Blood Bull Saint Lord laughed, "And the flesh will be mine. I've heard that human transcendent flesh is quite delicious, and this old bull wants to have a taste too." Another 10 years passed, making it 30 years since the ghost race last appeared. The battles between the 100 Race Alliance and the human race continued, with the human race still maintaining a record of more victories than defeats. Although the human race also suffered significant casualties, they were better off compared to the 100 Race Alliance. In each major battle, the human race produced many geniuses, with their cultivation levels continuously rising. In just these 30 years, the number of people who achieved the God Lord realm exceeded that of the previous few hundred years. Growing amidst the flames of war, the resilience of the human race was continuously unearthed. The demon race's barriers were finally set up in each race, and the abyssal demons had all taken action. They used abyssal fire to monitor each barrier. As long as the ghost race appeared, they would be immediately detected, and the strong ones from each race would rush over to annihilate the ghost race. In their view, the fact that the ghost race did not choose races with transcendent beings only indicated that their strength was insufficient to deal with transcendent beings. Except for the Blood Bull Saint Lord, no one took the ghost race seriously. Once the barriers were fully set up, the 100 Race Alliance began to take action according to their plan from years ago. The armies were mobilized, and the strong ones all came out. 100 light-years outside the Vermilion Bird Star region of the human race, there floated a large number of warship wrecks, countless fragments of magical treasures, and innumerable corpses. This was one of the battlefields between the 100 Race Alliance and the human race, where the fighting had lasted for decades. The casualties on both sides were beyond counting. When the number of casualties reached billions, it was truly horrifying. The brutality of racial wars and the various great battles were unimaginable in small worlds. But everyone knew this was a real war, a matter of life and death. The human race always carried a sense of urgency. From the human emperor network to the high levels of the human race, everyone was told that if they couldn't win this battle, it meant death. As a result, the potential of the human race was stimulated, and they performed exceptionally well in every battle. The human army was stationed in space, numbering over 100 million. War fortresses were lined up, with over 1,000 powerful fortresses emitting astonishing auras. Inside the fortresses, formations operated like giant eyes, monitoring the starry sky. Outside the fortresses, countless warships formed battle arrays, ready to unleash incredible combat power at any moment. The war god fortress flew in from afar, silently merging into the army. Inside the fortress, dozens of strong individuals sat in the conference hall, with the Sword Saint Lord at the head. To the right of the Sword Saint Lord was a beautiful woman, while the left seat was empty. When the War Saint Lord arrived, he directly sat in the empty seat to the left of the Sword Saint Lord. The Sword Saint Lord tapped the table lightly with his finger, making a crisp sound like a sword hum. The conference hall immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on the Sword Saint Lord. However, some people's eyes occasionally fell on the woman to the right of the Sword Saint Lord, mainly because she was so beautiful that it was impossible not to look. Even though everyone here was a transcendent, having lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years and seen countless beauties, their strong Tao hearts were still firmly attracted. But the woman didn't care about others' gazes. She leaned lazily on the chair, her eyes half closed, as if she were asleep. Sitting next to the Sword Saint Lord and still so relaxed showed the woman's strong mind. The Sword Saint Lord had no objections to the woman's behavior. His gaze, as sharp as a sword, swept over everyone. The armies of various races are mobilizing, and they will have a direct confrontation with us here. After decades of war, both sides have been training their soldiers, and the transcendent beings haven't taken much action. But this time is different. They will deploy Saint Lords, Transcendents, and a large number of God Lords. Currently, we know that 3 Saint Lords will take action: the Deep Abyss Demon Lord, the Black Golden Saint Lord, and the Blood Bull Saint Lord. In addition, there are about 60 Transcendents. I ask everyone to be prepared for this great battle. In this battle, we are only allowed to win, not to lose. In the human army, the Sword Saint Lord's words were the highest command. No one dared to disobey his orders. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains, not just empty words. The Sword Saint Lord then made various arrangements, assigning tasks to each transcendent. Such a large-scale war would affect a vast star region, with an impact range possibly reaching several light-years. Even for transcendents, it would take time to support each other, so preparations had to be made before the battle, and no position could afford any mistakes. After the meeting, the transcendents left to make their arrangements according to the Sword Saint Lord's instructions. Even the dozen transcendents brought by the War Saint Lord were properly arranged by the Sword Saint Lord. In the Legion, large formations continuously operated, channeling the power of the Human Emperor Network. With the help of the Human Emperor Network, the human race's efficiency was extremely high. Any order could be transmitted to every soldier's ear in a very short time. The conference hall became quiet, with only the Sword Saint Lord, the War Saint Lord, and the woman remaining. The War Saint Lord's gaze also fell on the woman. Fairy Han, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. No wonder those old fellows can't help but take a few more glances. The woman slightly bowed to the War Saint Lord. Mo Han greets the War Saint Lord. The War Saint Lord laughed heartily. Fairy Han, no need to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your younger brother. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Brother. The Sword Saint Lord's eyes lit up. Great, then what should you call me? The War Saint Lord waved his hand. Let's each call our own. Don't try to take advantage of me. The Sword Saint Lord snorted. If you offer yourself up, naturally I won't let the opportunity slip. The War Saint Lord said, in any case, I won't let you take advantage of me. Seeing the 2 Saint Lords bickering like children, Lin Mo Han couldn't help but smile. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, pleasing to the eye. The Sword Saint Lord waved his hand. Enough joking. I haven't taken Mo Han as a disciple, so you can call me whatever you like. The War Saint Lord was stunned. You didn't take Fairy Han as a disciple. Why? The Sword Saint Lord gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I'm not worthy, alright. The War Saint Lord was stunned. He never expected the Sword Saint Lord to say such a thing. No matter how terrifying Lin Mohan's talent was, she was still just a God Lord at that time. A Saint Lord saying he wasn't worthy to take a God Lord as a disciple was unimaginable. However, now that Lin Mohan had become a transcendent, she could barely be considered a peer. The Sword Saint Lord didn't want to dwell on this matter. Let's not talk about this. Let's discuss how to divide the 3 Saint Lords in the 100 Race Alliance. Chapter 2121. Chapter 2121, 2121. Chapter 2121, The Supreme Inheritance is not worthy of Lin Mohan. The Sword Saint Lord's words about how to divide them up made it seem like they had already decided the outcome. She didn't even consider the possibility of not being able to defeat them. In her eyes, the 3 Saint Lords were like 3 dishes, it was just a matter of who would eat which one. The War Saint Lord said, my War God Spear should be able to counter the Black Golden Saint Lord without issue. Lin Mohan said, the Deep Abyss Demon Lord has hunted Mou several times before. As his sister, I naturally need to settle this score for my brother. The War Saint Lord looked at Lin Mohan in shock, realizing she wasn't joking. The Sword Saint Lord didn't seem to have any reaction, but said in a low voice, then I'll take care of the Blood Bull Saint Lord. I'll cut off his bull head. In just a few sentences, the 3 Saint Lords had been divided up. Lin Mohan slowly stood up, then I'll go prepare. She left the conference hall, trailing a fragrant breeze with her graceful steps. After she left, the War Saint Lord finally couldn't help but ask, can a Transcendent really handle a Saint Lord? The gap between the Transcendent and Saint Lord realms was very large. A powerful Saint Lord could kill a Transcendent in a short time. The War Saint Lord could naturally see that Lin Mohan was only at the Transcendent realm, and a newly ascended one at that, having been there for no more than 10 years. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord was a veteran Saint Lord with very strong combat power. Even he would have to be careful when facing him. How could Lin Mohan, a newly ascended Transcendent, fight him? The Sword Saint Lord stood up. Come on, I'll show you. We can talk as we watch. The War Saint Lord followed the Sword Saint Lord as they flew out of the fortress, flying through the army. A murderous aura permeated the army, with every soldier radiating intense fighting spirit. After decades of war and countless casualties, those who remained here had all been tempered by the fires of battle. The combined fighting spirit of the entire army was so intense that even the War Saint Lord felt shocked. He couldn't help but praise, the Sword Saint Lord truly knows how to lead an army. This army no longer has any fear in their hearts. The Sword Saint Lord didn't hold back either, although my temper isn't good and you all call me crazy, when it comes to warfare, none of you can compare to me. The War Saint Lord immediately agreed, the words about being crazy were just jokes. In terms of warfare, the Sword Saint Lord is indeed unmatched. The Sword Saint Lord said, we also have to thank Lin Mou. The Zemo ancestral tree he brought back has been a great help. We have almost all the movements of the 100 Race Alliance under our control. This time, we know exactly how many troops, how many Transcendents, and how many Saint Lords the 100 Race Alliance is deploying. We can make targeted arrangements. The War Saint Lord also sighed, indeed, the contributions young friend Lin has made for our human race are rarely matched by others. Old Killer is currently using the Heart and Soul Stone to control the life form inside the Zemo ancestral tree. When that life form is born, Old Killer's combat power will increase greatly again. The Sword Saint Lord said, he does need to increase his strength a bit. Otherwise, when the real big battle breaks out, he might die. The War Saint Lord finally couldn't help but ask, what's the deal with Fairy Han? I remember you wanted to take her as your disciple back then, and even had a conflict with young friend Lin over it. Also, how can you be at ease letting Fairy Han go deal with the Deep Abyss Demon Lord? His eyes were burning with curiosity. Having known the Sword Saint Lord for many years, he naturally knew that she wasn't the type to make rash decisions. Although the Sword Saint Lord had a bad temper and was somewhat crazy, that was only in terms of combat. Usually when it came to decision-making, she wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, the human army wouldn't have been entrusted to her command. A look of reminiscence appeared in the Sword Saint Lord's eyes. At that time, I took Mohan into the Sword Realm, wanting to find an inheritance for her there. You know the situation in the Sword Realm. There are many inheritances there, with the 2 strongest being the Sword of Heaven and the Sword of Earth. The War Saint Lord nodded. The Sword of Heaven belongs to the Heavenly Sword Sect, while the Sword of Earth belongs to the Earthly Sword Sect. As far as I know, someone has already obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sect and even established a sect also called the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect has also taken action in this battle against the 100 Race Alliance. The Sword Saint Lord said, what you know is only part of it. The Heavenly Sword Sect was an ancient great sect with many inheritances within it. The current Heavenly Sword Sect has only obtained part of the inheritance, not the top-tier inheritance. Their re-establishment of the Heavenly Sword Sect is just giving themselves a golden signboard, borrowing the name of the ancient sect. The true inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sect has not been obtained by anyone so far. The War Saint Lord finally understood. So that's how it was. He didn't use swords and had never been to the Sword Realm, so he didn't understand the Sword Realm. The Sword Saint Lord continued, I've always wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but I could never figure out how. However, these years haven't been without gains. I learned of an even more secret piece of information. In ancient times, the strongest sword sect was called the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect and Earthly Sword Sect were actually 2 sects that split off from the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. And the Sword Realm was created by the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. The Heaven and Earth Sword Sect gathered various sword sects at that time, bringing their inheritances together to form the Sword Realm. This time, what I most hoped Lin Mohan would obtain was the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect. The War Saint Lord was moved and urgently asked, did she get it? The Sword Saint Lord's expression became somewhat strange. You could say she got it, and you could also say she didn't get it. These words confused the War Saint Lord. He looked at the Sword Saint Lord, waiting for her to continue explaining. The Sword Realm is actually built within a rule world, which should belong to a supreme being. It's filled with the rule power of a supreme being, with many restrictions. I used my own rule power to activate the inheritance left by the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, and then tried to let Mohan make contact with it. The inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect is a sword called the Heaven and Earth Sword. As long as you bow to the Heaven and Earth Sword, you can know whether you're qualified to receive the inheritance. To be honest, I've bowed to it before and obtained an inheritance at that time, but it wasn't the strongest inheritance. Perhaps the Heaven and Earth Sword felt my qualifications weren't enough. But when Lin Mohan bowed to the Heaven and Earth Sword, it ran away. The War Saint Lord was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, ran away. Bowing was simply a matter of accepting or not accepting. What did running away mean? The Sword Saint Lord said, yes, it ran away, very quickly. At that time, I heard the Heaven and Earth Sword let out a scream. To be precise, it should have been the Sword Spirit screaming. It was very afraid. Mohan and I didn't know what to do, but fortunately, after just a few minutes, the Heaven and Earth Sword flew back. Then the Heaven and Earth Sword obediently stopped in front of Lin Mohan, not moving at all. The War Saint Lord suddenly remembered that Lin Mohan seemed to have a sword on her back earlier. Many sword cultivators carried swords on their backs, so he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Thinking back now, he suddenly realized that sword seemed somewhat unusual. The War Saint Lord asked, the Heaven and Earth Sword, it wouldn't happen to be the sword on Fairy Han's back, would it? The Sword Saint Lord confirmed the War Saint Lord's guess, yes, it's that sword. Afterwards, I asked Mohan, and she said she didn't receive the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect. Obtaining the Heaven and Earth Sword but not receiving the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, what was that about? The Sword Saint Lord said, according to Mohan, the Sword Spirit of the Heaven and Earth Sword told her that the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect wasn't worthy of her. The War Saint Lord's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. An ancient great sect, the sect that created the Sword Realm, their supreme inheritance actually said it wasn't worthy of Lin Mohan. Chapter 2122. Chapter 2122, 2122. Chapter 2122. So the legend was true. Forget about the War Saint Lord, even the Sword Saint Lord was stunned for a long time when she first got this answer. But Lin Mohan wouldn't make things up, and the Sword Saint Lord could see that Lin Mohan truly hadn't received the Heaven and Earth Sword sect's inheritance. The War Saint Lord couldn't help but ask, so that's why you didn't dare to take Fairy Han as your disciple? The Sword Saint Lord glared at him, of course. Even the Heaven and Earth Sword said it wasn't worthy, how could I dare to take her? Wouldn't that be shortening my own lifespan? The War Saint Lord thought for a moment, do you think Fairy Han is the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being? The Sword Saint Lord said, the talk of reincarnation is just a legend, it has never been proven. I told this matter to the Heavenly Saint Lord and the House Saint Lord, but they couldn't confirm it either. The War Saint Lord sighed, in such matters, we can only believe it's possible, but can't be certain it's not. The Sword Saint Lord nodded, that's right. I used to think the same way, until 30 years ago when I changed my mind. The War Saint Lord asked curiously, what happened 30 years ago? The Sword Saint Lord said, 30 years ago, Lin Mohan had another breakthrough and was about to advance to the Transcendent Realm. I originally thought she would only enter the half-step Transcendent Realm, and was planning to take her to the battlefield to open the blood path to Transcendence. But at that time, Elder Star sent a message, meaning for Lin Mohan to cross the Law River by her own power to achieve Transcendence. The War Saint Lord's expression changed again, crossing the Law River by oneself? Even for top-tier geniuses, it would take at least 1,000 years, right? Although the foundation would be more solid, it would be a complete waste of time. Using the blood path wouldn't affect becoming a Saint Lord either. The Sword Saint Lord said, I thought the same, but Elder Star insisted, so I had no choice. The War Saint Lord finally understood what was wrong. 30 years ago she had a breakthrough and started crossing the Law River. She didn't use the blood path, but relied on her own power, and now she had already achieved Transcendence. In just 30 short years, she achieved Transcendence. The War Saint Lord's expression could no longer remain calm, becoming twisted and strange. The Sword Saint Lord couldn't help but laugh, Old War, your expression is very funny. She even took out a mirror to let the War Saint Lord see himself, but the War Saint Lord couldn't laugh at all. He kept repeating one sentence, 30 years, she crossed over in just 30 years. The Sword Saint Lord corrected his words, not 30 years, but 20 years. Mohan only used 20 years to cross the Law River and achieve Transcendence. For the past 10 years, she's been cultivating. Only now do I understand why the Sword Spirit of the Heaven and Earth Sword said their inheritance wasn't worthy of Lin Mohan. After entering the Transcendent Realm, Lin Mohan awakened a sword technique. The power of this sword technique is unprecedented. I feel it's even more terrifying than the supreme inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect. So I think she really is the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being. The legend is true. Hearing this, the War Saint Lord was completely speechless. Lin Mohan was truly the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being, with inheritance in her bloodline that would only awaken when she reached the Transcendent Realm. Moreover, he knew that Lin Mohan and Lin Moyo had a blood resonance. Besides her own cultivation, as long as Lin Moya's realm increased, her realm would increase as well. Combined with her extremely fast cultivation speed, under such circumstances, 1 plus 1 was completely greater than 2. Don't look at Lin Mohan having just reached transcendence now. In another 100 years, she might become a Saint Lord. When Lin Moyo becomes a Saint Lord, would Lin Mohan become a Supreme Being? Without the God's path, she would at least be a half-step Supreme Being. Combined with the inheritance in her bloodline and that heaven and earth sword from ancient times, her battle power. The War Saint Lord suddenly felt that the Deep Abyss Demon Lord was in trouble. Lin Mohan probably wouldn't let him off this time. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord had hunted Lin Moya several times, now it was his turn to cry. The Sword Saint Lord said, "You've seen enough. You should go prepare too. The Black Golden Saint Lord isn't easy to deal with. Don't get careless and end up being killed instead. That would be tragic." The War Saint Lord said, "Don't worry. With the War God Spear, it won't be easy to kill him, but defeating him won't be difficult." Because of the Zemo ancestral tree, all those who had eaten Zemo fruits and later became seeded ones had become eyes and ears for the human race. Through them, the human race knew all the plans of the 100 Race Alliance clearly. Combined with the human race's original surveillance intelligence system, all the movements of the 100 Race Alliance were under the human race's nose. Actually, when the Fu Saint Lord had someone take over the Zemo ancestral tree back then, he didn't expect there would be so many people who had eaten Zemo fruits. There were at least tens of billions, spread among various races. The Zemo fruits were all children of the Zemo race. How could the Zemo race not hate having over 10 billion of their children eaten? The fate of the Zemo race was one of the most tragic even in the Great World. It was bad enough for others to be exterminated, but they were kept in captivity and became food for others. No wonder they had so much resentment, nurturing a terrifying life form with the resentment of their entire race. They hoped to use this terrifying life form to take revenge on those races. Unfortunately, they still failed in the end. Lin Moya's appearance destroyed all their plans. The life form they nurtured would also become a tool for the human race. The cruel Great World was just like this. The victors lived, and also decided the life and death of the losers. In the Divine City's central Divine Palace, the doors that had been closed for over 10 years opened again. The House Saint Lord was waiting at the door. As soon as the doors opened, he immediately flew in. Inside the central Divine Palace, a strange aura permeated the air. An array had not yet completely stopped. On the main seat, the Heavenly Saint Lord slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This breath flew out over 100 meters, turning into a thick mist that lingered for a long time. The House Saint Lord asked in a deep voice, "How was it?" The Heavenly Saint Lord looked at the House Saint Lord, his gaze calm. "There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" The House Saint Lord said helplessly, "Don't joke around, just tell me quickly." The Heavenly Saint Lord slowly stood up and waved his hand, throwing out a set of tea utensils. The tea utensils had spirits and began to brew tea on their own. "The good news is that I entered that world again. This spirit journey can be considered successful. The bad news is that after I entered, the person I attached to didn't have enough status or strength, so I couldn't get complete enough information. I'll organize the specific information and put it in the Human Emperor Network. You can look at it yourself." After spirit journeying for over 10 years, the information the Heavenly Saint Lord obtained was somewhat complex and chaotic, needing to be organized. The House Saint Lord asked, "How many supreme beings do they have in their world? Do they have heavenly lords?" Nothing else mattered, only the information about the strongest beings was important. If there were no heavenly lords, and not too many supreme beings, then they still had a chance. The Heavenly Saint Lord organized the information and said after a few seconds, "The power levels in that world are quite different from our classifications. Give me some time. I'll tell you after I finish organizing." The House Saint Lord nodded. "All right, you organize it first. I'll wait. There's no rush." The Heavenly Saint Lord drank a few cups of tea, his mind rapidly processing, organizing the information he had obtained. What he obtained was not just basic information about that world, but also the power system, various surface situations. After organizing, it still needed to be compared by the Human Emperor Network. Based on various situations in that world, they would get answers. After waiting for a full 10 days, the Heavenly Saint Lord finally finished organizing the information, and the Human Emperor Network had sorted it out. The information about that world was projected out. Battle Realm. Two huge characters appeared before their eyes. The name of that world. Chapter 2123. Chapter 2123, 2123. Chapter 2123, I want Lin Moya to enter. The House Saint Lord looked at the information brought back by the Heavenly Saint Lord. Not only was he looking, but the Heavenly Saint Lord was also looking. In the battle realm, the information one could obtain while attached to someone depended on the person they were attached to. The experiences and observations of the attached person essentially determined the information the Heavenly Saint Lord could obtain. If attached to a low-level person, the information obtained would be minimal. But if attached to a strong person, there was a risk of being discovered. While there wouldn't be any danger, it could lead to the failure of the spirit journey. Although it was possible to change the attached person during the journey, it was difficult and could interrupt the spirit journey. Therefore, the first choice of attachment was crucial. The Heavenly Saint Lord chose someone of mid-level strength in the battle realm, not too strong or too weak. According to the calculations of the Human Emperor Network, this person was equivalent to a god king in the great world, capable of knowing enough information. Much of the information the Heavenly Saint Lord obtained during the spirit journey was accepted in a dazed state, memorized like rote learning, and very chaotic. Now he also needed to see what information he had brought back. In the battle realm, there was only one type of cultivator, called a fighter. Fighters were given different titles based on their strength. From weakest to strongest, they were mountain-moving fighters, sea-dividing fighters, earth-splitting fighters, sky-patrolling fighters, and the strongest, star fighters. The Human Emperor Network matched this information with the Great World's realms. Mountain-moving fighters corresponded to true gods, sea-dividing fighters to god kings, earth-splitting fighters to god lords, and sky-patrolling fighters to transcendence. As for those below mountain-moving, they were considered unranked in the battle realm, collectively called unranked fighters. Upon reaching the corresponding level, they could summon battle armor, with different forms and powers depending on the level, and the titles were derived from this. The person the Heavenly Saint Lord attached to was a sea-dividing fighter, equivalent to a god king in the great world, knowing neither too much nor too little. The strongest person this sea-dividing fighter could come into contact with was a sky-patrolling fighter, the strongest in their city. It was said that above sky-patrolling fighters, there was an even stronger type of fighter called star fighters, but this was just a legend, and he had never seen one. The name star fighter had appeared in Lin Moya's small world before. At that time, there was a force called the Holy Fighting God Domain, and star fighters were the strongest within it. The Human Emperor Network inferred that star fighters should be supreme beings. In other words, sky-patrolling fighters included both Transcendents and Saint Lords. Most crucially, above star fighters, there was a Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was the faith of all in the battle realm, and all fighters served the Battle Emperor. Everyone in the battle realm was a subject of the Battle Emperor. If this was the case, the Battle Emperor might be a heavenly lord. However, the Battle Emperor was just a legend, and no one had ever seen him, so his existence was in doubt. The House Saint Lord frowned deeply as he read this information, feeling that the situation was very troublesome. While the House Saint Lord was reading this information, the Human Emperor and Elder Star were also looking at it. They knew more than the House Saint Lord and others. Elder Star said, "Do you think the Battle Emperor exists?" The Human Emperor said, "He should exist. Everything has a source, just like many myths and small worlds, where the protagonists are actually powerful beings in the great world." Elder Star murmured, "This makes things difficult. If a heavenly lord exists, we have no chance." The Human Emperor shook his head. "He exists, but he may not be in the battle realm. He might have already left. Based on the information I obtained, I made several speculations. The worst-case scenario is that there is a heavenly lord in the battle realm. In that case, we have no chance, and all our efforts will be in vain." Elder Star nodded silently. The information about heavenly lords in the Human Emperor Network, though incomplete, was enough to analyze that heavenly lords were extremely powerful and terrifying. The Human Emperor continued, "The second possibility is that there is no heavenly lord in the battle realm, and the Battle Emperor is just a peak supreme being. After all, the information Lin Moya brought back said there were no heavenly lords in the battle realm, which is highly credible." Lin Moya's information came from the Red Star Supreme Being, who inferred it based on what Lin Moya saw in the Boundary Sea. Comprehensive analysis suggested that the likelihood of no heavenly lord in the battle realm was quite high. Based on this, the worst-case scenario would be the existence of an ultimate peak supreme being. Such an existence was already extremely terrifying, but the great world still had a chance. Elder Star asked, "If that's the case, what are our chances?" The Human Emperor closed his eyes and calculated, "With our current strength, we have about a 10% chance." A 10% chance was almost like having no chance. Elder Star smiled bitterly, "Well, at least there's a glimmer of hope." The Human Emperor was not one to offer comfort. His results were all derived from calculations. The Human Emperor said, "The third possibility is that a long time ago, a powerful being we can't imagine passed through the battle realm and left a legacy there. That being became a myth, the Emperor in the hearts of all in the battle realm. This outcome would be very favorable for us, increasing our success rate to 40%. However, it also carries the highest risk of unexpected events, as we might anger a powerful being, leading to the direct destruction of the great world." Elder Star sighed, "This is more troublesome than fishing. Isn't there a better outcome?" "There is. The Battle Emperor in the battle realm might be a fictional character, not existing at all. But this possibility is very small, less than 10%. The Human Emperor spoke honestly, neither exaggerating nor downplaying. To Elder Star, less than 10% was equivalent to nothing. Elder Star frowned deeply. "Besides our planned arrangements, is there any other way?" The Human Emperor said, "There is, but it's very risky." Elder Star's eyes lit up. "What way?" The Human Emperor pointed, and a star map of the great world appeared before them, with several red dots on it. Each red dot emitted a bloody aura, seemingly carrying some danger. There were 6 red dots in total, 3 in the outer domain, far from the inner domain. Of the 3 in the inner domain, only 1 was in the human star region, and it was in the Divine City star region. Elder Star naturally recognized these 6 places. "You mean the ancient ruins?" The Human Emperor said, "Yes, based on current information, in ancient times, there might have been heavenly lords who died in battle, and peak supreme beings too. Their corpses have not decayed over 10,000 years and should be inside. With Lin Moya's techniques, if he can obtain a heavenly lord's corpse, even if there is a heavenly lord in the battle realm, we wouldn't need to worry." Elder Star looked at the star map, where the 6 scarlet dots glowed like beasts ready to devour, making one shudder. Elder Star sighed, "There are many ancient ruins, and we are trying our best to explore them. But these 6 places are the most dangerous known so far." The Human Emperor said, "The more dangerous, the higher the possibility. Not to mention heavenly lords, even if only supreme beings died, their rule worlds might be destroyed, but not completely, leaving remnants. The remnants of rule worlds would automatically evolve into ancient ruins. Depending on the strength of the supreme being before death, the amount of remaining rule power, and the danger of the evolved ancient ruins would vary greatly. Some less dangerous ancient ruins had been explored deeply, but those dangerous ancient ruins were much harder to explore. However, even the worst ancient ruins were evolved from supreme beings rule worlds, and god lords wouldn't dare enter, as they would likely die. Only transcendents and saint lords could explore them. The 6 ancient ruins on the star map were dangerous even for saint lords, with some having fallen inside. The human emperor suspected that these 6 ruins were likely left by the strongest supreme beings, peak supreme beings. One of them might even be left by a heavenly lord. Elder Star said in a deep voice, "You want the young ones to go in again?" The human emperor shook his head. "No, I want Lin Moya to go in." Chapter 2124. Chapter 2124, 2124. Chapter 2124, You are too weak. Ignoring Elder Star's shock, the human emperor expressed his thoughts. His thoughts were also based on various data, ultimately resulting in a comprehensive analysis. He did not think about the problem with emotional reasoning. All his results were very rational. In the human emperor's calculations, as long as Lin Moya reached the high-level god lord realm, his combat power could rival that of a saint lord. Once Lin Moya reached the transcendent realm, his combat power could reach the level of a half-step supreme being. A half-step supreme being would be comparable to Elder Star, or even surpass him. By then, sweeping through the various races would not be a problem. However, beyond that, the human emperor could not calculate further. He did not know if Lin Moya, upon reaching the Saint Lord realm, could compare to a true supreme being. He did not have specific data on supreme being combat power, and the differences between supreme beings were immense. A powerful supreme being could easily crush a weaker supreme being. The 6 currently known, highly dangerous ancient ruins had been explored before. Over the years, human Saint Lords had visited many times, with 2 Saint Lords dying inside and gaining nothing. Now, even if the House Saint Lord and others went in again, it would not be of much use. So, according to the human emperor's calculations, the most likely person to gain something from these ruins was Lin Moya. Of course, not now. It would be best to wait until Lin Moya reached the transcendent realm, or at least the peak of the God Lord realm. If he went now, it would be no different from sending him to his death. Elder Star pondered deeply. "I think we should still ask him and let him decide for himself. After all, it's too dangerous. Anything could happen inside." The human emperor nodded. "Of course, we can't force him. It will be his own decision." The 100 Race Alliance's army, after several days of preparation, finally assembled and began advancing towards the human race. They were aggressive, occupying a vast star region. Each of the 100 races sent troops, and the numbers were not small. In total, their numbers exceeded 1 billion. While they were preparing, the human race was also continuously increasing their forces to respond to this great battle. However, the human race's forces were only about 500 million, much fewer than the 100 Race Alliance. Fortunately, the human race's war machines were powerful. Fortresses and warships were much stronger than those of the 100 Race Alliance. Among the various races, the human race had the strongest war machines. With these war machines, the human race was not afraid even if they were outnumbered. Moreover, the true deciders of this war's outcome would be the battles between the transcendent Saint Lords. The human race had control over all the movements of the 100 Race Alliance. As soon as the 100 Race Alliance moved, the human race also began to mobilize. 500 million troops advanced, countless warships and fortresses forming battle arrays in space. This time, it was a direct confrontation. Both the 100 Race Alliance and the human race needed a decisive battle. If the human race won this battle, the 100 Race Alliance's momentum would plummet. If they lost, the human race would have to retreat. However, this battle was not the final decisive battle, as not many Saint Lords were involved, and the foundations of both sides had not yet been mobilized. Wars between powerful races were not as simple as one might think. The armies of both sides were separated by millions of kilometers, facing each other from afar. The human transcendents were already distributed throughout the army, ready to deal with the transcendents of the 100 Race Alliance. In terms of the number of transcendents, the human race was also at a disadvantage. But the human race had war fortresses, which could somewhat compensate. Moreover, the human transcendents had significantly stronger combat power than those of the weaker races. Even among transcendents, there were significant differences. On the War God Fortress, the Sword Saint Lord, the War Saint Lord, and Lin Mohan stood side by side. Facing them from afar were the Deep Abyss Demon Lord, the Black Golden Saint Lord, and the Blood Bull Saint Lord. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord saw Lin Mohan and sneered, "Are all your human Saint Lords dead? You actually sent a little girl at the Transcendent Realm." The Sword Saint Lord sneered, "Better than a coward like you, who doesn't even dare to come in person, only sending an avatar." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord had not come in person but had sent an avatar. However, this avatar was very strong, also reaching the Saint Lord level. Creating avatars was a talent of the demon race, and no one knew how many avatars the Deep Abyss Demon Lord had. But such a powerful avatar, he had only one. A Saint Lord avatar, also known as the first avatar, had combat power weaker than the main body but still stronger than an ordinary transcendent. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord sneered, "Although it's just an avatar, it's enough to kill a transcendent." Lin Mohan's expression was cold, and her sword aura surged, "You can try." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord looked at Lin Mohan, "Little girl, you have quite a temper. Why do you look familiar? My main body hasn't seen you before." Lin Mohan said, "The dead don't deserve to know." Clang! The Sword Saint Lord's long sword was unsheathed, emitting a sword hum, and countless cracks appeared in the starry sky. An invisible sword intent locked onto the Blood Bull Saint Lord. "This bull's head is mine. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to roasted beef, Saint Lord level roasted beef." Her voice echoed through the starry sky, and the human warrior's fighting spirit surged, roaring in unison. War was imminent, and the Blood Bull Saint Lord trembled with anger. Someone actually wanted to turn him into roasted beef. As a Saint Lord, when had he ever been so humiliated? At this moment, another fighting intent fell on the Black Golden Saint Lord. The War Saint Lord's powerful aura locked onto the Black Golden Saint Lord. At another dish, roasted eagle. Lin Mohan's sword intent also rose, firmly locking onto the Deep Abyss Demon Lord. The three followed their pre-arranged plan and divided their targets. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord chuckled, "Let's see who kills whom. After I kill this little girl, I'll come to help you. Today, 2 human Saint Lords will fall." The Blood Bull Saint Lord sneered, "Today, this old bull will also taste the blood and flesh of human Saint Lords. Fight!" With a shout from the Sword Saint Lord, the human race launched the first attack. Countless beams of light shot out from the warships, exploding in the starry sky. The 100 Race Alliance formed battle arrays and quickly counterattacked, and the battle officially began. The Transcendents flew out, distancing themselves from the battlefield for their fight. The power of Transcendent battles was too great, and just the aftermath could cause heavy casualties on both sides. The Saint Lords moved even farther away, creating their own battlefield. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord sneered, "Little girl, come to die." He turned into a mass of dark green flames, instantly flying billions of kilometers away. Lin Mohan sneered, turning into a stream of light that pierced through the starry sky, her speed no slower than the Deep Abyss Demon Lord. The Sword Saint Lord and the War Saint Lord also moved. The Sword Saint Lord's sword intent tore through the starry sky, cutting off the Milky Way. The Blood Bull Saint Lord roared, and a blood-red mad bull appeared in the starry sky. The mad bull had 2 horns on its head, one crackling with lightning, creating a sea of thunder. The other horn was ablaze, as if it would burn the starry sky to ashes. In the sea of thunder and fire, a sword aura slashed out, and the Sword Saint Lord struck from the sky. The Blood Bull Saint Lord cast a spell, merging the seas of thunder and fire to block the Sword Saint Lord. On the other side, the Black Golden Saint Lord created countless black and gold streams of light, forming a massive net that enveloped the War Saint Lord, trying to trap him. Speed was the Black Golden Saint Lord's advantage, and his speed was so fast that even other Saint Lords could barely see him. But there was no need to see clearly. The War Saint Lord wielded the War God Spear, which roared continuously, tearing the net to shreds. Then the War God Spear's tip pointed, locking onto the Black Golden Saint Lord. The Black Golden Saint Lord's speed slowed down, as the space around him solidified. The War God Spear grew to 100,000 meters long, crushing towards the Black Golden Saint Lord. The Black Golden Saint Lord's expression changed slightly, and he took out a shield covered in feathers. "Let's see how many strikes you can make." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord stopped, sneering at Lin Mohan. "Little girl, you're about to die. Any last words? I can bring them back for you." Lin Mohan slowly drew the Heaven and Earth sword from her back. "Your avatar has no rule world. You're not a true Saint Lord, you're too weak." In the next second, the sword light illuminated the starry sky. Chapter 2125. Chapter 2125, 2125. Chapter 2125, one sword to shatter the void, instantly killing the Abyss Demon Lord. The sword light exploded in the starry sky, and sword energy swept across the cosmos. From billions of miles away, several transcendent beings sensed this aura simultaneously, and their expressions changed drastically. They all felt a stinging pain on their skin, as if targeted by the sword energy. Within the sword energy, there was an unparalleled will. This will seemed capable of tearing through the heavens, threatening to annihilate the entire world. However, at this moment, Lin Mohan had not truly swung her sword, she had merely raised the Heaven and Earth sword. The Abyss Demon Lord's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. You are just a transcendent, how can you be this strong?" Lin Mohan did not explain. With a delicate shout, she swung her sword. One sword to shatter the void. The starry sky shattered, and the sword light, 1,000 times more brilliant than before, swept across the cosmos in an instant. The power of the rules boiled over, transforming into countless sharp swords, which then formed a world made entirely of swords. This world of swords surrounded the Abyss Demon Lord, leaving him no escape. The abyssal fire that had shrouded his body for eons suddenly extinguished at this moment. His true form was finally revealed, emaciated, pitch black, and hideously demonic. The Abyss Demon Lord let out a terrified scream. "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Lin Mohan's melodious voice echoed, "The dead are not worthy of knowing." The Abyss Demon Lord unleashed his full power, and the abyssal fire reignited as he tried to resist, but it was futile. The world of swords exploded in the starry sky, tearing the entire cosmos to pieces. Layers of space shattered, revealing the deep space beneath. Spatial chaos erupted in the deep space, but it was soon obliterated as well. The power of this sword was absurdly strong, even suppressing the spatial chaos, its terrifying force reaching the deepest parts of the world and colliding with the world's barriers. It was as if the entire world was roaring. Billions of miles away, the transcendent beings spat blood, knocked back by the shockwave. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies, as if slashed by sharp swords. Their eyes were filled with shock, and more so with fear. Just the aftershock, separated by billions of miles, was enough to injure them. It was truly terrifying. They looked at Lin Mohan, this female sword master holding a treasured sword, so heroic and extraordinary at this moment. With the body of a transcendent, she had slain the Abyss Demon Lord with one sword. Even though it was just an avatar of the Abyss Demon Lord, not his true form, and lacked a rule world. Nevertheless, it was far stronger than an ordinary transcendent. With this sword, Lin Mohan was like a celestial sword fairy, unmatched in elegance. After slashing out this sword, Lin Mohan's face turned slightly pale, but her aura remained steady. She suddenly turned around, heading back to the battlefield, targeting the other transcendent beings. The transcendent beings she targeted were scared out of their wits, screaming as they turned to flee. But they hadn't flown far when a sword light pierced the starry sky, directly impaling one of them. The powerful transcendent exploded in the sword light, his blood and flesh scattering across the cosmos. Lin Mohan waved her hand, and a piece of flesh flew back to her, which she collected. Xiao needs this. Lin Mohan murmured to herself, then charged towards another transcendent. The Abyss Demon Lord was slain with one sword, and both the Black Golden Saint Lord and the Blood Bull Saint Lord's eyes widened. Impossible. The two of them shouted in unison, but the fact was undeniable, there was nothing impossible about it. The War Saint Lord's eyes narrowed sharply. He finally understood why the Sword Saint Lord was so confident in letting Lin Mohan face the Abyss Demon Lord alone. This Lin Mohan was actually this powerful. That sword just now, even he wouldn't dare say he could take it unscathed. Perhaps he could block it with the War God Spear, but without a magical weapon, he would be severely injured if not killed. Siblings, both monsters. The War Saint Lord cursed, and the War God Spear roared again, charging towards the Black Golden Saint Lord. At the same time, he popped a pill into his mouth, and his aura surged, boosting the power of the War God Spear. The Black Golden Saint Lord let out a strange cry, pulling out a long golden spear and hurling it fiercely. At this moment, he had lost all will to fight. Witnessing the Abyss Demon Lord being slain, his fear reached its peak. If that female monster came back, he might die too. That sword was simply too stunning, too terrifying. The golden spear collided with the War God Spear and shattered on the spot. The Black Golden Saint Lord spat blood and was knocked back millions of kilometers. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat!" Sword light sword, accompanied by the Sword Saint Lord's angry shout. Sword light illuminated the starry sky again, and a brilliant sword light like a river of stars appeared in the cosmos. A scream came from the Blood Bull Saint Lord, who quickly fled. Half of his body had been cut off, and Saint Lord blood spilled across the sky. The 100 Race Alliance's army, upon receiving the Black Golden Saint Lord's order, immediately began to retreat. Although they retreated, it wasn't chaotic. Everyone knew that chaos would mean death. The human race pursued for millions of kilometers, showing no intention of letting them go. It wasn't until the transcendent beings returned that the Sword Saint Lord ordered the pursuit to stop. Once the transcendent beings took action, many ordinary soldiers would die, which was unnecessary. This battle was already a great victory. No one expected victory to come so quickly. From start to finish, it took less than 10 minutes. One could say the battle ended before the warm-up was even over. The reason was Lin Mohan's stunning sword, which instantly killed the Abyss Demon Lord and quickly secured victory. No one had expected this, especially the War Saint Lord. He had originally thought that Lin Mohan was impressive, but that being able to contend with the Abyss Demon Lord would already be very strong. He planned to defeat the Black Golden Saint Lord first, then go help Lin Mohan. He never thought he could kill the Black Golden Saint Lord, given the latter's status as a Saint Lord and his identity with the Golden Eagle clan. If he wanted to escape, it would be hard to kill him. Unexpectedly, he underestimated Lin Mohan, who killed the Abyss Demon Lord with just one sword. Moreover, she continued to chase and kill transcendent beings, with 3 dying by her hand. The Sword Saint Lord returned with half of the Blood Bull Saint Lord's body, her voice echoing through the army. Half of the Blood Bull's body will be distributed as rewards. The warriors erupted in thunderous roars, their shouts filled with joy. This battle was won too easily. If one word could describe it, it would be, means refreshing or satisfying. Throughout the battle, the Human Emperor Network monitored everything, clearly recording everyone's performance. The Blood Bull's flesh would be distributed based on merit, and many people would get a small piece. That was the flesh of a Saint Lord. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could be a family heirloom. Of course, the Saint Lords and transcendent beings wouldn't participate in this. Such things had happened many times in recent decades, and no one had any objections. The War Saint Lord looked at Lin Mohan. "Fairy Han, can you teach that sword move you used just now?" Lin Mohan shook her head, directly refusing. "You all can't learn it." The Sword Saint Lord said, "I asked before, this sword move requires a special bloodline. No one but Mohan can use it." "Is that so?" The War Saint Lord finally understood. He thought for a moment, "Can Lin Xiao learn this sword move?" Lin Mohan shook her head again. "No." The Sword Saint Lord laughed heartily. "Don't ask anymore. I've already asked everything. This sword move is unique to Mohan, one of a kind." The War Saint Lord nodded. This battle was won so quickly thanks to Fairy Han. After this battle, Fairy Han's name will spread across the cosmos. Chapter 2126. Chapter 2126, 2126. Chapter 2126, the ghost race should reappear. As the War Saint Lord had said, on the way back to the army, Lin Mohan's name had already spread. Originally, people only knew of a beautiful and unparalleled Fairy Han, but now she had gained the title of an unrivaled female sword immortal. Although most people did not know how strong Lin Mohan was, those at the Transcendent Realm knew, and some peak godlords were also aware. She was someone who had killed the Abyss Demon Lord with one sword strike. Although she had just entered the Transcendent Realm, she possessed the combat power of a Saint Lord. Some people knew more about Lin Mohan, understanding her relationship with Lin Moyo. These people were even more shocked, realizing that both siblings were extraordinary. Now it seemed that the elder sister was even more formidable than the younger brother. At such a young age, she had already reached the Transcendent Realm, and her combat power was comparable to that of a Saint Lord. If she became a Saint Lord in the future, it would be unimaginable. In the royal city of the abyssal demon lineage of the demon race, the Abyss Demon Lord let out a terrifying roar, and the abyssal fire boiled violently. The entire planet was covered in volcanic eruptions, and the planet quickly turned dark green. Who are you? Who exactly are you? How can the human race have such a strong transcendent? The Abyss Demon Lord was on the verge of madness. His first avatar had been killed, and it had died so swiftly that it had no chance to resist. Although the first avatar did not possess powerful treasures or original techniques, it still had the combat power of a Saint Lord, more than enough to deal with a Transcendent. But now, it had been killed in one sword strike by a Transcendent. The death of the avatar directly led to the failure of the battle that had been prepared for years. The Abyss Demon Lord's fury swept through the entire star system, and the abyssal fire continued to erupt, turning the star system into a sea of fire. Countless weak demons were burned to ashes by the abyssal fire. In the central divine palace of the divine city, the heavenly Saint Lord and the House Saint Lord stared at each other. In front of them, a scene was replaying. It was the scene of Lin Mohan easily killing the Abyss Demon Lord with one sword strike. The House Saint Lord held a teacup for a long time, forgetting to drink, murmuring, "The younger brother is a little monster, the elder sister is a big monster." The heavenly Saint Lord was no better off, saying, "Just entering the transcendent realm and already having such combat power, I feel like we old guys are all useless." The House Saint Lord agreed, "Indeed, we are a bit useless. That sword strike, even I would have a hard time taking it." The heavenly Saint Lord said, "But it seems she only has the strength for one sword strike." After she slashed out that sword, her aura dropped significantly. The House Saint Lord's sharp eyes also noticed this detail. After slashing out that sword, Lin Mohan still appeared strong, but her power had been greatly depleted. So she did not go after the Black Golden Saint Lord and the Blood Bull Saint Lord, instead turning to kill other transcendents. It should be said that she did not have the strength to slash out a second sword, so she chose to retreat. Otherwise, with the cooperation of the War Saint Lord or the Sword Saint Lord, they could have killed another Saint Lord. The House Saint Lord said, "Even if she only has the strength for one sword strike, it's enough. When she grows a bit more and reaches the Saint Lord realm." His eyes were full of smiles, as if he could see the moment of the human race's final victory. The heavenly Saint Lord said, "It's not that simple. The strong races have their foundations, and those guys are not easy to deal with." The House Saint Lord was in a great mood. "No matter what, our human race has gained another top-tier combat power, and that's a good thing." Indeed, the human race had gained another combat power equivalent to a Saint Lord, which was a good thing. Originally, the number of Saint Lords in the 100 Race Alliance exceeded that of the human race. Now, with the addition of another Saint Lord combat power to the human race, and the death of the Abyss Demon Lord's first avatar, the gap had been significantly narrowed, which was indeed a great thing. Both of them knew that the battlefield would likely be peaceful for a while. Not only the battlefield in the Vermilion Bird Star region but also the other three battlefields would be much more peaceful. After this major defeat, the 100 Race Alliance would inevitably retreat and regroup. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the human race could continue to train its people. Unconsciously, the human race had turned the battlefield into a training ground, a place to cultivate geniuses. Time passed day by day, and as the heavenly Saint Lord and the House Saint Lord had predicted, this major defeat dealt a severe blow to the morale of the 100 Race Alliance. In the following decades, they did not make any major moves. Small-scale battles continued to occur, with the human race maintaining a record of more victories than defeats. Both sides seemed to have reached a special tacit understanding, maintaining a balance and waiting for the next major battle. It could be predicted that when the next major battle broke out, its scale would surpass the previous ones. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyo finally stopped. He had been drawing runes all this time, and the process of learning the inheritance was the process of drawing runes. The Saint Rune Heavenly Lord emphasized practice, and all theories were prepared for practice. According to the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord's philosophy, a rune master must continuously draw runes. When a rune has been drawn billions of times, even the least talented person will become proficient. The principle is that practice makes perfect, but the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord explained it in a more grandiose way. His philosophy also aligned with Lin Moyo's thoughts, as Lin Moyo also enjoyed practice. To outsiders, it seemed he had been in seclusion for 50 years, but to him, it had been a full 1200 years. Lin Moyo did not know how many runes he had drawn, countless. The vast space in the treasure ship's warehouse was half filled. In the space of the cultivation room, runes of various sizes and levels floated everywhere. The Dao poison has finally completely disappeared. I have also mastered all the rune knowledge below the ancient runes. 1200 years, time flies. Lin Moyo felt the changes in himself. This was his longest seclusion, and he felt as if he had aged significantly. 1200 years had left marks of time on him. Lin Moyo truly felt the power of time and understood what it meant to cultivate without the passage of time. For those at the God Lord level, seclusion for 1,000 years was commonplace. During seclusion, they used formations to accelerate time. After seclusion, the Great World would automatically correct the time, erasing the marks of time and not affecting their lifespan. Otherwise, with a lifespan of only 20,000 years, a seclusion of 1200 years would take up a significant portion, and his cultivation level had not improved at all, making such seclusion naturally not worthwhile. The time formation slowly stopped, and the flow of time returned to normal. The power of the Great World permeated enveloping Lin Moyo. 1200 years of rune cultivation had made Lin Moyo's soul even more sensitive than before. Lin Moyo could clearly feel the Great World helping him, erasing the marks of time. To the Great World, only 50 years had passed for him, not 1200 years. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt a sense of warmth. This feeling could only be sensed by someone with an extremely sensitive soul like him. To others, it would seem like an illusion. With a wave of his hand, countless runes in the cultivation room flew up simultaneously. Some disappeared, dissipating automatically, while others flew into Lin Moya's hand and entered the treasure ship's warehouse. After 1200 years of living with runes day and night, Lin Moya was extremely familiar with them, able to control them as easily as his own limbs. The ghost race should reappear. Lin Moya murmured to himself, his eyes filled with a cold smile. A beam of light descended from above, and the cultivation room transformed, making Lin Moya feel as if he were in the starry sky. Chapter 2127. Chapter 2127, 2127. Chapter 2127, Do What You Think Is Right. A grand battle unfolded right before Lin Moya's eyes, and his pupils contracted sharply as he saw Lin Mohan. Big Sister is on the battlefield. The Human Emperor Network presented the battle from 20 years ago right in front of Lin Moya. From the moment he saw Lin Mohan, Lin Moya's attention was entirely focused on her, with nothing else in his mind. At this moment, he had only one thought: as long as Lin Mohan was safe. The outcome of the battle seemed unimportant. Lin Moya realized that he was actually quite selfish. As long as Lin Mohan was unharmed, he didn't care about the lives of others. Is this human nature? Lin Moya suddenly began to understand those heavenly lords. When the great world was in good shape, the heavenly lords could do many things for it, even make some sacrifices. But when their own lives were at risk, the heavenly lords could become selfish. Whether it was the illusory mist heavenly lord or the Saint Rune heavenly lord, they could abandon even little mist to save themselves. And they found reasons to convince themselves. Lin Moya realized that he too was selfish, but his selfishness was different from those heavenly lords who fled the great world. He never thought of escaping the great world, nor was he trying to save all of humanity within it. He was simply selfishly trying to do something for his family, his loved ones, and his friends. There were things he couldn't let go of here, so from the beginning, Lin Moya had firmly chosen to stay. In the projection, the battle began, and Lin Mohan's opponent was none other than the Abyss Demon Lord. Lin Moya's entire body tensed, and his relaxed muscles instantly tightened. Lin Mohan was actually facing the Abyss Demon Lord. Even though Lin Mohan had reached the Transcendent Realm, the Abyss Demon Lord was a Saint Lord. Lin Moya wanted to ask why let Lin Mohan fight the Abyss Demon Lord? But Lin Moya knew in his heart that since the Human Emperor Network was showing him this projection, Lin Mohan must be fine. In the image, Lin Mohan drew the Heaven and Earth sword, and in an instant, the projection became dazzling, with the sword light covering billions of miles of the starry sky. As Lin Mohan struck, the flames on the Abyss Demon Lord's body completely extinguished, revealing a look of terror. In the sword light, the Abyss Demon Lord was shattered into pieces. So strong. Lin Moya was shocked. Lin Mohan's sword strike was incredibly powerful, almost absurdly so. What realm is my sister in? Lin Moya knew his elder sister had always been strong, mainly in terms of her cultivation speed. He didn't expect that not only was her cultivation talent ridiculously strong, but her combat power was also absurdly high. In that instant, Lin Moya felt that his sister's realm had already reached the Saint Lord level. The projection disappeared, and the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded. Lin Mohan is currently at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, with combat power comparable to a Saint Lord. This is something she asked someone to bring back for you. And she has a message for you. Lin Moya asked, what is it? Suddenly, Lin Mohan's voice echoed around him. Little brother, don't worry about your elder sister. Just do what you think is right. This was the message Lin Mohan had someone bring back. From the voice to the tone, it had Lin Mohan's signature style. Lin Moya pondered this message and asked, did you tell her? The Human Emperor Network responded, yes, she has the right to know. Lin Moya asked, didn't she say anything? The Human Emperor Network said, she said she believes in you. That's all. That's all. Lin Moya suddenly laughed, that's just like my elder sister. Lin Mohan's reaction was exactly as he remembered her. Do what you think is right, meaning that no matter what choice he made, Lin Mohan would support him. It was also telling him that she would do what she thought was right. Lin Moya took a deep breath, I understand. Is there anything else you need to tell me? There is. The Human Emperor Network once again projected an image, filled with information about the battle realm. This is the information obtained from the Heavenly Saint Lord's recent spirit journey. You can take a look. Lin Moya nodded and began to carefully examine it. Mountain moving, sea dividing, earth splitting, sky patrolling, and the strongest, star. In addition, there was the legendary Battle Emperor. At the end of the Battle Realm information, the Human Emperor Network also included several possibilities it had analyzed. After reading, Lin Moya couldn't help but murmur, it seems that no matter which outcome, it's not very good. The Human Emperor asked, what do you think? Lin Moya said, I think if it's the second possibility, it would be the best outcome for us. The second possibility analyzed by the Human Emperor Network was that there were no heavenly lords in the battle realm, and their so-called Battle Emperor was just a peak supreme being. In this case, it would be much better than the first and third possibilities. If there were heavenly lords, the great world would have no chance at all. If the battle realm was a legacy left by a powerful being, it might attract that powerful being, and the great world would still be doomed. So Lin Moya believed that if it was the second possibility, it would be the best outcome. Lin Moya said, no matter which possibility, we can only take it one step at a time, do what we should do, and leave the rest to luck. The Human Emperor Network said, you're right. I have one more thing to tell you, and you can decide what to do. A star map unfolded, showing 6 scarlet points of light. After years of exploration, we have identified these 6 places as the 6 most dangerous ancient ruins. Based on the information we have, these 6 ancient ruins may contain the remains of peak supreme beings or even heavenly lords. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that heavenly lords died in ancient times? The Human Emperor Network said, based on the information we have, it is highly likely that heavenly lords died in battle. Lin Moyo had thought that all the heavenly lords had left, but it turned out that some had died in battle. It seemed that not all heavenly lords were selfish, some truly fought for the great world until their deaths. Lin Moya said, you want me to go there and find the remains of a heavenly lord? The Human Emperor Network was straightforward. With your techniques, if you can obtain the remains of a heavenly lord, even if the battle emperor in the battle realm is a heavenly lord, we will have a chance. However, these 6 ruins are extremely dangerous. Saint lords have died in them before. Whether to go and when to go, it's up to you. Lin Moya said, let me see the information on these 6 ruins, as well as other ancient ruins. I want all of it. The Human Emperor Network said, you already have access. You can view it at any time. The projection disappeared, and the Human Emperor Network also left. Lin Moya did not move but began to examine the information on ancient ruins. Although the Human Emperor Network said it was up to him to decide whether to go, how could he not go? He definitely had to go, but when to go would depend on the situation. As Lin Moya studied the information on ancient ruins, he gradually understood their origins. Ancient ruins were actually evolved from the rule worlds of supreme beings or heavenly lords. He had entered rule worlds of supreme beings more than once, but those rule worlds were intact, with orderly rules. However, the rule worlds of ancient ruins were shattered, losing control and becoming chaotic. Over the long years, the chaotic rule worlds continuously evolved, creating various dangers. The stronger the rule world, the more dangerous the evolved ruins. The 6 ruins were extremely dangerous because the rule worlds that evolved them were too strong. According to Lin Moya's speculation, they must have been peak supreme beings' rule worlds, at the very least. One of them might even have been a heavenly lord's rule world, with unimaginable danger. By studying other ancient ruins, Lin Moya made inferences about the 6 major ruins and had some understanding. Chapter 2128. Chapter 2128, 2128. Chapter 2128, Little Mist's Great Blessing. One day later, Lin Moya left the cultivation room, and the Human Emperor Network intervened in reality, directly opening a teleportation for Lin Moyo. The Dao poison had dissipated, and Lin Moyo could once again engage in enlightenment. Using the power of enlightenment to cultivate the laws of time and space could save a lot of time. The laws of time and space cannot be cultivated within a time formation, so each advancement requires a significant amount of time. 1,000 years? Even 2,000 or 3,000 years might not be enough. Lin Moya didn't have that much time to waste. Now, less than 1,400 years remained until the arrival of the battle realm. Moreover, preparations needed to be made in advance, leaving Lin Moya with only 500 or 600 years. Lin Moya needed to eliminate the various races within these 500 or 600 years, achieve unification of the great world, and then concentrate all efforts on facing the arrival of the battle realm. However, with the current strength of the human race, it was unlikely to eliminate the various races and truly unify the great world. What Lin Moya meant by elimination was not just defeating the various races but eradicating them from the great world. Only by doing so could the karma within the great world be reduced, maintaining a good state for the great world. When the battle realm arrived, they could defeat it, plunder its essence, and use it to repair the great world. With some luck, they might even establish a new path to divinity, allowing the saints within the great world to ascend and achieve supremacy. Not only the saints but Lin Moyo himself as well. Only by walking the path to divinity, becoming a supreme being, and fully repairing the great world rune could there be a chance for further advancement. This matter was interconnected, and none of the steps could be skipped. Eliminating the various races was a massive and complex plan that couldn't be leaked. If the races escaped to the outer domain, it would be impossible to sever the karma for the great world, and nothing else could proceed. Lin Moya traveled silently through deep space in a warship, leaving the human race without a sound. Except for Elder Star, the Human Emperor Network, and a few saints, no one knew about Lin Moya's departure. Lin Moya's actions were now strictly confidential, almost becoming the highest secret of the human race. In the central divine palace of the divine city, Little Mist, who had just finished half an hour of cultivation, suddenly exclaimed, "Master has gone out again." The House Saint Lord smiled, "Yes, he's gone out again." Little Mist tilted her head, "Master doesn't play with me anymore. Although he doesn't make me do chores, it seems a bit boring." Little Mist seemed to miss the busy times before. Although she was busy, it was fulfilling. Watching those people pass through trials, whether they succeeded or failed, was quite interesting in retrospect. The House Saint Lord laughed, "Your master is too busy, he's doing great things." Little Mist's face was full of innocence. "What great things? Can Little Mist help?" The House Saint Lord said, "If Little Mist wants to help, you need to cultivate well. Only with a high enough realm can you help." Little Mist responded with an "oh" and immediately asked, "What realm do I need to reach?" The House Saint Lord thought for a moment. "The higher, the better." Little Mist seemed to understand. "The higher, the better. Do I need to be as high as the old master?" This made the House Saint Lord laugh. Little Mist's old master was a heavenly lord. How could such a being appear in the current world? Interestingly, since Little Mist reincarnated into a human, her intellect seemed to have regressed. Except for retaining some memories from her time as an artifact spirit, her personality was more like a child's. Especially after accepting the memories of her body's original owner, Little Mist felt she had just become a human, in the childhood stage of the human race, and should be playing. So she became what she is now, with a mature body but a child's mind, yet she understood everything. Sometimes, the knowledge she had was even more profound than that of the saints, and what she said could be incomprehensible to them. That knowledge came from the teachings of the Heavenly Lord, originally meant for supreme beings. However, Little Mist couldn't translate the Heavenly Lord's knowledge, feeling quite helpless. The How Saint Lord's casual remark about the higher, the better is taken seriously by Little Mist. Little Mist suddenly said very seriously, then Little Mist will start cultivating too, to help master in the future. With that, she put away her toys and began cultivating again. The How Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord exchanged smiles, finding it interesting and wondering how long Little Mist would persist this time. Little Mist was now a god king, at the 3rd level. Reaching the transcendent realm would take many years. The How Saint Lord laughed, let her play. In his eyes, Little Mist was like a junior, a very congenial little girl. Although the Heavenly Saint Lord wasn't as affectionate as the How Saint Lord, he also liked Little Mist. Suddenly, a unique aura of breakthrough surged from Little Mist, and she advanced from the 3rd level of the God King realm to the 4th level. The How Saint Lord laughed, such talent, breaking through a level in no time. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, Little Mist is playful, but her cultivation talent far surpasses ours. The How Saint Lord agreed, indeed. Little Mist had been an artifact spirit for countless years, experiencing numerous teachings from the Heavenly Lord and even more from the Supreme Beings. Through these teachings, she absorbed an immense amount of knowledge in Tao rhythm. Each bit of Tao rhythm was a blessing, accumulating layer upon layer, becoming more and more abundant, making her exceptionally fortunate. After transforming into a human, Little Mist carried these blessings with her, becoming her strongest foundation. Despite playing all these years and not cultivating much, she had advanced from a true god to a god king. This speed had already surpassed most cultivators. Both the How Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord believed that Little Mist's cultivation talent was better than theirs. Just when the How Saint Lord thought Little Mist would stop cultivating, she continued without stopping, unlike before. Previously, Little Mist's cultivation sessions never exceeded 3 hours, and she would stop after a small breakthrough. This time, Little Mist seemed very determined. 3 days later, Little Mist's breakthrough aura surged again, advancing to the 5th level of the God King realm. Another 3 days passed, and she advanced to the 6th level. 4 days later, she reached the 7th level. The How Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord were stunned. 3 breakthroughs in 10 days, what kind of cultivation speed was this? Moreover, they could see that Little Mist's foundation was solid, without any instability. The Heavenly Saint Lord frowned, Human Emperor, can you see what's going on? Although their vision was sharp, it was still inferior to the Human Emperor network. Especially here, the power of the Human Emperor network was extremely strong, capable of monitoring every change in aura. The Human Emperor network quickly responded, her soul contains powerful forces. Each breakthrough releases a bit of this power. The How Saint Lord suddenly understood, so that's it. It must be the power of the illusory mist Heavenly Lord. Only a Heavenly Lord could achieve this. Hiding power within the soul, releasing it during cultivation, this was beyond the current capabilities of the great world, achievable only by a Heavenly Lord. The Human Emperor network added, it's not just one type of power. The How Saint Lord was even more surprised, is this Little Mist's blessing? More than one Heavenly Lord helped her. The Heavenly Saint Lord sighed, it's truly enviable. Not only does she have a deep foundation, but she also has Heavenly Lords paving the way for her. Chapter 2129, Chapter 2129, 2129, Chapter 2129, don't even think about it, we don't have that luck. Little Mist's cultivation continued. After reaching the high-level God King realm, she advanced 1 level every 4 days. In just 12 days, Little Mist stepped into the lesser God realm. A phantom Lost Star River appeared above her head, then gradually descended to her feet. During this period, the power of the Heavenly Lord emerged from Little Mist's soul, helping her complete everything without her having to do anything herself. The How Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord were amazed, recalling the hardships of their own cultivation, filled with bitterness and tears. They realized that the gap between people was truly vast, so vast it made them want to cry. Little Mist's Lost Star River was very peculiar, something the 2 Saint Lords had never seen before. This Lost Star River was hazy and illusory, as if it didn't exist in this world, unlike any other Lost Star River. Other people's Lost Star Rivers were filled with surging laws, like waves crashing, but Little Mist's Lost Star River was filled with vortices, countless vortices throughout the entire river. On the surface, it seemed calm, but underneath, there were hidden currents. Seeing these vortices, both Saint Lords felt a sense of horror, as if their souls were about to be sucked in. It was imaginable that the Lost Star River Little Mist comprehended was extremely terrifying. When the Lost Star River descended to her feet, a rune array suddenly appeared above Little Mist's head. This rune array was very intricate and extremely complex. The How Saint Lord exclaimed in surprise, discovering that Little Mist's soul contained a containment rune array. This containment rune array was countless times more intricate than those drawn by Lin Moyo. Needless to say, the containment rune array was the handiwork of the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord. The containment rune array unfolded, and a large amount of clear spring water gushed out, transforming into a fine mist that fell on Little Mist. The fine mist entered Little Mist's body, rapidly strengthening her physical body, quickly breaking through the God King realm, continuously advancing, and rapidly approaching the Soul realm. The 2 Saint Lords exchanged glances, seeing a bitter taste in each other's eyes. Needless to say, this was another method prepared by the Heavenly Lord for Little Mist. As long as Little Mist broke through to the lesser god realm, this method would activate, helping her break through. Such treatment, throughout history, only Little Mist had received. But it wasn't over yet. Another rune flew out, also a containment rune array. The containment rune array unfolded, releasing a vast amount of rule power. Vaguely, the House Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord saw a rule world. The rule world was extremely powerful, so powerful that its rule power made it hard for the two to breathe. The central divine palace trembled continuously due to the vast rule power, as if it might collapse at any moment. Countless formations in the palace began to operate, and the human emperor network directly intervened in reality to help stabilize the palace. The House Saint Lord exclaimed in shock, "This is rule refinement." The Heavenly Lord not only helped Little Mist enhance her physical body but also directly used a Heavenly Lord level rule world for her refinement. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "This blessing is even stronger than Lin Moya's." In this era, the only person who could undergo rule refinement was Lin Moya, and now there was another. Little Mist was completely unaware of this, having entered a state of selflessness, following her instincts. Her whole body began to emit a purple gold light, and in this passive state, Little Mist completed the cultivation of the purple gold body. Then, she slowly stood up, eyes closed, and took a step into the Lost Star River. Like Lin Moya, Little Mist directly used her physical body to enter the Star River, merging with the Lost Star River, thereby leaping into the God Realm. Once successful, Little Mist would become the second person in this era to perfectly step into the God Realm. Little Mist stood in the Lost Star River, surrounded by vortices. The vortices continuously pulled at Little Mist, but she remained unmoved, her aura growing stronger, advancing towards the God Realm. Around her, there was a trace of power that did not belong to Little Mist, resisting the pull of the vortices. It was still the power of the Heavenly Lord, who had thought of everything for Little Mist. In just 1 hour, Little Mist completed her breakthrough, her body beginning to emit the aura of the God Realm. The Lost Star River also gradually solidified, representing Little Mist's official entry into the God Realm. At this moment, another rune flew out, landing directly on Little Mist's forehead. Little Mist let out a soft hum, sat down in the Lost Star River, and continued her cultivation. This change left the two Saint Lords completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. If Lin Moya were here, he would know that this last rune was the unique inheritance rune created by the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord. The inheritance rune contained a complete inheritance, which Little Mist could accept in a very short time. The Lost Star River finally disappeared, and the central divine palace stopped trembling. In just over 20 days, Little Mist had advanced from the 3rd level of the God King realm to the 1st level of the God realm. This speed was enough to shock countless people. The two Saint Lords looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and bitterness. The more they looked at Little Mist, the more they felt their own misfortune. The Heavenly Lord had been too good to Little Mist, preparing everything perfectly. It was imaginable that Little Mist's future cultivation would not be slow, but this also showed how terrifying the power of the Heavenly Lords was. Such near-miraculous methods were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It seemed they could create gods at will. No wonder in ancient times, gods were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. What the Heavenly Lords created at will was nothing extraordinary. The House Saint Lord sighed, "Don't even think about it, we don't have that luck." The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "I'm not thinking about it, I'm just curious about what laws Little Mist comprehended. Just ask her when she wakes up, I'm curious too." After about a month of travel, Lin Moya finally reached his destination. This time, he chose a small race in the peripheral area, called the White Stone Clan. In the Great World, there are 12 races, all stone-based lifeforms, collectively known as the Stone Clan. Because they are all stone-based lifeforms, they band together and formed an alliance early on. The strongest among the Stone Clan is the Black Stone Clan, which is also the leader of this stone-based alliance. The Black Stone Clan has a Saint Lord, several transcendent beings, and combined with the transcendent beings from other stone-based races, the entire Stone Clan alliance can be considered a strong race. However, it is still just an alliance, different from a single race. Lin Moya chose the weakest among them, the White Stone Clan, which also had no transcendent beings. Arriving at the edge of the White Stone Clan's star domain, Lin Moya retracted his worship and looked at the starry sky of the White Stone Clan. Here, white planets floated, covered in minerals, with few metals, mainly composed of stone. Many of these planets were taken from the human race 10,000 years ago. While taking these planets, the White Stone Clan also massacred many humans. The White Stone Clan was not strong, never had been throughout history. However, the slaughter they caused was no less than other races, as they killed ordinary people. The White Stone Clan was generally very large, and humans appeared like ants to them, easily crushed underfoot. Weak races targeted weak humans, equally cruel. Karma has its retribution. The seeds sown in the past must be reaped now. The demon race has set up barriers in various races, and the Abyssalite demons are monitoring. I wonder if they can detect me. With a thought, a rune flew out from the treasure ship's warehouse. The rune was extremely complex, formed by the fusion of several high-level runes. The rune exploded, transforming into a mist that enveloped Lin Moya. Lin Moya's figure gradually faded in the mist until he disappeared. Chapter 2130. Chapter 2130, 2130. Chapter 2130, Upgraded Containment Rune Array. Concealment Rune. This is not merely invisibility but true disappearance. The Great World is filled with countless lines of laws. After using the Concealment Rune, Lin Moya hides within these laws. His aura, his soul fluctuations, and all his movements blend with the laws. In this state, even if Lin Moya takes action, the opponent may not be able to sense it. In the Inheritance of the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord, the Concealment Rune is a high-level rune, second only to the Void Concealment Rune. The Void Concealment Rune is an ancient rune that Lin Moya cannot yet draw. After using the Concealment Rune, Lin Moya entered the territory of the Whitestone clan and encountered the barrier set up by the demon race. The barrier formed a bubble-like membrane in the starry sky, enveloping the entire Whitestone clan. This huge barrier was actually composed of many smaller barriers combined. The demon race has invested heavily this time. I don't know how many years of accumulation they used. Setting up barriers for over 100 races, the demon race truly invested a lot. The barriers couldn't be set up out of thin air and required a large amount of manpower and resources. Lin Moya reached out and touched the barrier, then passed through it effortlessly. There was no need to adjust the power frequency because countless laws already passed through the barrier, and the barrier itself relied on these laws to exist. At this moment, Lin Moya was fused with the laws, so the barrier naturally couldn't stop him. The barrier had no reaction and did not trigger any alarms. Lin Moya entered the barrier and flew towards the nearest star system. This star system was not large, with only one star and 3 white planets, belonging to a small star system. The 3 planets had no distinction between life planets and resource planets. For stone-based life forms, these mineral-rich planets were the best living areas. Even a planet lush with green trees would be transformed into a stone-only planet in their hands. Lin Moya did not sense the presence of a godlord. The Whitestone clan was not strong, and they didn't have many godlords, unable to station them in every star system. It might also be because they trusted the demon race's barrier too much, so they didn't station godlords in the peripheral star systems. But for Lin Moya, it didn't matter whether there were godlords or not. In the dark starry sky, a rune suddenly flew out. This rune was extremely complex and three-dimensional, enough to give even a godlord a headache. It wasn't an ancient rune, but it was very close to one. If the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord or House Saint Lord were present, they would recognize that this rune was actually a rune array, a containment rune array. However, compared to the containment rune array Lin Moya had used before, this one was more refined and powerful. After 1200 years of seclusion, Lin Moya's understanding of runes had far surpassed before. The containment rune array had been continuously strengthened and improved, now becoming increasingly powerful, even showing signs of developing towards an ancient rune. In the Inheritance of the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord, it was clearly stated that any rune array could continuously evolve and upgrade. In fact, many rune arrays were very weak when first created and evolved through continuous improvement. Most rune arrays' ultimate goal of evolution and upgrade was to become ancient runes. However, the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord did not tell Lin Moya the method of evolution for those rune arrays. He only provided the most basic rune arrays in the Inheritance. How to evolve and upgrade them was left to the inheritor to figure out and do themselves. 10,000 rune masters might draw 10,000 different containment rune arrays, each with varying strengths. Every rune master had their own areas of expertise and would generally choose to upgrade and strengthen rune arrays in their areas of expertise. Just like every teacher hopes their students can forge their own paths, truly surpassing their predecessors. Lin Moya also strengthened and upgraded the containment rune array based on his own understanding and techniques. At this moment, the containment rune array had a larger internal space and was more solid. Its internal space was like an independent world, capable of hosting a large-scale battle. After the containment rune array flew out, it silently unfolded in the starry sky, enveloping the entire star system. Then another rune flew out. This rune was a fusion rune composed of several high-level runes, called the Mirror Image Rune. Originally, it created a layer of illusion, forming a mirage-like effect. After Lin Moya's modifications and upgrades, the Mirror Image Rune could create a mirror image as large as a star system. The star system was swallowed by the containment rune array and disappeared, but in the next second, an identical star system appeared. The original star system was taken away, replaced by the mirror image. On the surface, the star system still existed. At least from a distance, it looked the same. From billions of kilometers away, one couldn't see any changes in the star system. Only by getting close would one discover that the planets in the star system had stopped moving. They had become a static scene, motionless in the starry sky. In the center of the star system, a huge eye continuously scanned the starry sky. This was the abyssal eye demon placed by the demon race in the Whitestone clan, continuously monitoring the starry sky. At the moment the containment rune array took away the star system, it seemed to sense something and immediately looked over. But by then, the mirror image rune had already taken effect, and it didn't notice anything unusual. Through the Zemo ancestral tree, the human high command already knew all the movements of the various races and the abyssal eye demons placed by the demon race. Naturally, Lin Moya could think of a way to counter it. The combination of the mirror image rune and the containment rune array was his solution. From the current results, the effect was excellent. Inside the star system taken by the containment rune array, the Whitestone clan members seemed to sense something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then, countless mists rose and quickly spread. Where did this mist come from? Our planet doesn't even have water, how can there be mist? What is this? How can there be flames? In the mist, countless flames erupted, burning the ground and roasting life. Then, a large number of hell fiends rushed over, opening their terrifying jaws and tearing the Whitestone clan members to pieces. Screams echoed, continuously resounding in the space of the containment rune array. From the moment they were enveloped by the Hell of Bones, these Whitestone clan members were doomed to die, with no chance of survival. They couldn't escape, nor could they send any information outside. They could only struggle and tremble in hell, waiting for death to come. The hell fiends tore their bodies apart, and the hell flames burned them into liquid, which finally merged into the river of hellfire, becoming nourishment for it. Too weak. Lin Moya watched without joy or sorrow. He had no emotional fluctuations. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. Watching death unfold before his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of his sister's stunning sword strike. The siblings, the elder sister slaying a Saint Lord, the younger brother severing karma. This feeling was quite peculiar. Do what you think is right. Repeating his sister's words, Lin Moya knew what he needed to do now. Bullying the weak and wanton killing were just trivial matters in the face of the survival of races in the great world. Moments later, the Whitestone clan members in this star system were completely wiped out, and the star system was packed up and taken away by the containment rune array. In the starry sky, the mirror image still existed, not disappearing. The upgraded mirror image rune could last for many years. As long as no one got close, no problems would be discovered. Chapter 2131. Chapter 2131, 2131. Chapter 2131. It seems I need to visit the battlefield again. The first battle using runes went very smoothly, deceiving the abyssal demon eye. The demon's barrier had no effect at all, just as Lin Moyo had predicted. The upgraded containment formation and mirror runes worked together perfectly, with surprisingly good results. Next, Lin Moyo went to other star systems, using the same method to package and take away the star systems one by one. From start to finish, the abyssal demon eye had no reaction at all. The demon's strongest monitoring method was rendered useless before Lin Moyo. Once, Lin Moyo even flew past within 1,000,000 kilometers of the abyssal demon eye, and it still failed to detect him. The concealment rune was extremely effective, even nullifying the abyssal demon eye that demons had always prided themselves on. 1,000,000 kilometers is an extremely close distance in space. At his current speed, taking one step covers 50 million kilometers, so 1,000,000 kilometers is really nothing. To monitor the entire star region, the abyssal demon eye was positioned at the center of the Whitestone race's star region, very far from all the star systems. Even the closest was over 100 million kilometers away. At this distance, Lin Moyo felt the abyssal demon eye had no way of detecting the mirror runes. The reality was indeed as he thought. When he packaged and took away the nearest star system, leaving behind mirror runes, the abyssal demon eye still had no reaction. This made Lin Moyo even more at ease, and his actions gradually became bolder, with increasing speed. While Lin Moyo was taking action, the 100 Race Alliance was also gathering. They planned to launch another attack against the human race. After 20 years of recuperation following the repeated major battles with humans, their momentum had finally recovered somewhat. Most importantly, the Abyssal Demon Lord's true body had finally arrived on the battlefield 5 years ago. The Abyssal Demon Lord said he had been refining a magical treasure before, which was why he had been using his first avatar all along. Now that the Abyssal Demon Lord's true body had arrived, it meant that magical treasure had been fully refined, and the Abyssal Demon Lord's combat power should have increased significantly. Still at the Vermilion Birdstar region battlefield, the 100 Race Alliance's army began to gather again. Several Saint Venerables who had been fighting humans in other star regions also rushed over. The number of Saint Venerables in the 100 Race Alliance increased to 5. The Demon race had the Abyssal Demon Lord and the Magma Demon Lord. The Golden Eagle race, besides the Black Gold Saint Venerable, also had a Dark Gold Saint Venerable who came over. The Bull Demon race still had the Blood Bull Saint Venerable. His injuries had fully healed. Last time, he had half his body cut off by the Sword Saint Venerable and his soul was also somewhat damaged. He had been recuperating since then, and now he had finally recovered. 5 Saint Venerables, leading over 100 Transcendents and 1,000,000,000 troops, began to gather again. The battlefield was boiling with fighting spirit. The unusual aura could be felt across several light years. The 100 Race Alliance seemed determined to get back up where they had fallen. Their actions were naturally grasped by the human race, who also began to move in response. Large numbers of troops came to reinforce. Compared to the 100 Race Alliance, the human army's momentum was even stronger. Over these years, the human race had more victories than defeats, using the various races to train their troops. Both morale and combat power had greatly increased. There were many more God Venerables in the army, with many lesser God Venerables successfully advancing to become full God Venerables. There were even peak God Venerables who gained insights during battle and broke through to become half-step Transcendents. They opened the blood path to Transcendence, using the power of the battlefield to engage in slaughter, helping themselves cross the Starry River to reach Transcendence. Years of great wars had not weakened the human race. Instead, they grew stronger with each battle. This also made the various races realize how terrifying the human race was. Many felt that since they couldn't exterminate the human race 100,000 years ago, it would be impossible to do so now. Both sides were preparing their troops and supplies, getting ready for the great battle that would erupt soon. Meanwhile, Lin Moyo had already silently left the White Stone race and headed to another Stone-type lifeform race's star region, the Earth Stone race. The Earth Stone race was slightly stronger than the White Stone race, but only by a little, not by much. They had a larger population and more God Venerables, but still no Transcendents. In Lin Moya's view, among the Stone-type lifeform races, except for the strongest Black Stone race, the others were all about the same. It wouldn't take much effort for him to crush them. Only the Black Stone race was an exception. They had 3 Transcendent Realm experts, so he didn't want to provoke them for now. After leaving the White Stone race, Lin Moyo unexpectedly discovered that the aura of enlightenment had not descended. Lin Moyo realized that the White Stone race had not been completely wiped out. A large number of White Stone race members had gone to the front lines. As long as they were still alive, the karmic ties of the great world were not severed, so naturally, he couldn't receive the reward. It seems I need to visit the battlefield again. But before that, I'll accumulate a bit more. Lin Moyo thought for a moment, and a rune flew out from the treasure ship's warehouse. Over 1,200 years, the treasure ship's warehouse had been filled with runes, too many to count. There were all kinds of runes. Lin Moyo only needed to move his thoughts slightly to use them directly, without needing to draw the runes again. This was also one of the battle methods of rune masters in ancient times. Otherwise, with battles changing in an instant, how could one have time to draw runes on the spot? Unless one could reach the state described by the rune Saint Venerable, where a single thought could generate 10,000 runes. This was a legendary realm that even the rune Saint Venerable himself hadn't fully achieved, let alone others. After the rune flew out, it attached to Lin Moyo's forehead. A stream of consciousness was transmitted into it, and then the rune transformed into a sharp sword, flashed with a faint light, and disappeared. This rune was called the Flying Sword rune, not used for battle, but for transmitting information. The speed of the Flying Sword rune was extremely fast, with almost no limit depending on the level of the rune maker. The Flying Sword rune could not only transmit one's own information but also bring back information. In ancient times, many rune masters used Flying Sword runes to communicate with each other, which was highly efficient. Compared to the human emperor network, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Lin Moyo didn't wait for the Flying Sword rune but instead infiltrated the Earthstone race's star region again, beginning to sever karmic ties. Just one day later, on the battlefield of the Vermilion Bird Star region, a faint light kept flickering and jumping, entering the human camp, and then appearing before the rune Saint Venerable. The rune Saint Venerable had arrived here a few days ago, along with the Kill Saint Venerable. At this moment, on the human side, there were the Sword Saint Venerable, the War Saint Venerable, the Kill Saint Venerable, the Rune Saint Venerable, and Lin Mohan. With 5 Saint Venerable level combat powers, they were evenly matched with the Saint Venerables of the 100 Race Alliance. Seeing the suddenly appearing Flying Sword rune, the Rune Saint Venerable was somewhat surprised. Because of the existence of the human emperor network, people who still used sword runes to communicate were now very rare. He received the Flying Sword rune, and Lin Moyo's voice immediately sounded in his mind. Rune Saint Venerable, may I ask which battlefield the stone-type races are located on? The Rune Saint Venerable hadn't expected the Flying Sword rune to come from Lin Moyo and was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood what Lin Moyo was doing. Indeed, given Lin Moyo's position, he couldn't connect to the human emperor network, so using a Flying Sword rune was indeed the best method. Moreover, with Lin Moyo's level of rune mastery, the speed of the Flying Sword rune would be incredibly fast. He immediately infused the information he knew into the Flying Sword rune, and it disappeared in an instant. The Kill Saint Venerable saw this and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" The Rune Saint Venerable said, "It was young friend Lin asking for some intelligence. I've already given it to him. How are your preparations this time?" The Kill Saint Venerable sneered, "Don't worry, just watch how I'll slay the Black Gold Saint Venerable." The Rune Saint Venerable said, "Although the Black Gold Saint Venerable was defeated by the War Saint Venerable last time, that was because of the War God Spear. His actual strength is very powerful." The Kill Saint Venerable said, "In the past, perhaps I wasn't his match, but now, I can definitely slay him." He turned his head slightly to look behind him. Behind him floated a faint, ethereal mist, within which cold light flickered faintly. Chapter 2132. Chapter 2132, 2132. Chapter 2132, You fight yours, I'll fight mine. In the Earthstone race's star region, the same thing was happening as in the White Stone race. One star system after another was silently disappearing. The abyssal demon I placed in the star region did not detect anything. The star systems looked extremely calm on the surface, but internally, they had undergone significant changes. Lin Moyo moved very quickly, taking away and annihilating one star system after another. 2 days later, a Flying Sword rune flashed by and returned to Lin Moyo's hand, bringing back the needed intelligence. After reading it, Lin Moyo felt confident. So, the stone-type races have all gone to the White Tiger Star region battlefield, which is not too far. The Vermilion Bird Star region will have another great battle. Both sides are mobilizing their troops, and the battle is expected to take place in a year. Both sides have invested a large number of troops in this battle, causing the other 3 battlefields to be relatively empty. The Saint Venerables must have all left, and at most, there will be 1 or 2 Transcendents left behind. It seems I also need to take this opportunity to sever the karmic ties. A year is a short time, and the time left for Lin Moyo was not long. Lin Moyo already had a plan in mind. He used another Flying Sword rune to inquire about other matters. Acting alone has its advantages: a small target, freedom, and less likelihood of being discovered. However, acting alone also has its drawbacks: no intelligence support, and many things can go wrong. Fortunately, with the Flying Sword rune, he could quickly get intelligence from the Rune Saint Venerable. After sending several Flying Sword runes, Lin Moyo's plan became complete. A month later, Lin Moyo left the Earth Stone race and went to the Yellow Stone race. He still acted silently, without causing any waves. 6 months later, Lin Moyo left the stone-type races, having silently wiped out 5 races. On the surface, the star systems were still intact, and the abyssal demon I did not detect anything. Perhaps because the front lines were preparing for a great battle, the attention of the various races was focused on the Vermilion Bird Star region, and no one paid attention to the rear. These people did not know that their homes had already been stolen. As the great battle approached, the intensity of the battles on the other three fronts significantly decreased. Lin Moyo entered another race, the Sand Race. The Sand Race was somewhat similar to the Stone-type races but also different. The Sand Race was also divided into several small races, and Lin Moyo selected a few weak ones to annihilate. The races he selected had one thing in common: their troops were all deployed in the White Tiger Star region. After wiping out 2 sand races, he did not receive the Great World's Rune reward because he did not kill all the members. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry. He left the Sand Race and went to another race. A year passed quickly, and the great battle between the 100 Race Alliance and the human race erupted again. On a battlefield 100 light-years away from the Vermilion Bird Star region, the armies of both sides were aggressively arrayed. Although the human race was outnumbered, their momentum could crush the enemy. Several Saint Venerables faced each other from afar, each locking onto their opponent. The Abyssal Demon Lord sneered at Lin Mohan. "Last time you killed my avatar, this time I will kill you." Lin Mohan's voice was pleasant and crisp like a sword cutting through. "This time I will kill your true body." The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed heartily. "Good, let me see how capable you are." The Sword Saint Venerable faced the Blood Bull Saint Venerable again, but this time the Blood Bull Saint Venerable seemed prepared, wearing an extraordinary set of armor. The War Saint Venerable changed opponents, and the Dark Gold Saint Venerable of the Golden Eagle race actively locked onto him. The Kill Saint Venerable locked onto the Black Gold Saint Venerable, and the Rune Saint Venerable faced the Magma Demon Lord. The Saint Venerables had allocated their opponents, and the great battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, 70 light-years away from the White Tiger Star region, another 100 Race Alliance army was stationed. Compared to the Vermilion Bird Star region, this place was much quieter and had fewer troops. A large number of troops had been transferred to the Vermilion Bird battlefield, leaving less than 1 billion troops here. Moreover, the strength was weaker, with most being God Kings, and less than 10,000 God Venerables. There were only 2 Transcendents. At this time, their attention was mostly focused on the Vermilion Bird battlefield, as the battle there was crucial for the 100 Race Alliance. The last major defeat had greatly damaged their morale, and it took many years to recover. If they failed again this time, the consequences were unimaginable, and the alliance might even be shaken. After all, the 100 races had their own agendas and could not be as united as the human race. As they waited, suddenly, alarms sounded. Barriers activated automatically, and warships began firing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless vines lashed down, shattering the barriers. Countless warships were smashed to pieces by the vines, and a large number of 100 Race Alliance soldiers died on the spot. What is this? Heavens, what a big tree! Why is space sealed? A giant tree, 1,000,000 meters tall, appeared in the starry sky. The tree appeared suddenly, without any warning. As soon as it appeared, it attacked, giving the 100 Race Alliance no chance to react. The terrifying aura of a transcendent realm expert spread through the starry sky, causing everyone below the God Venerable realm to tremble and be unable to move. Even God Venerables felt extremely uncomfortable. Many instinctively wanted to escape, but space was sealed when the giant tree appeared, making it impossible to leave. Damn it, it's the starry sky giant tree. Why is it here, and why is it attacking us? 2 roars sounded, and 2 Transcendents charged out. The starry sky giant tree swung countless vines at them. The vines shattered the starry sky, arriving in an instant, and directly knocked the 2 away. As a Transcendent, the starry sky giant tree's combat power surpassed most Transcendents. Only some strong Transcendents could match the starry sky giant tree. With just one move, the 2 were suppressed by the starry sky giant tree, unable to fight back. Countless vines surrounded them, and their eyes filled with despair as they felt death approaching. The 2 Transcendents came from different races. They were stationed here and did not participate in the Vermilion Bird Star region battle. Originally, they were lucky, as it was normal for Transcendents to die in such a great battle. Last time, several Transcendents died. But who would have thought that the starry sky giant tree would suddenly appear and launch a deadly attack? With the Transcendents suppressed, the others fared worse. God Venerables could not withstand the starry sky giant tree's attacks, and even peak God Venerables could only hold out for a short time. Lower-level God Venerables were almost instantly killed. In just a few minutes, the entire garrison was completely scattered, and everyone was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, space was sealed, and now it was just a matter of who could fly faster. Mist appeared out of thin air, silently covering 100 billion kilometers of starry sky. Hellfire boiled continuously, and hellish spirits rampaged through the starry sky, with over 1 billion hellish spirits killing and devouring all the 100 Race Alliance members, leaving none alive. Lin Moyo appeared in the starry sky, watching this scene with cold eyes. He was surrounded by the aura of origin spells. He used the resurrection of the dead to revive the starry sky giant tree. With his realm, it was possible to provoke the starry sky giant tree's resistance. However, Lin Moyo had a plan. He first used origin spells to forcibly raise his realm to the peak of the God Venerable realm. In this state, the probability of the starry sky giant tree resisting was minimized. The starry sky giant tree did not resist and became a resurrected entity. Then, the starry sky giant tree acted first to see if it could suppress the 2 Transcendents stationed there, and to see if there were any hidden forces. The starry sky giant tree did not disappoint him, easily suppressing the 2 Transcendents. The bone hell followed, forming a deadly trap. Chapter 2133. Chapter 2133, 2133. Chapter 2133, A Broken Skull. 100 million troops were slaughtered in less than an hour, becoming food for the bone hell. Only 2 Transcendent Realm experts remained, struggling under the attacks of the starry sky giant tree, but they couldn't hold on for much longer. Lin Moya stood in space, and a strange aura descended. The Great World's rune reward had arrived, more intense than any previous time. This reward was different from before. In the past year, Lin Moyo had eliminated 10 races, and now 10 rewards merged into one, descending together. The enlightenment aura was at least 10 times more concentrated than before. Lin Moya knew he was about to enter an enlightenment state, which might last for some time. He quickly gave final orders to the starry sky giant tree, then took out his warship and entered deep space, flying towards the human race's star region. Just seconds after entering the warship, Lin Moya fell into the enlightenment state. Without the influence of the Tao poison, this enlightenment was extremely effective, rapidly deepening his understanding of the laws of time and space. On the White Tiger Star region battlefield, the two Transcendent Realm experts let out miserable screams almost simultaneously, shredded by the starry sky giant tree. The starry sky giant tree wove an impenetrable net, carrying the two shattered corpses, and disappeared according to Lin Moya's instructions. The space that had been occupied by over 100 million troops just moments ago suddenly became empty and desolate, permeated with the aura of death. In the distant space, a dark green flame suddenly lit up, with a demon eye within it. The demon eye revealed unbelievable terror, while also emitting a scream. At the same time, in the star systems of the White Stone race, Earth Stone race, Sand race, the mirror runes dissipated simultaneously, revealing the true situation of space, accompanied by the sharp cries of the abyssal demon eyes. On the other side, on the Vermilion Bird battlefield, the abyssal demon lord suddenly trembled. He roared in anger, "This is impossible." Just as the battle was about to begin, the abyssal demon lord's sudden roar was too abrupt. Everyone looked over, and the magma demon lord asked loudly, "What happened?" The abyssal flames on the abyssal demon lord's body became even more intense, representing his current emotional state, which was extremely agitated. The abyssal demon lord spoke in a low voice, gritting his teeth, "Nothing." The other Saint Venerables saw this and knew something must have happened, but with the great battle imminent, no matter what happened, it had to wait until after the battle. At this moment, the Rune Saint Venerable suddenly laughed, "Your garrison in the White Tiger Star region has been wiped out." Upon hearing this, the allied army immediately fell into slight chaos. There were many in the army who had come from the White Tiger Star region, and hearing this, they all showed disbelief. The abyssal demon lord roared, "Don't listen to his nonsense, prepare for battle." The magma demon lord's eyes turned, and he suddenly let out an angry roar, clashing his fists together, exploding with surging flames that swept through space. The Rune Saint Venerable waved his hand, and an ancient rune flew out and exploded in the air. The ancient rune transformed into a starry river, with countless waves swallowing the flames. As soon as the two began fighting, it signaled the start of the great battle. The human army erupted in roars that shook space, and numerous war fortresses launched attacks one after another. Formations intertwined, launching fierce attacks. The human race fought fiercely, disregarding defense, using force to subdue the enemy. The 100-race alliance counterattacked simultaneously, but since they came from different races, they fought individually, appearing less orderly and unified than the human race. The Transcendent Realm experts each found their opponents, engaging in battle millions of miles apart. The Saint Venerables were even further away, as ordinary soldiers could not withstand the aftershocks of their battles. The Abyssal Demon Lord once again faced Lin Mohan, but this time it was his true body. "Last time you destroyed my avatar, this time my true body will tear you to pieces." Lin Mohan's expression was cold, beautiful but filled with killing intent. "Today I will destroy you once again." In an instant, sword light scattered through space, immediately illuminating the starry sky. Origin fire. The Abyssal Demon Lord roared, and the abyssal flames on his body violently boiled, while a hint of purple appeared within the abyssal flames. The Abyssal Demon Lord's aura rose sharply, his power continuously increasing. With the enhancement of the Origin spell, the Abyssal Demon Lord's combat power at least doubled. Lin Mohan's brows furrowed slightly. Origin power. The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed loudly, "You have some knowledge. Later, I will slowly burn you to death, burning you to ashes inch by inch." He took out something resembling a skull, which emitted an ancient aura, bearing the marks of time. Flames erupted from the two eye sockets of the skull, looking extremely ferocious. Seeing the skull, Lin Mohan's brows furrowed even more. The skull in the Abyssal Demon Lord's hand was an ancient treasure, and its grade was very likely to have surpassed the Saint Venerable level, reaching the Supreme Realm. Previously, the Abyssal Demon Lord had been refining it, which was why his true body couldn't move and only his avatar could act outside. He had been refining this treasure for many years and had finally completed the initial refinement. The Abyssal Demon Lord sneered, "You're dead for sure." Lin Mohan said nothing, simply slashing out with her sword decisively. Spell, sword slash void. Sword light engulfed heaven and earth, and the nearby Saint Venerables all felt the terror of the sword light, their skin stinging. Billions of miles away, the Transcendent Realm experts all spat blood, injured by the sword light despite being so far away. Some Transcendent Realm experts were even further away and escaped unscathed, laughing loudly. "If I had known it would be like this, I would have stayed far away from the beginning." Those Transcendent Realm experts who were injured by the sword light were all newcomers this time. Anyone who had experience from last time stayed as far away as possible this time. Lin Mohan's sword was far more terrifying than their own opponents. The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed coldly and activated the skull in his hand. The skull immediately erupted with towering flames, and a skull at least 1,000,000 meters tall appeared in space. The skull spewed green flames, pushing the power of the abyssal flames to the extreme. The sword light was dissolved by the flames, quickly dissipating. The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed loudly, "The treasure of a supreme, truly formidable." "Is that so? A broken skull, what's so formidable about it?" Lin Mohan sneered, suddenly pointing her sword tip at the Abyssal Demon Lord. More precisely, the sword tip was pointing at the undying skull in the Abyssal Demon Lord's hand. The heaven and earth sword hummed, and a faint light shone from its tip. Bang! The undying skull exploded on the spot, and the giant skull in space simultaneously burst apart. The flames that were originally spewing out reversed course, actually falling onto the Abyssal Demon Lord. How is this possible? The Abyssal Demon Lord was stunned for half a second, not knowing what had happened. Then, a terrifying explosion engulfed him. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling continued, with explosions occurring one after another. The Abyssal Demon Lord was originally enveloped in abyssal flames, and now with the new flames sweeping over, the two types of flames were completely incompatible, like cold water falling into boiling oil, immediately causing a violent reaction. The Abyssal Demon Lord screamed incessantly, clearly injured in the explosion. Amidst the screams, a illusory world appeared above the Abyssal Demon Lord's head. His rule world emerged, deep and dark, filled with abyssal flames everywhere. Abyssal flames poured out from the rule world. The Abyssal Demon Lord wanted to use his rule flames to suppress the flames of the undying skull. Lin Mohan wouldn't give him this opportunity. She took out a pill and threw it into her mouth, quickly recovering her depleted power. The sword light lit up again, accompanied by Lin Mohan's shout. Sword/Void. Chapter 2134. Chapter 2134, 2134. Chapter 2134. No wonder she dared to meditate on the battlefield. Deep in the Abyssal Demon Lord's rule world, even more intense abyssal flames erupted, intertwining with the origin fire. Along with the flames from the exploding undying skull, they formed a three-colored blaze. The three-colored flames were beautiful, but unfortunately incompatible and unable to harmonize. Continuous explosions caused the Abyssal Demon Lord immense pain. Screams and roars intertwined, forming an extremely strange sound. At this moment, Lin Mohan's sword arrived. Sword energy swept through space, shattering the entire area. Even the chaotic flows in deep space were annihilated by the sword energy. This sword transcended spatial boundaries, shattering space and directly striking the world barrier, causing it to flash with light. The Abyssal Demon Lord shrieked as magical treasures flew out from his rule world one after another, transforming into boundless demonic realms in space. For a time, demonic aura boiled over. But it was useless. Wherever the sword light reached, demonic energy was extinguished. Magical treasures shattered in space one after another, unable to withstand it at all. The Abyssal Demon Lord retreated rapidly, using his rule world as a shield. The rule world is a Saint Venerable's strongest trump card, a killing move only used in desperate situations. Its power is unmatched, and using it as a shield is extremely effective. Sword energy struck the rule world, immediately causing large cracks to appear in the Abyssal Demon Lord's rule world. Countless abyssal flames poured out, enveloping hundreds of millions of miles of space. Space was dyed a dark green color, looking extremely bizarre. Nearby Transcendents watched this scene in shock, feeling that if they were in that sea of fire, they probably wouldn't last long. But Lin Mohan stood in the sea of fire, completely unperturbed. She held her sword intent radiating and forming a sphere of light that protected her from any harm. Sword light flashed as Lin Mohan struck again. The sword's momentum was terrifying, parting the waters and splitting the sea, forcefully cleaving the sea of fire in two. Another scream rang out as the sea of fire exploded, abyssal flames blasting in all directions. The Transcendents' faces changed drastically as they shouted, "Quick, run!" Even a tiny bit of the Abyssal Demon Lord's abyssal flames would badly burn them if not kill them outright. Lin Mohan could ignore it, but these Transcendents couldn't. They fled as fast as they could. Lin Mohan destroyed the sea of fire with one sword strike. Her gaze remained calm as she murmured, "They ran away quite fast." The Abyssal Demon Lord had fled, escaping extremely quickly and pathetically, without even having time to fart. At this moment, Lin Mohan reached out her hand, and several drops of blood flew over, landing in her palm. These drops of blood contained immense power and looked like black ink. Though the Abyssal Demon Lord had escaped, he was still injured. This was his blood. Lin Mohan put away the blood, her gaze cold. "Next time I will definitely slay you." After defeating the Abyssal Demon Lord, Lin Mohan did not move, but closed her eyes to meditate instead. Though she had struck several sword blows that looked effortless, in reality her power was almost completely depleted. The other Saint Venerables who were still fighting all showed shocked expressions. They never imagined the Abyssal Demon Lord would be defeated so thoroughly and quickly. Originally they had hoped the Abyssal Demon Lord would kill Lin Mohan and then come help them. Now it seemed the situation had completely reversed. Fortunately, Lin Mohan did not move after defeating the Abyssal Demon Lord, clearly having exhausted too much power. The Magma Demon Lord, who was fighting the Rune Saint Venerable, suddenly roared angrily. His body violently exploded. Magma Avatar. His body split into three. The main body continued fighting the Rune Saint Venerable, while the two split-off avatars flew rapidly towards Lin Mohan to kill her. The Magma Demon Lord wanted to kill Lin Mohan while she was meditating. In the Saint Venerable's eyes, no matter how strong Lin Mohan's attacks were, she was still only a transcendent. Without a rule world, killing her shouldn't be difficult. Although the Magma Demon Lord was not particularly fast, he was still a Saint Venerable, so his speed was not slow. The Rune Saint Venerable coldly snorted, "I expected this." An ancient rune flew out, overtaking the Magma Demon Lord's avatars despite starting later. The ancient rune transformed into a world, becoming 6 powerful warriors who blocked the Magma Demon Lord's avatars. Though the 6 ancient rune warriors were not as strong as the avatars, they outnumbered them and could hold them off for a while. At this moment, a black gold light suddenly appeared silently, traversing billions of miles of space to arrive beside Lin Mohan. The black gold Saint Venerable had arrived. It wasn't his main body, but an avatar. Watch out! The Kill Saint Venerable's angry roar came half a beat slower than the black gold Saint Venerable's avatar, only ringing out now. It's too late. The Rune Saint Venerable's eyes narrowed sharply. He hadn't expected the black gold Saint Venerable to suddenly sneak attack. He could see that the sneak attacker was one of the black gold Saint Venerable's magical treasures. This magical treasure could transform into the black gold Saint Venerable's appearance and possess part of his battle power for a certain period of time. At this moment, a long spear suddenly appeared beside Lin Mohan. The War God Spear abruptly materialized, blasting back the black gold Saint Venerable. The black gold Saint Venerable was torn apart by the War God Spear, turning back into a magical treasure that flew back. The War God Spear also flashed once before returning to the War Saint Venerable's hand. Holding the War God Spear, the War Saint Venerable looked like an ancient war god. His expression was icy cold as he said, "Sneaky tricks or nothing." The dark gold Saint Venerable he was fighting coldly snorted, "You'd better worry about yourself." He exploded with dark gold light. A golden eagle appeared in space, its wings spread to tens of millions of meters. The golden eagle flapped its wings, shooting out countless golden lights. Each beam of golden light was like an arrow, extremely sharp and capable of destroying stars. The War Saint Venerable had just expended significant energy to send the War God Spear across space to save Lin Mohan. Facing the golden eagle's attack, the War Saint Venerable swallowed a pill. The War God Spear hovered above his head, forming a defense. With the War God Spear in hand, the War Saint Venerable was not afraid of the Dark Gold Saint Venerable. However, the Dark Gold Saint Venerable's strength was somewhat greater than the Black Gold Saint Venerable's. The two were evenly matched. At this point, neither side had brought out their rule worlds yet. It was not time for a desperate fight to the death. Suddenly the Sword Saint Venerable called out, "Be careful." Among the myriad golden lights, some suddenly changed direction and flew towards Lin Mohan. These golden lights gathered together, forming a slightly smaller golden eagle. By the time it was noticed, it was already at point-blank range. The Rune Saint Venerable's eyes bulged, but it was too late for him to intervene now. The Kill Saint Venerable's body turned ethereal as he activated his rule power. He flew towards Lin Mohan at an astonishing speed. With his speed, he might be able to save Lin Mohan. A cold laugh rang out as space suddenly brightened, enveloped in gold. The Kill Saint Venerable's form materialized. He could not move stealthily through the golden light. The Black Gold Saint Venerable coldly laughed, "Your opponent is me, Kill Saint Venerable. We're not done fighting yet." The Kill Saint Venerable waved his hand, and a pitch-black world appeared behind him. He had brought out his rule world. He was ready for a desperate fight. The Black Gold Saint Venerable did not want to fight the Kill Saint Venerable to the death. He flapped his wings to retreat, but suddenly his expression changed drastically and he let out a miserable scream. A huge wound had suddenly appeared on his wing, nearly severing it. What was terrifying was that he had no idea where the attack came from. The Kill Saint Venerable coldly laughed, "Then I'll kill you first." The golden eagle arrived in front of Lin Mohan, stabbing towards her like an arrow. Lin Mohan was still meditating with her eyes closed, seemingly unaware. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth sword let out a clear ringing sound. In an instant, heaven and earth were inverted and space reversed. The golden eagle immediately lost its bearings. Right in front of Lin Mohan, it suddenly turned and flew upwards. At the same time, a sword light descended from the sky, directly striking the golden eagle and destroying it. The Heaven and Earth sword rapidly rotated around Lin Mohan, firmly protecting her. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. A magical treasure with sentience, automatically protecting its master. No wonder she dared to meditate on the battlefield. So she was relying on her magical treasure. What kind of sword is that? Its power seems immense. It must be at least a Saint Venerable level magical treasure. Chapter 2135. Chapter 2135, 2135. Chapter 2135, Take my spear, this ends here. The human Saint Venerables all breathed a sigh of relief. With a magical treasure protecting her, no wonder Lin Mohan wasn't worried about sneak attacks. Especially the Sword Saint Venerable, who suddenly remembered the sword in Lin Mohan's hand, thinking to herself, with the Heaven and Earth sword protecting her, there's really nothing to worry about. On the 100 Race Alliance side, the expressions of the several Saint Venerables were extremely unpleasant. They hadn't expected Lin Mohan to have such a powerful magical treasure protecting her, easily destroying the Dark Gold Saint Venerable's spell. Another scream rang out as the Black Gold Saint Venerable was somehow struck by a sword again, with another wound appearing on his body. The injury wasn't severe, just a flesh wound, but he still couldn't find his opponent. The Kill Saint Venerable had summoned his rule world, with pitch-black mist enveloping space. Even the Black Gold Saint Venerable's golden light couldn't penetrate it. No one could see clearly into the Kill Saint Venerable's rule world. His rule world was completely shrouded in black mist, and no one knew exactly what was inside. The Black Gold Saint Venerable was swallowed by the black mist, then a light as bright as the sun rose within the black mist. The Black Gold Saint Venerable had deployed his rule world. Within the golden light, the Black Gold Saint Venerable suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. Before his eyes, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared. Somehow, Lin Mohan had appeared in front of him, raising the Heaven and Earth sword to strike down at him. His vision was filled with sword energy, as if about to devour him. The Black Gold Saint Venerable retreated with a scream, when suddenly he felt pain in his back, followed by an explosion. The Black Gold Saint Venerable was blasted away, with a large hole appearing in his chest. His entire body, from back to front, was completely shattered, with all his internal organs pulverized. Only then did the Black Gold Saint Venerable realize there was no Lin Mohan at all. What he had seen before was just an illusion. Lin Mohan was still standing far away, motionless as she meditated. He didn't know how the Kill Saint Venerable had created such an illusion that could even fool him. At this moment, the black mist extended towards him again, about to swallow him. The Black Gold Saint Venerable felt fear in his heart. Not daring to continue fighting, he let out a strange cry and immediately fled far away. A roar sounded in space as the War God Spear tore apart the Dark Gold Saint Venerable's spell. The War Saint Venerable summoned his rule world, and a terrifying War God appeared in space. The War God's appearance was identical to Xiao Zhantian. The War Saint Venerable had used Xiao Zhantian as the model to construct his rule world. His rule world was the War God Xiao Zhantian, once the nightmare of all races. The myriad-colored water flew out, and the power of belief burned. At this moment, the War Saint Venerable was like Xiao Zhantian reborn. He raised the War God Spear, and instantly a terrifying giant spear millions of meters long materialized in space, carrying the momentum to pierce the heavens as it thrust towards the Dark Gold Saint Venerable. The Dark Gold Saint Venerable also summoned his rule world, which was a golden sun. Golden flames burned within the sun, but facing the War God Spear, his rule world developed countless cracks. The Dark Gold Saint Venerable let out a strange cry, transforming into a stream of light and quickly retreating, fleeing billions of miles in an instant. There was terror in his eyes, but the War God Spear pierced through space, following closely behind. He screamed again, instantly fleeing out of sight. Another stream of light fled into the distance. The Black Gold Saint Venerable had also escaped. At the same time, his voice echoed through space. Retreat. The Magma Demon Lord and Blood Bull Saint Venerable retreated at the same time. With the Saint Venerables retreating, it meant the 100 Race Alliance was routed once again. Last time, the humans didn't pursue. But this time, the Sword Saint Venerable issued the order to pursue with full force. Kill. The human army, with overwhelming momentum, advanced and crushed everything in their path. The several Saint Venerables all attacked towards the Transcendent Realm experts. This time, they were determined to kill to their heart's content. The 100 Race Alliance was not like the human race, their hearts were never truly united. Now they were utterly routed, fleeing as fast as they could. Over 1 billion troops were in retreat, in complete chaos and disorder. The humans pursued and killed relentlessly behind them, leaving countless corpses. In this chaotic situation, the Transcendent Realm experts of the 100 Race Alliance wanted to draw the battle into areas with ordinary soldiers, using them as hostages to restrict the humans' attacks. But they couldn't do it. Space was in complete disarray, with troops scattered in all directions. There was no way to find large concentrated groups of troops. Moreover, the humans were determined this time. Even if they had to pay some price, they would pursue to the end. The death toll of the 100 Race Alliance kept rising. Corpses filled space, too numerous to count. After pursuing for billions of miles, they finally saw some planets. There were over 100 planets, arranged in a special formation in space. At the center of the planets floated a huge palace. This was the headquarters of the 100 Race Alliance, and countless people were fleeing into it. There were still some garrison troops in the headquarters, but they now appeared very panicked. The soldiers who had fled back in defeat were all terrified, and their emotions infected the garrison troops as well. Everyone knew that they had lost this great battle again, and lost very thoroughly. In the distance, they saw the powerful human army pursuing and killing as they approached. Some cowardly garrison troops let out strange cries and joined the fleeing crowd, abandoning even the headquarters. Stop! When they were still 100 million miles from the 100 Race Alliance headquarters, the Sword Saint Venerable suddenly issued an order. The human soldiers were disciplined and immediately halted. On the battlefield, the Sword Saint Venerable's orders were the highest command, and no one would disobey. The palace in the 100 Race Alliance headquarters radiated light, which transformed into countless lines connecting over 100 planets together. A barrier naturally formed, with a demon face appearing on it. Demon Lord. The Sword Saint Venerable's voice was cold as she stared at that demon face. The demon face was the Demon Lord, the foundation of the demon race. Like Star Elder, he was a terrifying half-step supreme existence. The Demon Lord said in a low voice, "We have lost this battle." The Sword Saint Venerable laughed coldly, "You shouldn't have come out." The Demon Lord said, "But this old one still came." The meaning in his words was very clear, "I came out anyway, what can you do about it?" At this moment, the War Saint Venerable arrived with his rule world, like Xiao Zhantian reborn, towering between heaven and earth. The War Saint Venerable said coldly, "Take my spear, and this battle ends here." The Demon Lord said in a low voice, "Very well." The myriad-colored water and the power of belief burned simultaneously, pushing this spear thrust to the extreme. The giant manifested by the rule world took the War God Spear, which grew to millions of meters long, and thrust out. Space shattered with a boom as the War God Spear, carrying world-destroying might, struck towards the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord let out a roar, spewing two-colored fire from his mouth. The abyssal fire and hellfire fused together, forming true demon flames. The flames also transformed into a long spear, clashing with the War God Spear. With a tremendous boom, planets shattered one after another. In an instant, 10 planets were obliterated, and at least hundreds of thousands of people from the 100 Race Alliance died on the spot. The images of the War God Spear and Demon Flame Spear both dissipated simultaneously, with no victor. The Demon Lord's voice slowly rang out, "This spear of yours already has 30% of Xiao Zhantian's power back then, but to deal with me, it's still a bit lacking." The War Saint Venerable withdrew his rule world. His face was pale, having expended all his power in that single spear thrust. Swallowing a pill, the War Saint Venerable said, "The Demon Lord is indeed formidable. Let this battle end here. If you want to fight again, we humans will oblige to the end." After saying this, he gave a look to the Sword Saint Venerable. The Sword Saint Venerable called out loudly, "Withdraw the troops." Chapter 2136. Chapter 2136, 2136. Chapter 2136, People gone, star systems gone. Along the way, the human race collected the bodies. Even the weakest among them were god kings, and the slightly stronger ones were god venerables. The bodies of the alien races were also very useful, as they could be used for alchemy and crafting. At the same time, the bodies of fallen human comrades needed to be collected and brought back for proper burial. Lin Mohan had also finished adjusting her breath. Although her strength had not fully recovered, it was stable. Returning to the human camp, the Sword Saint Venerable ordered a tally of the casualties. The War Saint Venerable looked at the Sword Saint Venerable with some embarrassment. "I took the liberty of making a decision on your behalf, don't be angry." The Sword Saint Venerable shook her head. "I won't be. It should have stopped anyway. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have tried the Demon Lord myself." The War Saint Venerable said, "The Demon Lord is indeed powerful. I struck with all my might, yet he easily blocked it. A half-step supreme is truly extraordinary." The strike from the War Saint Venerable just now had reached the peak of the Saint Venerable level. He had used both the myriad-colored water and the power of belief, but still couldn't do anything to the Demon Lord. Moreover, this wasn't even the Demon Lord's true body, just a projection of his power through the barrier, showing a significant gap in strength. It was precisely because of the Demon Lord's presence that the Sword Saint Venerable ordered the pursuit to stop. The Sword Saint Venerable said, "I also wanted to test him earlier. Now it seems his strength far surpasses ours, only Star Elder can compare." The Kill Saint Venerable said, "Back then, Lord War God didn't destroy the demon race, one reason being the Demon Lord. The events of that year were very secretive, known only to a few Saint Venerables, and even they weren't very clear on the details. If anyone in the human race knew the whole story, it would be Star Elder and the human emperor. But they knew that Xiao Zhantian originally intended to destroy the demon race but failed because of the Demon Lord. Later, the human race recovered and became stronger, surpassing the demon race in strength. Yet they still couldn't destroy the demon race, and the deepest reason was the Demon Lord. A half-step supreme is not strictly a supreme but still within the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm is a large realm with significant differences within it. Saint Venerables are far superior to ordinary transcendents, and half-step supremes are far superior to Saint Venerables. At this level of strength, the effect of numbers becomes significantly reduced. The human race could destroy the three silver races because they had no half-step supremes, but both the demon race and the golden eagle race had half-step supremes. The War Saint Venerable said, "I heard from Star Elder that Lin Xiao has a trump card that can kill the Demon Lord, but for some reason, he can't use it. The specific reason wasn't explained by Star Elder, just told me not to rush and wait." Lin Mohan suddenly spoke, "When I reach the Saint Venerable level and construct a rule world, I should be able to kill him." Everyone looked at Lin Mohan simultaneously, and the Sword Saint Venerable's eyes shone. Is what Mohan said true? Lin Mohan said, "I said should, the problem shouldn't be too big." The War Saint Venerable also said, "How confident are you, Fairy Han?" Lin Mohan said, 50%, but we'll see when the time comes. The War Saint Venerable said, "Then we'll wait for Fairy Han to reach the Saint Venerable level. As long as we can kill the Demon Lord, we can destroy the demon race." In the 100 Race Alliance camp, the morale of the remaining soldiers was low, completely devoid of fighting spirit. In this battle, countless died and were injured, making it difficult to count. Most importantly, their morale was utterly crushed. They felt that even with the 100 Race Alliance, they couldn't compete with the human race. The human race seemed like a galaxy in front of them, insurmountable. The teleportation array lit up, and hellfire burned fiercely. The Hell Demon Lord arrived, stepping into the central castle to meet the other Saint Venerables. The Abyssal Demon Lord was severely injured, and his rule world was heavily damaged. He needs time to heal. During this time, I will replace the Abyssal Demon Lord. But I'm simple-minded and not good at thinking, only fighting. You discuss the specifics and just tell me what to do." He sat down carelessly, stating his position. Although he claimed to be simple-minded, thinking so would be a big mistake. The Hell Demon Lord just didn't like thinking, but it didn't mean he couldn't. To become a Saint Venerable, none could truly be fools. The two Saint Venerables of the Golden Eagle race were also injured, but fortunately, they were only physical injuries and could heal quickly. The Dark Gold Saint Venerable held a golden gem, eyes closed, ignoring the Hell Demon Lord. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "This time we suffered heavy losses. The most troublesome part is the loss of morale. Reorganizing will take time. I'm curious, what exactly happened back then?" They all saw the Abyssal Demon Lord's abnormality but still didn't know what had happened. The Hell Demon Lord said, "That's the second thing I wanted to say. Our army in the White Tiger Star region was wiped out." Thud. Everyone looked over, knowing this was no small matter. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "I remember we left 1 billion troops there, along with 2 transcendents. Although not strong, how could they be wiped out? Was it the human race? But if the human race acted, we would know." The Hell Demon Lord said, "It wasn't the human race, it was a starry sky giant tree." This made it even stranger. They all knew the starry sky giant tree, which mastered the laws of space and was invincible in the same realm. In the great world, there was only one starry sky giant tree that had reached the transcendent realm. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "Why did it attack us?" The Hell Demon Lord shook his head, "I don't know. That's just one thing. There's another, the White Stone Race, Earth Stone Race, Sand Race, and 10 other races are gone. The Black Gold Saint Venerable was even more puzzled. What do you mean by gone? The Hell Demon Lord said, gone means gone. The people are gone, and the star systems are gone. This news was even more shocking. The Black Gold Saint Venerable couldn't help but stand up. Have the ghost races appeared again? The Hell Demon Lord shook his head, not sure. Our barrier and the Abyssal Demon, I didn't detect anything, they just disappeared suddenly. The Hell Demon Lord couldn't explain it clearly. The Abyssal Demon, I was controlled by the Abyssal Demon Lord, and he only knew what the Abyssal Demon Lord had told him. The Saint Venerables looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the Dark Gold Saint Venerable said, my Emperor has already met with the Demon Lord. They will investigate this matter. Our task now is to reorganize the army, adjust morale, and continue the war with the human race. In deep space, Lin Moya was surrounded by flowing laws. The laws of time poured down like flowing light, enveloping his entire body. The space around Lin Moya continuously twisted, rolling like waves, appearing very orderly. This was deep space, where the power of space was chaotic and disorderly. But Lin Moya's space laws could sort it out, making it orderly. Lin Moya had been in meditation for over a year. The first 50 days were spent in enlightenment, during which his understanding of the laws of time and space deepened continuously. When the enlightenment state ended, his mastery of the laws of time had reached 40%, and the same for the laws of space, both maintaining a balanced state. From 24% to 40%, it was a huge leap for Lin Moya, equivalent to 1,000 years of hard cultivation in just 50 days. After the 50 days, Lin Moya spent the remaining 300 days integrating the two laws. The combination of the laws of time and space could form the power of spacetime. The effect of the space laws would be further amplified. It took Lin Moya over 300 days to complete the integration of the two laws. He slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, it's time to break through. Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137, 2137. Chapter 2137, Advancing to Divine Venerable Rank 5. The warship left deep space and returned to the surface. Looking at the star map, Lin Moya found he was not far from human territory. He also sensed for the starry sky giant tree, but could no longer detect it. Resurrected beings could only exist for 100 days. Over 200 days ago, the starry sky giant tree had already vanished. Perhaps in the future, a new starry sky giant tree would appear in the great world, but it would no longer be this one. Lin Moya sensed the last location of the starry sky giant tree, which was not far from him, only 200 million kilometers away. The order he had given the starry sky giant tree was to kill the Transcendents, then follow him and bring the Transcendents' corpses. As a resurrected being, the starry sky giant tree would fully execute Lin Moya's orders. It had followed Lin Moya, carrying the two broken corpses, until its time ran out. Each of Lin Moya's steps covered 100 million kilometers. In just 2 or 3 steps, he arrived at the starry sky giant tree's last location. In the silent starry sky, 2 broken corpses floated. The corpses still emanated powerful auras, telling of their strength in life. In this era, Transcendents were absolute powerhouses, at the top of the food chain. But they still died, their bodies shattered. Lin Moya collected 2 pieces of the corpses, then summoned the bone hell. The hell spirits devoured the remaining corpses. 2 transcendent corpses were worth more than tens of millions of divine venerables. The hell spirits' aura seemed to strengthen again. 2 transcendents, even their last traces erased, and they would become Lin Moya's weapons. This is karma too. Today's fruit comes from yesterday's seed. Without the power to resist, one can only endure. Lin Moya sighed. The immortal Law Star River emerged. Lin Moya stepped into it and moved forward. The laws of time and space had increased from 24% to 40%, enough for Lin Moya to break through again. For Lin Moya, neither the soul realm nor the physical realm posed obstacles. As long as the laws of time and space met the requirements, he could break through. Lin Moya strode forward in the immortal Law Star River. His aura grew stronger and stronger. In just half a day, he reached Divine Venerable Rank 4. Divine Venerable Rank 4, also called Mid-Rank Divine Venerable, represented a significant improvement in strength. Lin Moya could feel power surging throughout his body as he entered Divine Venerable Rank 4. Both his physical body and soul were strengthening. The purple gold body glowed brightly. The already perfected purple gold body grew even stronger. Standing in the immortal Law Star River, Lin Moya looked at the time and space Law Star rivers on either side. With a thought, vast power surged from the 2 Law Star rivers, falling onto his body. At this moment, the immortal law became the leader, while the time and space laws became soldiers, following the leader's commands. Lin Moya continued forward, step by step. Suddenly his foot paused, he had kicked something. Reaching down, he scooped up a material from the Law Star River. The material was fist-sized, like a pebble, half gray and half white, perfectly matching the immortal law. He had always known there were many good things in the Law Star rivers. Many divine venerables liked to swim in the Law Star rivers to search for treasures. He hadn't deliberately searched, but unexpectedly obtained a material. This material contained both the power of life and death. Its grade was Divine Venerable level, a decent material. However, for Lin Moya, a Divine Venerable grade material was too low quality and not very useful. Still, it was the first thing he had obtained from the Law Star River, so it had some commemorative value. He casually put it away and continued walking. His aura kept strengthening, advancing towards Divine Venerable Rank 5. The Law Star River was vast, with surging waves crashing over. Lin Moya crossed the Star River with his physical body. Purple golden light flickered constantly. Step by step, he remained unmoved no matter how the waves crashed against him. Getting closer to the center of the Star River, he would be able to advance to Divine Venerable rank 5 once he reached the center. Suddenly, his foot kicked something again. Reaching down to scoop it up, it was another material, basically the same as the previous one. Lin Moya found it strange. Although there are materials in the Lost Star River, it's said they are not abundant. Usually one has to search for a long time to find one. I've obtained 2 in a short time. Is it because of my good luck? Lin Moya knew his luck was good, but not to this extent. After brief consideration, Lin Moya thought of another possibility. For other laws, many people cultivated them together. Although the Lost Star Rivers were vast, with many people entering at the same time, even if there were many materials inside, they would all be taken. For the Immortal Law, as far as he knew, he was the only one cultivating it. In other words, in the Immortal Lost Star River, he was alone, with no one to compete with him. So naturally the probability of encountering materials and treasures was much higher. Lin Moya looked towards the depths of the Lost Star River. The Lost Star River came rolling from an unknown place, an area very few could reach. It's said that in the depths of the Lost Star River, earth-shaking treasures are hidden, but no one has ever obtained them. In the future, when I have the chance, I can go take a look. Moving forward again, he finally crossed half the distance, arriving at the center between the two shores. Powerful energy surged from all parts of his body as he officially advanced to Divine Venerable rank 5. Standing in the Star River, looking at the opposite shore, as long as I cross the Star River and step onto the other shore, I'll be at the Transcendent Realm. If I keep walking like this, crossing the Star River seems very simple. But those Divine Venerables who only cultivate their souls and not their physical bodies will be stuck at the last step. Their souls can touch the other shore, but their physical bodies haven't moved a step. That's why they thought of the blood path to transcendence as a shortcut, using the power of blood to form a blood path to help their physical bodies cross the Star River. Shortcuts are always just shortcuts. Without the physical body being baptized by the Lost Star River, even if one becomes a transcendent, the foundation is unstable. It will be very difficult to make up for it in the future. Even at the Saint Venerable realm, one won't be able to construct a perfect rule world. At most it will only be ordinary level. Supreme Venerable would be the limit, with Heavenly Venerable out of reach. Lin Moya deeply understood that the path of cultivation was tightly linked, with each step closely connected. One wrong step could lead to errors in every subsequent step, making it very difficult to correct. Lin Moya could only ensure that he took each step well and steadily, never making a mistake. Leaping out of the immortal Lost Star River, Lin Moya turned his head to look at the space Lost Star River. A person appeared there. Lin Moya knew it was just an illusion, indicating someone had entered the space Lost Star River. In the Great World, those who mastered the space law were mainly the star space fish people, along with a few star space beasts. The person he sensed should be from the star space fish race. According to the starry sky giant tree, the star space fish people would not allow anyone else to comprehend the space law. He had once been attacked by the star space fish people with karmic weapons. If he didn't have countermeasures, he might have been injured or even perished. The star space fish people's actions were extremely domineering and unreasonable. In his perception, that person was rapidly approaching him. Lin Moya knew it was because he had just used the space Lost Star River, alerting the other party. The illusion walked on the waves, quickly arriving before Lin Moya. Its body was hazy, its appearance unclear. Because this was the Lost Star River, the person was using their soul, not even their entire soul, but likely just a strand of it. Hello, human Lin Moya. My name is Yuchaime. Yuchaime, the leader of the star space fish people. Lin Moya hadn't expected the person who came to be him. Lin Moya's tone was indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. Have you come to kill me? Chapter 2138. Chapter 2138, 2138. Chapter 2138, not just 5 transcendents. Lin Moya's tone was very cold. There was no need to be polite to someone who wanted to kill him. If not for the cooperation between their two races, and his good relationship with Yu Kingro's father, perhaps Lin Moya would have already gone to kill them. Towards enemies, Lin Moya was never soft-handed, nor did he show mercy. Seeming to sense Lin Moya's killing intent, Yuchaime quickly explained, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. There may have been some misunderstandings between us before. Since Yuchaime came here, he must have already thought of what to say. Regarding this, Lin Moya didn't want to hear any explanations. In the face of facts, any explanation was pale and powerless. Lin Moya said, let's not mention past events. Tell me your purpose for coming. Yuchaime said, actually, I came to apologize. For a Saint Venerable to open his mouth and say he came to apologize was indeed rare. When would a Saint Venerable ever lower themselves to apologize to a Divine Venerable? This must have taken a great deal of determination to put aside his pride. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. There's no need for apologies. How about something more practical? Apologies were actually meaningless. Even saying sorry 1,000 times wouldn't help. It was better to offer some practical compensation. Lin Moya threw the ball to Yuchaime, wanting to see what kind of compensation the star space fish race could offer. The amount of compensation would basically represent how sincere they were. Yuchaime seemed to have anticipated Lin Moya would say this, and without much thought said, the human race is large and prosperous, you probably don't lack for anything. How about this? I can promise Mr. Lin one request. Anytime, anywhere, Mr. Lin can ask me for one favor. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly agree. The promise of a Saint Venerable seemed very valuable, but was also very vague. A promise was just a promise. Agreeing now didn't mean he would necessarily agree when the time came. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't easily believe this, but thinking about it, he really didn't need anything. Moreover, Yu Chaime's status was different. He was both a Saint Venerable and the leader of the Star Space Fish race. Perhaps his promise would actually be useful. Of course, agreeing so easily wasn't possible. Lin Moya said, then make an oath. Yu Chaime said, of course. But would Mr. Lin also make an oath? Lin Moya smiled and said, naturally. Saying this, Lin Moya began to make a great world oath, that as long as Yu Chaime agreed to his future request, he would consider the previous attack with karmic weapons as if it never happened. The premise was that the Star Space Fish race would not provoke him again. After Lin Moya finished his oath, Yu Chaime also made an oath. With the constraint of the Great World Runes, the effect of the promise would be somewhat strengthened. After making the oaths, Lin Moya's attitude improved considerably. Does the clan leader have any other business? Yu Chaime said, I won't disturb Mr. Lin any further. After saying this, his soul gradually dissipated. Yu Chaime had left. A faint smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. In fact, Lin Moya never thought he would need the other party's promise. Compared to asking others to do something, Lin Moya had more faith in his own fists. As long as his fists were big and hard enough, there was no need to ask others for favors. After advancing to Divine Venerable rank 5, Lin Moya began to examine his techniques. Except for the Bone Hell, every technique had been strengthened. Advancing 2 ranks in succession, the Undead Legion had undergone the biggest changes. The Skeleton Generals had reached Divine Venerable rank 8, while the Death Dragon Knights had become Divine Venerable rank 9, with the combat power of peak Divine Venerables. The Legion Ruler's combat power had reached half-step Transcendent, similar to Zhu Kaiwa when he opened the Blood Path to Transcendence. Combined with the Legion Ruler's extremely strong self-healing ability, in a real fight, it was hard to say who would be stronger. What made Lin Moya happiest was that the Skeleton King had finally stepped into the Transcendent Realm. When the Skeleton King appeared in space, a large area of space collapsed, as if unable to bear the Skeleton King's power. After reaching the Transcendent Realm, the Skeleton King gained a new ability. He could freely change his size, from as small as 10 meters to as large as 1,000,000 meters. The smaller the form, the faster the speed, but the power would also decrease accordingly. The larger the form, the slower the speed, but the power would increase accordingly. Keeping the form between 1,000 and 10,000 meters could balance agility and power, which was the Skeleton King's most comprehensive state. The Skeleton King's transformation could make battles more diverse and flexible. Finally reached the Transcendent Realm. With a Transcendent Realm Skeleton King, many things would become much more convenient. After all, not all races had Saint Venerables. And even for races with Transcendence, they usually only had 1 or 2. The Skeleton King had a full 5. Combined with runes, Lin Moya felt he alone could now face those races head-on. The Skeleton King changed size according to Lin Moya's will. From the Transcendent Realm onwards, the Skeleton King was covered in transparent armor. The white bones glowed under the armor. Rules power flowed throughout his body, with all laws completely gone. Lin Moya knew the Skeleton King's rules power was called Bone Rules, evolved from Bone Laws. But he didn't know exactly what the Bone Rules could do, and the Skeleton King couldn't tell him either. Trying to have the Skeleton King demonstrate the Bone Rules, Lin Moya expressed that he couldn't understand. However, when the rules power appeared, even Lin Moya as the master felt somewhat frightened, as if seeing something terrifying. The Bone Rules should be very powerful, I just don't understand them yet. With 5 transcendents, except for a few races and some strong races, I can sweep through all other races. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and he blurted out, no, not just 5. His mind moved, and the origin technique activated. Immense power transmitted from the Undead Legion, rapidly raising his realm. Starting from Divine Venerable rank 5, in the blink of an eye he broke through to high-rank Divine Venerable, with strands of rules power being born, surrounding his entire body. In an instant, he had surpassed Divine Venerable and reached half-step Transcendent. Before the breakthrough, this was his strongest state. Now, as power continued to pour in, he finally broke through the limit and stepped into Transcendent. Lin Moya felt his own state, comparing the differences with other Transcendents. Without truly crossing the Lost Star River, my control over rules power is still much weaker than true Transcendence. Rules power is the foundation of Transcendence. The reason Transcendents are so powerful is that they've converted all their laws into rules power. But my laws are still laws, and even. Lin Moya looked at the Skeleton King in front of him. He felt that he might not even be as strong as the Skeleton King. No matter how the Skeleton King achieved the Transcendent Realm, his entire body no longer had any trace of laws, only rules power. From Divine Venerable to Transcendent was a huge leap. But regardless, his combat power had already surpassed Divine Venerable and could barely be considered Transcendent. Including the Skeleton King, he now had 6 Transcendents on his side, greatly increasing his combat power. Putting away the Skeleton King, Lin Moya muttered to himself, I can start the second phase of the plan. In the former Buddhist territory, now the Star Space Fish Race territory. The Star Space Fish Race had set up extremely complex space formations here, forming a powerful monitoring and defense system. Utilizing space was the Star Space Fish Race's strongest ability. In the core area, Yu Chaime opened his eyes, his consciousness returning. Beside him, a Grand Elder immediately asked, Clan Leader, how did it go? Yu Chaime let out a sigh of relief, it's settled. Lin Moya agreed to our terms. Those matters will be considered as if they never happened. What price did the Clan Leader pay? Yuchime explained the process. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. That's not too bad. He didn't make exorbitant demands. Yuchime said solemnly, this Lin Moyo is too terrifying. He's very likely to be a second Xiao Zhantian. And with the human race so strong now, we can't afford to provoke him for the time being. He thought for a moment, then added, Princess Kinro has a good relationship with Lin Moyo. Perhaps we can have Princess Kinro help repair the relationship between us. Chapter 2139. Chapter 2139, 2139. Chapter 2139, both siblings are monsters. The warship sailed towards the outer regions once again. Lin Moya's second step in his plan was to strengthen the Bone Hell. Strengthening the Bone Hell would make his upcoming tasks easier. The ghost race had already appeared once, so there was no need for them to appear again for now. Moreover, the Dao poison had not dissipated, making it unsuitable to enter an enlightenment state again. The enlightenment triggered by 10 races together was more effective than that of a single race, and the residual Dao poison would be less. This time, the residual Dao poison would take only 30 years to completely dissipate. Lin Moya planned to make the ghost race disappear for 30 years, using this time to elevate the Bone Hell to Divine Venerable rank 9. In the Vermilion Bird battlefield, within the military camp, the Sword Saint Venerable looked at Lin Mohan with a somewhat complex expression. Lin Mohan was currently cultivating, and her aura was steadily rising. Just now, Lin Mohan had only said one sentence. She needed to cultivate and asked the Sword Saint Venerable to protect her. Then she entered a cultivation state. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Each time Lin Mohan's realm would improve. This time was no different. Her realm was steadily rising. Previously, she had just entered the transcendent realm, and her realm was not particularly stable. Keen observers could still see residual laws on her body. But now, the residual laws were rapidly transforming into rules power. Lin Mohan was getting stronger. Such a cultivation speed was astonishing. The Sword Saint Venerable activated a formation to prevent anyone from disturbing Lin Mohan and stood guard outside the formation, not leaving her side. The Kill Saint Venerable and the Rune Saint Venerable came over together. The Kill Saint Venerable glanced at Lin Mohan and smiled. It seems Lin's realm has improved again. The Sword Saint Venerable looked over with confusion. Are you talking about Lin Moyo, that guy? The Kill Saint Venerable replied. Who else could it be? The Sword Saint Venerable was puzzled. What does Mohan's improvement have to do with Lin Moyo? The Kill Saint Venerable laughed. Guess. The Sword Saint Venerable's eyebrows raised, almost drawing her sword on the spot. I don't guess, just tell me. The Kill Saint Venerable put on a smug look, as if saying, what can you do about it? One had to admit, the Kill Saint Venerable's current demeanor was quite infuriating. The Rune Saint Venerable acted as a mediator. It's because of bloodline resonance. Every time Lin's realm improves, it pushes Mohan's realm to improve as well. The Sword Saint Venerable was stunned, then suddenly realized, no wonder Mohan's advancements have been so sudden. Without using the blood path, she reached the transcendent realm in just over 10 years. I thought it was due to her unparalleled talent, but it turns out it's because of bloodline resonance. The Rune Saint Venerable shook his head. It's not entirely due to bloodline resonance. Mohan's own talent must also be extremely strong. Bloodline resonance alone wouldn't achieve such results. After discovering the bloodline resonance between Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan, the Saint Venerables researched a lot of related information through the Human Emperor Network. They concluded that while bloodline resonance had a significant effect, one's own talent was equally important. If Lin Mohan's talent were average, bloodline resonance wouldn't reach this level. The Kill Saint Venerable sneered, you only know part of it. A sword light flashed, and the Sword Saint Venerable's long sword pointed at the Kill Saint Venerable. Are you itching for a fight? The Kill Saint Venerable snorted, you might not be able to beat me now. Behind the Kill Saint Venerable, a massive mist was rolling. With the help of the Wraith of Zimu, the Kill Saint Venerable's combat power had significantly increased, showing a fearless attitude. The War Saint Venerable arrived at some point, smiling, Old Kill, what else do you know? Tell us. The Kill Saint Venerable said, Lin once said that his sister has a cultivation talent that can increase her cultivation speed by more than 100 times. I think the effect of bloodline resonance might also be influenced by this talent, increasing it by 100 times. The others exchanged glances. Bloodline resonance was already monstrous enough, and with such a talent, it was indeed unimaginable. The Sword Saint Venerable sighed, truly blessed by heaven and earth. The War Saint Venerable shook his head, perhaps she is the reincarnation of an ancient mighty being, beyond comprehension. With extraordinary cultivation talent, bloodline resonance, and the bloodline inheritance of an ancient mighty being, Lin Mohan possessed the ability to fight beyond her level. All these factors made Lin Mohan shine like a star. The siblings could only be described with two words, monsters. In the eyes of the Saint Venerables, both siblings were monsters. On the demon race's ancestral star, the abyssal fire burned fiercely. It seemed as if a huge hole had been torn in the void, with flames cascading down like a waterfall. At the bottom of the flame waterfall, the abyssal demon lord bathed in the flames, his aura gradually recovering. However, the recovery was slow and would take a long time. Lin Mohan's sword had almost shattered his rule world. The rule world was everything to a Saint Venerable. When it was damaged, his body and soul were also injured. The abyssal demon lord knew that his defeat was mainly due to the undying skull. Although it was his magical treasure, why did it suddenly explode? A supreme-grade magical treasure contained terrifying power. The flames inside backfired, directly causing him serious injuries. This gave Lin Mohan an opportunity. The abyssal demon lord looked up, his gaze piercing through the flame waterfall into the void, and his hoarse voice echoed, Demon Lord, do you know why? After a moment, a large face appeared in the flames. I told you before, with your ability, you cannot control a supreme-grade magical treasure. Magical treasures have spirits. A supreme-grade magical treasure already possesses a bit of sentience. Perhaps it didn't want you to control it, seeing it as an insult. The Abyssal Demon Lord was clearly unconvinced, but I clearly refined it. The Demon Lord said, perhaps you only refined the surface. The Abyssal Demon Lord couldn't think of a better answer and could only accept this explanation. The Demon Lord continued, this is just my guess. I will ask them to see if I can get a more accurate answer. After all, the item was given by them, so they should know better. Recover quickly. The war with the human race is far from over. The Abyssal Demon Lord said in a low voice, I know, Demon Lord. This time, 10 races were exterminated by the ghost race. I feel something is not right. Could someone be manipulating the ghost race? The Demon Lord said in a low voice, there should be. 10 races were exterminated, and even the Abyssal Demon I did not issue any warning. Clearly, the ghost race has a way to evade the Abyssal Demon I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The Demon Lord disappeared, and the Abyssal Demon Lord continued to bathe in the abyssal fire, slowly recovering from his injuries. The flames condensed into Lin Mohan's image, and the Abyssal Demon Lord's low, sinister voice echoed, next time, I will definitely kill you. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable came to the statue again, recounting the events of the previous battle. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable was somewhat worried. He feared that the human race was getting stronger and that they might not be able to hold out until the end. After all, there were still over 1,300 years before the world's origin would reveal itself. The statue emitted a faint light, gathering into a ball. After 100 days, the light finally condensed into a fist-sized ball. The ball contained extremely terrifying power, and the Blood Bull Saint Venerable carefully received it. The statue's voice slowly echoed, the time for my descent will be delayed by 5 years. Take care. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable immediately bowed, thank you, my lord. Condensing the light ball was not without cost. It consumed a lot of power, delaying his descent by 5 years. But the Blood Bull Saint Venerable didn't mind. He was more concerned about the survival of himself and his race. Chapter 2140. Chapter 2140, 2140. Chapter 2140, Let the Rules World incorporate the power of the void. Each race has its own calculations. The Demon Race, Golden Eagle Race, and Bull Demon Race all have their own plans and intentions. The 100 Race Alliance now has fewer than 100 races. After the ravaging of the Ghost Race, 13 races silently disappeared. The morale of the current 100 Race Alliance is at an extreme low. It will take a long time to recover. With the Abyssal Demon Lord absent, the Black Gold Saint Venerable of the Golden Eagle Race has become the main leader of the 100 Race Alliance. The 100 Race Alliance has begun to withdraw and no longer deploys troops on all sides of the human race, but concentrates in areas close to the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger Star regions. The total number of troops is still huge, exceeding 2 billion. Among them, the weakest are high-rank God Kings. In this battle, mid and low-rank God Kings have no qualifications to participate, let alone true gods. Even high-rank God Kings serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. God Venerables are the main force in this great war, while Transcendents and Saint Venerables truly determine victory or defeat. In terms of total troop numbers, the 100 Race Alliance has surpassed the human race. The number of Transcendents also exceeds the human race, and the total number of Saint Venerables from all races combined is also greater than the human race. But even with advantages in every aspect, they lost, and lost very decisively. This is the real reason for their low morale. However, after some adjustments, things have finally stabilized. After some time, morale can gradually recover. The war between them and the human race is not over, it can only be said to have just begun. At the boundary between the inner and outer realms, this world belonging to the starry sky beasts envelopes the entire inner realm space. There are many races in the inner realm space, and not much space belongs to the starry sky beasts, only a few specific places are suitable for them. However, the outer realm, due to its scarce laws and diluted power, is also not a place the starry sky beasts like. Over time, the boundary area between the inner and outer realms has become the best gathering place for starry sky beasts. Large numbers of starry sky beasts gather here, living and resting in this area. There are also powerful beings among the starry sky beasts, with some at the transcendent realm. Just like the former starry sky giant tree, starry sky beasts at this level may develop consciousness and intelligence. They will command other starry sky beasts, forming huge armies to attack weaker races. Almost all weak races in the border areas have been attacked by starry sky beasts. Fortunately, the starry sky beasts only come once, eat some planets and living beings, and then retreat. They seem to know not to go too far, otherwise the powerful beings of various races would intervene. Lin Moya's warship silently emerged from deep space, then Lin Moya left the warship and gazed into space. He stood at the edge of the boundary, thinking of the information he had read before. In the boundary area, the number of starry sky beasts is uncountable. There are many transcendents, and even Saint Venerable level starry sky beasts exist. In 30 years, no, less than 29 years, it's impossible to clear out all the starry sky beasts here, even just clearing out 1% is impossible. But I'll clear out as many as I can. The boundary area was too vast, enveloping the entire inner realm space, with an incalculable length. In such a large area, even if Lin Moya walked through it all, it would take countless time. He stepped into the boundary area and immediately sensed the aura of starry sky beasts. The misty fog dispersed, and the bone hell silently flew out, covering 10 billion li of space. In an instant, it enveloped a large number of starry sky beasts. The starry sky beasts were all startled awake, letting out earth-shaking roars. Unfortunately, the roars couldn't transmit out and could only echo within the bone hell. Hellfire burned them, and hell spirits rushed out to tear them to pieces. Faced with hell spirits at God Venerable rank 8, most starry sky beasts had no resistance. Even the occasional peak God Venerable starry sky beast would die under the siege of hell spirits. Leave some, don't eat them all. Lin Moya's mind moved, issuing an order. For all starry sky beasts, regardless of their realm, Lin Moya required leaving some flesh behind. This flesh could be used to perform resurrection of the dead and build an army of resurrected beings. A containment formation followed the bone hell, collecting the remaining flesh of the starry sky beasts. There was no need for classification, just crudely piling them together, quickly forming a mountain of corpses. Lin Moya pushed the bone hell forward, devouring all starry sky beasts along the way, not sparing a single one. The starry sky beasts were not weak, at least at the God Venerable realm. Devouring them provided significant help for the bone hell's growth. He could feel the bone hell's power rapidly strengthening, getting closer and closer to advancement. Lin Moya watched battle after battle, observing the ferocious hell spirits, increasingly feeling how abnormal and terrifying this technique was. If one day the bone hell could grow to the transcendent realm, all the transcendence in the great world combined wouldn't be enough for the bone hell to eat. After all, by then, the number of hell spirits would increase further, and each one would be a transcendent. Perhaps even Saint Venerables would turn tail and run when they saw it. Being surrounded by tens of millions of transcendents, even half-step supremes would feel their scalps tingle. Among beings of the same realm, the story of ants biting an elephant to death is not impossible, it just depends on whether there are enough ants. The mountain of corpses in the containment formation grew higher and higher, and the bone hell had devoured an uncountable number of starry sky beasts. The Hellfire River became increasingly turbulent, with countless fresh blood pouring into it, making the Hellfire River even broader. The spider lilies on both banks also became more vibrant and beautiful. 3 years later, the bone hell finally grew to its limit, but it was still at God Venerable rank 8 and hadn't advanced. After that, no matter how many starry sky beasts it devoured, the bone hell showed no changes. It was like a cup that was already full. No matter how much more water you poured, you couldn't make the cup bigger. Lin Moya sensed the changes in the bone hell, feeling that it seemed to be lacking something, which prevented it from advancing. After some thought, he finally realized what the bone hell was missing. It lacked real power. The bone hell's attribute was void, and during its previous advancement, Lin Moya had a sudden idea to make it a combination of void and reality. At that time, the bone hell's power surged, undergoing a qualitative change. Now, the bone hell had again reached the edge of advancement, and it similarly needed real power as a catalyst. Understanding the reason made things easier. The immortal Law Star River appeared, and the grey-white laws poured down like a heavenly waterfall, irrigating the bone hell. The bone hell rumbled, and with the irrigation of real power, it began to grow again despite having reached its limit before. Its power strengthened, but it still didn't advance. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the bone hell began devouring starry sky beasts again, while the power of the immortal law continued to pour into it. At this moment, the bone hell was like a cup originally full of water, suddenly becoming larger, able to hold more water. It needed to be filled again to truly evolve. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. The more it was like this, the more powerful the bone hell would be after advancing. Watching the changes in the bone hell, Lin Moya began to ponder his own rules world. The combination of void and reality. It seems when I construct my rules world, I must also consider this issue. The power of the void is a power that only supremes encounter. Only in the rules worlds of supremes is it possible for the power of the void to appear. If I use the power of the void from the very beginning of construction, what effect will it have? Roar! Space shook as a sudden roar interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Chapter 2141. Chapter 2141, 2141. Chapter 2141, Be my mount, and I'll spare your life. After 3 years, Lin Moya finally encountered his first transcendent level starry sky beast. The boundary area was too vast. In 3 years, Lin Moya controlled the bone hell and devoured millions of starry sky beasts, but he hadn't encountered a single transcendent level 1. This was normal. According to the star map, the area he had traversed was less than 1/10,000th of the boundary area. Now, he finally encountered a transcendent level starry sky beast. With a roar, Lin Moya saw it. A giant rhinoceros beast. Lin Moya immediately recognized this starry sky beast, as it was recorded in human data. The giant rhinoceros beast resembled a rhinoceros, with a huge horn on its head. Its defining feature was its extremely strong defense. In the same realm, killing it was very difficult. Over 10,000 years ago, a giant rhinoceros beast appeared on the Suanwu battlefield, seemingly searching for something. It was later discovered by humans, leading to a conflict in which it killed some human cultivators. By the time human transcendence arrived, it had already escaped. It was said that it later encountered the 3 silver races and was killed by their Saint Venerable. Lin Moya didn't know if the giant rhinoceros beast before him was the same one recorded in the Human Emperor network. If it was, it meant it had escaped the pursuit of the 3 silver races Saint Venerable. The giant rhinoceros beast stepped through the void, and when it was still 1,000,000 kilometers away from Lin Moya, it suddenly stomped heavily in the starry sky. The starry sky rolled like waves, surging towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya's entire body erupted with purple gold light. The purple gold body shone brightly, coupled with damage transfer, and he withstood the attack head-on. Its attack power is low among transcendents, but its defense must be high. Strong defense and weak attack, its survival ability is indeed strong. Seeing that Lin Moya was unharmed, the giant rhinoceros beast roared angrily, "You seek death. It raised its body high, and the sharp horn on its head erupted with blinding lightning. Lin Moya suddenly noticed a huge wound on its abdomen, running from head to tail, almost splitting it in half. Seeing the wound, Lin Moya immediately knew this was the same giant rhinoceros beast from back then. It had indeed been pursued by the 3 silver races Saint Venerable and injured but ultimately escaped. This showed how strong its survival ability was. While Lin Moya was pondering, the lightning descended, transforming into a boundless sea of lightning that engulfed him. Lin Moya took a step, instantly crossing 10 million kilometers, leaving the sea of lightning. Space laws. The giant rhinoceros beast roared in shock. Lin Moya smiled. So you can speak. Being able to speak meant it had developed intelligence. Transcendent-level starry sky beasts had a much higher probability of developing intelligence. The giant rhinoceros beast coldly stared at Lin Moya. Human, this is not a place you should be. Leave now, and I will pretend I never saw you. The giant rhinoceros beast didn't want to provoke humans, especially a human who mastered space laws like Lin Moya. First, it was hard to kill him. Second, humans would certainly treasure him. Killing him would bring trouble. If Lin Moya could leave, that would be the best outcome. As for the starry sky beasts that had been killed, it didn't care. Lin Moya had other ideas. How about this? I happen to need a mount. If you become my mount, I'll spare your life. Moo! The giant rhinoceros beast roared angrily. To it, Lin Moya's words were an insult. He wanted it to be a mount? It was a dignified transcendent-level starry sky beast, a king in this star region. How could it be someone's mount? If a Saint Venerable said this, it might consider it. But Lin Moya was just a divine venerable, and only at rank 5. Who do you think you are? The giant rhinoceros beast roared, its horn flashing with lightning. The surrounding space was instantly flooded with a sea of lightning, shattering the rules of space, terrifying beyond measure. Lin Moya remained calm. With a thought, the bone hell appeared, enveloping the giant rhinoceros beast. Countless hell spirits pounced, and hellfire surged from all directions, burning the giant rhinoceros beast. The giant rhinoceros beast emitted a faint glow, and the powerful rule's power transformed into armor, blocking the hell spirits. The hell spirits bit down, directly piercing the armor. They ignored the rule's power, biting down hard. What are these things? The giant rhinoceros beast screamed. These creatures, clearly only at divine venerable rank 8, could bite through its rule's armor. How did they grow? It erupted with lightning, blasting away many hell spirits, but more hell spirits immediately pounced. The giant rhinoceros beast discovered that the hellfire could burn its rule's armor. Under the dual attacks of hellfire and hell spirits, the rule's armor weakened at an alarming rate, on the verge of collapse. Get lost! The giant rhinoceros beast roared, lightning erupting wildly, blasting away all the hell spirits and hellfire. The lightning formed a defense, blocking the hell spirits. But the hell spirits were fearless, pouncing again and gnawing at the lightning. The hell spirits could eat anything, laws, rules, lightning, nothing was refused. The giant rhinoceros beast was terrified. What the hell are these things? The lightning kept blasting the hell spirits away, but it couldn't kill them. One group was blasted away, and another group came. It couldn't finish them off. Lin Moya watched the show from the side, a smile on his lips. The giant rhinoceros beast was furious. With an angry roar, its body suddenly grew larger. Originally only about 100 meters tall, it suddenly grew to 10,000 meters. Its tail became a terrifying weapon, sweeping away countless hell spirits, shattering their bodies. After growing larger, the giant rhinoceros beast's strength also increased. But before it could be happy for a second, the hell spirits, though shattered, quickly reformed and pounced again, intact. The giant rhinoceros beast was scared. It didn't understand why such things existed. Clearly only at divine venerable rank 8, but they couldn't be killed. Lin Moya discovered that after combining void and reality, the hell spirit's resilience had greatly increased. The bone hell no longer collapsed easily as before. Now, under the giant rhinoceros beast's attacks, the bone hell twisted continuously but never collapsed. This further solidified Lin Moya's idea of constructing a rules world combining void and reality. The giant rhinoceros beast rampaged within the bone hell. In terms of pure strength, it could easily crush the hell spirits, but it couldn't kill them. The giant rhinoceros beast was completely enraged. It suddenly charged at Lin Moya. Its eyes glowed, and its horn flashed, making the surrounding space viscous. It used rules power to seal the space. Since it couldn't deal with the bone hell, it would kill the instigator. Lin Moya laughed. Now you think of it? Your reaction is really slow. Facing the charging giant rhinoceros beast, Lin Moya lightly pointed his finger, and a red light flashed with a hum. White star level spell, time curse. A miserable scream came from the giant rhinoceros beast. Its soul was impacted. Although not injured, it was in extreme pain. While it screamed, its vision blurred, and it found itself in a strange starry sky. The containment formation flashed, capturing the giant rhinoceros beast. The giant rhinoceros beast attacked frantically, trying to break the containment formation. The containment formation trembled and twisted. Lin Moya calmly drew 2 or 3 runes to stabilize the containment formation. At the same time, he multitasked, throwing out a massive undying flame. White star level spell, summon Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's throne appeared, and 5 Skeleton Kings, each 1,000 meters tall, appeared in the starry sky. Chapter 2142. Chapter 2142, 2142. Chapter 2142, choose to live, or die immediately. The Skeleton King's throne transformed into 5 giant bone swords, with powerful rules power rolling on the blades. No matter how many times one saw the white bone rules power, it always gave a chilling feeling. The 5 Skeleton Kings charged into the containment formation, swinging their bone swords in front of the stunned giant rhinoceros beast. Spell, Godslayer. The Godslayer strike of a Transcendent was vastly different in power from that of a Divine Venerable. The space around the giant rhinoceros beast collapsed completely, thoroughly shattered, revealing the deep space beneath. Countless spatial turbulences erupted. The containment formation instantly collapsed. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment, as the result was completely unexpected. He didn't think the Skeleton King's Godslayer strike would destroy the containment formation as well. A complex rune flew out and exploded in space, instantly sealing off the area. Without the containment formation, the giant rhinoceros beast might escape, so Lin Moya naturally wouldn't let it go. As Lin Moya sealed off space, a bright sword light flashed on the giant rhinoceros beast's body, accompanied by miserable screams. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed sharply. This is the white bone rules. Countless white bones appeared within the swordlight, like swords, simultaneously slashing at the giant rhinoceros beast. 5 Godslayer strikes, 5 sword lights. 5 huge wounds appeared on the giant rhinoceros beast's body, almost tearing it apart completely. The white bone swords evolved from the white bone rules densely slashed all over its body. Crack! Lin Moya heard the sound of bones breaking. The giant rhinoceros beast's bones shattered one after another, blasting off chunks of flesh. In an instant, its body was covered in blood, turning into a bloody bull. The white bone rules attack lasted for several seconds. In those seconds, the giant rhinoceros beast endured countless attacks, its screams never stopping. Its proud defense was completely useless before the white bone rules. Lin Moya discovered that although the white bone rules attacks seemed to hit the physical body, they actually struck the soul. The physical injuries were just a manifestation of the soul damage, so no matter how strong the giant rhinoceros beast's defense was, it had little effect. So this is the white bone rules, quite impressive indeed. But I feel there should be more to it, right? For now, he had only discovered one aspect of the white bone rules, but there must be more. Besides the Skeleton King, the entire Undead Legion possessed the white bone rules. Once they reached the Transcendent Realm, every attack would carry the soul strike of the white bone rules, greatly increasing their combat power. The giant rhinoceros beast lay almost paralyzed in space, its body covered in blood, fear in its eyes. It watched Lin Moya approach, trying to say something, but in the end only let out 2 miserable cries. The soul damage was too painful, so painful it couldn't even speak. Lin Moya came before the giant rhinoceros beast and said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Become my mount, and I'll spare your life." The giant rhinoceros beast was full of unwillingness, its eyes filled with resentment, but also hiding a desire to live. It was very conflicted now, wanting to live but unwilling to become Lin Moya's mount. Lin Moya said, "In this world, might makes right. You should understand that. Alright, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't agree, then forget it." The Skeleton King appeared behind Lin Moya at this moment, its 5 bone swords flashing with sharp light, looking extremely terrifying. The time was only 3 seconds. Lin Moya wouldn't waste more time on it. It was just a sudden one anyway. If it didn't agree, it didn't matter. In the end, it would become food for the bone hell, so it wouldn't be wasted. The 3 seconds quickly passed. At the last moment, the giant rhinoceros beast finally made its choice. It chose to live. "I agree." The giant rhinoceros beast very reluctantly uttered these 3 words. Lin Moya smiled, "Good. Then make a great world oath. Don't try any tricks, you know what will happen." The giant rhinoceros beast indeed didn't dare to try any tricks. It was at Lin Moya's mercy, and any tricks now would be truly seeking death. Thinking of its future life as a bull, the giant rhinoceros beast felt its fate was truly miserable. Lin Moya sensed the karmic connection with the giant rhinoceros beast, but this was just the first step. A rune flew out from the treasure ship's warehouse. This rune was extremely exquisite yet also very complex. Its complexity even surpassed that of the containment formation. "Don't resist." Lin Moya's voice was calm but carried a cold edge. The giant rhinoceros beast knew what would happen if it disobeyed. It had already become a mount and made a great world oath, so this additional step didn't matter much. The rune flew into the giant rhinoceros beast's body, entering its soul world. The giant rhinoceros beast didn't dare resist, allowing the rune to enter. The rune accurately found the giant rhinoceros beast's soul and landed on it. This time there was no pain. The giant rhinoceros beast saw a mark appear on its soul. This mark had fused with the soul, inseparable. Lin Moya said, "From today on, I am your master. This rune is called the Soul Control Rune. With just a thought, I can destroy your soul. Of course, I don't necessarily have to kill you. I can also erase your intelligence, turning you into my most loyal slave." The giant rhinoceros beast trembled all over, knowing Lin Moya was telling the truth. The rune in its soul was terrifying, completely fused with the soul, impossible to remove. Unless it committed suicide. "It's over, this old bull's life is over." The giant rhinoceros beast wanted to cry but had no tears. If it had known this would happen, it would have been better to just sleep soundly. Why did it come here? At this moment, Lin Moya waved a pure white rule. As the rule fell on its body, the giant rhinoceros beast immediately felt its soul pain disappear. The soul injuries were rapidly healing, and even the physical wounds were quickly recovering. In just a few minutes, its soul was almost completely healed, and the wounds on its body had fully recovered. Even the huge scar from many years ago, inflicted by the 3 silver races Saint Venerable, miraculously disappeared. How is this possible? The giant rhinoceros beast was extremely curious, constantly asking itself in its heart. It couldn't recognize what rule this was, but it felt amazing. Lin Moya said, "Now that you're healed, stand up. Don't lie there anymore." The giant rhinoceros beast was still sprawled in space. Hearing Lin Moya's words, it immediately stood up straight. Its body began to shrink, turning into a small bull only 5 meters tall in an instant. Lin Moya asked, "Do you know if there are any other transcendent-level starry sky beasts nearby?" The giant rhinoceros beast said, "About 100 light-years away, there's another one. But that guy has no intelligence, just a fool who only knows how to eat and sleep." Lin Moya asked, "How's its combat power?" The giant rhinoceros beast said, "It's okay, but its survival ability isn't as good as mine." The implication was that its combat power was actually higher than the giant rhinoceros beast's, otherwise it wouldn't have spoken like this. Lin Moya said, "Here's your first task. Bring that guy to me." The giant rhinoceros beast had no right to refuse. After hearing the task, it turned and left. After it left, Lin Moya muttered to himself, "When the time comes, you'll command the resurrected army." Keeping the giant rhinoceros beast naturally had its use. Lin Moya wanted to use it to command the resurrected army. This way, he wouldn't have to appear personally, allowing for more flexible operations. It wasn't that he must use it, but when he wanted to use it, it had to be available. Lin Moya liked to prepare for the future, always making preparations in advance. Chapter 2143. Chapter 2143, 2143. Chapter 2143, perhaps it really can become hell. The bone hell absorbed a large amount of undying laws, and the cup rapidly expanded to its limit. After the cup expanded, it needed more water to fill it. The starry sky beasts were that water. Large numbers of starry sky beasts were devoured, and the bone hell gradually strengthened. For some reason, Lin Moya felt a slight sense of ease, coming from the great world. Karma. He muttered to himself, sensing subtle changes from the great world. In Lin Moya's perception, as he killed more and more starry sky beasts, the great world seemed to become lighter. This indicated that the starry sky beasts also had some karmic connection to the great world, and were one of its burdens. Why is this? Why is there karma between them? Aren't starry sky beasts supposed to be creatures of the great world? Lin Moya suddenly realized his thinking was incorrect. Starry sky beasts were not necessarily creatures of the great world. In the past, powerful beings in the great world had plundered the origins of many worlds, merging those worlds with the great world. The races from those worlds also entered the great world, becoming alien races. Along with them came starry sky beasts from other worlds. Starry sky beasts from various worlds mixed with those of the great world. After countless years, it became impossible to distinguish who was who. No one had ever paid attention to this point. Perhaps even the former heavenly venerables never considered it. After all, although starry sky beasts were strong, they were scattered and did not have a strong presence. Lin Moya finally understood, so that's how it is. It seems that to completely sever the karma of the great world, even the starry sky beasts cannot be spared. Lin Moya also knew that killing all the starry sky beasts was almost impossible. They were distributed throughout every corner of the great world, both inside and outside the realm. Not only did he currently have only 500 million skeleton generals, even if he had 10 or 100 times more, it wouldn't be enough. If he wanted to kill them, he could only kill the majority. One step at a time, I'll do my best. Lin Moya thought to himself, calculating several areas. The Dark Void, the 4 battlefields, and the boundary area where he was currently located. These 3 places had the highest concentration of starry sky beasts. If he could clear out the starry sky beasts in these 3 areas, he would have dealt with at least 80% of them. 80% should be enough. 10 days later, the bone hell finally reached its limit again. This time, with the void and reality powers perfected, the bone hell officially advanced. The bone hell transformed from tangible to intangible, turning into a mist that spread freely through space. Its coverage area grew larger and larger. Originally, the bone hell's range was already as high as 10 billion li, enough to cover a star system. Now its range expanded again, reaching 100 billion li. After expanding, the bone hell reconsolidated into form, with hellfire erupting violently. The hellfire river boiled, continuously shooting out massive pillars of fire. The spider lilies on both banks bloomed in profusion, emitting a bewitching radiance. The blue light of the spider lilies enveloped the bone hell, making it appear incredibly gloomy. Lin Moya felt the bone hell becoming increasingly real. Originally it was mostly in an illusory state, but now it was leaning towards reality. The illusory and the real continuously fused within the bone hell, making it increasingly powerful. The hell spirits bathed in the flames, constantly growing stronger in the hellfire river, quickly reaching divine venerable rank 9. Then they began to divide, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4. Their numbers increased from 100 million to 1 billion, with all of them at divine venerable rank 9. From this moment on, the number and combat power of the hell spirits surpassed the undead legion, second only to the skeleton king. The only drawback was that the hell spirits could not leave the bone hell, otherwise they could have become a second spirit army. Lin Moya was very satisfied with the changes in the bone hell, as the enhancement exceeded his expectations. 100 billion li could easily cover a star system. If 2 star systems were close enough, it could even cover both. Unfortunately, the distances between star systems were vast, measured in light years. This idea of his could only remain a fantasy. What satisfied Lin Moya most was that the bone hell was indeed developing in the direction of reality. Perhaps one day in the future, the bone hell could evolve into a real world, becoming a true hell. Master, I'm back. Lin Moya suddenly heard the voice of the giant rhinoceros beast. Looking over, he saw the giant rhinoceros beast appear billions of li away, with another starry sky beast chasing behind it. Both were moving at extremely fast speeds, crossing billions of li in the blink of an eye. It was a starry sky beast that looked like a giant crocodile, over 100,000 meters long. However, its tail was very long, like a snake's tail, exceeding half its total length. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light, full of killing intent, along with anger towards the giant rhinoceros beast. It looked as if there was some deep grudge between them. Then Lin Moya saw a huge hole in the jaw of the crocodile-like starry sky beast, with fresh blood flowing from it. The shape of the hole resembled a bull's horn. Without thinking, he knew it was made by the giant rhinoceros beast's horn. Fresh blood was pouring from the hole. The giant rhinoceros beast is quite vicious. Lin Moya chuckled lightly and pointed his finger. The bone hell appeared, enveloping both of them. Under the bewitching purple light, hellfire erupted violently, engulfing the crocodile beast. Immediately after, countless hell spirits pounced out, surrounding the crocodile beast. Roars of anger echoed through the bone hell as the crocodile beast and the hell spirits fought fiercely. Its long, thick tail swept wildly through the bone hell, but it was helpless against the hell spirits. The giant rhinoceros beast was not attacked. Now it had become a spectator, watching this familiar scene. Just a short while ago, it had been surrounded like this itself. It suddenly realized that the hell spirits had become stronger, far more powerful than before. A hint of fear flashed in its eyes. Its new master, though seemingly only at divine venerable rank 5, had combat power far exceeding the transcendent realm. After being surrounded by the hell spirits, the giant rhinoceros beast knew the crocodile beast's fate was sealed, no matter how it struggled. A passage appeared in the bone hell, and the giant rhinoceros beast flew out along it, its body continuously shrinking. By the time it reached Lin Moyo, it had shrunk to its smallest size. Master! It bowed respectfully before Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo nodded and said, "Well done." The giant rhinoceros beast said, "Serving the master is what this little bull should do." It had now resigned itself to its fate. Since it couldn't resist, it might as well obey and be a good, obedient bull. It wasn't one of those mindless fools. It knew very well how to survive and live better. It had even given itself a name, Little Bull. The bone hell had completely surrounded the crocodile beast, while 5 skeleton kings waited outside the bone hell. The following battle no longer required Lin Moya's attention. Lin Moya said, "Tell me everything you know about the boundary area, in as much detail as possible." "Yes, master." Little Bull immediately recounted everything it knew. Through Little Bull's account, Lin Moya finally gained a clear understanding of the situation in the boundary area. This mysterious space, about which even the Human Emperor Network had little record, finally became clear to Lin Moya. Chapter 2144. Chapter 2144, 2144. Chapter 2144, Little Bull aspires to become a saint venerable. The boundary area, also known as the home of the beasts, according to Little Bull. This name wasn't coined by it but by some intelligent starry sky beasts collectively. According to it, there are a total of 108 transcendent level starry sky beasts in the boundary area. This number matches the records in the Human Emperor Network. The 108 transcendent level starry sky beasts refer to those like Little Bull, who possess intelligence. In addition, there are some transcendent level starry sky beasts without intelligence, which are not included in the count of 108. These unintelligent starry sky beasts are even more numerous, meaning there are hundreds of transcendent level starry sky beasts in the boundary area alone. This number far exceeds the number of transcendents among the human race. Despite the vast population of the human race, there are only about 100 transcendents. This shows how extraordinarily gifted the starry sky beasts are. They have natural advantages and lifespans far exceeding those of human saint venerables. Many transcendent level starry sky beasts have lived for 100,000 years and still haven't reached the end of their lifespans. Little Bull is relatively young among the transcendents, being only over 20,000 years old. According to it, its lifespan can reach 300,000 years, so it is just barely an adult now. Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In ancient times, even a heavenly venerable could only live for 500,000 years. Unlike the various intelligent races, starry sky beasts don't have a well-developed system, but they still possess territorial awareness. The 108 intelligent transcendent level starry sky beasts each occupy large areas of the boundary space. The nearly 200 unintelligent transcendent level starry sky beasts only care about their own territories and nothing else. Besides the transcendents, there is a true king in the boundary area. A starry sky beast that has reached the Saint Venerable realm rules the entire boundary area. When it issues orders, all transcendent level starry sky beasts must obey. This includes even the unintelligent transcendent level starry sky beasts. Though they lack intelligence, they follow their instincts and obey the strong. Sometimes, it's easier to command them because they have no intelligence and no personal thoughts. Lin Moyo murmured, "So there really is a Saint Venerable level starry sky beast. It's no wonder the boundary area has existed for so many years. Do you know its strength?" Little Bull shook its head. "I don't know, I only know that the king is a Saint Venerable. But the king is very powerful, stronger than an ordinary Saint Venerable. Once, a Saint Venerable from the demon race came to subdue the king but was defeated and seriously injured. A Saint Venerable from the Golden Eagle race also came but couldn't defeat the king either." Lin Moya's eyes showed contemplation. The Saint Venerables from the Demon and Golden Eagle races didn't come to subdue the king but to control all the starry sky beasts here. If they succeeded, they could command the starry sky beasts to attack the human race. The starry sky beasts are numerous and powerful, posing a great threat to the human race. No one knows how many starry sky beasts have accumulated in the boundary area over countless years. If they controlled the king, they could control all the starry sky beasts in the boundary area. Fortunately, they failed. But strangely, the human race must know about this, so why aren't they worried? Little Bull suddenly said, "The king is different from us, it cannot be subdued." Over 10,000 years ago, a powerful human came but also failed to subdue the king. Lin Moyo asked, "Do you know who that human was?" Little Bull thought for a while. The battle was intense, and we were all drawn to it but didn't dare get close. I vaguely heard the king call that person Star Elder. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. It was Star Elder. Unexpectedly, Star Elder had already been here. Although he defeated the king, he couldn't subdue it. No wonder Star Elder isn't worried. If even he couldn't subdue it, other races probably can't either. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry. Lin Moya now had a thorough understanding of the boundary area and knew what to do next. The boundary area is vast, and the king of the starry sky beasts usually remains dormant. As long as he doesn't provoke it, nothing will happen. Besides the Saint Venerable level king, there is no need to fear other starry sky beasts. A booming sound erupted as the crocodile beast finally broke through the bone hell, shaking off all the hell spirits and escaping in terror. The crocodile beast was covered in blood, with wounds all over its body, looking extremely miserable. Many places had exposed bones. Its soul was severely injured, and its aura was very weak. It was making its last struggle for survival. Little Bull's eyes widened. It knew it wasn't mistaken. The bone hell was indeed much stronger than before, significantly so. Otherwise, the crocodile beast wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Just escaping from the bone hell had exhausted all its strength. Little Bull asked, "Master, do you need me to take action?" Seizing the opportunity, Little Bull immediately volunteered, not forgetting to flatter. Lin Moya shook his head. No need. A skeleton king had already taken action, but only one. Sword light flashed, and a Godslayer strike was unleashed. The sword light lit up on the crocodile beast. Amidst its screams, the crocodile beast, which had just escaped, was pierced by the brilliant sword light, creating a huge hole. Simultaneously, white bones emerged, forming a sword of rules that slashed at its soul. The soul was injured again, and the crocodile beast screamed continuously. The soul injury transmitted to its body, breaking its bones. Having already lost half its life in the bone hell, the crocodile beast now lost another half after being slashed, leaving it with no life left. The bone hell still enveloped it, and the hell spirits pounced again, starting to devour it. The crocodile beast's screams echoed, and Little Bull watched in horror. It realized that if it hadn't agreed to become Lin Moya's mount, it would probably face the same fate. The thought of being devoured by hell spirits, bit by bit, sent chills down Little Bull's spine, making its hair stand on end. Lin Moya sensed Little Bull's change in aura and calmly said, "As long as you obey, I won't kill you." Little Bull immediately said, "Rest assured, Master, Little Bull is very obedient. You won't find a more obedient beast in the entire great world." Lin Moya smiled slightly. It was clear that Little Bull had a strong desire to live. Especially after seeing the crocodile beast's miserable state, Little Bull felt that being alive was already a blessing. As for being a mount, it wasn't a big deal. Judging by its master's demeanor, it didn't seem like the type to whip its mount for no reason. Little Bull kept comforting itself, "It's okay, it's okay. Although Master is ruthless and merciless, killing beasts without blinking, he doesn't seem to have a habit of abusing beasts. Little Bull, you can do it. Just stay alive, and one day you might become a Saint Venerable." Chapter 2145. Chapter 2145, 2145. Chapter 2145, this time we must avenge our previous defeat. Lin Moya didn't know Little Bull's inner thoughts. At this moment, the giant crocodile beast's screams were becoming weaker and weaker. Finally, the skeleton king cut off its head and threw it into the containment formation. The number of giant beast corpses in the containment formation was already uncountable, at least several 100,000. But for Lin Moyu, even this number was far from enough. "Little Bull, go bring another transcendent realm beast here." Lin Moyu issued a new order, and Little Bull immediately went to find the nearest starry sky beast. The next starry sky beast was very far away and would take some time to reach. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry. He controlled the bone hell to continue devouring starry sky beasts. The bone hell had reached divine venerable rank 9, with its range and power greatly increased, making it more efficient. However, the difficulty of further improvement had also increased significantly. Even after devouring a transcendent realm beast, it only increased a tiny bit. Lin Moya felt that he would need to devour at least 100 million divine venerable realm starry sky beasts to have a chance of advancing the bone hell again. After the next advancement, he wasn't sure if it would reach half-step transcendent or directly reach the transcendent realm. Based on past experience, the possibility of directly reaching the transcendent realm was low. The gap between divine venerable and transcendent was huge and not easy to cross. Lin Moya continued sweeping through the boundary area like this, leaving silence and sleeping beasts wherever he went. 2 months later, Little Bull brought back another transcendent realm beast. Soon, Lin Moya's containment formation had another piece of transcendent realm flesh. Little Bull received a new task and continued to search for transcendent realm starry sky beasts. Little Bull was very clever. Although Lin Moya hadn't explicitly stated it, it knew what kind of beasts he wanted, so it always brought back starry sky beasts that hadn't awakened intelligence. Years passed, and while Lin Moya controlled the bone hell to devour beasts, he also multitasked, continuing to draw large numbers of runes to fill the treasure ship's warehouse. The types of runes were diverse with all kinds of strange effects. Lin Moya tried to prepare as many as possible for any future needs. In the new military camp of the 100 Race Alliance, orderly shouts could be heard. The cultivators of the 100 Race Alliance were engaged in duels, which were called friendly exchanges. After nearly 30 years, the morale of the 100 Race Alliance had somewhat recovered. The armies from other battlefields had all been withdrawn and combined into one, with a total force exceeding 2 billion. Adding the subsequent troops from various races, the total force should be around 2.5 billion. There were over 150 Transcendent Realm experts. This enormous number made many regain confidence, especially 2 years ago, when the Abyssal Demon Lord finally recovered from his injuries and returned, declaring that in the previous battle, it was because of a problem with his magical treasure, not because he was inferior to the human race. The Black Gold Saint Venerable also claimed to have brought a treasure that could compare to the human race's War God Spear. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable likewise claimed to have taken out an ancestral treasure with immense power, capable of killing a Saint Venerable. Moreover, the number of Saint Venerables on the 100 Race Alliance side had now reached 6, greatly boosting the army's confidence. Over these 30 years, the Black Gold Saint Venerable had come up with an idea. He set up numerous arenas where cultivators from various races could engage in friendly exchanges. Of course, they couldn't fight to the death, only competing in skill without risking lives. Many cultivators from different races gradually became familiar with each other through these duels, and relationships improved. As a result, the army's combat power increased somewhat, and attention was diverted from their previous defeat. After 30 years, the army's morale had finally fully recovered. In the palace, several Saint Venerables sat in the center, with 150 Transcendent Realm experts distributed around them. The Abyssal Demon Lord said, "Thanks to the Black Gold Saint Venerable's idea, morale has been restored." The Black Gold Saint Venerable said calmly, "It's nothing, and not that important. I've always felt that what truly determines victory or defeat is not them, but us." The Abyssal Demon Lord grunted in agreement. "Last time, there was a problem with my magical treasure. I underestimated the supreme grade treasure, leading to backlash, but it won't happen again. If I encounter her again, I will certainly be able to kill her." The Black Gold Saint Venerable clearly didn't fully believe the Abyssal Demon Lord's words and said calmly, "Let's hope so. When do you all think we should engage in battle again?" Over these years, the battles with the human race had never stopped. However, they were all small skirmishes, with no major frontal battles. The 100 Race Alliance had retreated, and the human race pressed forward, resulting in constant small conflicts. The Black Gold Saint Venerable was now referring to a major frontal battle. He knew very clearly that if they couldn't defeat the human race in a frontal battle, they would inevitably lose this war if it continued. The Abyssal Demon Lord didn't directly answer but said in a low voice, 30 years have passed, and the ghost race hasn't appeared again, and the starry sky giant tree has also disappeared. With these potential threats unresolved, I still feel uneasy. The other Saint Venerables also had headaches about this. The ghost race appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and they could never find any traces. As for the starry sky giant tree, no one knew why it had attacked them, and why it specifically targeted the weak. Afterwards, even the starry sky giant tree's traces were lost, making it impossible to track. These two issues were like thorns in their throats, making it difficult for them to feel at ease. However, the Abyssal Demon Lord continued, "It doesn't matter. We haven't been idle these years. The barriers of various races have all been upgraded. If the ghost race dares to appear again, they will certainly be detected." The Abyssal Demon Lord's promise might not be effective, but it was better than nothing. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "There's another matter. In the previous 2 major battles, the human race was missing someone." "Who?" Everyone looked over, and the Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "Lin Moyo. I've studied Lin Moyo. His techniques are actually very suitable for large-scale battles. If he were to act, it would be a great help to the human race, significantly reducing their casualties. But in the previous 2 times, Lin Moya never appeared. No one knows what he's been doing." The Saint Venerables and the surrounding Transcendent Realm experts, even if they hadn't encountered Lin Moya personally, had all heard his name and knew about his undead army. If the undead army were to act, it would indeed greatly reduce human casualties. But he didn't act, which was very strange. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable asked, "Could he be in secluded cultivation?" No one objected to his words. Thinking about it, this seemed to be the only reason. It was normal for a period of seclusion to last several decades or even over 100 years. However, the Abyssal Demon Lord, who had dealt with Lin Moya the most, always felt that this matter wasn't so simple. He was wary of Lin Moyo. He had tried to kill Lin Moya several times before but failed. Lin Moya's intelligence made him feel thorny. He said in a deep voice, "If Lin Moyo appears on the battlefield, we must kill him immediately." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the seated Transcendent Realm experts. "Everyone, please remember this. If you see Lin Moyo, kill him immediately." All the Transcendent Realm experts nodded. They could hear that the Abyssal Demon Lord wasn't joking. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable laughed deeply. "Abyssal Demon Lord, aren't you being too cautious? Lin Moyo is just a divine venerable. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" The Abyssal Demon Lord shook his head. "You don't understand." The Blood Bull Saint Venerable was about to say something more when suddenly a bright red light exploded in space. Everyone simultaneously looked towards the distance, their gazes penetrating countless miles to see the situation far away. The abyssal demon lord said in a low voice, "The human army has moved. Prepare for battle. This time, we must avenge our previous defeat." As the order was issued, the army immediately began to move. Vast auras rose to the sky, emanating boundless killing intent. Chapter 2146. Chapter 2146, 2146. Chapter 2146, The Resurrected Army, Initial Success. The human army moved in unison, with over 1 billion troops advancing aggressively. On the War God Fortress, several human Saint Venerables stood side by side. The rune Saint Venerable held a flying sword rune in his hand. The flying sword rune disappeared into the starry sky. The War Saint Venerable asked in a low voice, "Has the message been sent?" The rune Saint Venerable nodded slightly, "Yes, but the speed of the flying sword rune is limited. By the time Lin Xiao receives it, our battle here will likely be over." The War Saint Venerable said, "Not necessarily, we can delay a bit." The Sword Saint Venerable frowned slightly. "Lin Moyo wants us to take action to attract the enemy's attention. We can delay a bit, no need to rush." A few days ago, the Rune Saint Venerable suddenly received a flying sword rune from Lin Moyo. The rune instructed them to launch a full-scale attack on the 100 Race Alliance's army 10 days after receiving it. There was no need for actual combat, just to attract the enemy's attention. The Saint Venerables naturally knew what Lin Moyo intended to do, so they mobilized their troops 10 days later. When the human race moved, the 100 Race Alliance would naturally notice and deploy their troops as well. The army advanced slowly, appearing aggressive as if ready for a decisive battle. But in reality, the human army's marching speed was very slow. The Saint Venerables were well aware that this operation was mainly to buy time. Fighting was inevitable, but the goal was to control the duration of the battle. Lin Moyo had already returned from the boundary area and arrived near the Red Tiger clan. The Red Tiger clan had produced a Saint Venerable 100,000 years ago, making them quite powerful, almost becoming a strong clan. 100,000 years ago, their Saint Venerable was killed by Xiao Zhantian, and since then, they had no more Saint Venerables. However, they always had transcendents. Currently, there were 3 transcendents in their clan, 2 of whom had gone to the front lines, leaving 1 in the clan. The Red Tiger clan's star region was protected by the demon race's barrier, with the abyssal demon eye monitoring inside. Activating a concealment rune, Lin Moyo smoothly entered the star region. Upon entering, Lin Moyo immediately sensed something unusual. Why is there the aura of the Black Blood Great World here? Lin Moyo's heart sank. The barrier was filled with traces of the Black Blood Great World's aura. Lin Moyo had encountered the power of the Black Blood Great World several times and was very sensitive to its aura. His first reaction was that the demon race had colluded with the Black Blood Great World. Recalling the scenes he had seen in the Lizard God Battle Palace, the shadows of the Black Blood Great World were behind the rebellions of various races. Now, the demon race was entangled with the Black Blood Great World, which seemed quite normal. However, Lin Moyo's killing intent grew stronger. The appearance of the Black Blood Great World's power made him more cautious. The Black Blood Great World hasn't left, they are just hiding somewhere. They are still lurking in the Great World and may have connections with various races. Lin Moyo thought far ahead, putting all races on the blacklist. Any race could potentially harbor the power of the Black Blood Great World, and none could be spared. A containment formation flew out, and the giant rhinoceros beast appeared beside him. Master, where are you?" Little Bull couldn't see Lin Moyo, even though Lin Moyo was right in front of it. Lin Moyo said, "No need to look, you can't see me." As he spoke, a star map appeared in front of Little Bull. With its intelligence, Little Bull could read the star map. Lin Moyo's voice continued, "This is the Red Tiger clan's star region. Your task is to annihilate the Red Tiger clan. Leave no one alive." Little Bull's eyes widened. "Master, just me alone." Annihilating the Red Tiger clan wasn't a problem, but it was alone. Even if it wiped out star systems one by one, it would take a long time. If it encountered the Transcendent in the Red Tiger clan, it might not be able to win. Lin Moyo said, "I will naturally give you subordinates." The containment formation unfolded, and countless pieces of flesh fell out. In the boundary area over the years, the accumulated remains of giant beasts were countless. Even Lin Moyo couldn't count the exact number. A rough estimate would be over 10 million, and all were divine venerables. A team composed of over 10 million divine venerables would make anyone's head ache. In recent years, Lin Moyo had also killed 6 transcendent-level starry sky beasts. All 6 transcendent-level beasts were brought back by Little Bull, who had gathered almost all the transcendent-level beasts within thousands of light years. Most became nourishment for the Bone Hell, and the remaining remains were collected by Lin Moyo. In the past 27 years, the Bone Hell had cleared large areas of the starry sky. About 1,000th of the boundary area had been swept clean. Little Bull stared blankly, not understanding why its master had dumped so much flesh. Does master like to eat roasted meat? Some starry sky beasts do taste good, but some are full of poison and can't be eaten. Little Bull was puzzled, thinking with its own logic. Then Lin Moyo waved his hand, and undying flames exploded in the starry sky, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Countless pieces of flesh were reborn in the sea of fire, their souls reconstituted, and their flesh regenerated. Powerful auras surged into the sky. Pieces of shattered flesh transformed back into starry sky beasts. The resurrected starry sky beasts collectively knelt before Lin Moyo, motionless. The starry sky remained incredibly silent, without a sound. Little Bull was completely stunned. Clearly, these starry sky beasts had died, so why were they alive now? Its small worldview was completely overturned. How could such a bizarre thing happen in the world? Master, what's going on? Such a strange scene frightened Little Bull, making its voice tremble. Lin Moya said, they are yours to command. 10 million divine venerables should be enough, right? Little Bull was initially shocked, then quickly nodded, rest assured, I will complete the task. Lin Moya's consciousness moved, commanding all the resurrected beings to unconditionally obey Little Bull. The resurrected beings felt no pain and feared no death, making them far more useful than real starry sky beasts. Moreover, after resurrection, they received certain talent boosts, making their actual combat power stronger than in life. Lin Moya said, go ahead, this place is yours. Little Bull let out a long roar, leading its army of 10 million beasts towards the nearest star system. Lin Moya watched from afar, wanting to see what use the power of the Black Blood Great World left here had. As Little Bull led the beast army to the nearest star system, the abyssal demon eye suddenly erupted with great commotion. Flames boiled, and the entire barrier lit up. The huge barrier enveloped the entire star system. Lin Moya felt the barrier instantly strengthen several times, sealing both inside and outside. To prevent the ghost race from escaping, they really spared no effort. In that case, let me add a little more. A rune flew out silently and then burned. Immediately, a layer of spatial power appeared in the starry sky, sealing heaven and earth, preventing anyone from escaping. Space Lock Rune. This was a rune created by Lin Moya, used to replace the Space Lock formation. The rune contained Lin Moya's understanding of spatial laws. Once activated, its secrecy and range far surpassed the Space Lock formation. Lin Moya flew quickly through the starry sky, occasionally activating a Space Lock rune. After activating more than a dozen Space Lock runes, the entire starry sky was completely sealed. The teleportation array was also completely ineffective, making it difficult for anyone inside to escape. The Starry Sky Beast army had already entered the first star system, following Lin Moya's instructions to leave no one alive. In the blink of an eye, the first star system was completely slaughtered. The containment formation flew out of Little Bull's hand, enveloping the star system and taking it away. Then it hurried to the next star system. Chapter 2147. Chapter 2147, 2147. Chapter 2147, finally here, the Black Blood Great World. It was clear that Little Bull was commanding such a large army of starry sky beasts in battle for the first time. Fortunately, Lin Moya had given it full authority, and the resurrected army was extremely obedient, attacking wherever directed. 10 million divine venerable starry sky beasts marched forward in a vast army. Their bodies were huge, looking terrifying. Little Bull went from unfamiliar to familiar, gradually becoming proficient. After wiping out 2 star systems, Little Bull even began to divide its forces. It split the starry sky beast army in 2, attacking 2 star systems simultaneously. The huge commotion finally caught the attention of the Abyssal Demon Eye. Abyssal flames suddenly lit up in space. The Abyssal Demon Eye immediately transmitted a large amount of information back to the demon race, and also to the Abyssal Demon Lord's ears. The Abyssal Demon Lord, who had already arrived at the front lines, was stunned. A beast tide has occurred in the Red Tiger Clan's star region. The surrounding Saint Venerables were stunned. The Hell Demon Lord said in a low voice, "What's going on? How could a beast tide occur right before a major battle?" The Abyssal Demon Lord sneered, "Don't you find it strange? In the last battle, the ghost race appeared, and the Starry Sky Giant Tree also mysteriously appeared. We never provoked the Starry Sky Giant Tree. On the contrary, it's the human race that has a grudge against the Starry Sky Giant Tree. I deliberately didn't say anything before, just waiting." Sure enough, as expected, the human race must have reached some kind of agreement with the Starry Sky Beasts. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said in a low voice, "You mean, the one from the boundary area?" The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed coldly. "Who else could have the ability to launch a beast tide besides it? I wonder what price the human race paid." The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "What should we do now? If we let the Red Tiger Clan be wiped out like before, our 100-race alliance might really fall apart." The Red Tiger Clan was not a small clan, different from those wiped out before. Those small and weak clans being wiped out was one thing, but the Red Tiger Clan was a medium-sized race with 3 transcendents. In the 100-race alliance, most were medium-sized races like the Red Tiger Clan. These races could be said to be the main force of the 100-race alliance. If they were thrown into chaos, the 100-race alliance would be completely finished. So they couldn't ignore what was happening to the Red Tiger Clan. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable said coldly, "The human race is truly calculating. They engage us in open battle while secretly reaching an agreement with the Starry Sky Beasts to attack the ancestral lands of various races. If we don't intervene, they certainly won't stop. But if we do intervene, the battle at the front lines will be affected." The Abyssal Demon Lord said, "The human race must have gotten this idea from the ghost race. It's indeed very effective. But the Demon Lord has already come up with countermeasures and made corresponding arrangements." His laughter gradually turned sinister. "All these years, I wasn't just recovering from injuries, I've been doing many things. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Red Tiger Clan. We just need to focus on fighting here." The Black Gold Saint Venerable was very curious. What arrangements did the Demon Lord make? The Abyssal Demon Lord smiled, "I can't say. If you want to know, you can ask the Eagle Emperor." This matter was decided jointly by the Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor. The Black Gold Saint Venerable was slightly stunned, not expecting the Eagle Emperor to be involved. The Dark Gold Saint Venerable beside him said in a low voice, "No wonder the Eagle Emperor told us to just focus on fighting well at the front lines and not worry about other matters." Tisk tisk tisk. The Abyssal Demon Lord's smile became even more chilling. "Now you understand, right? So don't worry. This time we must teach the human race a lesson. It would be best if we could kill one or two of their Saint Venerables. Killing intent rose. Although killing a Saint Venerable was difficult, it wasn't impossible. The 100 Race Alliance's army deployed in formation, facing the human army across tens of millions of miles. The battle was about to erupt. In the Red Tiger Clan's star region, Little Bull led the resurrected army to conquer 2 more star systems. Its command efficiency was getting higher and higher, even dividing into 3 forces now. Most of the Red Tiger Clan's powerful experts had gone to the front lines, leaving behind just a few who couldn't stop the resurrected army. The starry skybeasts rampaged through the Red Tiger Clan's star region, countless clan members torn to pieces. As the army passed through, no living being was left in the star systems. Lin Moyo hid in the shadows, watching the star region, feeling the changes within. He sensed the power of the Black Blood Great World gradually strengthening, continuously gathering. I want to see what you guys are trying to do. The demon race's collusion with the Black Blood Great World was now a fact. The arrangements in the star region now should be aimed at the ghost race. However, what they didn't expect was that the ghost race didn't come instead. It was the resurrected army that arrived. Encountering the experts of the Black Blood Great World again, Lin Moyo wanted to see more of their methods. Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to winning every battle. The more he knew, the more targeted arrangements he could make in the future. Boom! A massive aura surged into the sky as a huge red tiger charged through space. Bastards! Stop! Amidst angry roars, terrifying energy swept through space, beams of light tearing through the starry sky. In an instant, dozens of resurrected beings were hit by the light beams, turning to ash on the spot. The transcendent left behind in the Red Tiger Clan had arrived, filled with boundless rage as he charged towards the resurrected army. Moo! Little Bull also roared, the sharp horn on its head erupting with boundless lightning, forming a sea of lightning in space. At the same time, space became viscous, like a swamp. Little Bull charged forward, engaging in battle with the Red Tiger Clan's transcendent. Meanwhile, over 100 peak divine venerable starry skybeasts from the resurrected army also charged back, cooperating with Little Bull to attack the Red Tiger Clan's transcendent. Little Bull's strength was about equal to its opponent, but with the cooperation of the peak divine venerables, the opponent had no chance of winning. However, this meant Little Bull couldn't spare attention to command the resurrected army. Lin Moya's mind moved, taking over command, directing the army to continue attacking the Red Tiger Clan. The Red Tiger Clan's transcendent roared continuously, his voice becoming more and more urgent, but he was tightly entangled by Little Bull, unable to break free. He could only watch helplessly as his homeland was destroyed and his clansmen killed. The Red Tiger Clan's transcendent's eyes turned red, manifesting a sea of blood in space, as if representing his hatred and anger. The power fluctuations of the Black Blood Great World became more and more obvious. Space gradually darkened, as if in the dark void, beginning to devour light. When the power gathered to its limit, a black vortex appeared in space. The vortex devoured starlight for billions of miles around, then a black-robed figure appeared. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, finally here. The black-robed figure came from the Black Blood Great World, with an aura completely different from the Great World. Bloodlines flowed on the black-robed figure's body, carrying a strong bloody smell. The bloody smell struck directly at the soul, making one want to vomit upon smelling it. The black-robed figure's gaze swept through space. The next moment, the black-robed figure exploded on the spot, turning into countless bloodlines. The bloodlines moved extremely fast, traversing space, piercing into the bodies of the resurrected beings. But in the next second, these bloodlines all returned, seemingly having no effect. The resurrected beings remained unchanged, completely unaware. Lin Moyu, as their master, also felt nothing, not knowing what the other party had done. The bloodlines gathered back, reforming into the black-robed figure. Although his body was completely covered in black robes, his face unseen, Lin Moyu could see shock in his eyes. Clearly, he was surprised that his attack had no effect. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of something. In the dark void, an expert from the Black Blood Great World had once controlled a large number of starry skybeasts. Could it be that he wanted to control these starry skybeasts? If so, it's indeed impossible to succeed. The resurrected beings were not ordinary starry skybeasts. They had died and been resurrected, becoming Lin Moya's slaves. How could they be controlled again? The black-robed figure's gaze turned towards Little Bull, who was still battling the Red Tiger Clan's transcendent. His body became ethereal, and in the next second, he had crossed tens of millions of miles, joining the battle. Chapter 2148. Chapter 2148, 2148. Chapter 2148, 30 years ago, you said the same thing. The black-robed figure charged into the sea of lightning, attacking Little Bull. Little Bull let out a muffled cry, and the lightning immediately became violent, exploding with thunderous booms in the starry sky. The black-robed figure was blasted away. Although not seriously injured, he looked somewhat disheveled. Little Bull grumbled, "Where did this trash come from, daring to sneak attack this bull?" When the black-robed figure appeared, Little Bull had already noticed him and kept an eye on him. Sneak attacks weren't so easy. The black-robed figure said nothing, but a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was slightly curved, different from the straight swords used by humans. Cultivators from the Black Blood Great World excel at using such curved swords. The one in the Dark Void also used a similar weapon. The two swords were 90% similar, but the one used by the figure in the Dark Void was much more powerful. He's not as strong as the one from the Dark Void. His realm seems equivalent to the Transcendent Realm, probably weaker than a Saint Venerable. But if combined with secret techniques from the Black Blood Great World, he might be able to fight a Saint Venerable briefly, though he would certainly lose in the end. Lin Moyo quickly assessed the situation. This cultivator from the Black Blood Great World was slightly stronger than an ordinary transcendent, but not as strong as a Saint Venerable. In a direct confrontation, Little Bull was no match. Moreover, Little Bull still had to deal with the Red Tiger clan's transcendent. Seeing the black-robed figure draw his sword, Little Bull suddenly felt a chill. It sensed a deadly threat. Oh no, his sword seems unusual. Little Bull is in trouble this time. Little Bull cried out inwardly, when suddenly it heard Lin Moya's voice. You just focus on dealing with the Red Tiger clan. At this moment, Lin Moya's voice sounded like heavenly music, incredibly pleasant to hear. Little Bull trusted Lin Moyo. It turned its body and once again erupted with a sea of lightning, continuing to battle the Red Tiger clan's transcendent. The black-robed figure held his sharp sword, black and red light flickering on his body. Just as he was about to attack, layers of white mist suddenly appeared before him. The black-robed figure instinctively swung his sword, sending out a blade of sword energy. The white mist was dispersed by the sword energy, and the black-robed figure took the opportunity to charge into Little Bull's sea of lightning. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the black-robed figure's body suddenly burst open. Black smoke poured out from the black-robed figure's body, and black-red blood dripped in the starry sky. Countless lightning bolts struck his body, making it difficult for him to move, adding injury to injury. After enduring one corpse explosion, the black-robed figure was severely injured, but not dead. His life force was extremely powerful. Even using a transcendent-level starry sky beast as a weapon, Lin Moya couldn't kill him with one explosion. If once wasn't enough, then twice. If twice wasn't enough, then thrice. Two more thunderous booms followed in quick succession. The black-robed figure finally let out a miserable scream, his body shattering into pieces in the explosions. A peak divine venerable level resurrected being flew to the abyssal demon eye and bit it, directly crushing the abyssal demon eye to pieces. Destroying the abyssal demon eye meant destroying the demon race's surveillance here. Some things I let you see only because I want you to see them. Lin Moya deliberately let the demon race see the army composed of starry sky beasts, intending to mislead them. At the same time, he knew clearly that the Red Tiger clan was different from the previous small clans. Whether it was destroyed or not would have significant implications for the entire 100-race alliance. I wonder how the battle at the front lines is going. After this great battle, even if the 100-race alliance doesn't fall apart completely, it won't be as united as before. The containment formation flashed by, collecting all the flesh and blood of the black-robed figure. At the front lines, a great battle was about to erupt. The Abyssal Demon Lord suddenly trembled, his aura shaking. The Abyssal Demon I placed in the Red Tiger clan has been destroyed. The other Saint Venerables looked over. What's the situation there? The Abyssal Demon Lord communicated with the Abyssal Demon Eye, obtaining the final information. The last thing the Abyssal Demon Eye saw was the black-robed figure charging into the Sea of Lightning, and then nothing more. The Abyssal Demon Lord said, the Demon Lord's backup plan has been activated. There shouldn't be any problems. Though he said this, he felt somewhat uneasy for some reason. The Abyssal Demon Lord said, I'll ask the Demon Lord to see what the situation is there. He transformed into flames, intending to contact the Demon Lord who was far away in the demon race's ancestral lands. Suddenly, the flames surged, and a warning of danger came from his soul. In his vision, a terrifying sword light tore through the starry sky. The sword Saint Venerable had struck, her sword seeming to cut through the Milky Way, enveloping all the Saint Venerables of the 100-race alliance. Following the sword light, the war god spear arrived, transforming into a giant spear 1,000,000 meters long in the starry sky, flying over with a thunderous boom. As the sword Saint Venerable and war Saint Venerable made their moves, the great battle began. At this moment, the number of Saint Venerables on the human side was not as many as the 100-race alliance. The war Saint Venerable, sword Saint Venerable, rune Saint Venerable, kill Saint Venerable, plus Lin Mohan, only made 5 Saint Venerable level combat powers. But on the 100-race alliance side, there were 6 Saint Venerable level combat powers. Having one less Saint Venerable level combatant made a huge difference. However, the humans were not afraid. They fought as soon as the battle began. The Saint Venerables quickly locked onto their opponents. They were all old rivals, except for the Hell Demon Lord who was new and had no opponent. The humans were prepared for this. The War God Fortress flew out with a rumble, transforming into a terrifying war machine, directly facing off against the Hell Demon Lord. Inside the War God Fortress were 10 Transcendents and 100 Peak Divine Venerables operating it, providing energy. Various weapons deployed from the War God Fortress, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the Hell Demon Lord. Each attack exceeded the Transcendent level. Though not quite at the Saint Venerable level, the difference wasn't too great. Even he would be injured if he wasn't careful. The Hell Demon Lord was stunned for a moment, never imagining the War God Fortress would be so powerful. The War God Fortress was said to be the human race's strongest war machine, able to match Transcendent level power. Now he realized that claim was an understatement. The true combat power of the War God Fortress definitely exceeded ordinary Transcendent level. The War God Fortress deployed formations, locking down space and trapping the Hell Demon Lord, forcing him to engage in battle. The Hell Demon Lord manifested a boundless hell, enveloping the War God Fortress. Hellfire rained down like meteors, but they were all blocked by the War God Fortress. Whether in terms of formations or materials, the War God Fortress had reached the pinnacle of human technology. Even a Saint Venerable would find it difficult to destroy. The Abyssal Demon Lord faced Lin Mohan again. Hatred filled the Abyssal Demon Lord's eyes. This time, I will definitely kill you. Lin Mohan's tone was cold. Let's see if you can escape this time. A shield appeared in front of the Abyssal Demon Lord. Made of white bone, it looked especially eerie against the backdrop of abyssal flames. Then, from behind the shield, a bone sword flew out. This was a set of sword and shield treasures, Saint Venerable level artifacts with powerful might. The Abyssal Demon Lord had spent over 10 years during his recovery period to refine them. Origin Fire, Burn. The Abyssal Demon Lord let out a low roar, and the aura of Origin power spread out, growing stronger and stronger. The Origin Fire rose, fully activating the power of the sword and shield. Space crackled in the flames, shattering one after another. Lin Mohan casually swung out a blade of sword energy. The shield rapidly expanded, transforming into thousands of bone shields, protecting the Abyssal Demon Lord from all angles with no blind spots. The sword energy struck the shield without causing any ripples. The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed loudly, "With the bone shield protecting me, you can't harm me at all. I will use the Origin Fire to slowly burn you to ashes." Lin Mohan sneered, "You said the same thing 30 years ago." Sword/Void. Brilliant sword light tore through the starry sky, enveloping the Abyssal Demon Lord completely. The Abyssal Demon Lord was not afraid at all. He used the shield to defend while swinging his sword to attack Lin Mohan. At this moment, Lin Mohan suddenly shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The bone shield and bone sword in the Abyssal Demon Lord's hands exploded simultaneously. Chapter 2149. Chapter 2149, 2149. Chapter 2149. When I become a Saint Venerable, I will surely kill you. What the hell? The Abyssal Demon Lord felt like he had seen a ghost. The magical treasure he had refined himself had exploded again. The power of the exploding bone sword and bone shield gathered together, reforming into a giant sword that slashed towards the Abyssal Demon Lord. The starry sky was sealed, and the Abyssal Demon Lord had nowhere to escape. At this moment, Lin Mohan's sword/void also arrived. The Abyssal Demon Lord roared in anger, once again summoning his rules world. The sword light exploded, and the Abyssal Demon Lord's rules world was shattered on the spot, mostly destroyed. Lin Mohan then slashed out a second sword, this one powerful enough to take the Abyssal Demon Lord's life. The Abyssal Demon Lord screamed, "Demon Lord, save me!" A demonic face appeared in the Origin Fire, spitting flames that collided with the sword light, causing a sky full of firelight. In the firelight, the Abyssal Demon Lord transformed into a giant, with the Origin Fire soaring into the sky. The Demon Lord's face floated in the flames, staring intently at Lin Mohan. "Who exactly are you?" First, it was a supreme grade magical treasure, and now a Saint Venerable grade magical treasure. Both treasures inexplicably exploded and even turned against him. This was extremely unusual. And all the unusual events originated from this human woman before him. Lin Mohan, valiant and heroic, looked coldly at the Demon Lord, "The one who will kill you." The heaven and earth sword in her hand suddenly lit up. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Mohan slashed out again. The sword light was even more dazzling than before, with terrifying sword energy sweeping across billions of miles of the starry sky, covering almost half the battlefield. Countless warriors in the midst of battle were horrified, their bodies covered in fine wounds, and they quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were far from Lin Mohan, only suffering minor impacts. Those at the Transcendent Realm, being relatively closer, had more severe wounds. Though the wounds were only physical and not a big deal for Transcendence, the fact that they were injured by the aftershocks from billions of miles away made Lin Mohan's sword strike terrifying. Not only the human Transcendence but also the alien Transcendence were the same. They all stopped fighting simultaneously, looking towards Lin Mohan. Just one glance made their eyes ache, with blood tears streaming down their faces. The Saint Venerables closest to Lin Mohan almost simultaneously shouted, their rules worlds appearing, enveloping their bodies with rules power. The sword energy swept through the starry sky, and they bore the brunt of it. Countless sword energies fell upon them, impacting their rules worlds. The War Saint Venerable's eyes were filled with shock. "This sword is extremely terrifying." The Sword Saint Venerable's eye showed a hint of fascination. "This is the true way of the sword. This sword has truly reached the peak of the Saint Venerable realm." In their eyes, Lin Mohan's sword had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Venerable realm. But Lin Mohan was only at the Transcendent realm, and she had only taken a small step in the Transcendent realm, far from reaching the Saint Venerable realm, not even having constructed a rules world. How could she unleash such a powerful sword strike? One sword to annihilate the world. Within the sword light, a world evolved, incredibly prosperous and brilliant, filled with living beings. But then, this world was annihilated within the sword light. This sword shattered a world, performing an act of world annihilation. The Demon Lord's face changed dramatically, roaring in anger. The Abyssal Fire and Hellfire converged, forming the true Demon Fire. The Origin Fire belonging to the Abyssal Demon Lord joined in, further enhancing the power of the Demon Fire. The Demon Fire condensed into a blade, meeting the sword light head-on. With a loud boom, the Demon Fire collapsed, just like the world within the sword light, completely disintegrating. The flames were split apart, even the Demon Lord's face was cut in half. The Demon Lord roared again, the flames boiling a second time, exploding in the starry sky, turning the starry sky into a sea of fire in an instant. From within the sea of fire came the Demon Lord's voice, "Who exactly are you?" His voice carried anger and a hint of fear. Lin Mohan's sword was indeed excessively powerful, even he was shocked. Lin Mohan coldly snorted, "When I reach the Saint Venerable realm, I will surely kill you." She was still only at the Transcendent realm, a bit short of killing the Demon Lord. If she reached the Saint Venerable realm, she would indeed have the possibility of killing the Demon Lord. As Lin Mohan spoke, the sea of fire exploded, countless flames soaring into the sky, enveloping billions of miles of the starry sky. The Demon Lord was already filled with anger and killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Mohan, not giving her the chance to reach the Saint Venerable realm. At this moment, Lin Mohan's face was slightly pale. The one sword to annihilate the world had almost exhausted her. However, her expression remained cold, unafraid even in the sea of fire. The heaven and earth sword vibrated, scattering sword light to protect Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan flew backward, not entangling with the demon lord. The sea of fire surged, transforming into a terrifying demon that charged towards Lin Mohan. With the heaven and earth sword's protection, Lin Mohan was not afraid. Suddenly, countless starlights came from afar, traversing infinite distances in an instant, arriving above the sea of fire. The starlights fell into the sea of fire, causing a thunderous roar, and the demon formed by the flames collapsed on the spot. The starlights condensed into the figure of Star Elder. Star Elder coldly snorted, "Old fellow, are you breaking the rules?" The flames once again gathered into the demon lord's face, staring intently at Star Elder. Star Elder also smiled at the demon lord, but his smile was filled with killing intent. Both Star Elder and the demon lord wanted to kill each other, but neither made a move. The demon lord snorted, the flames quickly retracting, transforming back into the form of the abyssal demon lord. At this moment, the abyssal demon lord seemed to have lost consciousness, with the demon lord controlling his body. The demon lord said in a deep voice, "Have you made an agreement with the one from the boundary area?" Star Elder looked at the demon lord with a half-smile, slowly spitting out a few words, "Is it any of your business?" The demon lord snorted and said no more. Indeed, it was none of his business. Both sides were mortal enemies, and any means were fair game. With the intervention of the demon lord and Star Elder, the battle changed. The Saint Venerables on both sides stopped fighting, and their clashes were no longer as intense as before. Star Elder's gaze swept across the battlefield, smiling, "You fight your battles, don't mind us." His seemingly casual words sounded like an order, and the battlefield erupted again. "Kill!" The Sword Saint Venerable let out a shout, reigniting her fighting spirit, her sword intent soaring as she charged towards her opponent. Star Elder smiled with satisfaction, saying to Lin Mohan, "You just focus on recovering. With me here, no one can harm you." Lin Mohan nodded, her beautiful eyes closing as she began to recover. Her battle with the Abyssal Demon Lord had been interrupted by the Demon Lord, preventing her from killing the Abyssal Demon Lord. However, the Abyssal Demon Lord was severely injured, especially his rules world, which was nearly shattered. It would take many years to recover. The Demon Lord and Star Elder faced off, but neither made a move. Both were not physically present, only projections had come, with combat power comparable to the peak of the Saint Venerable realm. In this state, fighting was meaningless. The battle continued, with neither the 100 Race Alliance nor the human race willing to lose. The 100 Race Alliance desperately needed a victory to truly boost morale. The human race, besides needing to win, also needed time. In the White Tiger Clan's Star region, Lin Moya quickly eliminated the cultivators from the Black Blood Great World and collected their corpses. Since they have set up countermeasures to guard against the ghost race reappearing, there must be more than just this. The Red Tiger Clan's Star region might already be surrounded. I wonder if they will break in. Should I save the Red Tiger Clan or abandon them? Screams echoed as the Red Tiger Clan's Transcendent, under the siege of Little Bull and the resurrected army, finally fell. He was severely injured and fled quickly. Little Bull wasn't good at speed and couldn't catch up for a while. It wasn't easy to kill a fleeing Transcendent. Suddenly, a white mist appeared in the starry sky, rapidly expanding and engulfing the Red Tiger Clan's Transcendent. Little Bull was stunned, knowing it was Lin Moya who had made a move. It immediately turned and continued to command the resurrected army to attack other star systems. The Red Tiger Clan's Transcendent struggled frantically in the Bone Hell, but he had no chance of escaping and would soon be killed. Lin Moya sensed the changes in the star region, a smile gradually forming on his lips. They've arrived. Chapter 2150. Chapter 2150, 2150. Chapter 2150, Half-Step Supreme of the Black Blood Great World. As he had anticipated, the 100 Race Alliance did not rely on just one method. If only one expert from the Black Blood Great World came, it might not be enough to stop the Ghost Race. Given the cunning of the Demon Race and the caution of the Golden Eagle Race, they would surely prepare multiple contingencies. Perhaps this expert from the Black Blood Great World was only here to test the waters. Unfortunately, they misjudged one thing. It wasn't the Ghost Race that came, but Lin Moya and his resurrected army. Lin Moya sensed the changes in the barrier. It was becoming more solid, and the space was stabilizing. If this had happened 80 years ago, Lin Moya might have been helpless. But now, with the concealment rune, such methods were ineffective. The runes passed down from the ancient heavenly venerables were far more miraculous than imagined. Looking at the Red Tiger Clan Star region, which had been mostly destroyed, Lin Moya said to Little Bull, "That's enough, come back." Little Bull obediently led the resurrected army back. The containment formation expanded, collecting Little Bull and the resurrected army. Then Lin Moya quickly moved to the edge of the star region and confidently passed through the barrier. Although the barrier had strengthened, it still couldn't stop the concealment rune. Lin Moya concealed his presence and stealthily moved along the outskirts of the star region. He saw 4 transcendent-level demons reinforcing the barrier. Not far away, there were several Golden Eagle Transcendents and a Golden Eagle Saint Venerable. This Saint Venerable emitted a bright golden light. Lin Moya recognized him as the Golden Saint Venerable. According to human records, he hadn't appeared for many years and hadn't shown up on the battlefield either. Unexpectedly, he was here now. 5 Golden Eagle Transcendents and 1 Saint Venerable. 4 Demon Transcendents. A total of 10 experts, an extremely powerful force. They really think highly of me. Lin Moya sneered, fully understanding the situation. The expert from the Black Blood Great World was just a decoy, meant to stall him. The Black Blood Great World seemed to have a unique method, allowing free movement in areas filled with its power. Lin Moya didn't know the specifics, but such an arrangement must have its reasons. Using the expert from the Black Blood Great World to stall him, then reinforcing the barrier, and finally having the Golden Eagle experts deliver the killing blow. With space sealed and no way to escape, the Golden Eagle race would have an absolute advantage. However, they hadn't anticipated the power of the concealment rune, which rendered the reinforced barrier useless against Lin Moya. Lin Moya knew his own strength. Although he wasn't afraid of a Saint Venerable, killing one would come at a cost, which was unnecessary at the moment. Moreover, the Red Tiger clan had been mostly destroyed, and he had learned the 100 Race Alliance's methods against him. That was enough. Suddenly, Lin Moya felt a slight tremor in his heart, sensing danger. He quickly moved far away, glancing into the distance. He sensed a terrifying presence rapidly approaching. It's a half-step supreme, on the same level as Star Elder. And there are two of them. Lin Moya saw 2 points of light in the distance. 2 half-step supremes had arrived. The auras were both familiar and unfamiliar. One belonged to the Golden Eagle race, with its unique aura. The other was even more distinct, belonging to the Black Blood Great World. Lin Moya didn't dare look too long, fearing they might sense him. There's still a half-step supreme in the Black Blood Great World. What exactly happened back then? Why didn't I see the Black Blood Great World in the Sea of Realms? If the Realm Seashell hadn't been damaged, Lin Moya would have wanted to go back to the Sea of Realms to search for the Black Blood Great World. He believed the Black Blood Great World hadn't disappeared but was hiding in a way he didn't know. The fact that there were still experts from the Black Blood Great World in the Great World was the best evidence. The Eagle Emperor and a black-robed figure arrived outside the Red Tiger Clan Star region. The black-robed figure glanced into the distance, seemingly searching for something. The Eagle Emperor followed his gaze but saw nothing and asked, "What's wrong?" The black-robed figure shook his head. "Maybe I was mistaken." He was looking in the direction Lin Moya had left. After moving billions of miles away, Lin Moya took out his warship and boarded it. The warship started, entering deep space and flying away. At the same time, Lin Moya took out a flying sword rune and sent the information he had gathered back to the human race. The fact that there were still practitioners from the Black Blood Great World, including a half-step supreme, was a significant matter for the human race and had to be reported immediately. As far as he knew, besides Star Elder and the human emperor, there were no other half-step supremes in the human race. Moreover, both had limitations. Star Elder's limitations were less severe, allowing him to leave the human territory. The human emperor, however, couldn't leave the human territory and could only fight within it. Due to the nature of the human emperor network, the closer to the central region, the stronger the human emperor's power. In the 4-star regions, the human emperor was only comparable to a Saint Venerable, far from a half-step supreme. So in Lin Moya's eyes, the human race only had 1.5 half-step supremes. This was slightly inferior to the Golden Eagle race and the Demon race. They were sufficient for defense but lacked the strength for offense. But now, with the addition of a half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great World, the human race was at a complete disadvantage. Lin Moya pondered the information he had gathered, comparing it with what he knew. The Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor seem to have limitations similar to Star Elder. Their power weakens the farther they are from their territory, but they are better off than the human emperor. The half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great World likely has limitations too, otherwise they would have acted long ago. Currently, the human race can defend but has difficulty attacking. I wonder how the front lines are doing. The Red Tiger clan hasn't been wiped out, so the 100 Race Alliance won't collapse. The 100 Race Alliance hasn't reached the point of collapse yet. It seems more time is needed. I need to adjust my plans slightly. Should I make a big move? Lin Moya knew it was impossible to wipe out each race one by one as he had hoped. These races weren't wooden dummies, they wouldn't just stand there waiting to be killed. If they saw things going wrong, they would naturally flee, and they would definitely flee to the outer regions. Lin Moya thought he needed to find a way to solve this problem. If they really escaped to the outer regions, it would be troublesome later. In the Red Tiger Clan Star region, the Golden Saint Venerable's eyes flashed with a golden light, filled with disbelief. When did they escape? How could they escape? The barrier showed no signs of disturbance, yet the Red Tiger Clan Star region was devoid of starry sky beasts. The starry sky beasts had vanished into thin air. The Eagle Emperor looked at the black-robed figure beside him. "Blood Venerable, what do you think?" The Blood Venerable said in a low voice, "Earlier, my subordinate was killed here. He died quickly and couldn't send back much information. But from the information he did send, it seems there was someone else here." The Eagle Emperor said, "To kill a transcendent so quickly, it must have been a Saint Venerable. Could it be the one from the boundary area?" The Blood Venerable shook his head. "It's hard to say, but we can't rule out the possibility." The Golden Saint Venerable suddenly said, "I remember there was a starry sky beast in the boundary area called the Phantom Beast. It seemed to have the ability to ignore formations and barriers." The Eagle Emperor's eyes lit up. "It seems I need to visit the boundary area." The Blood Venerable said, "I won't go." Understood. Chapter 2151. Chapter 2151, 2151. Chapter 2151. What I want, you don't have. The appearance of the Bone Hell, coupled with the actions of the human race, led the 100 Race Alliance to mistakenly believe it was the work of the Ghost Race. This time, the resurrected army made them think that the human race had allied with the starry sky beasts from the boundary area. They never suspected Lin Moya. Firstly, Lin Moya's realm was still low. According to their intelligence, Lin Moyo was still at Divine Venerable rank 2 and couldn't possibly achieve these feats. Secondly, it seemed Lin Moyo had been in seclusion within the human race and hadn't ventured out. So, they instinctively ruled out Lin Moyo. The great battle in the Vermilion Birdstar region lasted nearly a month before finally coming to an end. In this battle, neither side emerged victorious. Both sides suffered casualties, and neither gained a significant advantage. Even with the War Saint Venerable's War God Spear, they couldn't secure an absolute upper hand. Only Lin Mohan managed to severely injure the Abyssal Demon Lord. Overall, the human race still held the advantage. Lin Mohan's one sword to annihilate the world was indeed powerful, but it also took a heavy toll on her. After that sword strike, it took her an entire month to fully recover. Star Elder and the Demon Lord faced off for a month without either making a move. After the withdrawal, the human race took time to rest and reorganize. Although they didn't win, their morale wasn't affected. To them, the human race still emerged victorious. The 100 Race Alliance had 2 billion people, while the human race had only 1 billion. Despite being outnumbered, they managed to hold their ground and suffered fewer casualties. If that wasn't a victory, what was? In the War God Fortress, the War Saint Venerable said in a low voice, "Something's not right. Where did they get so many magical treasures?" As soon as he spoke, everyone present felt the same. The Transcendents present also had the same feeling. In this battle, many Transcendents from the 100 Race Alliance wielded powerful magical treasures. These magical treasures were clearly not from their own races, and no one knew where they came from. Each one was very powerful. Otherwise, the human Transcendents could have easily suppressed them. The Sword Saint Venerable said, "As far as we know, neither the Demon race nor the Golden Eagle race is skilled in crafting magical treasures." The Rune Saint Venerable said, "These magical treasures appeared suddenly, distributed by the Demon race, and almost every Transcendent received one." He knew more information through the Zimu ancestor tree. Over the years, the Demon race had continuously distributed a large number of magical treasures to every Transcendent. Even those Transcendents didn't know the origin of the magical treasures. They just used them because they had them. The highest level of these magical treasures was at the Divine Venerable level. This information was inadvertently discovered during discussions among the Transcendents. At this moment, a flying sword rune suddenly flew in from a distance and landed in the hands of the Rune Saint Venerable. After reading its contents, the Rune Saint Venerable calmly put it away. He said loudly, "The Human Emperor Network has sent information. A beast tide has occurred in the Red Tiger Clan Star region." Everyone was stunned. A beast tide had occurred. This hadn't happened in a long time, but considering the location of the Red Tiger Clan, it seemed normal. The starry sky beasts from the boundary area occasionally attacked various races within the region. The frequency and location of beast tides were unpredictable. Most people thought this beast tide was just a coincidence. The Rune Saint Venerable didn't say much more, and everyone continued their discussions. After some discussion, the Transcendents left, leaving only a few Saint Venerables and Lin Mohan in the meeting hall. The Kill Saint Venerable asked, "The beast tide, was it Lin Moya's doing?" The Rune Saint Venerable nodded. "There were too many people just now, so I didn't say." The beast tide was indeed Lin Moya's doing. The Sword Saint Venerable frowned. Why did he initiate a beast tide, and how could he command the starry sky beasts? The Rune Saint Venerable said, "That's not important. What's important is something else." Lin Moyo encountered people from the Black Blood Great World. Everyone was stunned, and then killing intent surged. The Black Blood Great World and the Great World were mortal enemies. This enmity was ingrained in their blood and bones. Just hearing the name Black Blood Great World incited killing intent. The War Saint Venerable said in a low voice, "Explain in detail." The Rune Saint Venerable recounted the information Lin Moyo had brought back. The people from the Black Blood Great World have colluded with the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race. Also, the Red Gold Saint Venerable from the Golden Eagle race has appeared. They seem to be targeting the Ghost race, but they didn't expect Lin Moyo to initiate the beast tide. He feels that the people from the Black Blood Great World are not simple and wants us to be cautious. From the information Lin Moyo brought back, it seemed the Black Blood Great World was only colluding with the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race, but everyone tacitly agreed that the Black Blood Great World had colluded with the entire 100 Race Alliance. As mortal enemies of the Great World, the Black Blood Great World and the Great World could only fight to the death. Anyone who colluded with the Black Blood Great World was an enemy of the Great World and the human race. The Kill Saint Venerable exuded killing intent. Do they want to repeat the events of ancient times? Although our strength is far from the ancient era, we will never allow such things to happen. The War Saint Venerable said, "Back then, the Black Blood Great World and the ancient heavenly venerables and supremes disappeared together, vanishing for 1,000,000 years. According to our records, during that Great War, the Black Blood Great World's strength was not actually greater than the Great World's. It was only because of the rebellions of various races that the Great World fell into a disadvantage. In that Great War, the Black Blood Great World also suffered heavy losses. The remaining forces shouldn't be too strong." The Rune Saint Venerable nodded. "I think so too." Lin Moya said he saw a half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great World. "I estimate that might be their strongest remaining force." Several people frowned, and the Sword Saint Venerable said in a low voice, "A half-step supreme, that's a bit troublesome." The War Saint Venerable said, "I wonder if the half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great World has any limitations. The human race's Star Elder, the Demon race's Demon Lord, and the Golden Eagle race's Eagle Emperor all have certain limitations. If the half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great World has no limitations, it would be a big problem." The Kill Saint Venerable said, "It might not be just a half-step supreme. Don't forget the one in the Dark Void." The The one in the dark void from the Black Blood Great World is actually equivalent to a supreme. No one knows what method he used to survive from the ancient era to the present. If there are more like him, the human race might not be able to withstand it. At this moment, Lin Mohan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. No need to worry. When I reach the Saint Venerable realm, I can kill a half-step supreme. When I reach the half-step supreme realm, perhaps I can kill a supreme. She spoke calmly, without a ripple, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. No one thought she was joking, they believed she was stating a fact. As for when she could reach the Saint Venerable realm, it depended not only on Lin Mohan's cultivation but also on Lin Moyo. As long as Lin Moyo could advance a few more ranks, he could push Lin Mohan to the Saint Venerable realm. The War Saint Venerable said, Fairy Han, when you advance to the Saint Venerable realm and need to construct a rules world, we can provide everything you need. Just ask. Lin Mohan shook her head. What I need, you might not have. The Sword Saint Venerable was puzzled. What could there be that we don't have? She didn't understand. With the resources of the human race, they could provide almost anything. If they didn't have it, probably no one did. The Rule Divine Stone. Lin Mohan uttered 4 words. Chapter 2152. Chapter 2152, 2152. Chapter 2152, The Master of the Boundary Area. The Rule Divine Stone. Several Saint Venerables had heard of it, but only the Rune Saint Venerable had actually seen it. The Sword Saint Venerable frowned. The legendary material used to pave the divine path, we seem to really not have it. The Rune Saint Venerable said, Indeed, our human race's warehouse does not have it, but Lin Moyo has a piece. Previously, Lin Moyo had obtained a piece of the Rule Divine Stone. None of the Saint Venerables could touch it, and ultimately, the Rule Divine Stone was entrusted to Lin Moyo for safekeeping. His words made the Sword Saint Venerable's eyebrows rise, and the initial disappointment instantly disappeared. He immediately said, Then let him bring it. The Rune Saint Venerable said, There's no rush. Fairy Han has not yet reached the Saint Venerable realm, and Lin Moyo is still out dealing with matters. He will naturally return after some time. Lin Mohan said, No rush. When Lin Moyo returns, I will ask him for it. The Rune Saint Venerable thought to himself, the Rule Divine Stone is a material for repairing the divine path. I wonder how Lin Moyo will decide. This thought could only stay in his mind and not be spoken aloud. After all, the Rule Divine Stone belonged to Lin Moyo, and how it would be handled was ultimately up to him. The Saint Venerables present had already regarded Lin Mohan as the reincarnation of an ancient mighty being. They all had expectations that once Lin Mohan reached the Saint Venerable realm, she could indeed cut down a half-step supreme, giving the human race the true strength to flatten all other races. Currently, even if they could win on the front lines against the Abyssal Demon Lord, they were still somewhat powerless against the Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor. A month later, Lin Moyo's worship reappeared. Since the battle with the Red Tiger clan, Lin Moyo had slightly altered his original plan. Originally, he intended to cripple several races and then annihilate them together to reap the rewards of the Great World. But now, with the Black Blood Great World intervening and the various races already on guard, his plan could no longer proceed as originally intended. Moreover, he realized that the 100-race alliance still had its uses and couldn't be allowed to collapse just yet. At least, until the issue of them fleeing to the outer regions was resolved, they couldn't be allowed to collapse. The human race didn't have enough troops to pursue and kill the various races in the outer regions. How to keep them within the inner regions became the biggest problem at hand. If he continued to play the role of the ghost race and wiped out a few more races, the 100-race alliance would inevitably fall apart. The various races would certainly have large numbers of people fleeing to the outer regions, making it impossible to sever the karma of the Great World. All previous efforts would be in vain. After some thought, Lin Moyo realized that only one person could accomplish this task. That was the king of the boundary area. Lin Moyo inquired about the direction from Little Bull and then flew towards the Azure Dragonstar region. The king of the boundary area, referred to by Little Bull as Lord Tianlong, resided in a region in the direction of the Azure Dragonstar region. Of course, it was still hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Azure Dragonstar region. The warship circled through deep space and once again arrived at the edge of the boundary area. Once entering the boundary area, deep space navigation was no longer possible. Lin Moyo put away the warship and summoned Little Bull. Flying onto Little Bull's back, he said, Little Bull, take me to see Lord Tianlong. Little Bull mooed and let out a cow's cry, Yes, master. Now, it was completely convinced of Lin Moyo's mastery. At Divine Venerable rank 5, he could easily crush a Transcendent. Such combat power was unheard of. Little Bull thought, if Lin Moyo reached the Transcendent realm, could he even crush a half-step supreme? Being a mount for such a person, Little Bull even felt a sense of honor. It carried Lin Moyo, flying and shuttling through the starry sky. The aura of the Transcendent realm spread out, and no Divine Venerable level starry sky beasts dared to approach. As Little Bull quickly approached the area where Tianlong resided, Lin Moyo suddenly said, Stop. Little Bull came to an abrupt halt. Master, what are your orders? Lin Moyo said, There was a battle here not long ago. Little Bull looked around but didn't find anything. Lin Moyo was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. The space here had clearly just recovered from a battle. If it were an ordinary battle, the space would recover quickly, leaving little trace. But here, the space recovered slowly and left many cracks. These cracks could only be sensed by those who mastered spatial laws. Lin Moyo tried to sense the space and felt a powerful force from the remaining cracks. The level of power surpassed that of a Saint Venerable and had a distinct Golden Eagle clan aura. Lin Moyo's heart moved. He knew who had been here. The Eagle Emperor was here not long ago. What was he here for? Could he also be looking for Tianlong? Little Bull asked, who is the Eagle Emperor? Lin Moya replied, the foundation of the Golden Eagle clan, a half-step supreme. Little Bull was shocked. To it, a Saint Venerable was already an unattainable existence, let alone a half-step supreme. It said, Lord Tianlong is only at the Saint Venerable realm. The Eagle Emperor is a half-step supreme. Will Lord Tianlong be alright? Lin Moya shook his head. No, it should be the Eagle Emperor's avatar, at most with Saint Venerable combat power. Upon reaching the half-step supreme realm, they all had avatars. Unlike the demon race's avatars, their avatars were fragments of their souls, refined into physical bodies using special materials, forming puppets. Star Elder also had an avatar, existing in the form of a law ball, which would transform into Star Elder's appearance when needed. When Star Elder gave him the law ball, it later played a significant role. Little Bull continued forward. The closer they got to Tianlong's area, the more intense the battle aura became. Lin Moya also sensed the lingering smell of blood, indicating that some starry sky beasts had been injured or even killed. Finally, a continent appeared in their sight. The continent was about 1,000 kilometers in diameter, relatively small. In the center of the continent stood a towering tree, 10,000 meters tall. The tree was lush and emitted an ancient aura. It was an ancient tree, very old. Lin Moya took one look and felt that this ancient tree must have existed since ancient times. On the ancient tree coiled a giant dragon. The dragon's body emitted starlight, its scales dazzling and beautiful like mirrors. It also had a pair of wings on its back, which looked delicate compared to its massive body. This is a holy dragon. Lin Moya murmured to himself. The dragon before him had distinct features of a holy dragon, but it was also different from a holy dragon, more akin to a divine dragon. At this moment, two immense auras awakened on either side of the continent, pressing towards Lin Moya and Little Bull. Simultaneously, two starry sky beasts appeared. Lin Moya sensed that these two starry sky beasts also had Saint Venerable level strength, more than one Saint Venerable level beast. And this Tianlong seems to be stronger than a Saint Venerable. As Lin Moya pondered, a huge voice rang out, "Who are you?" Unbeknownst to him, Tianlong had opened his eyes, looking coldly at Lin Moya. Lin Moya found his gaze somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Lin Moya thought of Antares. Tianlong's gaze was somewhat similar to Antares's. Lin Moya said, "Lin Moya of the human race, greets Lord Tianlong." Tianlong's voice was cold. "Human child, what brings you here?" As he spoke, his nose twitched. "You have the aura of the dragon race on you." Lin Moya replied, "Lord Tianlong, you are correct. I do have a few dragon friends." "Dragon friends?" Tianlong muttered, then suddenly roared in anger. "Get lost." His voice was like thunder, transforming into lightning that struck towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya was momentarily stunned. The bone hell instinctively appeared but was scattered by the lightning. However, after scattering the bone hell, the lightning's power greatly diminished. Lin Moya waved his golden sword, forming a shield that blocked the lightning. Chapter 2153. Chapter 2153, 2153. Chapter 2153, Antares' friend. The Tianlong before him was clearly of the dragon race, yet seemed to have a grudge against dragons. No wonder his eyes resembled Antares somewhat. The two likely had similar stories or experiences. Dragons are not good at hiding their emotions. Whatever they're thinking tends to show in their eyes. Antares was the same back then. Lin Moya wasn't angered by Tianlong's behavior. Instead, he calmly said, "You're very similar to a dragon friend of mine. Like you, he's a dragon himself but hates dragons." Mentioning dragons again made the anger in Tianlong's eyes intensify. But after hearing Lin Moya's words, he seemed stunned. Mainly because Lin Moya said he's a dragon himself but hates dragons. Tianlong couldn't help asking, "What's the name of this dragon friend of yours?" Lin Moya said, "His name is Strange, for characters Antares." Roar! Tianlong suddenly let out a violent roar. Dragon cries echoed through space, and the continent he was on shook violently, breaking apart. Terrifying energy swept out. Behind Tianlong appeared an illusory world with white clouds and what seemed to be dragons flying about. Lin Moya was sent flying back by the intense energy. Little Bull cried out as it was blasted away, looking quite miserable. This wasn't an attack, but rather Tianlong losing control of his emotions, too agitated. This was also similar to Antares, prone to big emotional outbursts at any time. Lin Moya flew back and looked at the heavily breathing Tianlong. "Are you missing your dragon pearl?" Antares had once explained that his emotional instability was due to missing his dragon pearl. Lin Moya later confirmed this. The holy dragon Saint Light's emotions were very stable, as were those of other elemental dragons. The reason was the dragon pearl. Missing the dragon pearl not only greatly weakened a dragon's power, but also affected their emotions and soul. Tianlong struggled to control his emotions. His huge dragon eyes stared at Lin Moya. "You said your friend is called Antares." Lin Moya nodded, "That's right. How did you know I'm missing my dragon pearl?" Tianlong asked. Lin Moya said, "Antares told me. The dragon pearl affects your dragon race's emotions. At the time, Antares was also missing his dragon pearl. I helped him find a few." Hearing this, Tianlong nearly lost control again, but this time he managed to hold back. The breath he exhaled was even thicker, not dissipating for tens of thousands of miles. "To tell you such a secret, I believe you are indeed good friends with him. But why do I smell the scent of holy dragons and elemental dragons on you?" Lin Moya said, "I've met a holy dragon named Saint Light, as well as several elemental dragons." Tianlong seemed to still have doubts. "Dragons usually stay in seclusion. How did you meet them?" His curiosity was strong, also similar to Antares in this regard. It seems he and Antares are friends too, and had similar experiences. But Antares went to the small world, while he came to the boundary area, Lin Moya thought. While thinking this, he answered Tin Lung's question. At the time, I happened to encounter dragons in the outer realm. They were fighting the insect race, so I watched for a while. Tianlong believed Lin Moya's words. Come closer. Lin Moya flew in front of Tianlong, only 100 meters apart, practically face to face. A gentle light emerged from Tianlong's nose, enveloping Lin Moya. He seemed to be sniffing Lin Moya's aura intently. Soon, shock appeared in his eyes. Why do you also have the dragon god's scent on you? Lin Moya said, I once had the honor of meeting the dragon god briefly. Suddenly, he let out another strange cry. How can you have his scent? Why? Tianlong's emotions were on the verge of losing control again. Lin Moya felt somewhat helpless. His condition seemed even worse than Antares. Was it because he was missing too many dragon pearls? But it was clear Tianlong was trying hard to control his emotions. Lin Moya didn't react, but wondered in his mind who the he Tianlong referred to was. When mentioning him, there was clearly a hint of fear in Tianlong's voice. Lin Moya's first thought was of the old man he had seen in the Origin secret realm, but it was hard to say. Lin Moya also thought of that mysterious master, and the two heavenly venerables weren't impossible either. Things seemed rather confusing. Lin Moya couldn't be certain for the moment. Tianlong finally managed to stabilize his emotions. What business do you have with me? His tone had changed, becoming milder. He seemed to have accepted Lin Moya's identity. Lin Moya naturally understood. Though dragons held a grudge against him, Antares was his friend and not just an ordinary friend. So Lin Moya, also being Antares' friend, was naturally accepted by Tianlong. Dragons think very directly. A friend's friend is basically a friend. Lin Moya said, I'd like to ask for your help. You probably know the situation between us humans and the alien races. Tianlong nodded. I know. The Eagle Emperor came to see me a few days ago, but I drove him away. The Eagle Emperor came to ask you why you launched a beast tide, right? Tianlong grunted in affirmation. That's right. That fool. Not only did this dragon not launch a beast tide, even if I wanted to, is it any of his business? He's just a neither human nor ghost half-step supreme, let alone sending an avatar, even if he came in person. So what? This dragon could kill him with one breath. Lin Moya immediately took the opportunity to flatter him. Indeed, with your strength, you have no need to fear him. Tianlong's strength should be very great. Though he appeared to be at the Saint Venerable realm, his true combat power should exceed that. Moreover, he was missing dragon pearls. If his dragon pearls were complete, he likely wouldn't be limited to Saint Venerable. At the very least, the rules world he had just displayed didn't seem inferior to a Supreme's rules world in Lin Moya's perception. Tianlong glanced at Lin Moya. You launched the beast tide, didn't you? Lin Moya admitted frankly, yes, I launched the beast tide. With Little Bull right beside him, there was no way to hide it. Lin Moya hadn't intended to conceal it anyway. Lin Moya said, our human race is at war with them. Over a dozen races have already been wiped out. If we keep fighting, the various races will eventually collapse. Large numbers of them will flee to the outer realm, and the boundary area is on the necessary route. Tianlong chuckled. You want this dragon to intercept them, right? Lin Moya immediately followed up with more flattery. Your wisdom is unmatched. It's truly a pleasure to converse with you. Tianlong said, I can agree to this. I can have those little ones seal off the boundary area and ensure that anyone who comes dies. But I have a condition. Lin Moya said, I understand. Dragons believe in fair trades. Just name your condition. Tianlong said, help me find my dragon pearls. How many? 5. 3 are in the inner realm, 2 in the outer realm. Lin Moya fell into thought. I can only say I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee anything. The inner realm was already vast, with a diameter of 2 million light-years. Trying to find a dragon pearl would be even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Tianlong also hesitated, knowing the difficulty. I naturally have a way. Chapter 2154. Chapter 2154, 2154. Chapter 2154, The Boundary Land is a net. Dragon clans always have a sense of their dragon pearls, as Antares did back then. It's unknown what method this dragon lord before us will use to search for his dragon pearl. At this moment, the dragon lord raised his head and spewed out a breath of dragon fire towards the starry sky. The dragon breath did not dissipate, but gathered and took shape in the sky, eventually transforming into a spherical object resembling a dragon pearl. The sphere was about the size of Lin Moya's head and came to rest in Lin Moya's hand. Looking at the sphere, Lin Moya found it covered in lines similar to, but not quite the same as, runes. While others might not recognize these lines, Lin Moya knew exactly what they were. This was the dragon language, the specialized language of the dragon clan. The dragon clan's language is peculiar. Although called a language, it has effects similar to runes. Antares once said that the dragon clan's language is actually a form of magic. When mastered to its deepest level, it can achieve the effect of words becoming reality. The dragon lord said, this is a dragon-seeking orb I've crafted. You can use it to find the dragon pearl. Lin Moya tried activating the orb with his soul power, and it immediately projected a star map. The star map showed countless starry points of light, with various star regions clearly visible. This was a map of the inner space, quite complete, only slightly inferior to the human race's star maps. A tiny but distinct red dot appeared on the star map, located within the Demon Clan star region, close to the core area. The Dragon Lord said, this star map was given to me by that old fellow from your human race. As long as you're within 1000 light-years of the Dragon Pearl, the dragon-seeking orb will react and indicate the direction. Now I know the location of one Dragon Pearl, but you'll have to find the others yourself. Because you're Antares' friend, I can agree to your request first. I hope you won't disappoint me. Due to his relationship with Antares, the Dragon Lord once again did Lin Moya a favor by choosing to trust him. Lin Moya said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised. I can't guarantee those in outer space, but I'm certain I can find the 3 Dragon Pearls in inner space for you." The outer space was too vast. Even with a sensing range of 1000 light-years, it was still a drop in the ocean for outer space. So Lin Moya wasn't confident about the Dragon Pearls that had drifted into outer space. The Dragon Lord understood this point. Just do your best. On the way back, Lin Moya hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He had been thinking about how to persuade the other party, but unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be from the Dragon Clan, and even a friend of Antares. With just a few words, the boundary land was sealed off, resolving his worries. The previous gradual approach could now be accelerated. In the distance, the sound of a dragon's roar arose, traveling faster than light speed, resonating within souls. The intense, continuous dragon roar quickly spread to the far reaches. In the starry sky, countless space beasts awakened, their eyes lighting up in the cosmos. Some space beasts were incredibly huge, with eyes as large as stars, emitting strong light. The previously quiet and dark boundary land suddenly became lively. The little ox, flying and leaping through space, shuddered. The Dragon Lord has issued an order. The Dragon Lord had used his method to issue commands to the space beasts, which would spread throughout the entire boundary land in an extremely short time. Lin Moyo asked, "What exactly is the order?" The little ox replied, "The gist is to guard the boundary land. Anyone coming through who isn't a space beast is to be killed on sight." The number of space beasts in the boundary land was beyond count. A large portion of them were at the god-venerable realm, with formidable battle power. Apart from lacking intelligence, they had no other flaws. These space beasts, lacking their own will, would faithfully execute orders. Under the Dragon Lord's command, the boundary land was changing, becoming impenetrable. In a few days, all the space beasts in the entire boundary land would awaken. By then, the boundary land would be like a giant net, completely enveloping the inner space. Even god-venerables wouldn't be able to get out. It would probably give even those at the other shore realm a headache, as there were quite a few other shore realm space beasts in the boundary land too. Perhaps only those at the Saint Venerable realm could fight their way through. This way, if various races wanted to escape to outer space, they would find it was almost certainly a dead end. Lin Moyu, sitting on the little ox, quickly left the boundary land, heading towards the nearest race. The third direct confrontation between the human race and the 100 Race Alliance ended in a draw. For the 100 Race Alliance, this battle greatly boosted morale. The negative impact of the 2 previous defeats was finally swept away. However, the high-level members of the 100 Race Alliance still couldn't quite rejoice. The Abyss Demon Venerable had been severely injured and wouldn't recover anytime soon, affecting their top combat power. Requesting flowers. If war broke out again, it was uncertain who could deal with Lin Mohan. The War God Fortress had unleashed its full firepower this time, displaying combat power comparable to a Saint Venerable, which was truly unimaginable. The War God Fortress was a war weapon left behind by Xiao Zhantian. The entire human race only had this one, and it had only now truly demonstrated its terrifying power. Among the 100 Race Alliance, the Red Tiger Clan suffered the heaviest injuries. The Red Tiger Clan didn't know why the Beast Tide had targeted their race. At the time, they had agreed and prepared a backup plan, but it still didn't work. However, compared to the previous few races, it was slightly better. At least their race still existed, even though a large portion had died. They weren't completely wiped out. Afterwards, the Black Gold Saint Venerable had also visited the other shore of the Red Tiger Clan, promising compensation. Of course, this compensation would only come after the Great War with the human race ended. The ideal scenario was to eliminate the human race and then occupy the human race's star region. Although they were heartbroken, the 2 other shore realm members of the Red Tiger Clan had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, what had happened couldn't be changed, and there was nothing they could do about it. News of the Red Tiger Clan's situation quickly spread throughout the 100 Race Alliance, causing anxiety and unease among all races. The human race had allied with that entity from the boundary land and launched a sneak attack during the Great Battle. Such a thing couldn't be kept secret. Rather than letting various races constantly speculate, it was better to be open about it. During a high-level meeting, the Eagle Emperor made his first appearance. The Eagle Emperor stated that he had already been to the boundary land and given them a warning. Such incidents should not happen again in the future. At the same time, the Golden Eagle Clan's Red Gold Saint Venerable had also arrived at the front lines, filling the position left by the Abyss Demon Venerable. Moreover, the Golden Eagle Clan's 4th Saint Venerable was about to emerge from seclusion, which would add another Saint Venerable to their ranks. The Hell Demon Venerable also indicated that the Demon Clan's 4th Saint Venerable was about to return. Even the Blood Ox Saint Venerable said that the Ape Ox Saint Venerable was on his way, and the Ox Demon Clan would go all out. By then, their number of Saint Venerables would reach 9, more than enough to crush the human race. The human race only had 6 Saint Venerables. Even counting Lin Mohan and the War God Fortress, they only had 8 Saint Venerables in total. Having one more Saint Venerable would make a huge difference. If they waited for the Abyss Demon Venerable to recover, the 100 Race Alliance would have 10 Saint Venerables, more than enough to overwhelm the human race. This news spread from the high-level meeting, greatly boosting the confidence of the 100 Race Alliance. It seemed as if their destruction of the human race and occupation of the human race's star region was already a foregone conclusion. Chapter 2155. Chapter 2155, 2155. Chapter 2155, Eye of the Black Blood, it's about to begin. When the news spread, the human race learned everything through the Zemo ancestor tree. The Rune Saint Venerable conveyed this news to several other Saint Venerables. The Kill Saint Venerable sneered, wishful thinking, dreams will eventually end. The War Saint Venerable also laughed, of course, we must allow them to dream big, otherwise, there would be no need for this war. The Sword Saint Venerable said, but what they say is also true. In terms of top-tier combat power, we are indeed somewhat weaker. As a Saint Venerable, she was well aware that even one less Saint Venerable made a significant difference in strength. Moreover, it had to be admitted that the Saint Venerables in the 100 Race Alliance were all quite strong. The War Saint Venerable said, I have already notified the Heavenly Saint Venerable he should be coming. The Sword Saint Venerable frowned slightly, what about Old How? The War Saint Venerable said, Old How said he had some matters to attend to and would come after handling them. Matters? What matters could he have? The Saint Venerables all shook their heads slightly, indicating they didn't know. However, they all understood that the House Saint Venerable had his own ideas. Usually, matters of the human race were handled by the Heavenly Saint Venerable and the House Saint Venerable, and there had never been any mistakes. The Rune Saint Venerable said, no need to rush. The last battle just ended, and the next one is still far off. Such large-scale battles always had long intervals. It was impossible to fight one today and continue tomorrow. Moreover, the human race was fully aware of the 100 Race Alliance's every move, so there was no need to worry. Between the Demon Race and the Golden Eagle Race, there was an area of empty void, devoid of stars and completely shrouded in darkness. If Lin Moya were here, he would see that this place was filled with dark power from the Black Blood Great World. There was nothing here amidst the devouring dark power, there was a drop of black blood. The black blood had been here for countless years, always undiscovered. The Demon Lord appeared in the darkness, igniting demonic flames. At the same time, a black-purple light with a golden hue traversed space and arrived instantly. Eagle Emperor, you're here. The Demon Lord's voice was low, tinged with some irritation. The Eagle Emperor said softly, has the Abyssal Demon Venerable been sent in? The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, he has been sent in. I hope he recovers quickly this time, his injuries are severe. The Rules World was almost shattered, how could the injuries not be severe? For a Saint Venerable, the Rules World and the soul were their foundation. If either was damaged, it was a serious injury. The Eagle Emperor said, there should be no problem, they will have a way. The Demon Lord asked, Eagle Emperor, how did it go? What did Tianlong say? The Eagle Emperor said, he neither admitted nor denied it. We fought a battle, neither winning nor losing. The Demon Lord smiled, even if you could win, would you dare kill him? The Eagle Emperor shook his head, killing a dragon? Don't joke. The Demon Lord said, actually, you didn't need to go at all, you couldn't get any answers, it was meaningless. The Eagle Emperor still shook his head, no, it wasn't meaningless. Although he didn't admit it, I could tell from his eyes that he didn't do it. The Demon Lord muttered, if it wasn't him, who else could it be? The Eagle Emperor said, I think it might be some transcendent-level starry sky beasts acting on their own. Maybe they were hungry and went to the Red Tiger clan for food. The Demon Lord did not refute the Eagle Emperor's reasoning, what he said was not impossible. Starry sky beasts indeed occasionally launched beast tides on their own, it wasn't entirely impossible. It was just too coincidental. The front lines had just opened, and the rear was already on fire. Dark power surged, and a black-robed figure flew out from the black blood. It was the Half-Step Supreme who had been with the two earlier. The Eagle Emperor spoke directly, Mach, how much longer until your people from the Black Blood Great World arrive? Mach's voice was low and hoarse, I just sensed through the bloodline it will take about a dozen more years to return to the domain. The exact time depends on the situation at the boundary. The Eagle Emperor asked, let me ask one more question, have you really found the Eye of the Black Blood? Mach nodded, of course, if we hadn't found it, they wouldn't be returning. The Eagle Emperor laughed, that's great. With the Eye of the Black Blood, we can kill that old guy from the human race. Without that old guy, who in the human race can stop us? The Demon Lord also said solemnly, we can wait another 140 years. Let those guys wait a bit longer. Occasionally feign attacks, winning or losing doesn't matter, and there's no need to take it too seriously. When the Eye of the Black Blood arrives, it will be the end of the human race. Lin Moya returned to the domain and immediately sent a flying sword rune to the Rune Saint Venerable, informing him of his location and his next steps, while also inquiring about the current battle situation. After waiting quietly for 3 days, Lin Moya received a reply from the Rune Saint Venerable. The Rune Saint Venerable detailed the current situation. After reading it, Lin Moya quickly thought and deduced the next changes in the battle. He had a feeling that the human race was cooperating with his plan, stalling for time. The 100 Race Alliance also seemed to be stalling for time, otherwise, no matter how long the rest period, it wouldn't take this long. At least if it were him, he wouldn't wait this long. Restoring morale might just be an excuse, there were deeper reasons within. Lin Moya muttered to himself, it should be related to the Black Blood Great World. The Demon Lord, the Eagle Emperor, and those from the Black Blood Great World must be plotting something or waiting for something. But I don't want to wait any longer. Lin Moya didn't know what they were planning, but he knew exactly what he needed to do next. 2 flying sword runes flew out, one to the House Saint Venerable and one to the Rune Saint Venerable. The 2 flying sword runes carried different messages. After waiting for another 3 days, he first received a reply from the Rune Saint Venerable, who informed him that everything had been done according to his request and the time had been confirmed. On the 4th day, the House Saint Venerable's reply also arrived, indicating that he had followed Lin Moya's plan. The two Saint Venerables had immense trust in Lin Moya. They didn't underestimate him because of his realm and cultivation. Instead, they greatly respected his ideas. For Lin Moya's requests, they fulfilled them as much as possible. Under Lin Moya's request, the human army moved silently. Originally 10 billion troops, now 2 billion had silently disappeared. Warships entered deep space, vanishing without a trace. The human race acted very discreetly, leaking no information. In the Divine City, a large number of cultivators also began to move, led by the House Saint Venerable, following Lin Moya's plan. These cultivators were mostly from various families. Though not soldiers, their combat power was not weak. Moreover, their realms were not low, at least at the Divine Venerable level, numbering over 10 million. 10 million Divine Venerables, more than a dozen Transcendents, quietly left the Divine City under the House Saint Venerable's leadership. Lin Moya calculated the time. After waiting for more than 10 days, he slowly stood up, his gaze growing colder. It's about to begin. Chapter 2156. Chapter 2156, 2156. Chapter 2156, All Sides at War, Multiple Fronts. The human race's 2 billion troops, among which there are over a million Divine Venerables and quite a few Transcendents, are led by the Kill Saint Venerable. Their target is several alien star regions near the White Tiger Star region. Lin Moya's flying sword rune instructed them to attack the aliens, but did not specify which race. They were free to choose. They didn't need to actually conquer the regions, just cause significant damage to several races. Currently, the main forces of all races are concentrated on the front lines, leaving their homelands defenseless. Facing the Kill Saint Venerable's troops, they have no power to resist. The House Saint Venerable's troops are attacking aliens outside the Suumyu Star region. Lin Moya's requirements are the same, they don't need to annihilate the races, just inflict heavy damage. Lin Moya believes that with the abilities of the two Saint Venerables, achieving this is no problem. His target is the various races near the Azure Dragon Star region. Little Bull's army of starry sky beasts is on the move again. The starry sky beasts still have several dozen days of life left, so they must be used well. This time, Lin Moya did not use the concealment rune but directly had Little Bull break the barrier and lead the Starry Sky Beast army inside. The alien race he attacked is called the Yellow Sparrow clan, which is weaker than the Red Tiger clan. The clan has two Transcendents, both on the front lines. Now the clan is defenseless, giving Lin Moya the perfect opportunity to strike. The timing of the three fronts was very precise, almost simultaneous, with only a short difference. As the barrier was broken, the Abyssal Demon Eyes immediately sensed it and transmitted the information back. On the Abyssal Demon Lord's throne, a Divine Venerable level avatar sat. Upon receiving the Abyssal Demon Eyes report, the flames roared and immediately sent the message to the front lines. Within half a day, the front lines had received the news. The Hell Demon Lord said in a low voice, the human race has suddenly attacked the Black Stone clan, the Spirit Turtle clan, the Flying Python clan, and the Ironwood clan. The Yellow Sparrow clan is simultaneously suffering a beast tide, initiated by the giant rhinoceros beast from before. The faces of several Saint Venerables changed. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, is the human race crazy? What are they trying to do? The newly arrived Red Gold Saint Venerable muttered, another beast tide, and the timing is just too coincidental. He implied that he didn't believe the beast tide was a natural occurrence, someone must be manipulating it. If it wasn't the Tianlong from the boundary area, then the giant rhinoceros beast must have made a private agreement with the human race. Perhaps the human race offered many benefits, leading it to manipulate the starry sky beasts to attack the aliens. The Blood Bull Saint Venerable asked, should we go to support them? The Saint Venerables fell silent, debating whether to provide support. If they went, what would happen to the front lines? But if they didn't go, would the 100 Race Alliance collapse? The Hell Demon Lord slapped the table and made the first decision, we must support them, or the 100 Race Alliance will collapse. The human race likely intended to cause the collapse of the 100 Race Alliance. At this moment, alarms sounded in the military formation, and a brilliant firework bloomed. The Saint Venerables rushed out of the palace, looking into the distance. In the distance, dozens of human Transcendents, led by several Saint Venerables, were charging towards them. Without the burden of an army, the human race moved quickly. By the time the alarms sounded, the human experts were already close. The dilemma was immediately in front of them, should they focus on the front lines or go to support? The human experts charged aggressively, led by the Sword Saint Venerable, the War Saint Venerable, the Rune Saint Venerable, Lin Mohan, and the War God Fortress. At first glance, the human race seemed to have only 5 Saint Venerable level combatants, but the 100 Race Alliance had 6 Saint Venerables. They had more Saint Venerables than the human race, seemingly holding the advantage. But they had no confidence in quickly defeating the human race and killing their Saint Venerables. It might take 10 days to half a month with no clear result, but in those 10 days to half a month, several small clans might be wiped out. From the information obtained from the Abyssal Demon Eyes, the human race had deployed an astonishing amount of military force this time. Moreover, the various races were currently defenseless and couldn't stop the human race. They were already weaker than the human race, and now even more so. Even without the Kill Saint Venerable, we can send one person to support the various races. The Red Gold Saint Venerable said, Blood Bull Saint Venerable, the Bull Demon clan is close to the Suumyu Star region. Have the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable attack the Suumyu Star region, and I'll lead people to attack the White Tiger Star region. He knew very well that supporting the various races would be too late. The best solution was to directly attack the human star regions, forcing the human race to retreat. At this moment, a golden light rose from the starry sky, and a golden sun rose from the human army. The golden sun swept towards the 100-race alliance with overwhelming momentum. Be careful, it's the heavenly Saint Venerable of the human race. Isn't the heavenly Saint Venerable supposed to be in the divine city? When did he get here? Be careful, the heavenly Saint Venerable is the strongest among the human Saint Venerables. Who will deal with him? There are differences in strength among Saint Venerables, and the gap between the weak and the strong is significant. The heavenly Saint Venerable is undoubtedly one of the top Saint Venerables. The present Saint Venerables all knew the power of the heavenly Saint Venerable and didn't think they could stop him. The red gold Saint Venerable, who had just said he would attack the white tiger star region, changed his mind. I'll handle the heavenly Saint Venerable. He flew out towards the golden sun. Before he could leave the military camp, a brilliant sword light cut through the starry sky, slashing towards him. One sword to annihilate the sky. Lin Mohan's sword strike was terrifying, causing fear. The red gold Saint Venerable's face changed drastically. He finally understood how the abyssal demon lord felt back then. He felt that if he wasn't careful, he might die under this sword. And the one who struck was just a transcendent. What a monster. The red gold Saint Venerable screamed and took out a long spear. The spear was pure white, contrasting sharply with his red gold body. The spear was covered in various skeletal patterns, looking extremely sinister. Almost all transcendents in the 100-race alliance had a powerful magical treasure, but no one knew where these treasures came from. The common feature was that these treasures were all covered in skeletal patterns. It was with these treasures that the transcendents of various races could match the human transcendents. The red gold Saint Venerable held the spear to meet Lin Mohan's sword light. But just as the spear was about to strike, it suddenly exploded. The terrifying power rebounded, blasting the red gold Saint Venerable. He screamed in pain as half of his feathers were blown off. The timing of the spear's explosion was perfect, and the sword light followed closely. The red gold Saint Venerable revealed a resolute expression and coldly shouted, summoning his rules world. In the rules world, countless red eagles flew out, crashing into the sword light without hesitation. Then the rules world transformed into a giant eagle, emitting red gold light, colliding with the sword light. Crack! Everyone heard the sound of breaking. A crack appeared in the red gold Saint Venerable's rules world. At the same time, the red gold Saint Venerable screamed again, being blasted back. Fortunately, his rules world blocked Lin Mohan's sword. The retreating red gold Saint Venerable was filled with fear and disbelief. Why did his magical treasure suddenly explode? The black gold Saint Venerable said, these treasures have problems. The abyssal demon lord's treasure also suddenly exploded before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Indeed, if the treasure hadn't exploded, the red gold Saint Venerable wouldn't have lost so quickly. But without the treasures, the transcendents of the 100-race alliance were no match for the human transcendents. The headache now fell on them. The heavenly Saint Venerable didn't give them time to think. The golden sun had already fallen like a meteor. Could it be that this Lord Tianlong has a grudge against the dragon race? Chapter 2157. Chapter 2157, 2157. Chapter 2157. Resources are actually fortune. The front lines officially erupted into battle, and the 100-race alliance's army retreated frantically. This was a battle that belonged only to Saint Venerables and those at the Transcendent Realm. Those below the Transcendent Realm had no qualifications to participate. It was like the reappearance of ancient wars when even those at the Divine Venerable Realm didn't qualify as cannon fodder. 2 million years have passed, and now, the scale of battles is far less than before. But ordinary Divine Venerables still have no qualifications to participate. Only high-level Divine Venerables can take part to some extent. Whether one possesses the power of rules has become a clear dividing line. The front lines were incredibly intense. The battle between Saint Venerables and Transcendents was grand in momentum and vast in scope, incredibly astonishing. Everyone retreated billions of kilometers, barely avoiding the impact. The sudden attack by the human Saint Venerables left the Saint Venerables of the 100-race alliance unable to focus on anything else. They could only let the humans attack various races. Now, they could only rely on the abyssal demon lord. His avatar would surely inform the demon lord. Perhaps the demon lord and the eagle emperor would have a solution. They were truly powerless. If the demon lord and the eagle emperor couldn't stop the humans, the 100-race alliance would inevitably collapse. Little Bull led the resurrected army, wantonly ravaging the Yellow Sparrow clan's star region. The Yellow Sparrow clan had no power to resist. Their strongest forces were at the front lines, leaving the clan defenseless. Lin Moyo only glanced a few times before losing interest. He instructed Little Bull to be cautious and then turned towards another battlefield. The warship entered deep space, advancing at maximum speed. According to the plan, the demon race and the golden eagle race shouldn't have many tricks left. They each have one Saint Venerable. The demon race's Saint Venerable hasn't appeared for a long time, and no one knows what he's doing. The golden eagle race's purple gold Saint Venerable is said to be about to emerge, but it's unclear when exactly. The bull demon clan has the scarlet bull Saint Venerable, who can act. But he probably won't stop the humans. Instead, he'll attack the Sunmu star region, forcing the humans to return. Unfortunately, the human star regions aren't so easily attacked. In Lin Moya's calculations, the 100-race alliance had no Saint Venerables left to send. If they truly wanted to stop this disaster, only the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord could act. But their true bodies couldn't leave, and their avatars were only peak Saint Venerables. And within the human race, there were Star Elder and the Human Emperor network. they wouldn't foolishly send their avatars to be killed. There's also the power of the Black Blood Great World. With no other options, Lin Moya believed the 100 Race Alliance could only use the power of the Black Blood Great World. This force, which once invaded the Great World and then hid, should now reveal itself. Enemies hidden in the dark are the most terrifying. Once exposed to the light, they are nothing. Lin Moya smiled. His arrangements served multiple purposes. He aimed to collapse the 100 Race Alliance and force out the Black Blood Great World to see how strong its remnants were. Lin Moya believed they couldn't be too strong otherwise. The Black Blood Great World would have destroyed the human race long ago and wouldn't have hidden until now. Based on this reasoning, the ultimate victor of the ancient war was still the Great World. At least the Heavenly Venerables mostly survived. Lin Moya left the Yellow Sparrow clan and entered the Wind Serpent clan's star region. This time, he used the concealment rune again, transforming into a member of the ghost race. Here, he didn't sense the power of the Black Blood Great World. He approached the abyssal demon eye and lightly pointed at it. A piece of flesh belonging to a peaked divine venerable exploded, causing a loud boom. In the explosion, the abyssal demon eye shattered on the spot, and the abyssal eye demon controlling it also died instantly. The death of the abyssal eye demon shocked the abyssal demon lord. Usually, when the abyssal demon eye was destroyed, the abyssal eye demon would only be injured. Unexpectedly, this time it died directly. The abyssal demon lord murmured, "This abyssal eye demon was in charge of the Wind Serpent clan's star region. The Wind Serpent clan is also under attack, and to destroy the abyssal demon eye so cleanly without damaging the barrier. It must be the ghost race." The abyssal demon lord analyzed continuously, his voice growing colder. It might not be the ghost race, it could be someone pretending to be the ghost race. The humans are very cunning. It could also be a starry sky beast with special talents. He quickly conveyed his analysis to the demon lord. Currently, his true body was injured and recuperating, so his avatar served as the intelligence relay. What the demon lord would do specifically, he didn't know and didn't care. The bone hell flashed in the starry sky. Each appearance meant the disappearance of a star system. The bone hell, now at divine venerable rank 9, had a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, far more terrifying than before. Even a transcendent would struggle to escape from it. For ordinary divine venerables, even high-level ones, they would be killed in a short time, becoming nourishment for the bone hell. Lin Moya used the containment formation in conjunction with the bone hell, killing and collecting star systems. These star systems would become resources for the human race. Over the years, as his realm improved, Lin Moya had come to understand something. The amount of resources, in a certain sense, represents fortune. In ancient times, the Great World was incredibly prosperous, with immense fortune, constantly evolving and producing abundant resources. This was a manifestation of fortune. Now, the Great World's runes are damaged, and its fortune has declined. Resources have become non-renewable, scarce, and the world is gradually declining. This further weakens the Great World, creating a vicious cycle. The most troublesome issue seems to follow a certain pattern. The Great World continues to expand. The outer space is growing larger, further consuming the Great World's origin. These are all headaches, difficult to solve. Lin Moya was now collecting large amounts of resources to enhance the human race's fortune, which in turn will boost his own luck. When the time comes, his next plans can proceed smoothly. Only by gathering the Great World's fortune and severing all its karma can he face the impending battle world. Only by defeating the battle world and plundering its origin can he hope to build a new divine path and truly repair the Great World's runes. Lin Moya's will was incredibly firm, and his actions became ruthless. He had no sympathy, nor would he show mercy. A moment of mercy now could lead to the destruction of the entire Great World. In his view, these alien races should have perished in ancient times. Their existence is unreasonable. At least, for the Great World, it's unreasonable. In just a few days, Lin Moya exterminated the Wind Serpent clan. The Great World's reward did not arrive, which was expected. Many Wind Serpent clan members were still in the frontline army. As long as they lived, the Wind Serpent clan wasn't truly exterminated, and the karma wasn't severed. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. Things must be done one step at a time. He turned and flew towards another race, beginning a new slaughter. In the starry sky, a gigantic iron bull appeared, larger than a star, swiftly traversing space. The iron bull wasn't a physical entity but composed of an army. The Bull Demon clan's army formed a battle formation, charging towards the human Suanryu star region. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable led the charge, filled with killing intent. Soon, the Suanryu star region appeared in sight. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable raised his battle blade, kill. The Iron Bull roared, its horns glowing, and a sea of blood appeared in the starry sky. Chapter 2158. Chapter 2158, 2158. Chapter 2158, suffered a double loss. The Blood Sea Demon Bull Formation is the name of the Bull Demon clan's battle formation. According to human records, the power of the Blood Sea Demon Bull Formation is not weak, comparable to the demon race's battle formations. Moreover, the Blood Sea Demon Bull Formation has an advantage that the demon race's formations cannot match. It does not need to consider cultivation levels. The more people in the formation, the greater its power. It is said that if 1,000 peak god kings form the formation, they can rival a god venerable. If 1,000 peak god venerables form the formation, they can contend with a transcendent. Even without peak god venerables, as long as there are 10,000 high-level god venerables, they can still fight a transcendent. Although they would certainly lose, they could at least hold out for a while and not be utterly defeated. Now, at least several 100,000 members of the Bull Demon clan have formed the Blood Sea Demon Bull formation, heading towards the human Suunmu star region. Led by the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable, the formation's power is terrifying. Even a Saint Venerable would have to retreat. The human race had long discovered the Bull Demon clan's approach, and the formations in the Suunmu star region were fully activated. The power of the human emperor network surged like a waterfall, causing the formations to glow intensely. A phantom Suunmu, Black Tortoise, appeared in the starry sky. The Suunmu star region, using the mythical beast Suunmu from the Suunmu battlefield as a totem, created the Suunmu formation. Once activated, it can manifest the image of Suunmu. Since its creation, this formation had never been used in actual combat. Now, with the Bull Demon clan attacking, the formation was deployed for the first time. Suunmu let out a roar, and boundless water appeared in the starry sky, transforming into a vast ocean that surged towards the Blood Sea Demon Bull formation. Suunmu belongs to the water element, and the water laws were greatly enhanced by the formation. The ocean grew stronger, and the laws sublimated into the power of rules. Faintly, a world rose within the power of rules, with the formation even evolving into a rules world. Within the formation, belief plaques spontaneously burned, and the power of belief was added to the formation. At the same time, 100 drops of myriad-colored water flew out, merging into the formation. The human race's original power of belief and the myriad-colored water jointly empowered the formation, pushing it to its limit. Suunmu seemed to don a layer of armor, becoming radiant and colorful. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable's expression grew more serious as he felt the power of the Suunmu formation, which was no less than the Blood Sea Demon Bull formation. The human race's foundation is indeed terrifying. If it weren't for attacking while the human race was weak, with the secret help of the Black Blood Great World, the various races would never have had a chance to invade. In truth, he didn't want to face the human race head-on, but now he had no choice. Roar! Suunmu roared a second time, leaping into the ocean, and a full moon rose from the ocean. The formation evolved Suunmu and simultaneously evolved a rules world, turning decay into magic. The ocean waves surged forward, colliding head-on with the Blood Sea Demon Bull formation. Kill! The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable roared, summoning his own rules world. It was a blood-colored land where countless black bulls in blood armor ran wildly. The power of the rules world merged into the formation, further amplifying its power. With a thunderous boom, terrifying energy swept through the starry sky. The starry sky shattered like tofu, and the massive shockwave surged. The formations of the Suunmu star region glowed brightly, blocking all the impact. The formations twisted but did not break. The human race's formations were far stronger than the demon race's barriers. Moreover, with the continuous supply of power from the human emperor network, even a Saint Venerable couldn't break through easily. The ocean waves surged like a volcanic eruption, scattering in all directions and then falling like arrows. The Blood Sea Demon Bull formation evolved demon bulls that collided with Suunmu. Suunmu was knocked over, but its tail swept into the Blood Sea as it flipped. Countless Bull Demon clan members were swept away with screams, their bodies shattered in mid-air, dying on the spot. This sweep was incredibly powerful, causing even high-level god venerables to vomit blood and be seriously injured. Those below high-level god venerables died instantly upon contact. With just this sweep, 1/3 of the hundreds of thousands of Bull Demon clan members in the Blood Sea Demon Bull formation died instantly. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in anger. Countless blood-armored mad bulls charged out from his rules world, attacking Suunmu. Suunmu's scales flashed, shooting countless ice arrows like a dense storm, directly extinguishing the blood-armored mad bulls. At the same time, Suunmu stomped, causing the starry sky to tremble, enough to shatter a star system. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable swung his battle blade, cutting off Suunmu's leg. With a loud crack, Suunmu's leg was severed, but the energy shockwave killed another batch of Bull Demon clan members. More than half of the people he brought were dead or injured, yet they hadn't even touched the edge of the Suunmu star region. The formation flickered, and Suunmu's leg instantly regenerated. The turtle shell on Suunmu's back suddenly flew out, smashing into the Blood Sea Demon Bull formation. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable felt a pang of fear. Retreat quickly! He roared, ordering his people to flee. But it was too late. The turtle shell exploded. The Blood Sea Demon Bull formation collapsed instantly. Except for the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable, all the Bull Demon clan members were killed. After this strike, Suunmu's aura rapidly declined, turning into starlight and dissipating. The Suunmu formation also had its limits, which had now been reached, requiring time to recover. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable watched as the tens of thousands of his people died before his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he charged towards the Suunmu formation with his battle blade. At this moment, a figure appeared in the starry sky, clad in golden armor and radiating dazzling light. The human emperor descended. Although it was just a projection, its power was no less than that of the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable. The human emperor pressed his palm down, and countless runes gathered into an ancient symbol. The ancient symbol transformed into a pagoda, pressing down. Get lost! The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable roared, slashing with his blade. The starry sky was torn apart, and the blade light struck the pagoda, sending it flying. But the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable was also sent flying uncontrollably. The human emperor moved both hands, evolving countless runes. Runes flew out from within the Suumyu star region, intertwining to form ancient symbols. The ancient symbols evolved into weapons of all kinds, thousands of them, attacking the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable roared, swinging his battle blade continuously, destroying weapon after weapon. Although the evolved symbols were powerful, they couldn't stop a true Saint Venerable. The human emperor didn't intend to stop him, just to buy some time. The Suunryu formation quickly recovered. Within minutes, the formation was operational again, and Suunryu reappeared in the starry sky. The human emperor leaped onto Suunryu's head, looking coldly at the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable was on the verge of madness. Dealing with Suunryu alone was difficult enough, and now with the human emperor's projection, he had no chance. If he insisted on fighting, he might die here. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable roared in anger, his energy and blood surging, and turned to leave. The human emperor didn't pursue, watching quietly as the Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable left, then dispersed the Suunryu formation. The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable not only failed to break into the human territory but also lost tens of thousands of his people, suffering a heavy loss. A similar situation occurred in the White Tiger Star region. The Golden Eagle clan's Purple Gold Saint Venerable led his subordinates to attack the White Tiger Star region, but he encountered Star Elder's avatar and didn't dare to engage, fleeing in disgrace. The human emperor's greatest strength lies in control. To exert his full power, he needs to be near the Divine City, not in the 4-star regions. As long as Star Elder is in human territory, he can exert his power to the fullest. If the Purple Gold Saint Venerable dared to charge in, Star Elder would ensure he never left human territory. After a round of battles, 2 flying sword runes flew out, one to the rune Saint Venerable and the other to Lin Moyo. Chapter 2159. Chapter 2159, 2159. Chapter 2159, how about letting the various races move? A few days later, Lin Moyo received a flying sword rune and learned about the events in the human star region. As I expected, the only difference is that the Purple Gold Saint Venerable came out early. I don't know if he really finished his cultivation or if he came out early because of this incident. But it doesn't matter. Next, the people from the Black Blood Great World should come looking for me. Lin Moyo smiled. I wonder if it will be a Transcendent or a Saint Venerable. It's most likely a Saint Venerable since a Transcendent has already died once. Lin Moyo was not very confident about killing a Saint Venerable for now. He believed that given the caution of the Black Blood Great World, after losing one Transcendent, they wouldn't send another to die. After all, Transcendents were not as common as cabbages, their numbers were limited. After severely crippling a race, Lin Moyo quickly withdrew and returned to the Yellow Sparrow Star region where Little Bull was. Upon his return, Lin Moyo used the containment formation to sweep away all the star systems in the Yellow Sparrow Star region. By this time, the battle in the Yellow Sparrow Star region was nearing its end, and the region had been thoroughly devastated. Lin Moyo's voice reached Little Bull's ears. Let's go. Little Bull, who was in the midst of battle, was puzzled. Master, we're almost done. Lin Moyo didn't explain and simply said, let's go. As soon as he spoke, all the resurrected beings disappeared simultaneously. Little Bull obediently stopped fighting and entered the containment formation. Lin Moyo took Little Bull and, with a few steps covering billions of kilometers, took out his warship and disappeared without a trace. Just a day after Lin Moyo left, 2 black-robed figures appeared in the starry sky. The black-robed figures were from the Black Blood Great World, exuding a bloody aura. Both were Saint Venerables, just as Lin Moyo had expected. After losing one Transcendent, the Black Blood Great World wouldn't send another to die. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. Lin Moyo was long gone. The Yellow Sparrow clan had been decimated, with less than 1/10 of their star region remaining and most of their people dead. 2 other races fared even worse. Their people were completely wiped out, and their star regions were gone. The Saint Venerables from the Black Blood Great World were bewildered. It felt as if the ghost race had joined forces with the starry sky beasts. They instinctively wondered, could it be that the human race has not only bought off the starry sky beasts but also the ghost race? The 2 Saint Venerables from the Black Blood Great World were utterly confused. After searching for 2 days without finding any clues, they had no choice but to leave. They had no idea that Lin Moyo was hiding nearby, watching them from a great distance. Dozens of runes, merged with the starry sky, monitored their every move. The runes were so well hidden that even Saint Venerables couldn't detect them. Even after they left, Lin Moyo didn't show himself, waiting quietly. Sure enough, half a day later, the 2 Saint Venerables returned. They had pretended to leave, only to circle back after half a day. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that their every move was under Lin Moyo's surveillance. After returning and finding nothing, they finally left in disappointment. This time, their trip was in vain. After confirming that the 2 had truly left, Lin Moyo released Little Bull again, continue as planned. After exterminating the Yellow Sparrow clan, the next target is the Short-Legged clan. Little Bull patted its chest and assured, don't worry, master, I will complete the task. Lin Moyo smiled and boarded his warship, heading towards another target. Another bloody massacre began. Lin Moyo was reclaiming the blood once shed by the human race. On the front lines, the battle between the Saint Venerables and Transcendents lasted 20 days before finally ending. Both sides suffered casualties. The human race lost 3 Transcendents, while the 100-race alliance lost 7. The human race emerged victorious once again. War is cruel, and it's almost impossible to avoid casualties entirely. unless the human race could produce a true supreme, capable of sweeping through the 100-race alliance. Unfortunately, the human race has no supreme, so some plans must be executed at the cost of blood. As the great battle concluded, the human armies attacking the various races also withdrew. Lin Moyu also ceased his actions. When the 100-race alliance received the news, the entire alliance was in an uproar. They couldn't believe what had happened. Countless people felt as if the sky had fallen. After watching an exciting battle between transcendents, they found their own race had been annihilated. According to reports from various sources, the human race's thunderous attack wiped out 12 races. Meanwhile, the giant rhinoceros beast, leading the starry sky beast army, exterminated 3 races. The ghost race reappeared and flattened 7 races. After this battle, the ancestral lands of the 100-race alliance were devastated, with 22 races either annihilated or crippled. Including the previous dozen or so, the 100-race alliance had lost over a third of its members. The alliance could no longer be called the 100-race alliance, as it now had fewer than 70 races. The human race's strike had left them utterly stunned. Countless people called for the extermination of the human race, but it was just empty talk. Could they really annihilate the human race? Almost impossible. The atmosphere in the 100-race alliance's palace was incredibly heavy. Everyone, whether Saint Venerables or Transcendents, looked grim. Only a few races, like the Black Stone clan, showed no expression. They were originally just stones, but their eyes were filled with anger. The Black Gold Saint Venerable said, "This can't go on. I've reviewed our situation, and since the war began, we've been led by the nose by the human race." The Blood Bull Saint Venerable agreed, "I feel the same. We've never gained any advantage. Small victories mean nothing, and in major battles, we've always been the losing side." The Scarlet Bull Saint Venerable, who had just arrived at the front lines, said, "I brought 300,000 Bull Demon Clan warriors, but we couldn't even breach the Suanwea Star region's gate. All our warriors died. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might not have made it back." He exaggerated a bit, but most of it was true. The Bull Demon Clan suffered significant losses this time. The Purple Gold Saint Venerable also arrived. "I encountered Star Elder outside the White Tiger Star region and had to retreat." Both were helpless. They had intended to attack the human star regions, forcing them to retreat for self-preservation, hoping for mutual destruction at best. But they couldn't even breach the gates. The Hell Demon Lord said, "It seems the human race has been hiding its strength for thousands of years. We've all been deceived by them." The demon race had long fought the human race, thinking they knew their strength well. But when the real fight began, it was completely unexpected. The human race's true strength was far beyond what they usually showed. After years of great battles, they finally realized they had been deceived. The human race had hidden its true strength. Now, the problem was right in front of them. Although they had more Saint Venerables than the human race, the cost of victory was unimaginable. The Magma Demon Lord said, "Let's not talk about the human race for now. We need to solve our current problem. The 100-race alliance is already in name only. What should we do next?" The newly arrived Purple Gold Saint Venerable's eyes lit up. "I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Let's discuss it together." The other Saint Venerables immediately perked up their ears. With the Abyssal Demon Lord absent, the Golden Eagle Clan Saint Venerables were the ones with the most ideas. The Purple Gold Saint Venerable said, "How about letting the various races move?" Chapter 2160. Chapter 2160, 2160. Chapter 2160, the gates of the inner realm space have already closed. Purple Gold Saint Venerable put forward his suggestion. Although it was a clumsy solution, there didn't seem to be any better options at the moment. However, relocating the various races was a major undertaking, not something that could be easily accomplished. How to move, where to move to, whether to only move living beings or entire star systems, these were all issues to consider. Moreover, once the relocation actually began, it would require a significant amount of time. Would the human race give them that time? This kind of decision couldn't be made by the Saint Venerables alone. The transcendence of the various races would need to be involved in the discussions as well. But the more people involved, the harder it would be to reach a unified decision. Moving would be time-consuming and laborious. Not moving could mean being the next target for extermination by the human race. The 100-race alliance, which hadn't yet completely collapsed, was unable to reach a consensus. Purple Gold Saint Venerable's single suggestion nearly caused an uproar. The news eventually reached the ears of the Abyssal Demon Lord, and was finally passed on to the Demon Lord and Eagle Emperor. After some discussion, the Demon Lord and Eagle Emperor felt that although the idea wasn't great, it was feasible. The most critical issue now was still dealing with the human race. To deal with the human race, the 100-race alliance couldn't fall apart. After all, they still had over 100 transcendents. These transcendents were a significant force that couldn't be abandoned. Moreover, relocation wasn't without benefits. At the very least, it would concentrate their forces and allow them to mobilize more troops. At worst, if they defeated the human race, they could always search for and reclaim the lost star regions later. Those races that had already been nearly wiped out would also have a place to repopulate and survive. After several days of discussion, a decision was finally reached. They would relocate, taking their star systems with them. The 100-race alliance had many divine venerables. The demon race and golden eagle race provided numerous magical treasures to facilitate the relocation of the various races. The Saint Venerables and Transcendents kept a close watch on the human race, providing escort. The entire relocation process was estimated to take over 10 years. In the human camp, Rune Saint Venerable had just received the latest news. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. They've chosen to relocate. War Saint Venerable took a light breath. Young friend Lin really predicted it. Rune Saint Venerable nodded. At the time, young friend Lin said the 100 Race Alliance would have two possibilities. The first was that they would collapse and completely disband, each race fending for itself. The second was that they would relocate, moving their star systems together for consolidation. Young friend Lin analyzed that the second possibility was more likely. Now it seems he was right. War Saint Venerable asked, did young friend Lin say how to proceed next? Rune Saint Venerable chuckled. Young friend Lin formulated plans for both possible reactions from the 100 Race Alliance. Rune Saint Venerable briefly explained Lin Moya's plans. At this point, only the Saint Venerables were present in the meeting hall, so there was no fear of information leaking. According to Lin Moya's plan, they could relocate, but not too many star systems should be moved away. Those were resources, and at the same time, fortune. Losing resources in star systems would also damage their fortune, so resources should be kept as much as possible. The role of the Saint Venerables on the front lines was to keep the Saint Venerables and Transcendence of the 100 Race Alliance occupied. As for other matters, they would be handled by him and Heavenly Saint Venerable. Kill Saint Venerable had also returned to the front lines. The human race now had 7 Saint Venerable level combat powers on the front lines. The 100 Race Alliance currently had 8 Saint Venerable level combat powers. Although they outnumbered the human race by 1, the outcome of an actual battle was hard to predict. Among the human race, Heavenly Saint Venerable was worth 2 opponents, capable of tying down 2 Saint Venerables. This also gave Heavenly Saint Venerable and Lin Moya the possibility to act freely. Lin Moya moved along the edge of the boundary area. He sensed the aura of the Black Blood Great World. Since he had tricked the 2 Saint Venerables from the Black Blood Great World last time, they seemed to be furious with embarrassment. That Saint Venerable had returned recently and began roaming this area of space. Lin Moya didn't want to confront them head-on for now. He used concealment runes to avoid them, sticking close to the boundary area as he moved away. Space was vast. If Lin Moya intentionally avoided them, finding him would be harder than achieving Heavenly Venerable status. Vaguely, Lin Moya sensed an aura coming from the boundary area. It seemed a great battle had erupted inside. Energy fluctuations swept out, and faint roars of starry sky beasts could be heard. Lin Moya entered the boundary area and sent out Little Bull to take a look. Soon, Little Bull sent back information. A small race's forces had entered the boundary area, seemingly intending to go to the outer realm. However, they were stopped by the starry sky beasts. After a great battle, that race's forces were permanently left in the boundary area. A smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. The net has been woven. It's too late to escape now. It seems the 100 Race Alliance must have made a decision. As he was pondering, a flying sword rune with a faint glow appeared before him. After reading the information in the flying sword rune, the smile in Lin Moya's eyes grew stronger. Indeed, it's as I predicted. They chose to relocate. What happens next depends on me and Heavenly Saint Venerable. The people can leave, but the planets must be kept. Lin Moya knew that the various races wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. Reproduction and survival were always the most primitive and fundamental missions of a race, as well as the instinct of living beings. They would send large forces to the outer realm. That way, even if they were defeated in the inner realm, at least the seeds of their races would be preserved. But what they couldn't have imagined was that the boundary area had already become an impenetrable net. No one could get out. Now the gates of the inner realm space had closed. The human race was about to begin hunting down the trap beasts. This was also something that had to be done to sever the karma of the Great World. Lin Moya was getting further and further from the Azure Dragon Star region, gradually approaching the Black Tortoise Star region. On the warship, Lin Moya pondered his next actions. Little Bull lay beside him, looking somewhat listless. It felt a bit bored without battles during this period. Master, why did you seal off the boundary area? Little Bull didn't quite understand. Lin Moya sipped his tea and said slowly, were your ancestors native starry sky beasts of the Great World? Little Bull nodded. Yes. It was very certain about this question. The memories of the Great World were engraved in its bloodline inheritance. There was no mistake about this. But it didn't understand why Lin Moya was asking this. Lin Moya continued asking, then can you distinguish which starry sky beast's ancestors don't belong to the Great World? Little Bull mooed. I can. It's very clear. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Little Bull said, I didn't understand much before. I would just see some starry sky beasts and feel they were very annoying. I wanted to eat them. At that time, I hadn't awakened my intelligence yet, so I wasn't very clear. Later, when I awakened my bloodline and gained intelligence, I finally understood why. It's because those guys aren't starry sky beasts of the Great World, so I dislike them. Lin Moya finally understood why Little Bull had no reservations about bringing over the Transcendent Realm starry sky beasts back then. It turned out that the ones it brought were all those it disliked. Lin Moya continued asking, besides distinguishing through bloodline, are there any other methods? Little Bull raised a hoof and scratched itself. There is. Any starry sky beast that has awakened its bloodline and possesses intelligence belongs to our Great World. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lord Tianlong said so. It can't be wrong. Tianlong came from the dragon race. Although he was missing dragon pearls and his strength had greatly decreased, his words were indeed worth listening to. Everything has its cause and effect. Lin Moya's thoughts turned rapidly, quickly grasping the connection between having intelligence and being a native starry sky beast of the Great World. He felt that this issue might lie with the world's origin. Starry sky beasts could be said to be the first batch of living beings nurtured by various worlds. Their connection to the world's origin was extremely close. The origins of the worlds where the various alien races originally came from were gone, so the starry sky beasts from those worlds had no chance to awaken intelligence. Lin Moya felt he had found the root cause and knew what to do next. Chapter 2161. Chapter 2161, 2161. Chapter 2161, The Dragon Clan of Onlookers. In Lin Moya's plan, after dealing with the various clans, the final task was to handle the cosmic beasts. He knew that many cosmic beasts came from different realms and were not native to the Great World. Their existence was also a burden for the Great World. Previously, he couldn't figure out how to distinguish them, but now a few casual conversations gave him an idea. It seems that to solve this problem, I'll ultimately need to trouble the celestial dragon. The dragon pearl must be retrieved. Only then can I get the celestial dragon to help me. Lin Moya had already thought of a method in his mind. Little Ox asked curiously from the side, "Master, you still haven't told Little Ox why you want to seal off the border area." Lin Moya took a sip of tea and smiled. "It's a long story, involving the ancient Great War." Little Ox said, "I know about the ancient Great War. My blood inheritance contains some information about it. My ancestors participated in that war. At that time, we were a large clan, but almost all of us died in that war. But what does that war from so long ago have to do with us now?" It spoke without sadness, as the ancient war was too distant for it to empathize with. Little Ox's thinking was simple: eat well, drink well, sleep well, and then do whatever it wanted without constraints. This was its ideal ox life. If it could be more perfect, it would find a female ox and have a litter of calves. Lin Moya said, "The Great World is about to end." Little Ox jumped up suddenly, its eyes wide open. "Master, don't scare the ox." Lin Moya glanced at it. "I'm not scaring you. If we don't do something, the Great World will truly end soon. When that time comes, neither you nor I will escape death. Now the Great World faces both internal and external troubles. What I'm doing is solving the internal troubles of the Great World, then focusing all efforts on dealing with external threats." Seeing Lin Moya's expression, Little Ox immediately became serious. Little Ox doesn't understand much, but Little Ox knows that the Great World is my home, and Little Ox can't be without a home. Moreover, Little Ox still wants to find many female oxen and have many little oxen. Reproduction was a mission ingrained in its bones, awakening along with its bloodline. Lin Moya smiled, "Then do as I say. I believe the Great World can still be saved." Little Ox smiled. Little Ox believes in Master. Master is the best. Little Ox was quick to flatter. Whether it worked or not, flattery was never wrong. Lin Moya changed the subject. "How much do you know about the celestial dragon in the border area?" Little Ox shook its head. "Actually, I don't know much. When my bloodline awakened, the celestial dragon was already there. We all know the celestial dragon is from the Dragon Clan, but no one dares to mention it. The celestial dragon greatly dislikes the Dragon Clan." The wee Little Ox referred to meant those cosmic beasts that had already awakened intelligence. Little Ox's bloodline was very ancient, traceable back to ancient times. The fact that it had survived until now proved that Little Ox's clan had once been powerful. As far as Lin Moya knew, cosmic beasts had indeed participated in the wars of ancient times, and countless cosmic beasts had died then. Later, when it was discovered that people from the Black Blood realm could control cosmic beasts, Lin Moya had once considered exterminating all cosmic beasts. But now it seemed that shouldn't be the case. Just as alien races should be divided into friends and enemies, cosmic beasts should also be distinguished between native and foreign, not lumped together. For humans and the Great World, severing karma was an enormous plan that couldn't be perfect from the start. It could only be changed step by step as events unfolded. Lin Moya's voice became quiet and calm. "Little Ox, do you know about the Dragon Clan?" Little Ox mood. "I know a little bit, but not much. Tell me about it." Little Ox possessed partial blood memory, so it knew some extremely ancient matters. Lin Moya was just probing, and indeed, it did know something. At this moment, Little Ox felt that this master seemed quite nice, quite amiable when not fighting and killing. Little Ox actually loved to chat. Having gained intelligence, it spent all day with a bunch of unintelligent creatures and couldn't find a female ox. It spent most of its time sleeping and was actually very bored, very much enjoying finding someone to talk to. The Dragon Clan probably isn't native to the Great World. In the memories of my ancestors, they greatly respected the Dragon Clan, but no one knew why the Dragon Clan came to the Great World. It seems that at that time, humans and dragons often interacted, but gradually grew apart later. Maybe it was because the Dragon Clan didn't help humans during the ancient Great War. Especially in the recent tens of thousands of years, the Dragon Clan has basically gone into seclusion, rarely seen. From Little Ox's description, Lin Moya vaguely sensed the special nature of the Dragon Clan. He had long suspected that the Dragon Clan wasn't actually native to the Great World. During the ancient Great War, the Dragon Clan indeed didn't intervene. If the Dragon Clan were truly native to the Great World, they would have had no reason not to act. They seemed more like bystanders, clearly in the Great World yet only coldly observing, never interfering in the affairs of the Great World. The survival or destruction of the Great World had nothing to do with them. But if the Dragon Clan wasn't native to the Great World, why did they come to the Great World? Then there was the Insect Clan. The Dragon Clan and Insect Clan were at odds, seemingly having a grudge. The Insect Clan likewise wasn't native to the Great World. Lin Moya felt that the Great World seemed to still have many secrets he didn't know about, and his own small world similarly had secrets. At least the matter of the God Tower was still a mystery until now. Given the chance, he planned to go back to the small world to take a look. He couldn't return, as Antares had warned him not to go back, but looking from afar shouldn't be a problem. Half a month later, the warship finally arrived at the Suum Star region. Hao Shenzhen had long been waiting there, with over 1,000 warships neatly floating behind him. Each warship had the ability to navigate deep space. In front of the warship stood various Divine Venerable, all high-level Divine Venerable. Lin Moyo bowed to everyone. Junior pays respects to Hao Shenzhen and all the seniors. These Divine Venerable had serious expressions and didn't smile, only slightly nodding to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo could sense that the aura around them was unusual, unlike soldiers or ordinary cultivators from families. Hao Shenzhen chuckled, "Don't be surprised, they're always like this. These are the private troops I've personally trained for my family. In terms of combat power, they surpass ordinary cultivators, and they can form battle formations. Even facing Transcendent Realm opponents, they can still fight." Hao Shenzhen wasn't alone, he had a family and several disciples. This was common knowledge. Not just Hao Shenzhen, but other Venerable were the same. Lin Moyo wasn't surprised, he just hadn't expected Hao Shenzhen to deploy his family's private troops this time. Hao Shenzhen continued, "These people are absolutely loyal to me and won't leak information, so you can rest assured." So that's why Hao Shenzhen had dismissed others and used his own private troops instead. It had to be said, he had thought it through very carefully. Lin Moyo didn't stand on ceremony either, getting straight to the point. "I have a team here that I plan to put under your joint command. We'll split into 2 routes and sweep through simultaneously. Those alien race people can leave, but the star systems can't be moved." Under Hao Shenzhen's gaze, Lin Moyo called out Little Ox. Chapter 2162. Chapter 2162, 2162. Chapter 2162, such a cute little ox. Hao Shenzhen had long known that the army of cosmic beasts was actually under Lin Moya's command. Unexpectedly, Lin Moya did not directly manage them but let a cosmic beast of the other shore realm handle it. When the little ox saw Hao Shenzhen, it immediately greeted respectfully. "Little ox greets Lord Shenzhen. I wish Lord Shenzhen well. My ancestors once fought alongside the ancestors of the human race. I never thought I would have the chance to fight alongside Lord Shenzhen now. This is inheriting the glory of my ancestors. The little ox is thrice blessed. Please rest assured, Lord Shenzhen, the little ox will definitely follow orders. Wherever you point, the little ox will charge without a second word." This flattering manner was both amusing and exasperating. Hao Shenzhen, not one to hit a smiling face, also smiled and said, "Hello." Lin Moyo patted the little ox's head, signaling it to shut up. The little ox immediately closed its mouth and said nothing more, looking as obedient as could be. Lin Moya said, "I'll leave the little ox to you, senior. During this sweep, there might be Shenzhen from the Black Blood Realm appearing, so you must be careful." Lin Moyo briefly explained the situation in the Huanke Star region, which had already been detailed in the Flying Sword Talisman. Hao Shenzhen sneered, "I just hope they come. If they dare to come, they won't leave." Hao Shenzhen had long been prepared, eagerly hoping that the Shenzhen from the Black Blood Realm would come. Lin Moya nodded, not needing to say more, and instead asked, "Where is Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu and Hao Shenzhen were always inseparable, even closer than she was to her master. It was strange not to see her this time. Hao Shenzhen said, "Xiao Wu is cultivating in my rule world. She said she wants to quickly improve her realm to help you." Lin Moya smiled, "That little girl is quite thoughtful." Xiao Wu had excellent talent, but Lin Moya did not think she could actually help him. As long as Xiao Wu was happy, that was enough. Hao Shenzhen suddenly raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu is awake. In front of him, a phantom light appeared, and Xiao Wu flew out from it in a flash. As soon as she came out, Xiao Wu rushed towards Lin Moya and clung to him like a koala. "Master is finally back. Xiao Wu missed you so much." There was a special bond between master and servant. Xiao Wu was very dependent on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was shocked, not because Xiao Wu was clinging to him, but because of her realm. Unknowingly, Xiao Wu had become a high-level Divine Venerable. Although her aura was not very stable, as she had just become a high-level Divine Venerable not long ago, but Xiao Wu's realm had caught up with her master. Lin Moya remembered when Xiao Wu had just reincarnated as a human, her realm was only at the true god level. It hadn't been that long. Hao Shenzhen said, surprised, right? I was too. I don't know what the 2 celestial venerables left for Xiao Wu, but she can advance with just a little cultivation. At this rate, she might become an other shore realm in a few years. In 50 years, she could very likely become a Shenzhen. The things left by the celestial venerables were too good and very suitable for Xiao Wu. Her cultivation speed was faster than light. Lin Moya knew the inside story. In her previous life as a human, Xiao Wu was the beloved of the 2 celestial venerables. Even after becoming a spirit, the illusory mist celestial venerable still treated Xiao Wu very well. Not only the illusory mist celestial venerable, but also the holy talisman celestial venerable treated Xiao Wu well. Although they were gone, it was natural for them to leave something for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu finally had enough of clinging to Lin Moya and suddenly noticed the little ox. Wow, such a cute little ox. She flew to the top of the little ox's head and sat down boldly, holding onto its horns, clearly treating the little ox as a mount. The little ox was unhappy but didn't dare to say anything. It could see that the relationship between Xiao Wu and Lin Moya was special, and such people couldn't be offended. Xiao Wu happily said, "Little ox, what's your name?" The little ox replied in a muffled voice, "Just call me Little Ox, or you can call me Ox Lord." Xiao Wu responded, "Little Ox is so cool. I'll give you my favorite toy later." The little ox was depressed. "I'm a cosmic beast of the other shore realm, why would I want a toy, this little brat?" At this moment, Xiao Wu was already shaking the ox's horns, as if she was controlling the little ox. The little ox wanted to shake Xiao Wu off, but it received a warning from Lin Moyo. Xiao Wu likes you, so let her ride for a while. The little ox mooed, not daring to disobey Lin Moyo's words. Xiao Wu patted the little ox's head. Little ox, don't worry, Xiao Wu will protect you. The little ox was speechless. You're just a high-level divine venerable. I could kill you with one breath. Do I need your protection? Hao Shenjun said. Then we'll make our move first. What about you? Lin Moya said. I'll go to the White Tiger Star region to intercept the alien races. Eventually, I'll go to the Vermilion Bird Star region, to the front line. Hao Shenjun smiled. Alright, see you at the front line then. Lin Moyo had already arranged the plan. Hao Shenjun would sweep and chase, not to exterminate, but to kill as many as possible. In fact, it was more of a drive, gathering the various races together and then exterminating them. When Lin Moya reached the front line and joined all the Shenjun of the human race, they would engage in a great battle with the 100 Races Alliance. This battle would completely establish the victory of the human race. After thoroughly defeating the 100 Races Alliance, the various races would inevitably flee. With the border area sealed, they wouldn't be able to escape and would only wait to die within the domain. Only a few strong races would have the ability to break through the border area's blockade and escape to the outer domain. At that time, the human race would focus all their efforts on preventing their escape. Lin Moyo had long planned for this. Unknowingly, Lin Moyo had become the behind-the-scenes manipulator of this great battle. The entire battle rhythm was playing out according to his script, and so far, there had been no mistakes. Even the sudden intervention of the Black Blood Realm hadn't changed the overall situation. Hao Shenjun and Lin Moyo bid farewell and went their separate ways. Although Xiao Wu was a bit reluctant, the presence of the little ox made her very happy. Xiao Wu, still a child at heart, was easily distracted. The warship re-entered deep space, heading towards the White Tiger Star region. That was Lin Moya's battlefield. His and Hao Shenjun's actions would be the last operation before the great battle. The relocation of the various races was in full swing. The 100 Races Alliance had dispatched a large number of divine venerables to move their star systems. The final destination of the various races was between the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race. Here, they could be protected by the strong of the two races, relatively safe. Fortunately, the current starry sky was vast, with far fewer star systems than in ancient times, providing enough space to accommodate them. The relocation started smoothly until Hao Shenjun and Lin Moyo began their actions. Hao Shenjun struck first, leading a group of high-level divine venerables and the cosmic beast army of the Little Ox, starting a frenzied pursuit of the relocating races. The stance was very aggressive, as if they wanted to exterminate them all. It seemed that the human race didn't want the various races to relocate, so they pursued and killed them. The 100 Races Alliance responded by having their Shenjun and other Shore Realm experts keep a close watch on the human Shenjun and other Shore Realm. At the same time, two Shenjun from the Black Blood Realm headed towards Hao Shenjun's team. Meanwhile, near the White Tiger Star region, alien race teams relocating were silently disappearing. Clouds churned, and the skeletal hell, seemingly real and unreal, turned into an invisible mouth, devouring countless lives. Chapter 2163. Chapter 2163, 2163. Chapter 2163, almost tripped up in the gutter. Among the demon race, a lava planet burning with raging flames suddenly exploded, and a terrifying demon with 3 pairs of wings flew out from the flames. The demon lord's face appeared in space. Soul Devourer, follow the guidance of the abyssal demon eye to this location. A demon eye flew out and landed in Soul Devourer demon lord's hand. Soul Devourer demon lord was the 4th demon lord of the demon race, and also the strongest among the 4 demon lords. If anyone could compare to the celestial venerable of the human race, it would be him. Even among the 100 races, among the 10 venerables, he was the strongest. In fact, there were more than 10 venerables among the 100 races. The 3 silver race once had a venerable, but unfortunately, that venerable died the earliest. In terms of true strength, the 3 silver race was not as strong as the Ox demon race, but they had a larger population than the Ox demon race and were more high profile. So everyone knew the 3 silver race was strong, while the Ox demon race wasn't listed among the strong races. In fact, the consistently neutral Ox demon race was slightly stronger than the 3 silver race. Soul Devourer demon lord accepted the demon lord's order and flew towards the destination at top speed. Lin Moyo was completely unaware of this and continued to manipulate the skeletal hell, devouring people from the 100 races. Hao Shenjun was doing the same thing as Lin Moyo, only his actions were much more noticeable. His divine venerable private army, plus Little Ox's cosmic beast army, was unstoppable along the way, with no one able to resist. Hao Shenjun stood in space, looking into the distance. In the far reaches of space, 2 crimson bloodlines were rapidly approaching. Hao Shenjun's face showed a cold smile. They've finally come. Just as Lin Xiao said, it's the venerables from the Black Blood Realm. These bugs have been hiding for so many years, and have finally started to show themselves again. In that battle years ago, after layer upon layer of analysis, Lin Moyo had deduced that the Great World may have ultimately won. But at that time, the Great World had suffered heavy damage, causing various celestial venerables to leave. As the losers, the Black Blood Realm disappeared, with some people from the Black Blood Realm remaining in the Great World. They hid themselves, like bedbugs, not daring to show themselves. This time, they finally couldn't resist taking action. Perhaps they also realized that if they didn't act now, there would be no more chances. Regardless of the purpose of the Black Blood Realm's hiding, they would forever be enemies with the human race. This point would not change. Facing the two bloodlines racing towards him, Hao Shenjun directly expanded his rule world to meet them. Not far away, his army was still in a great battle, and Little Mist was still happily playing on Little Ox's head. Even if it was just the aftermath, a battle between venerables would affect them. Arranging the battle in the rule world was naturally the best choice. Hao Shenjun's virtual rule was silent and imperceptible, even venerables would find it difficult to detect. As the virtual rule world expanded, the scenes inside moved with his will, directly projecting space, as if it didn't exist. The two venerables from the Black Blood realm, without detecting anything, directly rushed into the rule world. By the time they realized something was wrong, they were already inside the rule world. Bringing enemies into one's own rule world was quite a dangerous move. If the rule world was damaged, for a venerable, it would result in serious injury at best, and death at worst. However, Hao Shenjun had absolute confidence. Two bugs, hiding for many years, finally have the guts to come out. Hao Shenjun's voice rang out, and he himself also entered the rule world. The gates of the rule world had already closed. If the venerables from the Black Blood realm wanted to leave, they would have to kill Hao Shenjun, otherwise it would be impossible to get out. You're seeking death. The two Black Blood venerables stared coldly at Hao Shenjun, simultaneously drawing their long swords. The strong from the Black Blood realm loved to use long swords the most. Their swords were incomparably sharp, carrying the unique aura of the Black Blood realm. Countless bloodlines spread throughout the rule world, turning into bloody lightning, rumbling incessantly. The nauseating smell of blood became stronger and stronger, as if it would pollute Hao Shenjun's rule world. Hao Shenjun ignored the bloodiness, coldly snorted, "You lost back then, and you'll lose again this time." The two Black Blood venerables exchanged a glance, their forms simultaneously disappearing, appearing beside Hao Shenjun as if teleporting. The sword light was incomparably sharp, as if it would tear the rule world apart. Hao Shenjun's form shattered, he wasn't actually there. What the two had slashed was just an illusion. Virtual rule, seeming illusory yet real, true and false, hard to distinguish. The rule world rumbled, descending with overwhelming power, suppressing the sword light. This was Hao Shenjun's world. Hao Shenjun's power could be greatly enhanced here. The methods cultivated by the strong from the Black Blood realm were different from those of the Great World. They didn't have rule worlds, but they had incomparably sharp power. They also didn't have so many ways and techniques, they only walked one path, which was to push power to the limit. Hao Shenjun appeared in midair, taking out a colorful ball, with rules spreading all over it, containing all kinds of rules, looking extremely complex. The rule ball exploded, bursting out with a sky full of colors, waves of laughter transmitted from the colors. Star Elder appeared, his large hand pressing down virtually, countless rules instantly converged into a palm, pressing down towards one of them. An ancient talisman appeared in Hao Shenjun's palm, the talisman flashing with light, also a palm striking towards the other person. The two Black Blood realm venerables coldly snorted, their long swords bursting out with a sky full of bloodlight, not retreating but advancing, wanting to shatter the palms. Suppress! Hao Shenjun roared, the ancient talisman instantly became stronger, falling like a mountain, like a prison. Amidst screams, that venerable's whole body burst with blood, flying backwards. At this moment, another scream rang out, the Black Blood venerable facing Star Elder was also slapped flying, looking even more miserable. Hao Shenjun coldly smiled, this is the Great World, not your Black Blood realm, here, you have no chance. Star Elder chuckled, little Hao is not bad, these years haven't been wasted, your strength has greatly improved. Hao Shenjun said, thanks to Lin Xiao's blessing, my ancient talismans have been strengthened quite a bit. Hao Shenjun's virtual rule was good at defense but not offense, his attacks all relied on ancient talismans. Lin Moyo had connected several secret realms in succession, allowing the human race to obtain several ancient talismans, and he had also passed the complete first to third level ancient talismans to Talisman Venerable. After Talisman Venerable comprehended them, he had strengthened Hao Shenjun's ancient talismans. Hao Shenjun's combat power had risen sharply compared to before. The two Black Blood venerables flew up again, quickly approaching each other, and finally touched. Strangely, the two actually fused together, merging into one person, their aura rising sharply. Star Elder coldly snorted, the Black Blood realm's fusion technique, in ancient times it once caused the human race quite a bit of trouble. But now, it's useless. He glanced at Hao Shenjun, and Hao Shenjun understood, taking out a talisman plate. On the talisman plate was drawn a complex ancient talisman. The talisman activated, the ancient talisman flashed with light and flew out, then exploded. A huge and terrifying soul impact swept out. The two Black Blood venerables who had just completed fusion groaned, once again splitting into two. The human race had suffered from the Black Blood realm's fusion technique before, naturally they had thought of countermeasures. As long as soul impact was used, and it reached a certain intensity, it could make the fusion technique fail. The soul impact just now, although it couldn't cause much damage to them, was enough to affect the fusion technique. With the fusion technique failing, one of the Black Blood venerables suddenly teleported to appear beside Hao Shenjun, slashing down with another sword. The ancient talisman in Hao Shenjun's palm jumped, he struck out with a palm to directly clash with the longsword. At this moment, Star Elder suddenly shouted, be careful. The other Black Blood venerable raised his longsword high, countless bloodlines bursting out from the longsword, exploding with a rumble. The longsword self-destruct, the huge power impact shaking the rule world. The entire rule world became unstable, simultaneously affecting Hao Shenjun. Hao Shenjun's eyes lost their luster, his power rapidly declining. The just activated ancient talisman also disappeared in an instant, at the cost of self-destructing the longsword, affecting Hao Shenjun for a moment, allowing his companion to deliver a fatal blow. The sword reached his eyes, but Hao Shenjun still had no reaction. Clang! With a crisp sound, a large palm appeared between the sword and Hao Shenjun. Star Elder had arrived in time, blocking this sword for Hao Shenjun. The palm only lasted for half a second before shattering on the spot. Hao Shenjun finally came to his senses half a second later. The ancient talisman suddenly exploded, blasting the Black Blood Venerable away. Star Elder's laughter rang out, almost tripped up in the gutter. Huh? These bugs from the Black Blood realm still have some tricks up their sleeves. Chapter 2164. Chapter 2164, 2164. Chapter 2164, Star Elder's Technique, Chaotic Star Realm. Hao Shenjun hadn't expected the Black Blood Shenjun to have this move up their sleeve, self-destructing their weapon, shaking his rule world, and thereby affecting him. The two Black Blood Shenjun cooperated seamlessly, nearly causing him to suffer. That sword strike could sever Star Elder's palm, and it could likewise sever his body. It wouldn't kill him, but injury would be unavoidable. I underestimated them. Hao Shenjun revealed a smile, taking out a talisman plate and activating it. Runes transformed into 5-colored light falling on his body, forming a 5-colored armor. With this armor's protection, Hao Shenjun's safety was assured. However, rune plates were difficult to make, and Hao Shenjun originally didn't want to use them, but now it seemed safety came first. No one knew what other tricks the Black Blood Shenjun might have up their sleeves. After all, they had fought against the human race before. Just as the human race had ways to break their fusion technique, they likewise had methods to deal with rule worlds. Star Elder's palm quickly reformed. As a clone, losing a palm was no big deal for Star Elder. The Black Blood Shenjun who still held a sword pulled on his weapon. The sword split in two, from one becoming two, and he handed one to his companion. The two Black Blood Shenjun stood shoulder to shoulder, as if everything had returned to the beginning. Star Elder chuckled, the Black Blood realm indeed has some skill. This old man won't be polite then. Little Hao, stabilize your rule world well, don't let it get shattered. Hao Shenjun's expression turned serious, do as you please, Elder. Star Elder clasped his palms together, immediately erupting with brilliant light. In the originally illusory rule world, a multicolored blazing sun suddenly appeared. This blazing sun was composed of countless laws, simultaneously emitting cold and heat, ice and fire, with thunder and wind lacking nothing. Various laws appeared simultaneously, filling the rule world. Laws collided, sublimated, and for a time the entire rule world was rumbling, shaking incessantly. These laws collided, conflicted, and fused with each other, instantly performing myriad transformations. Vast power swept out from within, rolling towards the two Black Blood Shenjun. The Black Blood Shenjun's forms disappeared, but immediately reappeared. They had been forcibly blasted out. They were fine if they didn't move, but as soon as they made the slightest movement, the laws around them became extremely chaotic, and countless explosions engulfed them. Star Elder chuckled, Little Hao, how's the effect of this old man's chaotic star realm? Hao Shenjun was exerting all his effort to maintain the stability of the rule world while responding, your chaotic star realm is more powerful than before. Star Elder was slightly smug, not only is it more powerful, but it also has some new functions. Today I'll let you appreciate them. As Star Elder's words fell, countless stars appeared in the rule world. Each star wasn't large, only about 10 meters in diameter. But they were numerous, and as soon as they appeared, they began to shine brightly, evolving into a star realm. They formed a starry world, interwoven to envelop the two Black Blood Shenjun within. Even more violent explosions occurred inside the starry world, and Star Elder's attacks became increasingly fierce. However, all the attacks didn't leak out, but were absorbed and circulated within the starry world. Hao Shenjun's pressure actually lessened. Amidst the explosion sounds, faint screams could be heard. The bloody smell became even more intense. As the master of the rule world, Hao Shenjun was clear about the internal changes. Star Elder's chaotic star realm lasted for a full minute. After a minute, the realm dissipated and the stars vanished. The two Black Blood Shenjun had been blasted beyond recognition, their black robes in tatters, without a single piece of intact flesh on their bodies. The people of the Black Blood realm originally looked like dried corpses, but now they looked like shattered corpses, completely tattered. Only a pair of eyes still flashed with a fierce light. Star Elder sneered, not bad, to actually survive this old man's chaotic star realm without dying. The Black Blood bugs indeed have tenacious vitality. Hao Shenjun said, according to records, the people of the Black Blood realm have extremely powerful vitality. It's indeed so. Hao Shenjun had fought with people from the Black Blood realm before. That person suspected to be a Zizun was extremely difficult to kill. These two before him were the same. Even Star Elder's technique couldn't kill them. Star Elder said, but no matter how strong, there's a limit. Being able to endure one round is already the limit. Seeing Star Elder about to make another move, Hao Shenjun said, leave it to me. He took out another talisman plate. Vast power appeared in the rule world, and the power of virtual realm rules pressed towards the two. Under the virtual realm rules, the two's bodies began to gradually virtualize. They were dissolving, being assimilated by the virtual realm, truly becoming nothingness. This was Hao Shenjun's ability. The virtual realm rules could virtualize enemies. When enemies completely changed from real to virtual, it also meant they were dead. The Black Blood Shenjun exchanged a glance, the fierce light in their eyes intensifying. The two's power suddenly erupted, raising countless bloodlines. The bloodlines condensed into blood pillars, as if about to break through the rule world. The talisman plate in Hao Shenjun's hand activated. The ancient runes in the plate exploded, transforming into soul impacts sweeping out. The towering blood pillars were immediately interrupted. The two Black Blood Shenjun's eyes rapidly dimmed, losing their luster for a moment. Hao Shenjun said, the strong from the Black Blood realm often self-destruct before death, perishing together with their enemies. Many Shenjun in the past died from their self-destruction. But like their fusion technique, their self-destruction can be interrupted. With the self-destruction interrupted, under the erosion of the virtual realm rules, the two black blood Shenjun's bodies became increasingly virtual, and their lives came to an end. Lin Moya transformed into the ghost race, silently devouring the various races that were relocating. He was even somewhat aimless, sweeping through and not pursuing to the end. As long as you fled fast enough, you could survive. Gradually, news of the ghost race's reappearance spread. Everyone knew that wherever the ghost race went, not a blade of grass would grow. But the ghost race didn't target anyone for pursuit and killing. They wandered through various star regions, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, without pattern. But the more it was like this, the more it made the various races panic. Soon they even lost the desire to relocate, not wanting to take their planets, only wanting to flee for their lives. Many people abandoned their planets and began to flee. Lin Moyo manipulated the skeletal hell, swallowing a star system, his gaze looking into the distance. Hao Shenjun should have engaged in battle by now. I wonder how the situation is. Hao Shenjun was prepared early on. With the advantage of foreknowledge, there shouldn't be any problems. Based on his understanding of Hao Shenjun, those two black blood Shenjun were very likely to die. Lin Moya suddenly retracted his gaze, looking towards the distance, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Finally here. In his undead vision, in the distant starry sky, a blazing soul flame was rapidly approaching, at an extremely fast speed. Judging from the speed and intensity of the soul flame, the other party's realm could be determined, undoubtedly Shenjun level. The fourth Shenjun of the demon race, the legendary strongest one, Soul Devourer Shenjun, you've finally come out. Legend has it that Soul Devourer Shenjun was born with the ability to devour souls, and can strengthen himself by devouring the souls of the strong. Information about Soul Devourer Shenjun simultaneously appeared in his mind. In the Human Emperor Network's data, Soul Devourer Shenjun's threat level was even above that of Abyss Shenjun. Abyss Shenjun was treacherous, while Soul Devourer Shenjun was terrifying and cruel. Lin Moyo had anticipated Soul Devourer Shenjun's arrival. Now among the various races, the only Shenjun they could deploy was Soul Devourer Shenjun. If he didn't come, then it would be Eagle Emperor or Demon Lord coming. The skeletal hell dissipated, and Lin Moyo also merged into the starry sky, disappearing without a trace. By the time Soul Devourer Shenjun arrived, Lin Moyo had long since vanished. Chapter 2165. Chapter 2165, 2165. Chapter 2165, we can't let them get stronger. Lin Moyo anticipated that a Shenjun would come, and it was most likely Soul Devourer Shenjun. The result was as he expected, it was indeed Soul Devourer Shenjun. Facing the top expert among the Shenjun, Lin Moyo had the ability to kill him, but there was no need. In the past, he would have used his trump card without hesitation, but now, he couldn't use his trump card. The corpse of the Supreme Lord of the Mountain Forest, which could kill a Supreme, must be reserved for the battle realm. Although Soul Devourer Shenjun was strong, he was not worthy. Without using his trump card, Lin Moya did not want to engage with Soul Devourer Shenjun. He was confident in protecting himself against Soul Devourer Shenjun, but he had no way to deal with him, so fighting was unnecessary. Lin Moya left, using a concealment talisman to stealthily disappear without a trace. After silently traveling billions of kilometers, Lin Moya took out his warship and flew tens of light years away from deep space. With a buffer distance of tens of light years, even if Soul Devourer Shenjun came, he would have enough time to leave calmly. A Ghost Clan member should behave like a Ghost Clan member. In the starry sky tens of light years away, Lin Moya reappeared, roughly determining a direction and locking onto a location. There was a star system there, but Lin Moya wasn't sure which race it belonged to. There were more than 20 races in this starry sky, all of them members of the 100 Races Alliance, which meant they were enemies of the human race. So no matter how Lin Moya killed, he wouldn't kill the wrong target. The skeletal hell appeared silently, and within half a second, the dense fog engulfed the star system. Screams continuously came from the fog, and the skeletal hell was like the Grim Reaper, leaving no survivors. The containment talisman array followed, packing up the entire star system. Soul Devourer Shenjun received information from the abyssal demon I and rushed over immediately. But by the time he arrived, Lin Moyo had already left without a trace. This happened twice more, and Soul Devourer Shenjun was so furious that flames erupted from his body, and he roared continuously. He realized that the other party was just playing with him, avoiding direct confrontation. Soul Devourer Shenjun's roar shook the starry sky, echoing through souls and spreading far and wide. Even Lin Moyo, who had already left, heard the roars. From the sound, it was clear that Soul Devourer Shenjun was almost driven mad with anger. Lin Moyo, disguised as a Ghost Clan member, was like a shadow of death hovering over the various races. The races began to panic, abandoning their star regions and fleeing quickly with their people. Facing death, even their homes were no longer important. The gods of the various races, who were used to enjoying life, had never been so embarrassed. These gods, who had cultivated for thousands of years, now had to flee for their lives. But countless lives had already told them that facing the Ghost Clan, gods were useless. When the fog enveloped them, it meant the end of their lives. The appearance of the Ghost Clan became increasingly unpredictable, as if they could appear anywhere at any time. Even the strongest barriers of the demon race and the abyssal demon eye were useless. Even if the abyssal demon eye issued a warning, it was after the fact. What was the point of a warning when people were already dead? The star regions of more than 20 races fell into complete chaos. Everyone feared the Ghost Clan and began to flee faster. They abandoned their star systems and resources, only wanting to survive. Countless warships and spaceships, along with gods, fled quickly with their people. This situation reached the front lines, and finally, the strong of the other shore realm couldn't sit still. They disregarded everything and returned to their races to protect their people. In the face of the survival of their races, their hatred for the human race could be set aside. Soul Devourer Shenjun repeatedly chased Lin Moya through the abyssal demon eye, but each time he was a step too late. Soul Devourer Shenjun grew increasingly angry, his entire body swelling larger than usual. The concealment talisman was too powerful, and even a Shenjun couldn't detect it. In the most recent instance, Lin Moya was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from Soul Devourer Shenjun, yet he still didn't notice. This made Lin Moya realize that there was still a significant gap between a Shenjun and a half-step supreme. If it were Eagle Emperor, he might have already been discovered at such a close distance. As many other shore realm experts returned to protect their people, powerful auras began to appear in the starry sky. These auras seemed to guide Lin Moya, pointing the way. When Lin Moya controlled the skeletal hell to devour an other shore realm expert, all the other shore realm experts felt a chilling sensation. The Ghost Clan was not afraid of the other shore realm. The Ghost Clan had the ability to devour the other shore realm. The other shore realm experts began to feel uneasy, but since their races were there, they could only grit their teeth and hold their ground. At the same time, they sent out requests for help to the front lines, hoping that a Shenjun could come to their aid. From the situation with Soul Devourer Shenjun, it seemed that the Ghost Clan did not want to engage with Shenjun. If a Shenjun came to help, the situation might improve. The Shenjun were in a dilemma. Helping or not helping both had consequences. If they didn't help, morale would collapse, and with it, the alliance. If they helped, what would happen to the front lines? At this point, the disadvantages of a multiracial alliance became apparent. Their unity and cohesion were far inferior to the human race. Eagle Emperor and Demon Lord finally couldn't sit still. They appeared together, along with a half-step supreme from the Black Blood realm named Mo Shui. The three half-step supremes assured all the races that they would personally deal with the Ghost Clan and protect the races. Upon receiving this news, everyone felt relieved. Their actions were immediately known to the human race, and Talisman Shenjun sent 2 flying sword talismans to Lin Moya and Hao Shenjun. 2 days later, the Ghost Clan completely disappeared and never appeared again. It seemed as if the Ghost Clan were afraid of the half-step supremes and fled the starry sky. Not only the Ghost Clan, but Hao Shenjun's team also withdrew. After numerous hardships, the relocation efforts could finally proceed smoothly. The various races headed to their destinations, licking their wounds. After this battle, who knew how long it would take for them to recover? The 3 half-step supremes stood in the starry sky, their auras somber. Demon Lord's large face was filled with anger, gritting his teeth. Now it is certain, the Ghost Clan is under the command of the human race. Eagle Emperor's voice was as cold as ice. I found it strange before the Ghost Clan didn't appear earlier or later, but right after we started the war with the human race. Thinking back now, some of the information about the Ghost Clan was even released by the human race. Demon Lord muttered, have you noticed that it seems like the human race knows our every move? Not only Demon Lord, but Eagle Emperor also had a similar feeling. No matter what decisions they made, the human race seemed to know in advance and respond accordingly. Mo Shui said coldly, we fought with the human race for many years, and their strength far exceeds our imagination. There should be an ancient surveillance system left by the human race in the starry sky, so we must be cautious in our actions. In fact, we suffered the most in this battle. The Black Blood realm had just appeared, and they had already lost an other shore realm expert in 2 Shenjun, which was a significant loss. Mo Shui was angry, but the people of the Black Blood realm, who looked like dried corpses, did not show their emotions clearly. Demon Lord asked, does your race have any information on the Ghost Clan? Mo Shui shook his head. No, when we fought with the human race, the Ghost Clan did not participate. The Ghost Clan was used to suppress rebellions, and they did not appear in the battles with the Black Blood realm. This led to them knowing nothing about the Ghost Clan and having no countermeasures. Mo Shui said in a deep voice, but it is certain that the Ghost Clan does not want to engage with Shenjun, indicating that their strength is still insufficient. Previously, they avoided the other shore realm, and now they avoid the Shenjun. It seems that the Ghost Clan's strength is gradually increasing. They plunder resources, and I suspect they can grow stronger by devouring living resources. The most troublesome thing is that they are elusive and constantly launch sneak attacks, which is very frustrating. We can't give them any more opportunities to get stronger. I will arrange the Black Blood 9 Rivers Array, combined with your barrier, to protect the races and prevent the Ghost Clan's sneak attacks. Chapter 2166. Chapter 2166, 2166. Chapter 2166, The Voice of the Boundary Sea in the Small World. Several half-step supreme beings were discussing how to deal with the Ghost Clan. Even now, they still hadn't connected the Ghost Clan with Lin Moya. After all, the two seemed to have no connection, and it was impossible for them to be linked. At the human race's frontline garrison, the War God Fortress was located at the forefront. It emitted a dazzling stream of light, forming a beacon pointing into the distance. It was guiding the way for newcomers. Joyful laughter rang out as Little Mist rode on Little Bull, advancing along the beacon with laughter and chatter. Beside Little Bull, Saint Hao was also flying along. Little Bull seemed slow but was actually fast, crossing vast distances in the blink of an eye, arriving before the War God Fortress. The fortress gates opened, and the two people and one bull entered. Inside the War God Fortress, various Transcendent Realm experts and several saints were gathered, holding a meeting. Seeing their arrival, the Transcendent Realm experts stood up and greeted Saint Hao one after another. Greetings, Saint Hao. For a moment, the sounds of greetings were endless. Usually, the affairs of the human race were managed by Celestial Saint and Saint Hao. During Celestial Saint's spiritual journey, almost all matters, big and small, fell on Saint Hao's shoulders. So Saint Hao's reputation was the most prominent. After greeting Saint Hao, they noticed Little Mist. She looks very young, yet she's already a high-level divine venerable. Could she be Saint Hao's daughter? I've never heard that Saint Hao had a daughter. Judging by her age, she could be his great-granddaughter. Lin Mohan's beautiful eyes swept over and landed on Little Mist. This girl has Little Yu's aura. Not just Little Mist, but Little Bull also had Lin Moya's aura. Little Mist also saw Lin Mohan and suddenly flew up, heading towards her. She cleverly landed in front of Lin Mohan. Sister, you smell very similar to my master. Lin Mohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. You call Little Yu master? Little Mist nodded. Yes, he is my master. Little Mist admitted it frankly and openly, without any hesitation, that Lin Moya was her master. Lin Mohan muttered to herself, it seems Little Yu has grown up, knowing how to keep disciples now. Celestial Saint asked, Old Hao, where is young friend Lin? Saint Hao replied, young friend Lin still has some matters to attend to, he will return in a few days. In the human race's star region, there were many hidden small worlds, and many humans came from these small worlds. In the past, these small worlds, after being nurtured by the Great World, all had the chance to undergo transformation and enter the true Great World. Small worlds could evolve into planets, or even become star systems. But now, with the evolution of the Great World halted, small worlds would forever remain small worlds, unable to become great worlds. At most, those with extremely strong talents in the small worlds could enter the Great World and become part of it. In the Phoenix Star region, at the edge of the human race's star territory, Lin Moya came here again, to where his small world used to be. He had once gained recognition from the small world's origin, becoming the master of this small world. Within a certain range, he would have a connection with his small world. And if close enough, Lin Moya could even sense some situations inside the small world. Last time he returned, the connection between them was still very strong, but this time, their connection had suddenly weakened significantly. What happened? Lin Moya's form moved like lightning, advancing quickly towards the small world. As the distance changed, their connection strengthened somewhat, but it was still very weak. Lin Moya stopped when he was still 10 million kilometers away from the small world, a distance sufficient for him to see the small world clearly. Lin Moya had a feeling that if he continued to approach, there would be danger. The death of the divine venerables outside the small world last time was still fresh in his memory. Of course, he now had the ability to kill those divine venerables, and could even do it instantly. But at that time, those divine venerables died from spacetime power. With his current understanding and mastery of spacetime power, he was far from being able to do this. Now, outside the small world, there were no longer any divine venerables. The entire starry sky was extremely quiet, with not even a single star within 1 light year around. In his vision, the small world was like an unhatched egg, slowly rotating in space. Lin Moya watched for a while but didn't notice anything unusual. However, the weakened connection between him and the small world was a fact. The more normal things seemed on the outside, the more it indicated that something had happened inside the small world. Lin Moya very much wanted to go back and take a look, but his instincts told him not to return. Antares' warning was still in his ears, telling him not to go back. Antares. Lin Moya used his soul voice to transmit into the small world, but there was no response. He didn't receive any reply. An hour later, the small world suddenly became illusory, almost disappearing from sight. As the small world became illusory, Lin Moya felt the connection between himself and the small world weaken to the extreme, as if it could break at any moment. That feeling was like the small world was moving away from him, getting further and further. Inexplicably, Lin Moya felt a bit of panic, feeling as if he was about to lose the small world. Instinctively, he wanted to go over and grab it, not letting it leave. But reason told him not to do so. A few minutes later, their connection strengthened again, and the small world changed from illusory to clear, as if nothing had happened just now. Lin Moya's heart was full of doubts, not knowing what had happened. He restrained himself and continued to watch, gradually discovering a pattern. Every day, the small world would become illusory, lasting for 5 minutes, and then recover. During these 5 minutes, the small world gave him the feeling that it was about to disappear. And at the same time, Lin Moya sensed a trace of spacetime power. The spacetime power appeared from somewhere unknown, enveloping the small world. The spacetime power was very strong, far surpassing Lin Moya. Under the wrap of spacetime power, various things must be happening inside the small world. Lin Moya tried to get closer again, but the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. When he was still 5 million kilometers away, Lin Moya stopped again. The unease in his heart reached its peak, and he knew that if he got any closer, he would be attacked. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly the master of the small world, yet he couldn't approach it. It was truly a case of having a home but being unable to return. This strange feeling made Lin Moya very uncomfortable. The small world became illusory again, and their connection weakened once more. Whoosh! Is that the sound of water? As he got closer, Lin Moya faintly heard the sound of water. The small world actually emitted the sound of water, which puzzled Lin Moya greatly. He listened carefully with all his might and finally confirmed that it was indeed the sound of water. And it wasn't the sound of ordinary water flow, but the kind of huge waves in the ocean. Listening more carefully, vaguely, he felt that he had heard this kind of water sound somewhere before. Water sounds are different from each other. Depending on the number of laws in the water and different elements, there would be subtle differences. Ordinary people couldn't perceive this, but Lin Moya could sense the difference with his extremely sensitive soul. He was sure he had heard this water sound before. His memory spun, and he finally thought of where this water sound came from. His expression began to change strangely. It's the sound of the Boundary Sea. How could it be the sound of the Boundary Sea? Finally finding the corresponding sea in his memory, it was indeed the Boundary Sea. How could the small world have a connection with the Boundary Sea? It was truly inconceivable. Suddenly, a voice transmitted from the small world. I'm fine, you leave first, I will come find you. Chapter 2167. Chapter 2167, 2167. Chapter 2167, almost died, terrifying spacetime power. Antares finally responded, and Lin Moya felt somewhat relieved. Judging from Antares' voice, he seemed fine, with a strong tone. Lin Moya wanted to say more, but suddenly the small world burst with light, and spacetime power surged out like a tsunami. Her soul was shaken violently, and an intense dizziness came over her. Lin Moya felt the world spinning, and a strong sense of separation between her soul and body. It felt as if her soul was about to separate from her body, an extremely uncomfortable sensation. The invading spacetime power caused her soul and body to exist in different spacetimes. Lin Moya gritted her teeth and roared, forcing herself to regain clarity instantly. As the spacetime power flowed, she used her own spacetime power to resist the invading force. Her spacetime power retreated step by step, completely outmatched, with a fundamental difference between the two. Although retreating, it still bought her some time. Lin Moya seized the opportunity and quickly moved away. Each step covered 100 million kilometers. After one step, 3 light talismans flew out and exploded, suddenly increasing her speed to 300 million kilometers per step, taking 3 steps per second. Lin Moya's speed abruptly increased, and she disappeared. In almost the blink of an eye, she had moved tens of billions of kilometers away. Only then did the invading spacetime power recede. Lin Moya stood in the starry sky, still shaken, exhaling a long breath that stretched for thousands of miles without dissipating. Those few seconds just now were extremely dangerous. Lin Moya truly felt a life-and-death crisis, the kind where talents were useless, and even substitute puppets wouldn't work, a real danger. She felt that if she had died then, it would have been a true death. Under the cover of spacetime power, even if she revived, she would instantly die again. After several revivals, she would truly be dead. Finally, Lin Moya calmed down again, feeling relieved. Fortunately, I also have spacetime power, otherwise I would have definitely died. Spacetime power is indeed terrifying. Who could it be? They seem to want to take the small world away from the great world and directly enter the Boundary Sea. Could it be him? Why would he do this? Lin Moya thought again of that blue-robed elder. Besides him, she really couldn't think of anyone else. However, regardless of whether it was the blue-robed elder or not, there was indeed an extremely terrifying figure behind this small world. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Antares wouldn't be trapped inside. Could it be the Dragon God? Lin Moya thought of the Dragon God, perhaps he also had this ability. But soon she dismissed this idea, connecting the dots. It didn't seem like the Dragon God. The small world had too many mysteries, and answers couldn't be obtained for now. Lin Moya shook her head, no longer thinking about it. There's no point in dwelling on things you can't figure out. When her strength becomes great enough in the future, she will naturally know. The human race's saints gathered at the front line. With the human emperor's network in place, there wouldn't be any problems in the human star region. The arrays of the 4-star regions were all activated. Even if a saint came, it would be difficult to break through. Plus, with Old Star still around, no saint would come looking for trouble. The human race's actions were also known to the 100 Races Alliance. Everyone realized that a great battle was imminent. The 100 Races Alliance was also on alert. The relocation was still ongoing, and the entire process would take time. It couldn't be completed so quickly. This matter couldn't be rushed. Fortunately, now with 3 half-step supreme beings escorting, the relocation project became smoother. On top of the War God Fortress, several saints set up tables and tea, drinking tea together, looking very relaxed and leisurely. With the great battle about to begin, they could still be so relaxed, fully displaying the saints' confidence. This, in turn, was also a show of contempt towards the 100 Races Alliance. Celestial Saint chuckled. Haven't they thought that after Eagle Emperor and Demon Lord leave their own star regions, they're actually only equivalent to saints? We're not afraid of them at all. War Saint agreed. That's right. Old How could kill the 2 saints from the Black Blood Great Realm, which means he could also kill Eagle Emperor and Demon Lord. Haven't they figured this out? Saint How sipped his fragrant tea and said calmly, this is precisely the terror of habitual thinking. We must not have such thoughts, otherwise problems will arise. Talisman Saint asked, when do we plan to start the great battle? Saint How replied, no rush. Let them finish relocating, then we'll take them all out at once. What 100 Races Alliance? It's all bullshit. War Saint laughed heartily. Indeed, there's no rush then. It will take quite some time for them to finish relocating, at least 10 years or so. Saint How shook his head. It won't take that long. At most, it will be done in a few years. Now they basically won't move entire star systems, they just want to come over as quickly as possible. At these words, the saints all burst into laughter. It was indeed so. Now the 100 Races Alliance had basically given up on relocating planets, they just wanted to bring their people over as quickly as possible. Things like planets could be dealt with later. The priority was to come over and settle down safely. Celestial Saint said, young friend Lin's strategy is indeed effective, it has scared them all. On the other side, outside the fortress, giggles could be heard. Little Mist was playing with Little Bull, the girl and the bull were having a great time. Lin Mohan sat quietly to the side, not participating in the saints' tea party. She was cultivating, seizing every minute and second to cultivate, which had been ingrained in Lin Mohan's bloodline. Especially after she awakened her bloodline inheritance and gained partial memories, she became even more diligent in cultivation. Her ability to reach her current realm was not just due to the blood resonance brought by Lin Moyo, but also her own unremitting cultivation. The power of laws was rapidly sublimating into the power of rules. Now, most of Lin Mohan's laws had all been sublimated into the power of rules. Her laws were extremely unique, different from any known laws in the great world. The laws were filled with sharpness, carrying supreme sword intent. Lin Mohan called this type of law the world-destroying sword intent. In ancient times, there were sword-type laws, and sword-type laws were called sword intent by many swordsmen. Laws were just the surface, sword intent was the essence. The Heaven and Earth Sword sect had the Azure Sky Sword intent and the Great Earth Sword intent. When these two sword intents merged into one, they could become the Heaven and Earth Sword intent. There was once a sect that was on par with the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, called the Soul Sword sect. The Soul Sword sect passed down the Soul Sword law, also known as the True Soul Sword intent. However, Lin Mohan's world-destroying sword intent was not recorded in the Human Emperor's network data. When Lin Mohan transforms all her law power into world-destroying sword intent, it means she has officially reached the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm and is qualified to advance towards the Saint Realm. Of course, to advance to the Saint Realm, she still needs to construct a world of rules. Lin Mohan suddenly stopped cultivating and looked into the distance. Little Mist also stopped playing and happily ran to Lin Mohan's side. Master's sister, Master is back. Lin Mohan smiled slightly. Yes, little you is back. Her tone was incredibly gentle, completely different from usual. The sharpness in her smile was gone, leaving only softness. Lin Moyo was her only relative in the world. Although the siblings rarely met, it didn't affect their bond. Hearing their words, Saint Hao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the hearts of siblings are connected. They hadn't sensed anything yet, but Lin Mohan was the first to sense it. If this wasn't the connection between siblings, what else could it be? Only the connection between siblings could have such blood resonance. Finally, the saints also sensed that someone was rapidly approaching. War Saint pointed with his finger, and a seven-colored rainbow flew out from the War God Fortress, forming a great path to welcome the guest. Saint Hao said, "Old War, you're not being fair. When I came, you only used 5 colors, but for young friend Lin, you're using 7 colors." War Saint glanced sideways. "You old fellow, what are you talking about formalities? Giving you 5 colors was already considerate enough." Saint Hao snorted lightly. "It seems we need to have a match sometime." "Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you." Chapter 2168. Chapter 2168, 2168. Chapter 2168, Sister uses sword to clear the way for Xiao. Lin Moya stepped on the 7-colored clouds and slowly approached. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Moya was extremely famous, and many people recognized him. Many of the divine venerables had the status of talisman masters, and they all saluted Lin Moya. "Greetings, Master Lin." "Greetings, Master Lin." "Hello, Great Master Lin, it's really you. Finally, we see the real person. Great Master Lin is so young." "Greetings, Mr. Lin." "Mr. Lin, good day." Lin Moya was also known as the Great Master, referring to his abilities in clearing secret realms, which were comparable to myths. Over time, many people began to call Lin Moya the Great Master. Some divine venerables from the Bien family called Lin Moya Mr. Lin. Many people from the Bien realm also saluted Lin Moya from afar, with respectful eyes. They knew more than the divine venerables and understood that many of the plans in this war were directed by Lin Moya behind the scenes. Some even knew the true identity of the Ghost Clan. Lin Moya's combat power was astonishing. Despite being only at the 5th stage of Divine Venerable, his real combat power could rival that of the Bien realm. Lin Mohan flew up, stepping on the 7-colored clouds, smiling as she looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo came to Lin Mohan, and the two smiled at each other. "Little brother, long time no see." Lin Mohan's voice was gentle, completely devoid of her usual sharpness. Facing her little brother, this sharp sword had long been sheathed. Lin Moya's face was filled with a warm smile, and he softly said, "Sister, you are getting more and more beautiful. When did Xiao learn to be so glib?" Lin Mohan laughed, like a blooming flower, incredibly beautiful. For a moment, countless people were stunned. There were many beauties among the human race, but someone like Lin Mohan was extremely rare. Lin Mohan exuded a special charm that was mesmerizing and irresistible. Whether she was smiling or serious, it did not affect her charm. Even some strong-willed Bien realm experts would be affected. Lin Moya softly said, "I'm just telling the truth." The siblings had been apart for over 100 years, but their feelings had not faded at all. Little Mist rode Little Bull towards the 7-colored clouds, shouting loudly, "Master." Seeing Little Mist rushing over, Lin Moya's thoughts moved. Little Bull immediately heard Lin Moya's voice, "If you come up, I'll slaughter you." Little Bull moved and quickly turned around, flying away with a swoosh. Lin Mohan seemed to understand Lin Moya's little action and couldn't help but smile. "Don't scare Little Mist." Lin Moya shook his head. "I won't, I just don't want to be disturbed." A rune flew out from his fingertips, exploding like fireworks, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the two of them. An invisible force field appeared around them, creating an independent space that blocked out external sounds. After many years apart, the siblings had a lot to talk about. Now was their time, and they shouldn't be disturbed by others. War Saint laughed lightly, and the 7-colored clouds changed, forming a huge light belt that surrounded the two of them. Little Bull flew back, still in shock, with white eyes and heavy breathing. Little Mist tugged at Little Bull's horns. "Little Bull, why didn't you go over?" Little Bull said, if Little Bull flew over, I would be made into beef hot pot. Little Mist asked curiously, who would dare to make you into beef hot pot? Little Bull muttered in his heart, are you really clueless or just pretending? Little Mist muttered to herself, is beef hot pot delicious? Little Bull, is your meat tasty? Little Bull suddenly felt a chill and wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Mohan and Lin Moya talked for a long time, and Lin Moya recounted his experiences over the years, full of dangers and thrilling moments, which made Lin Mohan frown. Compared to her quiet and peaceful cultivation life, Lin Moya's experiences were much more dangerous. She sighed, I didn't expect Xiao to go through so much, and I couldn't help you. Lin Moya didn't mind, ever since I received the inheritance of the Yumyu sect, I knew that everyone has their own destiny. This is what I should do, and sister, you surely have your own things to do. This time, thanks to sister's help, our plan went so smoothly. Lin Mohan's strength indeed brought many conveniences to Lin Moya's plan. A combat power equivalent to the Saint Realm was enough to change the situation. Lin Mohan said, I just did what I could. In the future, whatever Xiao decides to do, sister will fully support you. Lin Moya smiled, there's no rush. The next big battle won't start for at least a few years. In Lin Moya's plan, the next big battle was crucial. It not only concerned himself but also Lin Mohan and the entire human race. The battle would start after all the races had finished relocating. All the previous actions were preparations for this battle. If his plan went smoothly, after the battle, the 100 Races Alliance would be nearly wiped out. The number of survivors from each race would not exceed 30%. After the 100 Races Alliance was completely defeated, it would be time to deal with a few strong races. Lin Moya told Lin Mohan his plan, I met an ancient figure who told me that the divine path cannot be repaired, it can only be rebuilt. However, to rebuild the divine path, the Great World must win in the collision with the Dough World in 1300 years. Given the current situation of the Great World, there is no chance of winning, so we must cut off the cause and effect now, allowing the Great World to move forward lightly. Lin Mohan seemed relaxed, Xiao was really getting stronger. You make the plan, and sister will use her sword to clear the way for you. Lin Moya smiled, I heard that sister has awakened an ancient bloodline. Lin Mohan nodded, when I advanced to the Bien realm, I suddenly received an inheritance, which was in my bloodline. Lin Moya's smile grew brighter, it seems sister is really the reincarnation of an ancient power. Lin Mohan neither confirmed nor denied it, whether I'm the reincarnation of an ancient power is uncertain, but this inheritance is indeed strong. According to Little Sword, this inheritance is stronger than that of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect. As she spoke, Lin Mohan touched the Heaven and Earth Sword on her back. Little Sword referred to the Heaven and Earth Sword. As the inherited treasure of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, it was a treasure of the heavenly venerable realm, naturally containing a spirit. However, without a heavenly venerable, no one could unleash the true power of the Heaven and Earth Sword. Otherwise, even a half-step supreme could be cut down with one sword. Even the Heaven and Earth Sword said that Lin Mohan's inheritance was stronger than that of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, so it must be true. Lin Mohan was his sister, and Lin Moya naturally hoped she would be stronger. Lin Moya said, I heard from Talisman Saint that sister needs rule divine stones. Lin Mohan nodded, yes, in my inheritance, the best material for constructing a rule world is the rule divine stone. Lin Moya took out an ancient box containing the rule divine stones and handed it to Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan accepted it without any hesitation. There was no need for courtesy between siblings. In the box, the rule divine stone shone with a flowing light, appearing both real and illusory, extremely beautiful. The beauty of the rule divine stones was almost unreal. Lin Moya said, originally, I wanted to use the rule divine stones to repair the divine path, but before he could finish, he was stunned. Lin Mohan's jade hand had already grabbed the rule divine stone and was carefully examining it. Chapter 2169. Chapter 2169, 2169. Chapter 2169, perhaps the Great World's self-rescue. Lin Mohan held the rule divine stone and examined it carefully. Her beautiful eyes reflected the light of the rule divine stone. Lin Moya was astonished that the rule divine stone, which he could barely touch without almost dying, could be held so easily by Lin Mohan. Even the saints among the human race couldn't touch it. It's truly a beautiful stone. Lin Mohan looked at it for a while, then put the rule divine stone back in the box and laughed, then I won't be polite, sister. Lin Moya, still somewhat shocked, asked, sister, have you comprehended the power of reality and illusion? Lin Mohan smiled, ever since I awakened the inheritance, I understood the power of reality and illusion. Lin Moya sighed, now even I have to believe that you really are the reincarnation of an ancient power. Lin Mohan didn't care, whether I am the reincarnation of an ancient power or not doesn't matter. What matters is that we are siblings. The words we are siblings warmed Lin Moya's heart. Since coming to this world, apart from his grandmother, Lin Mohan was his closest person. He remembered every bit of their childhood, which had accumulated into a vast ocean of memories. Even though he had transmigrated here and his sister was the reincarnation of an ancient power, did it matter? It didn't matter. As long as they were siblings, that was enough. Lin Mohan asked, what were you going to say earlier, Xiao? Lin Moya said, when I first got the rule divine stone, I thought it could be used to repair the divine path. Later, I found out that the divine path cannot be repaired, so the rule divine stone became useless. Fortunately, sister can use it, so it won't become a useless item of the heavenly venerable. The rule divine stone was extremely precious, even in ancient times. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been preserved by the Soul Clan until now. Lin Moya thought about how he obtained the rule divine stone and the words left by the Soul Clan. I fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you can fulfill your promise to me. Who gave the Rule Divine Stone to the Soul Clan, and what promise was made? At this moment, Lin Mohan received the Rule Divine Stone, and Lin Moya suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the person who asked the Soul Clan to keep the Rule Divine Stone was Lin Mohan herself? Of course, it would be Lin Mohan from ancient times. It wasn't impossible. This was just his guess, something he couldn't say out loud. Lin Mohan seemed to see through Lin Moya's thoughts. Xiao, are you thinking that it was my past life who asked the Soul Clan to keep the Rule Divine Stone? Lin Moya wasn't surprised that Lin Mohan could guess his thoughts. Since childhood, Lin Mohan could always guess most of his thoughts. There was a silent understanding between the siblings, and many words didn't need to be spoken. Lin Mohan laughed. If I really am the reincarnation of an ancient power, this might indeed be something I did. Lin Moya joked, if it really was you, then it means you were probably a heavenly venerable in ancient times. Lin Mohan said, so what if I was a heavenly venerable? If I was, I still died. Lin Moya sighed, yes, even a heavenly venerable can die. The dead are dead, and the gone are gone. Saint Hao and Celestial Saint saw Lin Mohan pick up the Rule Divine Stone, and they exchanged a bitter look. The thing they couldn't even touch was easily held by Lin Mohan. The difference was too great. Celestial Saint sighed, both siblings are monsters. Saint Hao laughed heartily, the more of these monsters, the better. Indeed, the more of these monsters, the better. Lin Moya and Lin Mohan, bathed in radiant light, descended upon the army like celestial beings. Under the gaze of countless people, with billions of eyes watching, Lin Moya raised his hand and pointed lightly. Boom! A magnificent river of laws appeared in the starry sky. The river of laws was gray and white, with a peculiar aura. The laws within were distinct, emitting two completely different auras. The white laws made people feel comfortable, filled with vibrant life. The gray laws made people feel despair, filled with the aura of death. Many people saw such a peculiar river of laws for the first time and were astonished. Many didn't understand what Lin Moya was doing, why he summoned the river of laws. What is he doing? He wouldn't summon the river of laws for no reason. There must be a reason. His river of laws is so peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. I've studied laws for half my life and understand almost all human laws, but I've never seen Lin's river of laws. After summoning the river of laws, Lin Moya began to draw runes. The runes he drew were extremely complex, one after another. One high-level rune after another flew out, then fused together, gradually forming an incredibly complex rune array. The rune masters present were mesmerized. Lin Moya's rune-drawing technique was so exquisite that it was like a visual feast. The rune masters were entranced, and even those who didn't understand runes found it pleasing to the eye. Lin Moya's process of drawing the rune array was too smooth, filled with an indescribable charm. Celestial Saint laughed. Rune Saint, what do you think? Rune Saint didn't respond. Celestial Saint turned to look and found that Rune Saint was already entranced, in a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. Saint Hao laughed. Lin's path of runes has gone very far. If it weren't for his limited realm, his level might have already surpassed Rune Saint. Sword Saint was shocked. How is that possible? He's so young, his cultivation speed is already astonishing. How could he surpass Rune Saint in the path of runes? In her understanding, Lin Moya was indeed a genius with an astonishing cultivation speed. But Lin Moya should have spent his time on cultivation. How could he have time to study runes? Moreover, the time spent on runes wouldn't be less than cultivation. Saint Hao laughed. Do you know why all the rune masters call him Master Lin? Sword Saint instinctively asked. Why? Saint Hao laughed. Because he has taught all the rune masters, including Rune Saint. And Rune Saint was able to advance to Saint thanks to Lin. Sword Saint felt a chill. Lin Moya's talent had completely surpassed her understanding. Celestial Saint said, I've heard that in ancient times, there were such peerless geniuses. They cultivated effortlessly, without bottlenecks, and mastered runes, artifact refining, and alchemy with ease. If our talents were placed in ancient times, we would only be considered ordinary. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was the truth. The current era was indeed far inferior to ancient times. The Great World's runes were severely damaged, affecting the entire Great World. Not only were resources unable to regenerate, but even peerless geniuses were hard to come by. The appearance of siblings like Lin Mohan and Lin Moya was already an incredible stroke of luck. Celestial Saint sighed. Perhaps this is the Great World's last self-rescue. No one knew what the Great World's final outcome would be. Lin Moya finished drawing the rune array, which enveloped the river of laws and began to operate slowly. Waves surged in the river of laws, and white laws shot into the sky, entering the rune array. Then they burst out from the other end of the rune array. The laws that passed through the rune array were instantly strengthened several times, becoming more intense. The laws turned into white raindrops, carrying abundant life force, and sprinkled over the entire army. Chapter 2170. Chapter 2170, 2170. Chapter 2170, we also need time. The starry sky where the human army was located was enveloped in endless white light, with boundless vitality converging into a sea within it. Under the white drizzle, the immense vitality invaded their bodies, and everyone showed expressions of comfort. My injury is healed. The injury to my soul is also recovering. My God, how did he do it? It's truly miraculous. Even my old injuries from hundreds of years ago are healed. My injuries are healed, and my realm can improve again. My realm is recovering. Heavens, I am returning to my peak. Countless voices erupted, filling the entire human army with incredulity. Everyone was already beyond shocked. In the battles over the years, they had all suffered injuries to varying degrees. Physical injuries were easier to heal, but some had soul injuries that were difficult to recover from. Some people had their realms fall due to injuries. Now, in the reign of vitality, everyone was rapidly recovering. Some even had their souls nourished, and their realms improved. For a time, the human army was filled with countless auras of advancement. Many people broke through their realms and improved their cultivation. This white rain directly sent the human army into a sea of joy. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu as if they were looking at their benefactor. Some saluted Lin Moyu, and some bowed to him. Master Lin, Great Master Lin. They called out continuously. The will of these warriors transformed into boundless power of faith, converging and rushing into Lin Moya's body, entering his soul. The power of faith surged like a stellar eruption. Over the years, Lin Moyo had accumulated an immeasurable amount of faith power, even he couldn't count it. He accumulated a lot but used little. Lin Moyo did not refine the excess faith power into faith tokens. The faith power gathered in his soul world, almost becoming a boundless ocean. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Moyo smiled and said, "The effect of the rune array is not bad." This rune array also came from the holy rune Heavenly Venerable, and its function was to amplify the power of laws, by 3 to 5 times at least, and up to more than 10 times. The specific amplification depended on the level of the rune master and the strength of the laws. The stronger the laws, the smaller the amplification. The stronger the rune master, the greater the amplification. The effect of the undying law was amplified by at least 5 times, which was already very impressive. Lin Mohan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Xiao has truly won people's hearts this time. Lin Moya smiled. "I didn't think about that. I just sincerely wanted to do something for them." Lin Moyo indeed didn't think too much. When the idea was born, he really just wanted to do something for these warriors. The current result was just an unintended consequence. The white rain continued to fall, lasting for a full day before it stopped. The injuries of the human army of 1 billion were all healed, and they returned to their peak. At least 1 million people broke through their realms and further improved their cultivation. Overall, the combat power of the human army increased by at least 10%. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan returned to the War God Fortress, and the first person they saw was Little Mist. Little Mist looked at Lin Moyo with her big eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked as pitiful as could be. Lin Mohan chuckled and waved at Little Mist. "Little Mist, come here." Little Mist responded and quickly ran over, hugging Lin Mohan. "Master's sister, Master doesn't want Little Mist anymore." Tears flowed out, soaking Lin Mohan's clothes. Lin Mohan gently patted Little Mist's back and laughed. "Don't worry, Little Mist is so cute, Xiao won't abandon you." Little Mist sobbed, "Really?" Lin Mohan smiled, "Really?" Lin Moyo had already come to the saints and greeted them. When Sword Saint saw Lin Moyo again, she seemed a bit embarrassed, as there had been some unpleasantness before. Lin Moyo saluted Sword Saint. "When Sword Saint went to the Demon Star region to save me, I didn't have time to thank you. Today, I formally thank you." The step was given, and Sword Saint naturally took it. "Lin Xiao is too polite. This is what we should do." Lin Moyo said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you." He saluted Sword Saint again, sincerely, and everyone could feel it. With these words, the awkwardness between them finally dissolved. Lin Moyo looked at Rune Saint, who seemed a bit strange, his eyes unfocused, but runes constantly floated in his pupils, still in a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. Saint Hao joked, "Rune Saint has been obsessed with runes all his life. When he saw Lin Xiao drawing the rune array just now, he got lost in it. It will take some time for him to come back to his senses." Lin Moyo naturally understood that Rune Saint's current state was somewhat similar to an enlightenment state. However, it was still different from true enlightenment. Lin Moyo said, "When Rune Saint wakes up, his realm might improve again." As he spoke, Lin Moyo threw out a rune, which exploded silently and enveloped Rune Saint, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. Saint Tian laughed heartily. "Lin Xiao is truly Rune Saint's blessing. Because of you, he became a saint, obtained the ancient rune inheritance, and now his realm will improve again." Lin Moyo was very humble. "You flatter me, senior." After some pleasantries, they moved to a tea table, and Saint Hao's thoughts activated the entire tea set, which began to brew tea automatically. At this time, Lin Mohan also came over, with Little Mist following her cautiously, carefully watching Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo waved at Little Mist, and she rushed over and clung to him again. Little Mist didn't cry or make a fuss, just hung on quietly. Lin Mohan had already explained the situation to her, that the siblings hadn't seen each other for many years and didn't want to be disturbed. Little Mist now understood and was very sensible. Tea was not wine, but it could still be enjoyed, and during the conversation, Lin Moyo learned about the current situation in detail. The overall situation did not exceed his expectations. The human race had always maintained a situation of more victories than defeats, and morale remained high. Cultivators were not like ordinary armies, their will was stronger and they would not easily admit defeat. Everyone knew that there would inevitably be a great battle between the human race and the 100 Races Alliance. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. The seemingly fierce battles before seemed to be preparations for the real final battle. The situation on the 100 Races Alliance's side was the same. The relocation was accelerating. Most of the races had given up their homes, bringing their families to the predetermined locations. The people of the 100 Races Alliance began to gather, which was exactly what Lin Moyo wanted. The cultivators of the Black Blood Great Realm also surfaced, no longer hiding, and had become a member of the 100 Races Alliance. In fact, they had cooperated with various races in ancient times, attacking the human race together and harming the Great World. Even in the Great Battle 10,000 years ago, the Black Blood Great Realm had secretly intervened. War Saint asked, at the current speed of the 100 Races Alliance, it will take at least 5 years for them to completely relocate, maybe even longer. Should we harass them a bit to make them move faster? Lin Moya shook his head. No rush, let them move slowly. They need time, and we also need time. Hearing this, the Saints knew that Lin Moya had a new idea, but they didn't know what it was. This battle had been led by Lin Moya's plans, and his ideas were extremely important. Lin Moya saw the Saints' confusion and said, I need these years to do something. If it succeeds, it will greatly reduce the casualties of our human race. Chapter 2171. Chapter 2171, 2171. Chapter 2171, Different Treatment. This matter requires the cooperation of the Rune Saint and a vast amount of materials. I want to enhance the Golden Armor Talisman and mass-produce talisman cards. I aim for every warrior to have one. Lin Moya's idea was simple and straightforward. Enhance the Golden Armor Talisman to reach the level of the Bien Realm, at least able to withstand a blow from the Bien Realm. In this way, the warriors can attack without any worries, without needing to consider defense. Even the aftermath of battles between the Bien Realm and Saints wouldn't harm them. The Bien Realm and Saints on the opposing side would no longer be able to use ordinary warriors' lives as leverage. If successful, the combat power of the troops would be greatly enhanced. The human race could fully unleash their potential, and as long as the top combat power remains intact, the 100 Races Alliance would be completely defeated by the human race. Of course, all of this was based on the success of Lin Moya's plan. Creating talisman cards required the help of the Rune Saint and a large amount of materials. After all, these were human warriors, not his undead army. The undead army didn't need talisman cards once the runes were created, they would be directly engraved into their souls, ready for use at any time, which was more convenient. To truly reduce the human race's casualties, the best way would be to use the undead army to replace the human army. Lin Moya had considered this, but it would undermine the human army's confidence. After all, in over 1,000 years, the human race would still have to face the strong of the Do world. His undead army, though numerous, had its limits in command and many restrictions, unlike the human army, which was flexible and adaptable. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Moya decided that the final battle would be led by the human army, letting them fight. There would inevitably be casualties, and he could only try to minimize them. Faced with Lin Moya's proposal, several saints raised their hands in agreement. Celestial Saint said, the human race has accumulated for 100,000 years, and it's finally time to use it. War Saint also said, my War God Hall has been exploring the inner and outer spaces of the domain, accumulating a large amount of materials, all of which are at your disposal this time. Sword Saint also spoke, in the 4 battlefields, our military has also accumulated countless materials, which will be provided this time. The entire human race became Lin Moya's support, providing him with vast materials. The accumulation of a strong race over 100,000 years was terrifying. Little Mist also raised her hand. Master, Little Mist can help too. Little Mist knows ancient runes. Lin Moya smiled. Where did Little Mist learn ancient runes? Little Mist said, from the holy rune Heavenly Venerable. Little Mist has his inheritance. For a moment, there was silence around them. Lin Moya's mouth twitched slightly. Little Mist also had the inheritance of the holy rune Heavenly Venerable. Lin Moya finally understood the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. The holy rune Heavenly Venerable did just that, not putting his inheritance solely on himself. He also gave the inheritance to Little Mist, and unlike Lin Moya, who had to find it piece by piece, Little Mist received the complete inheritance directly. Indeed, former lovers are treated differently. Lin Moya laughed at himself. Suddenly, he thought, Little Mist, did the illusion Mist Heavenly Venerable leave you any inheritance? Little Mist shook her head. The old master didn't leave any inheritance, nor did he need to. Everything the old master knew, Little Mist knows too, just didn't learn it. Alright, the saints' hearts were hurt again. Little Mist was once the inheriting spirit of the Yumya sect, so she naturally knew everything about the Yumya sect. Why didn't you learn it? Lin Moya asked softly. Little Mist said, it's too troublesome. Those illusions and realities make my head hurt. Alright, that reason was strong and irrefutable. Little Mist added, if it can help Master, Little Mist is willing to learn. Little Mist is very smart and learns quickly. Little Mist blinked her big eyes, looking sincere and serious. This look made everyone laugh. Lin Moya patted Little Mist's head, then learn it. It should be useful. Little Mist nodded vigorously, then Little Mist will study hard. A powerful aura surged out, and the Rune Saint finally woke up. His aura rolled, and a world appeared, filled with runes, which was the rule world of the Rune Saint. The Rune Saint entered the path through runes, so his rule world was naturally composed of runes. Previously, the Rune Saint's rule world was somewhat illusory, appearing weaker among the saints. After all, he had only recently become a saint, and his rule world was not as strong as the other saints. In terms of combat power, the Rune Saint was also the weakest among the saints. Compared to the saints of the 100 Races Alliance, he could at most maintain a stalemate. In the rule world, runes shone brightly, gradually strengthening the rule world. The stronger the rule world, the stronger the saint's combat power. Lin Moya looked at the Rune Saint's rule world and judged silently, the Rune Saint's rule world is not yet at the ordinary level, somewhere between trash and ordinary. If he wants to go further, the rule world must continue to strengthen, otherwise becoming a supreme is very difficult. However, the Rune Saint's rule world has not yet fully formed, so there is still a chance to strengthen it. Lin Moya considered whether to tell the Rune Saint about this but decided not to for now, as it would be too discouraging. Telling a saint that his rule world was only at the trash level would be too hurtful. The Rune Saint's enlightenment strengthened his rule world, and the joy on his face was hard to hide. He bowed deeply to Lin Moyu. "Thank you, Master Lin." Lin Moyu accepted it calmly. He had the qualification, and this was also the rule within the human race. Lin Moyu smiled. "Rune Saint, you will be very busy next." The Rune Saint's expression became serious, and he solemnly promised, "Master Lin, just give the orders. I will do my best." The relocation of the 100 Races Alliance continued, and the Saints kept a close watch on the human race, finding that they were quiet, which reassured them. There were still minor skirmishes, but no major battles occurred. Both sides seemed to be gathering strength, preparing for a real showdown. In the War God Fortress, only Lin Moyu and the Rune Saint were present. Lin Moyu summoned Xiao Jin from his soul world, along with his automated golden armor talisman array cluster. Since they were going to make golden armor talismans, the best way was to upgrade the existing ones. Lin Moyu said, "Rune Saint, I have already told you my idea. I want to make the golden armor talisman reach the Bien realm, able to withstand a blow from the Bien realm, at least reaching the level of a first-grade ancient rune. My realm is not enough to control the power of rules, so I can only draw the runes. The power of rules needs you to complete." The Rune Saint understood Lin Moya's meaning. "Master Lin, rest assured, I will do my best." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Then let's begin." He started drawing runes, first attempting to draw the golden armor talisman of the Bien realm, then disassembling it, integrating it into the rune array, and modifying the array. The goal was to achieve a fully automated rune manufacturing cluster. Since creating the golden armor talisman, Lin Moyo had high hopes for it. He hoped the golden armor talisman could continuously upgrade, becoming stronger and without limits. Following his concept, Lin Moya drew the runes needed for the golden armor talisman. There were 3 runes in total, each very complex, composed of several to more than a dozen high-level runes. As long as these 3 runes were combined, they could become an ancient rune. Lin Moya whispered, "Let's begin." The Rune Saint nodded, and a rule power filled with rune aura flew out, enveloping the 3 runes. Lin Moyo controlled the 3 runes, making them merge. The 3 runes quickly came together and began to merge. At first, it went smoothly, but halfway through the fusion, the 3 runes suddenly cracked with a bang. It failed. Let's continue. Chapter 2172. Chapter 2172, 2172. Chapter 2172, Golden Armor Ancient Talisman Array Cluster. There was no disappointment. Failure was normal. If they had succeeded on the first try, that would have been abnormal. Lin Moyo and Saint Talisman kept trying, seeking experience through repeated failures. Days passed, and gradually, the coordination between the two became more skilled and tacit. Finally, after a month, a brilliantly golden ancient talisman appeared before them. Lin Moya summoned the skeleton divine general, fused it with the golden armor ancient talisman, and let Saint Talisman conduct experiments. The effect was surprisingly good. This golden armor ancient talisman, invented and created by Lin Moyo, could withstand a full force attack from a transcendent realm expert. If it were a peak divine venerable, they would probably need to attack continuously for a long time to break it. Saint Talisman said, "This golden armor ancient talisman should have reached the peak of first grade. It wouldn't be a problem to call it a second grade ancient talisman." Lin Moya was also very satisfied. "Can you see if it can be made into a talisman card?" Saint Talisman nodded and began to draw the golden armor ancient talisman. During this time, he had become very familiar with the golden armor ancient talisman and could draw it effortlessly. This time, Lin Moya didn't participate, it was completely done by Saint Talisman alone. After all, Saint Talisman was a saint, and a first-grade ancient talisman wasn't difficult for him. In no time, he had drawn a golden armor ancient talisman. Then he took out a piece of top-grade talisman gold, cut off a small piece, and directly fused the golden armor ancient talisman into it, refining it into a talisman card. Making talisman cards was a piece of cake for Saint Talisman. In the blink of an eye, the talisman card was refined. The talisman gold turned into a beautiful piece of gold jade, emitting a noble aura. After some more experimentation, they found that the effect of the golden armor ancient talisman remained the same after being refined into a talisman card, fully meeting Lin Moya's expectations. Lin Moya said, "Now that both the golden armor ancient talisman and the talisman card have been successful, the next step is to modify the cluster array to allow for automated production of the golden armor ancient talisman." Lin Moya already had his own ideas about this, which also required Saint Talisman's help. At this point, Saint Talisman was full of admiration for Lin Moyo. Creating a completely new ancient talisman was not something an ordinary talisman master could do. Even though Lin Moyo had received the inheritance of the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable, inheritance was inheritance, and creation was creation. Being able to create an ancient talisman showed what level Lin Moya's understanding of talismans had reached. Saint Talisman knew he couldn't do it himself. As for the automated talisman manufacturing cluster, he didn't even dare to think about it. Lin Moyo not only thought about it but also did it. Lin Moyo began to modify the talisman array. The previous talisman array cluster system was dismantled, and extensive modifications were made based on it. The modification process was again a series of failures, but with their previous failure experiences, the two sought opportunities in failure. Saint Talisman used his lifelong learning to assist Lin Moyo. When they encountered problems, they thought and solved them together. The talisman array gradually took shape. The entire array was very complex, composed of 99 large and small arrays. 98 of these arrays produced the components needed for the golden armor ancient talisman, which were then gathered together and handed over to the last array for assembly. The last array was filled with the power of rules. Saint Talisman admired the 99 arrays as if appreciating a work of art. "I never thought talismans could be played with like this," Saint Talisman exclaimed. Without Lin Moya's genius creativity, he would never have thought of this method. Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Let's begin. If this succeeds, the rest will be easy." Saint Talisman took a deep breath, solemnly saying, "Then let's start." Lin Moya activated the 98 arrays. The arrays began to operate, producing the components needed for the golden armor ancient talisman one by one. Saint Talisman activated the last array, which needed to be driven by the power of rules, something Lin Moya couldn't do. Soon, all 98 components were manufactured and began to fuse together. Under the drive of the array, the fusion process went very smoothly. A few seconds later, a brand new golden armor ancient talisman flew out of the array. Success! Saint Talisman was overjoyed. Lin Moya shook his head. "There's still one last step. Xiao Jin," he called out, and Xiao Jin flew over in response, taking control of the array. As an array spirit, Xiao Jin had a natural control over arrays and quickly took over the array, as well as the newly manufactured golden armor ancient talisman. Xiao Jin waved his big hand, sending the golden armor ancient talisman into the waiting skeleton divine general, which successfully accepted the golden armor ancient talisman. After some testing, they found that the golden armor ancient talisman produced by the array had no difference in effect from the ones they had drawn. Only then did Lin Moya's lips curl into a smile. Now it's truly a success. If Xiao Jin couldn't take control of the array, it wouldn't have been considered a success. As it turned out, Xiao Jin was very capable. As an array spirit, it had its own special qualities and could take control even of ancient talismans. At this point, the entire golden armor ancient talisman array was completely finished. The array continued to operate, constantly producing ancient talismans one after another. Saint Talisman took out an ancient jade, about 1 meter square, plain and unadorned. It stored a large amount of rule power, which Saint Talisman had stored up over time. The rule power in the ancient jade would replace Saint Talisman in providing energy for the golden armor ancient talisman array. The ancient jade had been specially treated by Saint Talisman, covered with talismans. While consuming rule power, it could also absorb soul power and convert it into rule power. This was also Lin Moya's requirement. From the beginning, he had thought about how to provide energy for the array. At his request, Saint Talisman created this piece of ancient jade. The golden armor ancient talisman didn't require much rule power. A piece of ancient jade like this had enough rule power to support the array's operation for thousands of years. By the time thousands of years had passed, Lin Moya would have long since entered the transcendent realm and possessed rule power himself, no longer needing the ancient jade for support. In fact, from the beginning of creating the golden armor ancient talisman, Lin Moya never thought about failure. The two observed for a while, confirming that the golden armor ancient talisman array had completely stabilized. Golden armor ancient talismans were being produced at a rate of 1 per hour. Lin Moya said, "Next is to create the cluster. I have Xiao Jin as the array spirit here, and Saint Talisman can mobilize multiple talisman masters for control." Saint Talisman chuckled. "Young friend Lin underestimates our talisman association. Not only do we have many talisman masters, but we also have array spirits. They may not be as powerful as Xiao Jin, but we can certainly find 1 or 2 that are usable." Saint Talisman naturally knew that using array spirits to control arrays was better than manual control. Array spirits were the spirits of arrays and had natural advantages in this aspect. Saint Talisman left for a while and quickly returned, bringing back a vast amount of materials. Now the human race was providing materials without reservation, as much as needed. The amount of materials accumulated by the human race over 100,000 years was unimaginably vast. Saint Talisman began refining the ancient jades needed by Lin Moya one by one, while Lin Moya started to set up the golden armor talisman array cluster. Lin Moya moved quickly, multitasking, and rapidly forming array after array. The speed of producing golden armor ancient talismans also increased faster and faster. 3 years later, the golden armor ancient talisman array cluster was finally completed, consisting of 10,000 arrays arranged in a 100 by 100 formation. 10,000 golden armor ancient talisman arrays was the current limit of what Xiao Jin could control and manage. With 10,000 arrays operating together, 10,000 ancient talismans could be produced every 30 minutes. This way, it would only take 3 years to equip the entire undead army with golden armor ancient talismans. Now there were still 7 years until the planned great battle, plenty of time. However, in Lin Moya's plan, besides his own undead army, the more important part was the human race's army. Lin Moya looked at Saint Talisman. "Call the best talisman masters here. It's time to make talisman cards." Chapter 2173. Chapter 2173, 2173. Chapter 2173. If you don't retrieve the Dragon Ball, I'll release them. A large number of talisman masters entered the War God Fortress and, under the command of the Talisman Saint, began to refine talisman cards. When they saw the golden armor ancient talisman array cluster, they were all stunned. Each of them was a high-level talisman master and at least a high-level divine venerable, with some even at the Bien realm. Regardless of their status or realm, and no matter how many years they had lived, none had ever seen such a large-scale talisman array cluster. Moreover, when they learned that this array could automatically operate to produce ancient talismans, they were even more astonished, their shock beyond words. They looked at Lin Moya as if they were looking at a mythical figure. No, they didn't even see Lin Moya as a human anymore. Lin Moya had become a legend in their hearts, irreplaceable. It was the Talisman Saint who finally woke them up and got them to start refining talisman cards. Refining ancient talismans into talisman cards was not an easy task, with a high failure rate. As the president of the Talisman Association, the Talisman Saint went around teaching them how to refine the talismans. Fortunately, there were countless materials, so they didn't fear failure. After initial failures, the success rate began to increase, and the talisman masters became more proficient. Xiao Jin controlled the Golden Armor Ancient Talisman Array, continuously distributing the produced Golden Armor Ancient Talismans. Some were given to the undead army, and others to the talisman masters. Xiao Jin adjusted according to the manufacturing speed of the talisman masters. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, was in another location, setting up another Golden Armor Ancient Talisman Array. The Talisman Saint had brought the Talisman Association's array spirits and handed them over to Lin Moyu. The human race couldn't rely entirely on his talisman array. Eventually, his Golden Armor Ancient Talisman Array would be taken back for his own use, so the human race also needed to have their own array cluster. The Talisman Association's array spirits were clearly not as powerful as Xiao Jin. When the number of arrays reached 1,000, it was already their limit. Compared to Xiao Jin's 10,000 arrays, it was far inferior. Fortunately, the Talisman Association had enough array spirits. The Talisman Saint gave Lin Moyu 6 array spirits in total. If each array spirit could control 1,000 arrays, they could manage several thousand arrays. Although still far from Xiao Jin, it was enough for use. After all, once the great battle ended, the human race would have plenty of time to produce Golden Armor Ancient Talismans. Using time to exchange for quantity, they could eventually catch up. Thanks to Lin Moya's efforts, within a few months, another 1,000 Golden Armor Ancient Talisman arrays were added to the War God Fortress. Covering every warrior with Golden Armor Ancient Talismans was more than enough. By then, the combat power of the human race would reach its peak. One could imagine the despair of the 100 Races Alliance when faced with human warriors attacking like wolves and tigers without worrying about defense. Time passed year by year, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had gone by. The great relocation project of the 100 Races Alliance was finally nearing its end. Over the past 8 years, Lin Moyu had spent most of his time in the War God Fortress, rarely going out. Occasionally, he would come out to chat and talk with Lin Mohan. The next battle plan had long been set, and from all the intelligence gathered, everything was proceeding according to his predictions, with no need for changes. During these 8 years, Little Mist had been diligently cultivating, always mumbling about wanting to help Lin Moyu. Unfortunately, she still had a playful nature, spending at least half her time playing with Little Bull. Despite the intermittent cultivation, Little Mist, with her extraordinary accumulation, had also reached the peak of Divine Venerable. According to her, she would soon achieve the Bien Realm. Once Little Mist reached the Bien Realm, like Lin Mohan, she would become the second person in the human race to cross the Star River with her physical body and achieve the Bien Realm without the blood path. She was destined to be recorded in the history of the human race. In the 8th year, Little Bull suddenly left and returned a few days later. Little Bull then entered the War God Fortress and met Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "You said the Heavenly Dragon has something for me?" Little Bull nodded. The Heavenly Dragon sent a message saying that a group of people from the Black Blood Great Realm had intruded into the boundary land. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The people from the Black Blood Great Realm escaped. Little Bull shook its head. Not escaped, but returned. They came back from outside the domain. But now they have been intercepted by the Heavenly Dragon. Lin Moyu immediately understood that these people from the Black Blood Great Realm had returned from outside the domain. Lin Moyu asked, "Did the Heavenly Dragon say how many of them there are and what their strength is?" Little Bull said, "He didn't say that, but the Heavenly Dragon mentioned that they brought a very dangerous weapon, one that can deal with the human race's half-step supremes." Lin Moyu was instantly shocked. A weapon that could deal with the human race's half-step supremes. Is it the human emperor or Old Star? If the human race lost its half-step supremes, it would be disastrous for both this great battle and the future battle against the Do world. Fortunately, he had acted early and had the Heavenly Dragon seal off the boundary land. The people from the Black Blood Great Realm were intercepted halfway and couldn't bring the weapon back. Little Bull's eyes flickered, seemingly hesitant to speak. Lin Moyu noticed its unusual behavior. "What's wrong?" Little Bull opened its mouth and mooed. "The Heavenly Dragon said that if you don't bring back the Dragon Ball, he will release those people." Lin Moyu frowned upon hearing this. He believed the Heavenly Dragon would do it. The Heavenly Dragon, being a dragon, was courteous to him because of Antares. But the Dragon Ball he promised had not been seen, and the Heavenly Dragon would not trust him unconditionally. The Heavenly Dragon also said that the agreement between you two was not to let anyone escape from within the domain to outside. The people from the Black Blood Great Realm entered from outside the domain, not covered by your agreement. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected such a loophole in their agreement. But even without the loophole, if the Heavenly Dragon wanted to renege, there was nothing he could do. The Heavenly Dragon needed the Dragon Ball. Even one would allow the agreement to continue. The dragon-seeking ball given by the Heavenly Dragon could sense Dragon Balls within 1,000 light-years. Lin Moyu had traveled all over the domain, but the dragon-seeking ball had never reacted. Finding a Dragon Ball in a short time was almost impossible. The Heavenly Dragon didn't specify a time, but it had already given a time frame. When the great battle began, if the Dragon Ball was still not found, the Heavenly Dragon would undoubtedly release those people from the Black Blood Great Realm. The Dragon Clan was not a race of the Great World. They didn't care about the life and death of the Great World. Lin Moyu knew that the only Dragon Ball he could currently obtain was the one in the Demon Clan. To get it, he would have to delve into the Demon Clan. He couldn't have done it before, but now with the Concealment Talisman, it wasn't impossible. I originally planned to completely wipe out the alien races before searching for the Dragon Ball. Since the Heavenly Dragon is in such a hurry, it seems the plan needs to be slightly adjusted. After calculating in his mind, excluding the time to travel to the Boundary Land, he had only a little over a year to retrieve the Dragon Ball, at most not exceeding a year and a half. No time to lose, he had to set off immediately. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Golden Armor Ancient Talisman Array cluster. The human race now had enough talisman cards. Over the years, most of the Golden Armor Ancient Talismans had been supplied to the human race. Even without his Golden Armor Ancient Talisman Array, the remaining 1,000 arrays could still produce enough talisman cards. On the other hand, his undead army had not yet fully integrated with the Golden Armor Ancient Talismans. Lin Moyu informed several saints that he had something to attend to and would be leaving for a while. He then activated the Concealment Talisman and left silently. Chapter 2174. Chapter 2174, 2174. Chapter 2174, Sneaky like the Heavenly Venerable. The human race's base had always been under the surveillance of the 100 Races Alliance, and the same was true for the 100 Races Alliance's base. Both sides monitored each other, which was a necessary task. After Lin Moyu arrived at the front line and accomplished such a significant feat, his presence was already known to the 100 Races Alliance. Given Lin Moyu's reputation, the 100 Races Alliance would undoubtedly keep a close eye on him, watching his every move. This time, Lin Moyu left the War God Fortress using the Concealment Talisman to avoid the surveillance of the 100 Races Alliance. Apart from Lin Mohan, no one else knew about his departure. Even the saints were unaware. He was going to infiltrate the Demon Clan's star region, so secrecy was paramount. Lin Mohan did not stop him. As Lin Moya's elder sister, she naturally understood that she couldn't stop him. Lin Moya was not a child, he knew what he was doing and would not act recklessly. Little Mist stared blankly at the starry sky. Why did Master leave again? Lin Mohan showed a gentle expression and hugged Little Mist. Your master has his own tasks to do, and Little Mist has her own tasks too. Little Mist seemed to have thought of something and nodded vigorously. Yes, Little Mist is about to break through to the Bien Realm. When Master returns, Little Mist might have already reached the Bien Realm. Lin Mohan laughed. Then Little Mist must work hard. At the same time, she thought to herself that not only Little Mist but she also needed to work hard. Now, 90% of her law power had sublimated into rule power. This rule power, which she called world-destroying sword intent, was incredibly powerful. Previously, when she activated her sword intent and used spells, it was a mixture of laws and rules. Even then, she could fight across levels, slaying saints with her Bien Realm power. Once she fully used rule power, her combat strength would be even greater. Slaying saints would be a piece of cake. The power of time and space flowed, accelerating Lin Moya's time. Under the effect of the 3 light talismans, Lin Moya's speed increased significantly. After flying billions of kilometers, a battleship appeared in the starry sky. The battleship's door opened, and space slightly distorted. The battleship then silently entered deep space, heading towards the Demon Clan. Lin Moya's figure appeared inside the battleship. He took out some tea leaves, brewed himself some fragrant tea, and leisurely enjoyed it. He seemed to be on a trip to the Demon Clan, without any sense of danger. Looking at the colorful world outside the battleship, with space turbulence constantly flying by in deep space, for ordinary divine venerables, deep space was extremely dangerous. These space turbulences were deadly, and even a slight touch could cause injury. Only high-level divine venerables, protected by rule power, could survive in deep space, and even then, just barely. To move freely in deep space, one had to either reach the Saint Realm or possess space laws. Lin Moya's space laws had reached 40%, allowing him to move freely in deep space. However, he still couldn't travel as fast as the battleship. Currently, only the Starfish clan had the ability for rapid travel in deep space. The human race's battleships were modified by them to achieve this ability. The specific array formations were being deciphered by the Human Emperor Network, but the process was complex, especially the application of space laws, which the Human Emperor Network couldn't handle. Once Lin Moya fully mastered space laws and explained the principles to the Human Emperor Network, the human race could truly master deep space travel technology. The battleship silently traveled through deep space, getting closer to the Demon Clan. Lin Moya remained relaxed and unhurried. During this time, Lin Moya lived leisurely, while Xiao Jin was busy in his soul world. A large number of golden armor ancient talismans were being produced and distributed to the undead army by Xiao Jin. More and more undead soldiers were merging with the golden armor ancient talismans, significantly enhancing their defense, enough to withstand a full force attack from the Bien Realm. The combat strength of the undead army increased dramatically, capable of besieging the Bien Realm even without using the Skeleton King. A month later, the battleship emerged in the starry sky and was then put away by Lin Moyo. He entered a concealed state, blending into the laws, making himself invisible. He had returned to the Demon Clan's star region after many years. His previous appearance had caused some trouble for the Demon Clan, not much harm but highly insulting. This time, he didn't know what would happen, nor did he care. I hope I can get the Dragon Ball smoothly. It's not time to deal with you yet, Lin Moyo muttered to himself with a hint of disdain. He didn't take the Demon Clan seriously at all. After a few steps, Lin Moyo entered the barrier and once again stepped into the Demon Clan star region. Activating the 3 light talismans, he sped towards his destination at 900 million kilometers per second. The Demon Clan's barrier and Abyssal Demon Eye were unaware of his arrival, and the starry sky remained peaceful. At the front line, the Demon Clan had dispatched at least 300 million troops, mostly elite forces. Now, the Demon Clan was short of strength. If Lin Moya really wanted to act, whether it was the Bone Hell or the Undead Army, it would be enough to give the Demon Clan a hard time. However, Lin Moya was no longer interested in such small skirmishes. He had bigger plans to uproot the 100 Races Alliance, including the Demon Clan. In the star map given by the Heavenly Dragon, the Dragon Ball is located in the core area of the Demon Clan. At my current speed, it would take several years to reach the core area of the Demon Clan. However, the internal defenses of the Demon Clan are not as tight as the outer regions. At least the space is not completely sealed, and I can use the battleship. Lin Moya knew the Demon Clan well. Their defense system was tight on the outside but loose on the inside. They had set up numerous barriers within 100 light-years of their star region, sealing the space and prohibiting teleportation. Similarly, deep space was also sealed, preventing deep space travel. However, the internal area did not have such tight defenses. Otherwise, prohibiting teleportation and deep space travel would hinder the development and operation of the Demon Clan. In fact, many races, including the human race and the Golden Eagle Clan, used this type of defense. As long as the outer defenses held, the internal area would be secure. Who would have thought that a monster like Lin Moya would appear in the human race? With a concealment talisman, he could ignore the Demon Clan's defenses. The 100 light-year defense depth was enough, but Lin Moya also had the power of time and space. At full speed, he could cross 100 light-years in just over 10 days. Sure enough, 15 days after entering the Demon Clan, Lin Moya sensed a change in space. He took out the battleship again and entered deep space, heading towards the core area. This time, Lin Moya didn't remain idle. He took out a prepared talisman array and enveloped the battleship. The battleship became almost invisible, rendering the Demon Clan's deep space surveillance system useless. Lin Moya chuckled to himself, if the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable knew I was using his runes for sneaky activities, I wonder if he would come to kill me. In his mind, the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable would surely make a grand entrance. But on second thought, Lin Moya realized he was wrong. The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable had also done sneaky things. He had secretly infiltrated the Yunmyu sect and left his inheritance in their legacy pearl. In this sense, they were the same kind of people. Chapter 2175. Chapter 2175, 2175. Chapter 2175, when you have to use your trump card, you use it. Using the talisman array greatly enhanced the battleship's stealth capabilities, rendering the Demon Clan's surveillance abilities useless. However, the cost was a significant reduction in the battleship's speed. What originally would have taken half a month now took 2 months. Lin Moya believed that spending a bit more time was worth it as long as he could successfully retrieve the Dragon Ball. The battleship emerged from the void and then immediately disappeared. Lin Moya merged into the laws, observing the starry sky. The nearest Demon Clan star system was at least 3 light-years away, and the surroundings were empty, with nothing in sight. He took out the dragon-seeking ball, which immediately reacted and pointed the way. The dragon-seeking ball was magical. It would map the surrounding starry sky and form a star map on the ball. It would then mark the location of the Dragon Ball. Lin Moya checked and found that it was about 70 light-years away. At his speed, he could reach it in 8 days. It seems the information the Heavenly Dragon obtained is from many years ago. Over the years, the location of the Dragon Ball has changed. I just don't know if anyone has obtained it. Lin Moya thought that not many people would recognize the Dragon Ball. If an ordinary demon got it, they might hide it and treat it as a collectible. If someone recognized it, things would become troublesome. He activated the 3 light talismans, wrapping himself and pushing his speed to the limit. Lin Moya moved like a ghost, freely traversing the Demon Clan's star region. By now, he had been in the Demon Clan's star region for 3 months, and no one had discovered his presence. As he entered the core area, the density of star systems began to increase sharply. The stars in the star systems were mostly dim red, looking like demonic eyes, grim and fierce. This was the territory of the Hell Demons. When he reached the Abyss Demon's starry sky, the stars would turn dark green, even more eerie and terrifying. On the 7th day, Lin Moya was only 10 light-years away from his destination. A star system appeared in his sight, and Lin Moya judged the distance, feeling slightly uneasy. The Dragon Ball seems to be in the star system. Lin Moya thought to himself, feeling that things were not going well. If the Dragon Ball was in the star system, it was likely already discovered. Lin Moya wasn't afraid of the Dragon Ball falling into the hands of a strong person. There couldn't be any strong person here. Even if it was a Bien Realm expert, he could kill them if he wanted to. The key issue was that once he made a move, it would inevitably cause a commotion. He was no longer in the peripheral area, where he could leave whenever he wanted. If the Demon Clan really decided to fight, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, he wouldn't forget that the Demon Lord was here. The old half-step supreme, he didn't want to provoke for now. As he advanced, Lin Moya's thoughts raced, considering many possibilities. If he really had to make a move and the Demon Lord arrived, how should he respond? Use his trump card to kill the Demon Lord? Or try to negotiate with the Demon Lord? Would that guy negotiate with him? There seemed to be no room for negotiation between the 2 races, especially with such a good opportunity. The Demon Lord would definitely not let him go. It seems that if the Demon Lord really comes, I'll have to use my trump card. It's a bit wasteful, but the people from the Black Blood Great Realm absolutely cannot return to the domain. And that weapon capable of killing a half-step supreme must also be in my hands. Lin Moya made up his mind that when he had to use his trump card, he would use it. As long as he could get the Dragon Ball, it would be worth it. The star system in his sight kept enlarging, and Lin Moya sensed vigorous life force. The Eye of the Soul opened, seeing countless soul flames. There were many demons in this star system, numbering in the billions, with the weakest being at the peak of the true god realm, and most being god kings. This was the core area of the demon clan, where those with low realms or poor bloodlines were not qualified to enter. There were also some god sovereigns, but they were mostly low-level god sovereigns. There were only 2 high-level god sovereigns. Given the demon clan's strength, it was impossible for there to be only 2 high-level god sovereigns in the core area's star systems. It could only mean that the demon clan had sent most of their forces to the front lines, leaving their internal strength depleted. In fact, the human race was in a similar situation now. However, the human race's formations were too strong, and the human emperor network monitored the entire human race, so they had no worries about anyone sneaking in. In reality, the demon clan never thought anyone could sneak in either. A day later, Lin Moya crossed the last 10 light-years and arrived in front of the star system. He observed the star system, which had 2 blazing stars. The 2 stars wrapped around the star system, constantly rotating, making the entire star system like a furnace. Many hell demons liked this environment. The power of the stars could help them cultivate. It was said that part of the demonic fire came from the stars. Under the wrapping of the 2 stars, there were 4 planets. The 4 planets also rotated like the stars, and their speed was not slow. The planets were full of flames and lava, with countless demons bathing in the lava, enjoying the immense power of the flames. The demon clan's cultivation was simple and crude. They relied on their bloodlines, inherently powerful, and didn't need to comprehend laws or understand their true selves like the human race. Demons only needed to absorb power to grow quickly. In the early stages, they were indeed stronger than the human race, but in the later stages, the human race could rise against the odds, continuously breaking through. The demon clan, on the other hand, would be limited by their bloodlines and ultimately unable to reach the true peak. The Dragon Ball is in the star system, but it's hard to pinpoint its exact location. The dragon-seeking ball could locate the Dragon Ball within a range of 1,000 light-years, but it also had a problem: poor accuracy. The Dragon Ball was located in the star system in front of him, but its exact position couldn't be pinpointed. Compared to the location given by Antares, it was far less accurate. At this point, the dragon-seeking ball was no longer reliable. He could only rely on himself. The Dragon Ball had a unique aura, and Lin Moya thought that with his soul's sensitivity, he might be able to sense it. The eye of the soul opened, and with the soul of a saint, Lin Moya saw countless lines of laws. Every detail of the star system was presented before his eyes. Lin Moya took a deep breath and, using the concealment talisman, entered the star system. He passed by the stars and saw many god-sovereign demons in the starry sky, bathing in the star's light. The star's light fell on them, turning into flames that engulfed them. Yet these demons seemed to enjoy it immensely. Now this is a real sunbath. Lin Moya recalled a term from his previous life. Compared to these demons, the sunbaths of his previous life were nothing. He passed by these demons, flying towards the star system's interior, with the eye of the soul continuously scanning the entire starfield, not missing an inch. Someone was watching me, but he looked around and saw no one, not even a ghost. He looked at a nearby demon and growled, "Is it you watching me?" The demon ignored him, pretending not to hear. "Dare to ignore me." He roared in anger and immediately charged over, starting a fight. Flames exploded in the starry sky, shaking the star system continuously. Lin Moya watched silently, thinking, such a bad temper, the hell demons really have a bad temper. He didn't bother with these guys and quickly approached the planet. Suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly. This is Chapter 2176. Chapter 2176, 2176. Chapter 2176, Why Refine the Dragon Ball? In the center of the star system, surrounded by 4 planets, a barrier shimmered brightly. This barrier belonging to the demon clan wasn't large, but it emitted an aura that made even Lin Moya feel shocked. This barrier was personally set up by the demon lord. Lin Moya instinctively made this judgment. In the entire demon clan, apart from the demon lord, no one could set up a barrier of this level. Besides the demon lord, perhaps only those powerful demons from ancient times could set up such a barrier. Lin Moya carefully examined the barrier, sensing its aura, and roughly understood its purpose. The barrier's function was to block outsiders, not allowing anyone to enter. The whole scene became strange. In the core area of the demon clan, at the center of a seemingly ordinary star system, why set up such a barrier? What did the demon lord want to hide? Could the Dragon Ball be inside the barrier? Reasoning from the barrier, Lin Moya's gaze swept across the starry sky, finally discovering the unusual nature of the entire star system. This star system wasn't naturally formed, it had obvious signs of artificial processing. The 2 suns not only provided heat for the 4 planets but also supplied energy for the barrier. As long as the suns existed, the barrier's energy would be endless, making it impossible to break through by force. Lin Moya judged that even if a saint came, it would take a great effort to force their way in. At the same time, forcibly attacking the barrier would trigger a chain reaction, leading to the direct destruction of the suns. By then, the demon lord would naturally know that something had happened to the barrier he set up. I wonder if this barrier can stop me. Some things need to be tried to know, but naturally, one shouldn't try blindly. Lin Moya wouldn't do anything reckless. He first carefully searched the star system over and over, spending 3 days repeatedly searching to confirm there was no trace of the Dragon Ball. Finally, he turned his attention back to the barrier. Since it couldn't be found in the star system, it could only be inside the barrier. The dragon-seeking ball wouldn't be wrong. Lin Moya approached the barrier, carefully examining it repeatedly with his soul eye. The omnipresent law lines could also penetrate the barrier. In theory, now that he had merged with the laws, he should also be able to enter the barrier. But entering was one thing, doing so silently was another matter. Lin Moya continuously sensed the changes between the inside and outside of the barrier through the law lines. Gradually, a smile appeared on his lips. The laws did change after entering the barrier, just like light being refracted when entering water. This change wasn't strong, but it was enough to make him temporarily separate from the laws. Even if only for an instant, the barrier would detect his presence. The solution was simple. One was to strengthen his fusion with the laws, never separating from them. The second was to deceive the barrier, making it unable to detect him. With the laws changing, it was almost impossible not to separate from them. The first method was abandoned, he could only choose the second. The method to deceive the barrier was to use spacetime power, temporarily entering another spacetime, separating from the real world. With his current mastery of spacetime power, Lin Moya was confident he could maintain that special state for 1 second. 1 second was enough for him to do many things, including remerging with the laws. Having made up his mind, Lin Moya immediately took action. Invisible spacetime power flowed down, enveloping his entire body. Lin Moya took a step forward, entering the barrier. The laws changed, with subtle differences between the laws inside and outside the barrier. Lin Moya temporarily separated from the laws, unable to maintain the merged state. His form appeared inside the barrier. Normally, the barrier would immediately detect him and sound an alarm. But the barrier seemed to ignore Lin Moya. He stood there, but the barrier didn't detect him at all. This was the power of spacetime. Although Lin Moya was here, he was actually in another spacetime. The confusion of time successfully deceived the barrier, also deceiving the demon's perception. Although the time was only a brief second, it was completely sufficient. Lin Moya activated the concealment talisman again, silently remerging with the laws. His form completely disappeared, invisible to the naked eye and difficult to sense. From his previous experiences, Lin Moya knew that as long as he maintained a certain distance, even saints would find it difficult to detect him. Only half-step supreme beings like the Demon Lord would be able to sense his presence. Lin Moya surveyed the world inside the barrier. Inside this barrier, there was actually an independent space. This space was not small, like a small world, with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers. 3 transcendent realm demons were positioned at 3 corners of the world, forming an array, continuously exerting the power of rules. The power of rules transformed into raging flames, converging at the center of the space, as if roasting something. Lin Moya felt that they had been doing this for many years. With the power of rules at the transcendent realm, what could need to be burned for so many years? Lin Moya ignored the 3 transcendent realm demons and flew towards the center. Through the crimson demon flames, Lin Moya saw clearly what they were roasting. At the same time, as he approached the center, he also sensed an unusual aura. The Dragon Ball. Lin Moya showed a hint of joy. He had finally found the Dragon Ball. The 3 transcendent realm demons were indeed roasting the Dragon Ball. Are they refining the Dragon Ball? It seems the Heavenly Dragon's Dragon Ball isn't easy to refine. The Demon Lord's aura still lingers here. It seems the Demon Lord also participated in refining the Dragon Ball before leaving for some reason. Why refine the Dragon Ball? What use could the Dragon Ball have for non-dragon race people? Lin Moya thought of the Starry Sky Tree back then. The Starry Sky Tree also wanted to obtain Antares' Dragon Ball. Clearly, it also wanted to get something from the Dragon Ball. Now, the Demon Clan also wanted to obtain something from the Heavenly Dragon's Dragon Ball. But why refine it here? This place is obviously not a good location. The Demon Lord could have taken it back to refine. Could there be some inside story here? Lin Moya continued to approach, and gradually, he discovered something was amiss. Around the Dragon Ball, there was a faint vortex. The vortex was like a large hand, firmly grasping the Dragon Ball, not letting it leave. It was because of the vortex's existence that the Demon Lord couldn't take away the Dragon Ball. Lin Moya was in a dilemma. If even the Demon Lord couldn't take away the Dragon Ball, how could he take it away? The vortex rotated slowly but steadily in the flames, emitting an attractive force that firmly held the Dragon Ball, preventing it from leaving. Lin Moya looked at the vortex, finding it increasingly strange and familiar. The vortex was 3 parts like a secret realm and 7 parts like a copy in a small world. He observed carefully and found that the flames were not only refining the Dragon Ball but also continuously pouring into the vortex. It wasn't clear whether the flames were entering voluntarily or being sucked in by the vortex, but the flames kept pouring into the vortex. If there was another world behind the vortex, it would surely be consumed by the flames, turning into a sea of fire. Lin Moya pondered. At present, this problem seemed unsolvable. After thinking for a long time, he could only come up with one solution. It seems I can only go in and take a look. Chapter 2177. Chapter 2177, 2177. Chapter 2177, The World Left Behind by the Water and Fire Clan. The closer Lin Moya got to the vortex, the more clearly he could feel the aura of the Dragon Ball. He was certain of his feeling. The vortex was continuously generating suction, firmly holding the Dragon Ball. At the same time, this suction was also drawing in a large amount of flames. The Dragon Ball floated within the flames, showing no signs of being refined. Having decided to proceed, Lin Moya acted decisively. He rushed towards the vortex, diving into the flames, and without resisting the suction, he plunged into it. Because of his appearance, the flames twisted slightly, immediately drawing the attention of the 3 transcendent realm demons. One demon growled, "Why do I feel like someone was just here?" His voice echoed within the barrier, deafening. "Are you seeing things? There's no one here." "Exactly, I didn't feel anything. With the Demon Lord's barrier, how could anyone be here? Maybe you fell asleep and were dreaming." The demon looked around, seeing no one, and could only assume he was mistaken or had indeed fallen asleep. After all, they had been here for hundreds of years without rest. The Dragon Ball remained unchanged, just as when they first arrived. If not for the Demon Lord's orders, they would have long given up. The demon sighed, maybe I was wrong. It's so boring here. I wonder when someone will come to replace us. Another demon responded, the Demon Lord said to refine the Dragon Ball for 500 years. It's been 389 years, so 111 years remain. 111 years. This is unbearable. Even sending some female demons would be nice. Don't think too much. Be careful, or the Demon Lord will come and kill you. The Demon Lord hasn't been here for a long time. I wonder what he's doing. Is the Demon Lord's business something we can meddle in? Just behave and follow orders. The clan doesn't lack 3 transcendent realms like us. Their discussion made the barrier lively for a while. Lin Moyo entered the vortex, and his vision became clear again. A fragrant scent of flowers filled his nose, bringing a hint of freshness. However, the scent and the scene were in stark contrast. Flames fell from the sky, covering the ground, which was engulfed in blazing fire. Amidst the flames, beautiful flowers bloomed, forming a spectacular sea of fire flowers. The floral scent rose from the flames, without any heat, refreshing the soul. The scene was so bizarre that Lin Moyo was stunned. These flowers felt completely different from normal flowers in the great world. Lin Moyo thought of the flowers in the Bone Hell, which grew on the banks of the Hellfire River. The flames of the Hellfire River also burned these flowers, but they were unafraid of fire. The more intense the hellfire burned, the more beautiful the flowers became. The flowers in the Bone Hell and the fire flowers before him had a similar nature. Lin Moyo flew forward. The space behind the vortex was vast, with no end in sight. The laws here changed again. The law lines were no longer continuous, making it impossible for Lin Moyo to hide. Since he couldn't hide, he decided to be open. Skeleton divine generals flew out continuously, exploring the surroundings. Sending out skeleton divine generals had become Lin Moya's instinct. Whether in dungeons or secret realms, his first reaction was to let the skeletons scout the terrain, ensuring he knew the layout. The skeleton divine generals continuously sent back maps, revealing a vast plain with no hills or mountains. It seemed that even if there had been mountains, they had been burned flat by the flames. After flying a distance, the skeleton divine generals reported finding a river. Lin Moyo flew over and soon saw the river. The water was crystal clear, with a visible bottom, flowing through the fiery land. The flames didn't burn the river, and the river didn't extinguish the flames. They coexisted harmoniously, each doing its own thing. With the river as a reference, Lin Moyo followed it upstream. The river widened, from hundreds of meters to thousands, then tens of thousands of meters. Eventually, the river became a vast river, with clear water rolling up huge waves, crashing against the banks. After a long journey, the river's width reached 100,000 meters. This space was vast, exceeding Lin Moyo's imagination. After flying for a long time, Lin Moyo finally reached the river's end. It was an endless ocean, with huge waves roaring. From all directions, rivers and streams flowed into the ocean. The flames ended here, unable to advance further. The endless ocean stopped the flames. The skeleton divine generals had almost mapped out the terrain. The ocean's width was unknown. It split into countless tributaries, each becoming a vast river, flowing in all directions. Where there were no rivers, flames burned endlessly. Water and fire world. Lin Moyo thought of an ancient race. In ancient times, there was a powerful race called the Water and Fire Clan. They lived in a world of water and fire but eventually disappeared for unknown reasons. Little information about them remained, only that they lived in a world of water and fire. Could this be the world left behind by the Water and Fire Clan? The skeleton divine generals continued to explore while Lin Moyo sensed the world. A peculiar power spread from the ocean, extending through the rivers to the entire world. Similarly, a strange power spread through the flames, covering the entire world. The two powers intertwined, forming a strong force, stronger than either alone. It was like the laws of water and fire had merged, amplifying each other. After sensing for half a day, Lin Moyo flew towards the ocean center. There, the skeleton divine generals had found an island. On the island was a huge coffin. Lin Moyo flew to the island, looking down at the coffin. The coffin was engraved with numerous patterns, half representing water and half representing fire. The coffin was ancient, exuding an aura from ancient times. Lin Moyo guessed it might have existed since ancient times. It might contain a powerful being from the Water and Fire Clan, at least a supreme, worthy of such a burial. Finally, you have come. The coffin suddenly opened, and a voice emerged. Lin Moyo was startled. There was someone inside the ancient coffin. Waves from the ocean surged into the coffin, and flames turned into pillars, also entering the coffin. As the coffin fully opened, a huge creature, half water and half fire, slowly rose from it. Chapter 2178. Chapter 2178. Chapter 2178, 2178. Chapter 2178. Another setup by the mysterious master. After rising from the coffin, it looked up at Lin Moyo. Although it had no eyes, Lin Moyo could feel that it was looking at him. Lin Moyo also looked at it. It was half water and half fire, with the left side being water and the right side being fire, standing about 100 meters tall. Lin Moyo could sense that it had once been very powerful, still exuding an ancient aura. At this level, body size was no longer important. The size of a strong person could change according to their will. Lin Moyo was still thinking about what it had just said. Finally, you have come. Was it waiting for him? Or was it waiting for the human race? Lin Moyo asked, were you waiting for me? The Water and Fire Clan being's voice was deep, perhaps, perhaps not. Lin Moyo immediately understood its meaning. It was waiting for the human race, but not necessarily for him. It raised its right hand made of flames, which continuously changed, eventually forming a mass of intense fire. This mass of fire was very peculiar, like a seed, but also seemed incredibly terrifying. Lin Moya's pupils contracted slightly, and he also raised his hand, revealing the world-destroying fire seed in his palm. After years of nurturing, the world-destroying fire seed had grown much stronger, from a small flame to a mass of fire. Upon seeing the world-destroying fire seed, the Water and Fire Clan being said in a deep voice, "The master was right, you have finally come." Master? Lin Moyo immediately thought of that mysterious master. Using the world-destroying fire seed as a token, who else could it be but that mysterious master? The Water and Fire Clan being gradually shrank, finally stabilizing at around 2 meters tall. Lin Moyo also descended from the air. Two different races, connected by that mysterious master, established a relationship. It performed a human race salute towards Lin Moyo. "I am Shuowo, the ancestor of the Water and Fire Clan." Lin Moyo responded with a human race salute, Lin Moyo of the human race. He had already guessed its identity in his heart, but he was still somewhat shocked. It was actually the ancestor of the Water and Fire Clan, the founder of a clan. How powerful must it have been? The supreme was a given, and it was highly likely to be a heavenly venerable. According to records, the Water and Fire Clan was once very powerful, so the possibility of it being a heavenly venerable was very high. However, now its power was long gone. In Lin Moya's perception, it was only comparable to the Bien realm. Shuowo's voice was deep. "The master asked me to wait here for you and give you some things." It extended a hand, and the coffin automatically opened, revealing a box hidden beneath it. The box was an ancient box but different from ordinary ancient boxes. On the surface of the box, there seemed to be a mass of flames flowing, gray flames, exuding an aura identical to the world-destroying fire seed. But compared to Lin Moya's world-destroying fire seed, the flames on the box were obviously purer. Shuowo said, "Everything the master wants to give you is inside. You can use the world-destroying fire to refine it. Once refined, you can open it." It seemed to have some fear of the flames on the box. Lin Moyo walked over, wrapped his hand in the world-destroying fire seed, and picked up the box. The flames on the box were extremely terrifying, capable of burning the world, even injuring the soul of a heavenly venerable. Anyone else wouldn't be able to touch this box, even a saint wouldn't be qualified. Only Lin Moyo, who also possessed the world-destroying fire seed, could safely pick it up. After picking up the box, Lin Moyo asked softly, "Is there anything else?" Shuowo said, "The master also said you might need my help, but I don't know what I can do for you. I have been temporarily revived, with little time left, and my power is less than a billionth of my peak, only comparable to a saint." Shuowo's tone was calm, as if waiting for Lin Moyo to say what he needed. It wasn't good at thinking, perhaps because it had been dead for too long and was no longer used to thinking. Or maybe it was just naturally unwilling to think. However, because of Shuowo's appearance, Lin Moyo had a deeper understanding of that mysterious master's power. That mysterious master had clearly calculated that he would come, regardless of the method used, and had calculated it accurately. So, he left these things, using the world-destroying fire seed as a token, to leave them for Lin Moyo. He had calculated it all too clearly. Not only did he calculate that I would come, but he also calculated that I would need to take the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball cannot be taken directly. As long as the world of the Water and Fire Clan exists, I cannot contend with a world. To obtain the Dragon Ball, I must first destroy this world while avoiding the Demon Clan's pursuit. The purpose of Shuowo's existence is precisely for this. Lin Moyo said, "Do you have any last wishes? Perhaps I can help you fulfill them." Shuowo nodded, extending a hand, and hundreds of seeds flew out from the coffin. Each seed was the size of a fist, looking like a mass of water, but with a core of intense fire. Water and fire perfectly fused within the seeds, without any conflict. Shuowo said, "These are the seeds of our Water and Fire Clan. If there is a chance in the future." Lin Moyo understood its meaning. It didn't want the Water and Fire Clan to be extinct. Lin Moyo took the seeds and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, if there is a suitable opportunity, I will ensure the Water and Fire Clan reappears and lives well." "Thank you." Shuowo sincerely thanked him and bowed to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo said, "Next, I need your help. Please, tell me." Lin Moyo explained his plan, and Shuowo agreed without hesitation. A mass of intense flames erupted from Lin Moyo's palm, the world-destroying fire engulfing the world, beginning to refine this small world. Shuowo let out a sharp cry, and the ocean of flames surged towards it. Shuowo's aura rapidly strengthened, while the small world quickly shrank. Such a large world, if Lin Moyo wanted to refine it with the world-destroying fire, it would take hundreds of years. But now, with Shuowo's cooperation, it would only take a day. The world contained the power of the world's origin. Refining the world with the world-destroying fire could yield world crystals. World crystals were materials for constructing a perfect rule world, extremely precious. All the water and fire power in the world converged, and Shuowo's aura grew stronger, quickly breaking through the Bien realm and reaching the saint level. Lin Moyo discovered that the power accumulated by the Demon Clan over countless years was ultimately absorbed by Shuowo, becoming its power. Flame flowers flew up, landing on Shuowo's right hand, turning into a giant flaming sword. At the same time, countless streams of water converged on its left hand, forming an ice battle blade. Ice blade and fire sword, Shuowo's aura reached its peak. The peak of the saint level, although not as strong as the Demon Lord, was already very powerful. After all, it had been dead for countless years. To temporarily reach this level was already incredible. Outside the small world, within the barrier, the three Bien realm demons sensed something was wrong. They felt the vortex's power fluctuating violently, becoming extremely unstable. What happened? I don't know, the vortex seems unstable. Strange, it looks unchanged, but why do I feel uneasy? Should we inform the demon lord? No rush, let's wait and see. The three Bien realm demons exchanged glances and decided to wait and see. Half a day later, the vortex suddenly exploded. Chapter 2179. Chapter 2179, 2179. Chapter 2179. You attract the fire, I'll retreat first. Water and fire converged in the starry sky, quickly transforming into the form of the water fire ancestor. The water fire ancestor, wielding an ice war blade and a flaming fire sword, swept through the starry sky with a murderous aura. The faces of the three demons in the other shore realm changed drastically. They did not understand what was happening. Facing the murderous water fire ancestor, they instinctively turned to flee in terror. But it was too late. A flash of fire, and the three screamed simultaneously. Their bodies were cut in half by the flaming fire sword, and even the barrier was shattered into pieces. Flames burst out of the barrier, sweeping across the starry sky, spreading across the entire galaxy almost instantly. 4 planets and 2 stars were simultaneously engulfed by the flames and exploded with a roar. In an instant, the galaxy was completely destroyed, and billions of demons died on the spot without exception. The flames surged, and the demons in the other shore realm whose bodies were shattered were still trying to escape. For them, the physical body was not a major concern. As long as their souls remained intact, they could survive. They moved quickly, about to escape the galaxy in the blink of an eye, but suddenly all three stopped simultaneously. A layer of ice covered their bodies, the coldness unimaginable. The flames extinguished within the ice, and their souls lost consciousness. The waterfire ancestor slaughtered the three demons in the other shore realm with overwhelming force, as easily as chopping vegetables. The waterfire ancestor charged out of the galaxy, heading towards the nearest galaxy. The original galaxy had completely turned into a sea of fire, with nothing left. In the flames, a hand reached out and grabbed the dragon pearl. Then the dragon pearl disappeared, and Lin Moya left as the galaxy collapsed, parting ways with the waterfire ancestor. The three light talismans circulated, and Lin Moya traversed billions of kilometers in a short time, then took out a battleship and plunged into deep space. Using runes to shield the battleship's presence, he flew towards the distance. Sitting in the battleship, Lin Moya's eyes were filled with contemplation. With such a big commotion, the demon lord must already know. At the demon lord's speed, it won't take long to arrive. The presence of the waterfire ancestor is enough to attract the demon lord's attention. I just don't know how long the waterfire ancestor can hold out against the demon lord. The waterfire ancestor said he was temporarily resurrected and didn't have much time, but he didn't specify how long. If the battle is intense enough, his existence time will decrease. If there's no fighting, then the time will increase. Hopefully, he can hold on for a few more days. Lin Moya couldn't make a judgment and could only rely on luck. After the battleship had flown for half a day, Lin Moya felt a vibration from space. He knew the demon lord had arrived and was already fighting the waterfire ancestor. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Although the waterfire ancestor only had the cultivation of the Saint Sovereign realm, he had once stood at the top, and his secret techniques were likely numerous. Facing the demon lord, he could probably hold out for a while. Lin Moya accelerated away, flying in another direction. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Lin Moya made no moves, only carefully sensing the information transmitted back from space. The battle between the demon lord and the waterfire ancestor continued without stopping. The strength of the waterfire ancestor exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. A month later, the battle's aftershocks began to weaken. Lin Moya knew it was because he had moved farther away, so the aftershocks he sensed were becoming fainter. But as long as the aftershocks were still there, it meant the battle continued, and the waterfire ancestor was still alive. The strength of the waterfire ancestor completely exceeded expectations. If he can hold on for another month, I'll be safe. Lin Moya's speed was much faster than when he came. In another month, he would reach the edge of the demon territory. At that time, he wouldn't need the battleship and could use the concealment talisman to cross the edge of the demon star field alone, making it difficult for the demon lord to find him. 28 days passed as Lin Moya waited, with only 2 days remaining. 20 days ago, he could no longer feel any spatial fluctuations. Lin Moya didn't know if the waterfire ancestor was still there, guessing that he was probably gone. Suddenly, the battleship seemed to crash into a quagmire and couldn't move forward. Space is locked. Lin Moya quickly put away the battleship and exited deep space. The concealment talisman was activated immediately, and Lin Moya merged into the laws. He quickly adjusted his law frequency to synchronize with the locked space. A few seconds later, the 3 light talismans flashed, and he sped forward at 9 billion kilometers per second. At this moment, he confirmed that the waterfire ancestor had dissipated, and the demon lord had discovered the dragon pearl was missing, immediately activating a barrier to lock the space. Fortunately, he was not far from the edge of the territory. Even without the battleship, he could reach the edge in 10 days. As long as the demon lord didn't come nearby within those 10 days, no one could find him. It's all up to luck now. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he activated the luck burst technique, with the sound of dragon roars suddenly echoing around him. Luck turned into a dragon, and Lin Moya pushed his luck to the extreme. Luck, to most people, is mysterious and hard to explain. But to Lin Moya, it was very clear. Luck is a kind of virtual power under the law of causality. Although it is illusory, it truly exists, just that ordinary people cannot see or touch it. In the inheritance of the illusory mist heavenly sovereign, the virtual power envelopes the entire great world. All operations within the great world cannot escape its influence. It is like an invisible hand behind the scenes, directing everything. As long as luck is good enough and the virtual power is strong enough, nothing is impossible to change. If you look at a larger scale, at the level of the world sea, the great world also seems to be subject to virtual power, with a larger net controlling a larger world. Of course, Lin Moya was far from reaching that level. All he could do was push his luck to the extreme, perhaps avoiding some trouble. After all, many things are not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Lin Moya didn't look back, just kept moving forward. The luck burst technique operated again and again, and Lin Moya always kept his luck at the extreme. If the demon lord still found him, he could only consider himself unlucky. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and Lin Moya knew that the closer he got to the edge, the more dangerous it was. If he were the demon lord, he would certainly set up defenses at the edge. During these days, Lin Moya felt the demon lord's aura more than once. But the distance was far, and the demon lord did not discover his presence. Perhaps the luck burst technique worked, and of course, the concealment talisman also contributed. The combination of the two finally allowed Lin Moya to reach the edge of the demon territory. The barrier at the edge had not changed at all, just like when he came. Didn't the demon lord strengthen the barrier? It's normal if he didn't. After all, the time was too short, and the demon star field is vast. He didn't know which way I would go. The barrier can't stop me. If I were the demon lord, what would I do? Let me leave? Impossible. Since the demon lord wants to refine the dragon pearl, it must be of great use. The dragon pearl has been in his hands for so many years. Even if it hasn't been refined, leaving a mark shouldn't be difficult. Lin Moya guessed the demon lord's method. The demon lord must have left a mark on the dragon pearl. As long as he carried the dragon pearl out of a certain range, the mark would activate, and the demon lord would know the direction of the dragon pearl. But Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. This kind of mark might work on ordinary storage artifacts, but his storage space was too special, and the demon lord's mark probably wouldn't work. Lin Moya believed in his judgment, using the concealment talisman to rush into the barrier, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 2180. Chapter 2180, 2180. Chapter 2180, The Seed of the Undying Flame. The demon lord was nearly insane, and the terrifying aura of a half-step supreme spread throughout the entire star region. Lin Moya could feel the space trembling, undulating like ocean waves, containing the demon lord's anger. Several months had passed since the appearance of the water and fire ancestor, and the demon lord seemed to have realized that the dragon ball could never be retrieved. Lin Moya traversed the starry sky silently. As long as the dragon ball hadn't returned to the heavenly dragon, he couldn't relax. Half a month later, Lin Moya completely left the demon clan's star region. He didn't immediately take out his battleship but waited until he was several hundred billion kilometers away before taking it out and entering deep space. The battleship flew straight towards the boundary land. There was still a year left until the planned battle, enough time for Lin Moya to make a round trip to the boundary land. Moreover, Lin Moya knew that the front lines wouldn't start the battle until he returned. This battle was crucial for him and equally important for the human race. While the battleship flew through deep space, Lin Moya didn't let his guard down. His thoughts raced as he put himself in the demon lord's shoes to think. If I were the demon lord and knew the dragon ball was lost, the first thing I would think of would be the heavenly dragon. So, as long as the dragon ball hasn't returned to the heavenly dragon, intercepting it halfway. This is the last chance to retrieve the dragon ball. The demon lord's true body won't leave. Once he leaves the demon clan star region, his strength is only at the peak of the saint realm. Although his avatar is weaker than his true body, the difference isn't much, so he will send his avatar to intercept. No, not just the demon lord's avatar, but possibly the eagle emperor's avatar and the half-step supreme from the black blood great realm. They don't know which route I will take, but undoubtedly, they will set up defenses around the heavenly dragon. Lin Moya believed his thoughts were correct. The demon lord would not be willing to lose the dragon ball. Facing the demon lord, the concealment talisman's effect would be greatly reduced, even rendered useless. If he forced his way through, he would have to face 3 saints. One of them might even be a half-step supreme. If they are just avatars, I will force my way through. If the true body of the Black Blood Great Realm's half-step supreme comes, then I won't hold back. Lin Moya considered various scenarios, remaining highly vigilant, but in his heart, he didn't take them seriously. After all, it wasn't a life-and-death confrontation, and Lin Moya was more than 80% confident he could break through their encirclement. The battleship moved farther and farther away from the Demon Clan's star region, finally losing all sense of the Demon Clan's presence. Lin Moya exhaled and began to examine himself. By refining the water and fire world with the world-destroying fire, he obtained a world crystal. Now, Lin Moya had 2 world crystals, one from the Starfire world and one from the water and fire world. The 2 world crystals looked no different and were both top-grade materials for constructing a rule world. In this era without supreme heavenly venerables, building the divine path was extremely difficult. The mysterious master left the method to build the divine path, but most of the materials had to be found by Lin Moya himself. The arrival of the Do world was a good opportunity. It was a complete world, and he could obtain some materials that had long disappeared from the great world. However, besides giving Lin Moya the world-destroying fire, the mysterious master seemed to have other plans. This great figure was too mysterious and powerful. Lin Moya couldn't fathom what he was thinking. Lin Moya took out the ancient box. The box had no runes, only a layer of extremely faint world-destroying fire. Although faint, it was very powerful because it came from the mysterious master. It had been under the water and fire ancestor's coffin for countless years, nurtured by the flames of the water and fire world, and the world-destroying fire had never weakened. Even a saint couldn't touch this box. Lin Moya knew that only he could open this box, no one else could. What could it be? With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, Lin Moya ignited the world-destroying fire on his palm. His world-destroying fire seemed much weaker than the fire on the box, not even on the same level. Even so, Lin Moya's world-destroying fire became the key to opening the box. With a light click, the box opened. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. This is a fire seed. Inside the box was a fire seed. The fire seed looked like the world-destroying fire, entirely gray. But Lin Moya immediately recognized that this was not the world-destroying fire seed but the seed of the undying flame. The seed was only the size of a fingernail, suspended in the box, emitting a faint aura. The undying law was Lin Moya's innate law, and the undying flame could be called his innate flame. Many spells had to be driven by the undying flame. Lin Moya had long mastered the undying flame, even using it for refining and making talismans. But what use could this fire seed have? Why did the mysterious master leave a seed of the undying flame? Lin Moya's eyes flickered. The fire seed was so inconspicuous, far inferior to his undying flame. The mysterious master wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Since he left it, there must be a reason. Lin Moya couldn't figure it out, so he chose to trust the mysterious master. Let's give it a try. A flame shot out from his finger, and the undying flame fell on the fire seed. The originally weak and helpless fire seed exploded with a bang upon contact with the undying flame. The fire seed followed Lin Moya's undying flame and directly entered his body. Lin Moya instantly turned into a man of fire, with all his clothes burned away by the undying flame. Lin Moya didn't expect such a change. The small fire seed, which seemed weak, contained such powerful energy. He felt his entire body being burned by the flame, with continuous pain. Lin Moya didn't panic. The undying flame couldn't harm him. The pain persisted, and Lin Moya found his physical body gradually strengthening under the burning of the undying flame. His purple gold body had already reached perfection, making his physical body comparable to a high-level god sovereign. In this era where physical cultivation was rare, even saints couldn't match the physical strength of a high-level god sovereign. As Lin Moya's realm improved, his physical body could continue to strengthen until reaching the peak of the god sovereign. But now, the purple gold body seemed to be breaking through and transforming again. Lin Moya felt as if some shackles were being burned away by the undying flame, with waves of powerful energy surging from deep within his body. His physical body strengthened again, significantly improving. The purple gold body was covered with a layer of gray, similar to the death power of the undying law but distinctly different. The gray color had a golden glow, exuding a noble aura. As the purple gold body merged with the undying flame, Lin Moya was shocked. He felt the power of the undying flame filling his physical body. His physical body was indeed stronger. Lin Moya felt that with just his physical body, he could now contend with a peak god sovereign. Moreover, the limit had been broken. As his realm improved, his physical body could continue to strengthen, reaching the Bien realm, Saint realm, and even Supreme realm. This inconspicuous undying flame seed contained such miraculous power. The undying flame tempered his physical body and then surged towards his soul. The undying flame seed appeared in his soul world, and a voice echoed simultaneously. Chapter 2181. Chapter 2181, 2181. Chapter 2181, The Being from the Soul World. The voice came from the mysterious master, whose voice was so distinctive that it would never be forgotten once heard. This is the second gift I leave for you, the original seed of the undying flame. The original seed can help you refine your purple gold body into an undying golden body. The undying golden body can regenerate from a single drop of blood, making the physical body eternal. Of course, you are currently only at the initial stage of the undying golden body, far from the point of physical immortality. The second function of the original seed is to enhance your spells. You can choose one spell to integrate with the original seed, and the effect of the spell will be greatly enhanced. As for which spell you choose, that is up to you. The mysterious master's voice stopped there, leaving Lin Moya in endless shock. Lin Moya muttered to himself, he really knew I would come, and the original seed was specially prepared for me. A calculation spanning 2 million years, this mysterious master is truly terrifying. The original seed is indeed a good thing, integrating with a spell to enhance it. Lin Moya felt the aura of the original seed and knew it was extraordinary. Enhancing a spell was not just a simple enhancement, it would cause a significant change in the spell. Moreover, this change would only make the spell stronger, with no risk involved. Unfortunately, there was only one such good thing, and only one spell could be chosen. Lin Moya's eyes showed contemplation as he surveyed the various spell stars, trying to choose one spell to integrate with the original seed. But this choice was not easy. There were too many spells, and each seemed useful. Anything left by the mysterious master must be very precious. My choice needs to be careful, maximizing the benefits. But if he could predict my arrival, he should also predict which spell I would choose. Why not just tell me directly? Lin Moya suddenly realized that this thought was incorrect. The future can change, and any choice can alter the future's direction. The future seen through the river of fate is mostly accurate, but after a choice is made, different directions can emerge. Now, it was the same for him. His choice would determine the future's direction. So even the mysterious master, who could see the future through the river of fate, could only see one possibility. He can't see the human heart, so he can't tell me this choice. I must make it myself. My choice is crucial and will impact the future. Lin Moya became more cautious, analyzing the pros and cons of his spells and predicting possible changes. The sound of a Buddhist chant rang out, and the long-absent Buddhist lich appeared beside him. True Sight. With a thought, the Buddhist lich immediately used True Sight. True Sight had helped him many times before, but as his realm improved, the opportunities to use True Sight became less frequent. Moreover, the things that could threaten his life became fewer, and True Sight was gradually shelved. Now, Lin Moya used True Sight again, using it to search for possible future changes. True Sight activated, invoking the laws of fate. In his consciousness, he integrated the original seed into the Skeleton King, wanting to see possible changes. Bang! With a light sound, the Buddhist lich collapsed on the spot. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment. The Buddhist lich couldn't withstand the backlash of the original seed and collapsed on the spot. The original seed was too strong. Even a simulation was too much for the Buddhist lich. Anything involving the original is never simple. Fortunately, the Buddhist lich wouldn't truly die and would revive after a while. It seems I can only rely on myself. True Sight was unreliable. He could only deduce it himself. Most of my spells are more or less related to the Undying Flame. But the ones most closely related to the Undying Flame are only 4 spells. Summon Skeleton King, Bone Hell, Undead Gaze, Resurrection of the Dead. The Skeleton King's flame is just a facade, looking fierce but with little influence from the Undying Flame. Bone Hell has its own system, and the Hellfire is slightly different from the Undying Flame. Undead Gaze is a soul attack, and the Undying Flame is just a formality. The spell most closely related to the Undying Flame is Resurrection of the Dead. Lin Moya's gaze locked onto Resurrection of the Dead. Resurrection of the Dead was a very strong spell, capable of forming a legion of resurrected beings, extracting a lot of information from enemies, and causing enemies to kill each other. But it also had a fatal flaw. The duration of the resurrected beings was only 100 days. 100 days was too short, only suitable for emergencies and not for a permanent undead army. If this 100 days could be increased tenfold or 100-fold, the entire spell would become much stronger. Lin Moya's determination was firm. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it. Hope it won't disappoint me. With a thought, an invisible soul force wrapped around the original seed and integrated it into the spell star of Resurrection of the Dead. The spell star of Resurrection of the Dead immediately shone brightly, becoming more luminous and pure, illuminating most of the soul world. Not only was the soul world illuminated, but the light even extended beyond the soul world, lighting up a large area of the void. Outside the soul world was a vast void, an unknown area filled with mystery and the unknown, called the soul void. In the small world, a demigod once explored the soul void and never returned. Until now, Lin Moya had never explored this unknown world. He had ventured once in the small world and almost got lost, never going back since. As far as Lin Moya knew, only the system dared to venture deep into the soul void. The system, like the mysterious master, was the biggest mystery. Later, he asked Saint how, and even the saint didn't dare to explore the soul void. At this moment, Lin Moya's soul world shone brightly in the void. The entire soul world was glowing, with a peculiar original aura spreading. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the soul world, from a distant place. Lin Moya's soul eye shot out a sharp light, looking towards the direction of the sound. It seemed like an empty void, with nothing there. After a brief moment of light, there was endless darkness. The roar seemed like an illusion, but Lin Moya was clear-headed, knowing it wasn't an illusion. He hadn't misheard. There are beings in the soul void. The being was attracted by the original aura and roared with excitement. Clearly, it is very interested in the original aura. Under normal circumstances, the original aura is blocked by the soul world and doesn't leak out. This time was an accident. I wonder what kind of being is coming. Resurrection of the Dead was still changing, the light growing stronger, and the original aura continued to leak. Lin Moya's soul world became a beacon in the soul void. The roar gradually grew louder, and the unknown being was approaching. Lin Moya's mind became alert, sensing that besides excitement, the being's roar also carried brutality. The being was coming for the original aura. Finally, an incredibly terrifying being appeared in the light. A dragon. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed sharply. It was a dragon, a giant dragon composed purely of soul. The dragon's aura was vast, faintly surpassing the saint level, and its eyes were filled with brutality, devoid of reason. The dragon appeared outside the soul world and crashed into it with a thunderous roar. Chapter 2182. Chapter 2182, 2182. Chapter 2182, Refining the Giant Dragon, 10-colored dragon soul crystal. The soul world shook violently, causing the thousands of stars within it to sway incessantly. Over the years, Lin Moya had been continuously using the starlight refining method. Every 10 days, a star was condensed, 36 stars per year. Over 100 years, the number of stars had reached thousands. The existence of these stars greatly enhanced the strength of the soul world. Originally, Lin Moya's soul world had already transformed into a rule world. Under the illumination of the stars, it became even stronger. But now, facing the impact of the soul dragon, it was still trembling, roaring, and on the verge of shattering. The soul dragon kept ramming into the soul world repeatedly. It didn't breathe dragon breath, only used its body to ram. Lin Moyo had seen Antari's soul and knew that dragon souls could also breathe dragon breath, which was a dragon's instinct. But this giant dragon in front of him had even lost its instincts. What else did it have left? Lin Moyo remained calm and unflustered. The Soul Slayer's sword flashed and flew out of the soul world, stabbing straight at the dragon. The dragon let out a scream. Its soul was attacked, causing it pain. However, the Soul Slayer's sword's power was insufficient and couldn't truly harm it. Lin Moyo roughly judged that this dragon might have been a peak saint or even a half-step supreme in its lifetime. Its soul had gotten lost in the soul void, completely losing its direction. Its body and soul were completely disconnected, which meant it was already dead. But it had been so powerful in life that even in death, its soul didn't disperse. From then on, its soul lost its intelligence and wandered aimlessly in the endless soul void. The pain stimulated it, making it even more frantic. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and began to crazily bite the soul world. At the same time, its tail lashed out like a whip, striking the soul world. The soul world roared and shook even more violently. The stars could no longer remain stable in the world and began to fly around chaotically. Each lash caused dents to appear in the soul world. The Soul Slayer's sword returned to Lin Moya's hand. Facing the soul dragon, the Soul Slayer's sword was indeed insufficient. Seeing the soul world on the brink of collapse, Lin Moya still didn't panic. He had the Scourge Scepter. Even if the dragon was not at the supreme level, even if it was at the supreme level, the Scourge Scepter could still smash it to pieces. But Lin Moya didn't want to use the Scourge Scepter. A grey flame appeared before him. The world-destroying fire can refine worlds and also burn the remnants of supreme souls. If I use the world-destroying fire to refine a saint's soul, I wonder what it will produce. With a thought, the world-destroying fire drew a grey line in the soul world, quickly flying towards the soul dragon. As soon as the world-destroying fire left the soul barrier, the frantically attacking soul dragon suddenly stopped. A trace of sanity appeared in its crazed eyes, accompanied by intense fear. Ha! It actually recognizes the world-destroying fire. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. This soul dragon from the soul void had clearly lost its sanity, so how could it recognize the world-destroying fire? Lin Moya immediately realized that it didn't recognize the world-destroying fire but sensed the threat it posed. Just as it could know that the original power was beneficial to it, it could also know that the world-destroying fire was dangerous to it. However, it didn't flee but stared vigilantly at the world-destroying fire. The world-destroying fire flew towards the dragon at high speed, and the dragon roared, spewing dragon breath. Dragon breath was instinctual. As long as it was a dragon, it could breathe fire, even if it was a dead dragon's soul. The dragon breath was vast and mighty, corrosive and burning. The soul world was hit by the dragon breath and began to burn fiercely. The damage caused by the dragon breath to the soul world was greater than the previous random collisions. The world tree finally moved. Its branches automatically flew out, landing on the soul world's barrier. A large amount of soul power surged out, repairing the soul world. Since obtaining the world crystal, the world tree had absorbed its power, greatly enhancing its own strength. Now, its repair speed was very fast, almost matching the dragon breath's destruction. With the world tree present, Lin Moya wasn't worried about his soul world being damaged. The world-destroying fire passed through the dragon breath and hit the soul dragon. The dragon let out a miserable scream, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, rolling wildly in the void. In an instant, it turned from a soul dragon into a grey fire dragon. The world-destroying fire used the soul as fuel, burning more and more fiercely. Lin Moya felt the world-destroying fire growing stronger, burning the soul while absorbing its power. So burning a strong soul can enhance the world-destroying fire. Refining worlds doesn't have the same effect. Lin Moya grasped the key point. The cultivation of the world-destroying fire required burning strong souls. The stronger the world-destroying fire, the faster it could refine worlds. As long as the world-destroying fire became strong enough, it would be an incredibly terrifying trump card. The soul dragon had completely lost its resistance, howling in the void, its body shrinking and its aura weakening. Half an hour later, the powerful soul dragon was completely burned to death by the world-destroying fire. Lin Moya recalled the world-destroying fire and found a crystal where the soul dragon had died. The world tree extended a branch and retrieved the crystal. The crystal was dragon-shaped, containing powerful soul power, pure and untainted. It turned into a soul crystal. Unfortunately, it's all dragon power, which I can't use. Lin Moya felt that he couldn't absorb or utilize this soul power. The soul power in the crystal was filled with dragon energy. If he absorbed this soul power, he would truly become a mortal enemy of the dragon race. The dragon race would believe that Lin Moya had killed a member of their race, leading to an unending vendetta. The dragon race was unreasonable and wouldn't listen to explanations. Killing a true member of the dragon race meant becoming their enemy. What a pity, this thing is harmful rather than beneficial to me. What should I do with you? At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded, and the long-dormant 9-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly emitted a crisp dragon roar. It circled around the world tree rapidly, emitting continuous dragon roars. The dragon roar carried a hint of flattery. Lin Moya immediately understood and raised the soul crystal. You want this? The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out an urgent dragon roar, seemingly in response. Lin Moya smiled and tossed the soul crystal over. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal flew over, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the soul crystal. After swallowing the soul crystal, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a satisfied cry and quickly returned to the world tree, coiling around one of its branches, motionless. It closed its dragon eyes, and its entire body emitted 9-colored light, seemingly digesting the crystal. Lin Moya suddenly noticed that the 9-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to have an additional color. The 9 colors now had a 10th, about to become 10-colored. 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. Impossible, I've never heard of it. As far as he knew, the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was the limit. But now, it seemed to be evolving into 10 colors. No one knew what it would be like after becoming 10-colored. Lin Moya knew that the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was very useful. It could refine soul power and purify it. When the soul was attacked, it could also help with defense. For anyone, the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was an invaluable treasure. However, its effect required time to accumulate. His soul had strengthened too quickly, causing the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal's presence to diminish significantly. I wonder if there will be new changes after it becomes 10-colored. Chapter 2183. Chapter 2183, 2183. Chapter 2183, Origin Level, Rebirth. The 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was digesting the Soul Crystal, with the light of the 10th color appearing intermittently, not yet stable. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. After confirming that the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was fine, he shifted his attention to the spell White Star. The fusion of Resurrection of the Dead and the original Fire Seed was more than halfway through, and some wonderful changes were occurring on the spell White Star. The light of the spell White Star became increasingly bright. Originally, it illuminated most of the Soul World, but now it lit up the entire Soul World as bright as day. The Soul World became the brightest star in the dark night, extremely conspicuous. Combined with the leakage of the original aura, Lin Moya was genuinely worried that it might attract other soul entities again. If a Supreme came, the world-destroying fire could handle it. If a Heavenly Venerable came, it would be a different story. This unknown soul void was as mysterious as the boundary sea, filled with powerful beings. If there were truly Tao Venerables in the world, they might exist in the soul void. Fortunately, apart from the first soul dragon, no new soul entities appeared. Gradually, a touch of purple appeared on the spell White Star, which gradually enveloped the entire star. The spell White Star transformed into a spell Purple Star. The purple deepened, becoming more profound. The entire spell Purple Star emitted a noble aura, and its position changed accordingly. It slowly rose, flying higher and higher, surpassing other spell White Stars, coming just below the Infinite Fusion. The purple light slowly radiated, connecting with the Infinite Fusion. The purple light contained a powerful original aura. Lin Moya watched the scene, slightly shocked. Is it offering tribute? Even though Resurrection of the Dead had obtained the original Fire Seed and evolved, it was still not as good as Infinite Fusion. Moreover, its actions had a clear sense of flattery. The Infinite Fusion did nothing but received a portion of the original power. Lin Moya did not interfere. The Infinite Fusion had a very weak intelligence, naturally close to him, and would not harm him. The Infinite Fusion absorbed a portion of the original power, gently trembled, and disconnected from the Resurrection of the Dead. It seemed to be saying, "That's enough, you may leave." The Infinite Fusion hovered at the top of all the spell stars, like an emperor sitting high above, ruling over all spells. The Resurrection of the Dead withdrew, rolling to the side, continuing its evolution. Another day passed, and the evolution was finally complete. Lin Moya immediately sensed the changes in the spell. When his soul touched the Resurrection of the Dead, the first feeling was heaviness, extreme heaviness. Spell stars had weight. Planets were the lightest, stars much heavier, and white stars even heavier. The difference between the three was almost magnified 10,000 times. Each level's advancement increased the weight by more than 10,000 times. White stars were already a billion times heavier than planets. The greater the weight, the stronger the spell. Having experienced 3 transformations, Lin Moya was well aware of this. This time, the transformation into a purple star increased the weight again. Although the spell Purple Star was small, its weight far exceeded that of real-world stars. Even with his soul power, moving it required great effort. In the real world, moving stars with his soul power was not difficult. Lin Moya felt that if he threw the spell Purple Star, it could pierce through any star. Within the spell Purple Star, he sensed a flame. The flame was hidden at the center of the spell Purple Star, with the original Fire Seed becoming its core. The presence of the original Fire Seed gave the spell some characteristics of an original spell, greatly enhancing its power, making it a semi-original spell. This world is truly magical. Lin Moya found that the higher his realm, the more he encountered, and the smaller he felt. Information came, and Lin Moya saw the sublimated Resurrection of the Dead. Resurrection of the Dead, origin level revives targets using corpses or souls as mediums, transforming them into resurrected beings. The existence time of resurrected beings is determined by the Master's realm, 1,000 days. Resurrected beings can enter a dormant state, during which their existence time does not decrease. The strength of resurrected beings will surpass their peak in life, with the extent of the surpassing determined by their potential. Resurrected beings will self-destruct upon death, with the explosion's power exceeding their limits. Resurrected beings retain their memories from life, and the Master has absolute control over them. Reviving targets more than 2 major realms above the Master may cause resistance, potentially leading to loss of control. The number of resurrected beings is determined by the Master's realm, with the current maximum being 1 billion. Seeing the information about Resurrection of the Dead, Lin Moya's heart surged with waves of emotion. He had expected Resurrection of the Dead to become stronger but hadn't anticipated it to become this powerful. The spell White Star had transformed into a purple star, and the spell had reached the origin level. Resurrection of the Dead underwent a rebirth-like transformation. Its essence remained the same, turning the dead into resurrected beings, but the existence time increased tenfold, from 100 days to 1,000 days. And this was only limited by his current realm. If his realm continued to improve, the time could increase further. Most importantly, the dormant ability appeared. During dormancy, the time for resurrected beings would not pass. This eliminated the biggest drawback of resurrected beings. They could be dormant when not in use and awaken for battle, extending their existence time almost infinitely. Previously, the resurrected beings given to Little Bull eventually disappeared not because they died in battle but because their time ran out. Lin Moyo only created large numbers of resurrected beings when needed. Now, he no longer had to worry about this issue. He could revive targets anytime, anywhere, letting them sleep when not fighting and using them in battle. 1,000 days could be used as 10,000 days or even 100,000 days. Besides the change in time, there was also a change in combat power. Resurrected beings not only restored their peak combat power from life but could also surpass it based on their potential. The extent of the surpassing varied for each resurrected being and needed testing to determine. Lin Moyo couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, your strongest state appears after death. The changes in resurrection of the dead were already astonishing, but there was more. Resurrected beings would self-destruct upon death, with the explosion's power exceeding their limits. This was also a powerful weapon, enough to elevate the combat power of the resurrected army. The final change was in numbers. The number of resurrected beings increased from 100 million to 1 billion, a tenfold increase. Previously, the number of resurrected beings wasn't very useful due to their short existence time, but now, with the dormant ability, the more resurrected beings, the better. Lin Moya's first thought was to go to the boundary land and kill all the starry sky beasts from other worlds, turning them into resurrected beings and forming a true resurrected army. Unexpectedly, an original fire seed has made resurrection of the dead my strongest spell. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. Once a spell of limited use, it had now become his strongest spell. Under certain conditions, the combat power of the resurrected army had already surpassed that of the undead army. Chapter 2184. Chapter 2184, 2184. Chapter 2184, the first battle after the Resurrection Army's promotion. The battleship stopped and floated up from deep space. There was still some distance to the boundary land, and this area was a void without stars. Weak starlight shone from hundreds of light years away. Lin Moya waved his hand, throwing out countless pieces of flesh. The flesh piled up into a mountain, difficult to count. This flesh was left from the starry sky beasts he killed when he went to the boundary land before. At that time, he didn't know how many starry sky beasts he had killed or how much flesh he had left. Later, some of it became resurrected beings, handed over to Little Bull for command. He had originally planned to use the rest in the final battle, but now, there was no need to wait. The undying flame exploded in the starry sky, enveloping the flesh. Origin level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Following mysterious rules, the flesh began to grow within the undying flame. The flesh regenerated, and the souls reformed. One by one, the starry sky beasts that had died reappeared alive before his eyes. The undying flame continued to burn, and the starry sky beasts kept resurrecting, filling a large area of the starry sky in an instant. Lin Moya was surrounded by tens of millions of starry sky beasts, all kneeling towards him, extremely respectful and silent. If anyone saw this, they would be shocked. When did starry sky beasts become so obedient, not making a single sound? This was nothing short of a miracle. The creator of this miracle was very satisfied. Indeed, they are stronger than before, and the resurrection speed is also faster. He found that after the resurrection of the dead spell was promoted to the origin level, there was another unmentioned change, the resurrection speed. The flesh regenerated much faster than before, at least 3 times faster. Moreover, the resurrected starry sky beasts were indeed stronger than before. Those who were at the 3rd stage of the divine sovereign realm and life became 5th stage after resurrection. Those who had just entered the high-level divine sovereign realm and life reached the 8th stage after resurrection. Some peak divine sovereign starry sky beasts reached half-step Bien realm after resurrection. Although they hadn't reached the Bien realm, they were much stronger than before. If they died in battle and self-destruct before death, they could probably threaten the Bien realm. Lin Moya roughly counted, totaling 16 million starry sky beasts, and they were all at the divine sovereign realm. Such a large army would be a headache for any race. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Lin Moya threw out the containment talisman array, collecting all the starry sky beasts and issuing a dormancy command. In an instant, all the starry sky beasts' auras fell silent, entering a dormant state. In dormancy, the starry sky beasts were like dead objects, without any aura. Lin Moya looked strange. Why do I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before? His memories flowed, recalling an experience from long ago. In a distant memory, in an ancient tomb on the Vermilion Bird battlefield, he had seen countless coffins. The coffins contained many skeletons, which appeared lifeless and dead. But under certain special circumstances, the skeletons would revive. Now it seemed that those skeletons were in a dormant state. In that ancient tomb, Lin Moya also learned some ancient matters and obtained the Dominion spell. Connecting the memories, he now knew that the Dominion spell also came from the mysterious master. Could it be that the mysterious master had been planning this from the beginning? My acquisition of the Dominion spell was not accidental, it was also a means of the mysterious master. It's not impossible. Lin Moya knew his realm was too low, far from reaching the level of the mysterious master. He could only passively accept the various arrangements of the other party. For now, it seemed that the other party had no intention of harming him and had been helping him repeatedly. Lin Moya didn't dwell on this issue, re-entered the battleship, and continued towards the boundary land. A total of 16 million resurrected beings were quietly dormant in the containment talisman array. 16 million was just the beginning. Sooner or later, the number would reach a billion, truly showcasing the terror of the resurrected army. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal continued to digest, slower than expected, and Lin Moya didn't know when it would finish. The 10th color appeared intermittently, and it was uncertain if it would succeed. If it succeeded, it would be another miracle. If it really becomes 10-colored, even Antares would be shocked. When will that guy come out? Didn't he say 1 or 200 years? It's already past that. Could it be that he can't come out? What exactly happened in the small world? Lin Moya couldn't know what was happening in the small world. He couldn't go there. The last time he went, he almost lost his life. Antares said he was fine, and Lin Moya believed him, but he didn't know when he would come out. He also didn't know the situation of others in the small world. Lin Moya's thoughts became chaotic for a moment. After flying for more than 2 months, the battleship finally reached the boundary land. The laws here changed, and the space became different, making it impossible for the battleship to continue flying in deep space. Lin Moya activated the 3 light talismans, flying towards the Heavenly Dragon's location at a speed of 900 million kilometers per second. The concealment talisman was still effective, and his presence didn't attract the attention of the starry sky beasts. The boundary land was densely packed with starry sky beasts, almost endless in number. In terms of the number of strong beings, the starry sky beasts far outnumbered the human race. Even if all the races within the domain were combined, they wouldn't match the starry sky beasts. Many starry sky beasts came from alien races, and Lin Moya wanted to kill them all, turning them into resurrected beings and forming a true resurrected army. But now was not the time. Moreover, he needed to discuss this with the Heavenly Dragon. Killing some wouldn't be a problem, but killing too many would surely cause issues with the Heavenly Dragon. Half a month later, he got closer to the Heavenly Dragon and began to sense an unusual aura. He felt that a battle had recently taken place here, and the nearby starry sky beasts were gone. Many starry sky beasts had died here, and although the battle traces had been deliberately cleaned up, they couldn't escape his soul's detection. It's the aura of the Golden Eagle clan. The Eagle Emperor is here. They are indeed waiting for me. The Demon Lord really informed the Eagle Emperor to prevent the Dragon Ball from returning to the Heavenly Dragon. It seems highly likely that the half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great Realm is also here. The Heavenly Dragon is not far away. If there's a battle, the Heavenly Dragon should know. One of the 3 must be going to restrain the Heavenly Dragon. Lin Moya quickly deduced that the one going to restrain the Heavenly Dragon should be the half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great Realm. Once they left their own star region, neither the Eagle Emperor nor the Demon Lord could contend with the Heavenly Dragon on its home turf. Only the half-step supreme could restrain the Heavenly Dragon on its home ground. With the Heavenly Dragon occupied, the Demon Lord and Eagle Emperor could try to stop him. Until now, they probably don't know who took the Dragon Ball. They might think it was one of the Heavenly Dragon's subordinates. This will be the first battle after the Resurrection Army's promotion. With a hint of coldness, Lin Moya accelerated towards the Heavenly Dragon's location. Chapter 2185. Chapter 2185, 2185. Chapter 2185, Let You Burn. In the boundary land, a large area became empty. When Lin Moya came last time, the closer he got to the Heavenly Dragon, the more numerous and powerful the starry sky beasts became. Last time, he saw some starry sky beasts at the Bien realm, and the number of peak divine sovereigns was countless. Little Bull had explained that the main reason was the big tree where the Heavenly Dragon resided. That tree was extraordinary, emitting an element that starry sky beasts needed greatly. Absorbing this element could make the starry sky beast stronger. So within 10 light years of the tree, the number of starry sky beasts far exceeded other areas. But now, along the way, it was empty, not a single starry sky beast in sight. Needless to say, those starry sky beasts must have been summoned by the Heavenly Dragon. Even when he was 5 light years away from the Heavenly Dragon, he still hadn't seen any sign of the Eagle Emperor or the Demon Lord. It seems the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord have set up a very small interception circle. That makes sense. The larger the area, the more loopholes there are. Only by reducing the area can the interception rate be increased. If it were me, I would limit the interception area to the last trillion kilometers. This range is neither too big nor too small, just right. Lin Moya thought from their perspective. The Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor were both smart, and their thinking wouldn't differ much. The closer he got to the Heavenly Dragon, the more vigilant Lin Moya became. When he was 1 light year away from the Heavenly Dragon, he finally sensed an energy fluctuation. The space was shaking, continuously and intensely, and through the space, Lin Moya heard a dragon's roar. The Heavenly Dragon was fighting someone and didn't seem to have the upper hand. The person fighting the Heavenly Dragon continuously emitted a bloody aura, likely the half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great Realm. Lin Moya stopped to carefully sense the situation. The Heavenly Dragon, despite being in its home territory and having the advantage of the dragon race, could only barely contend with the half-step supreme. However, the people from the Black Blood Great Realm didn't dare to kill the Heavenly Dragon. Ever since Lin Moya learned the details of the dragon race, he knew that no one in this world dared to truly kill a real dragon. Dragons from outside were truly untouchable. Lin Moya wasn't worried about the safety of the Heavenly Dragon. He sensed the positions of the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord through the space fluctuations. But after sensing for a while, he didn't find them. Clearly, they had used some special means to hide their auras. Lin Moya believed they were definitely there, ready with a trap for him. Let's see if I can break through the net. Lin Moya moved again, continuing towards the Heavenly Dragon. 1 light year would take less than 3 hours. The distance kept shrinking, and the aura of the Heavenly Dragon became more apparent. Trillions of kilometers. Hundreds of trillions of kilometers. 10 trillion kilometers. Lin Moya finally sensed the aura of the Eagle Emperor. The Eagle Emperor suddenly appeared within the last 5 trillion kilometers, a larger range than he had expected. As he sensed the Eagle Emperor seemed to notice him too. The Eagle Emperor let out a sharp roar, shaking the space like ocean waves, creating countless ripples. Lin Moya merged into the laws, his entire body enveloped by the power of time and space, as if entering another layer of spacetime, unaffected. I overlooked one thing: the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord both have avatars, and not just one. They brought their avatars to intercept me. With more people, they could cover a larger area. The concealment talisman can't fool a half-step supreme, but so what? They only know I'm here, not who I am. Lin Moya's thoughts moved, and a massive number of starry sky beasts appeared in the starry sky. These starry sky beasts looked no different from ordinary ones. Each was only at the divine sovereign level, far from the saint level. Lin Moya didn't expect the starry sky beasts to kill the Eagle Emperor or the Demon Lord. Just delaying them was enough. This time, he released starry sky beasts, all high-level divine sovereigns, numbering over 100,000. Among the 16 million starry sky beasts, there were a million high-level divine sovereigns. Those with lower realms were not very useful, not even qualified to be cannon fodder. High-level divine sovereigns could at least hold them off for a while. 100,000 starry sky beasts suddenly appeared, charging at the Eagle Emperor. The Eagle Emperor was clearly stunned, not understanding where these starry sky beasts came from. They appeared out of nowhere and then charged at him. Lin Moya didn't watch the battle, flying in another direction. Trying to leave? No way. The Eagle Emperor roared, bursting with dazzling golden light, instantly piercing countless starry sky beasts. The starry sky beasts were severely injured but continued fearlessly charging at the Eagle Emperor. They were resurrected beings, like the undead army, fearless and unafraid of death. They didn't even feel pain, only knowing to obey Lin Moya's orders. Using the starry sky beasts as a shield, Lin Moya charged forward. The Eagle Emperor screamed again, half in anger and half to alert the Demon Lord. The starry sky beasts moved quickly, reaching the Eagle Emperor in the blink of an eye. Die! Even though it was just an avatar, it was still a saint. Dealing with some divine sovereign starry sky beasts, he could easily kill them. He flapped his wings, and a golden eagle appeared in the starry sky. The eagle crashed into the resurrected army, its wings like blades, instantly slicing a large number of starry sky beasts to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, and the Eagle Emperor screamed, retreating in panic. The resurrected beings self-destruct upon death, with the explosion's power exceeding their limits. High-level Divine Sovereign's self-destruction could reach the peak of the Divine Sovereign level. Peak Divine Sovereign's self-destruction could reach the half-step Bien realm. Among the 100,000 resurrected beings Lin Moya summoned, some were half-step Bien realm. Their self-destruction could reach the Bien realm, capable of injuring a saint. The Eagle Emperor was stunned by the sudden self-destruction, retreating while shouting, "What the hell is this?" He had never seen such starry sky beasts. One or two were fine, but there were hundreds just now. Lin Moya's thoughts moved, and the starry sky beasts scattered, attacking the Eagle Emperor from all directions. As a member of the Golden Eagle clan, the Eagle Emperor was extremely fast, and the starry sky beasts couldn't catch up. Lin Moya didn't intend to chase him. His goal wasn't to kill the Eagle Emperor but to delay him, allowing himself to pass smoothly. The Eagle Emperor's retreat gave Lin Moya an opportunity. Lin Moya quickly advanced, covering trillions of kilometers in just a few minutes, now only 4 trillion kilometers from the heavenly dragon. Flames appeared out of nowhere, and demonic fire burned fiercely in the starry sky, blocking Lin Moya's path. The Demon Lord's face appeared, with a cold smile. "No matter who you are, you won't get past today." Lin Moya responded with the resurrected army. In an instant, 100,000 starry sky beasts appeared in the void, swarming towards the Demon Lord like raindrops. The Demon Lord was startled. The appearance of these 100,000 starry sky beasts was too sudden, but fortunately, their realms were not high, with the strongest being only half-step Bien realm. The Demon Lord sneered, "Just this trash? Useless." He unleashed countless demonic flames, turning the void into a sea of fire, engulfing the starry sky beasts. Lin Moya sneered in his heart, "Let you burn." The starry sky beasts fearlessly charged into the sea of fire, their bodies burning, seemingly unaware of pain, continuing to charge at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was stunned again, realizing something was wrong with these starry sky beasts. In that moment of distraction, the starry sky beasts reached him, their auras weakening, on the verge of death. The Eagle Emperor's voice came from afar, "Stop them." Chapter 2186. Chapter 2186, 2186. Chapter 2186, The Endless Starry Sky Beasts. The Eagle Emperor's voice arrived a moment too late. The starry sky beasts were burned to death and then exploded. The violent self-destruction overturned the sea of fire, twisting it and destroying it with successive explosions. The Demon Lord was also affected by the self-destruction and was forcibly blown away. The starry sky beasts chased after him, continuing to pursue the Demon Lord. The resurrected beings didn't care how strong the Demon Lord was, they would unconditionally execute Lin Moya's orders. The Eagle Emperor's voice came, "These guys will self-destruct before they die." He was reminding the Demon Lord, and Lin Moya sneered inwardly, "Not only will they self-destruct, but they are also not afraid of death." The Eagle Emperor was too fast for the starry sky beasts to catch up. The Demon Lord was slightly slower but still faster than the starry sky beasts. Lin Moya had the starry sky beasts surround him, using the resurrected beings as meat shields to advance quickly. In the eyes of the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord, these starry sky beasts had become porcupines, difficult to handle. They kept their distance and launched attacks from afar. Lin Moyo also had the starry sky beasts spread out, so even if they died, they would die far apart. When the starry sky beasts died and exploded, Lin Moyo would take the opportunity to advance, getting closer and closer to the heavenly dragon. The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord could sense Lin Moya's presence and roughly knew his position, but they couldn't see Lin Moya's true form. In their eyes, anyone who could control so many starry sky beasts must be a powerful starry sky beast with strong stealth abilities. They believed that all these actions were under the heavenly dragon's orders. No matter what they thought, they couldn't connect this matter to Lin Moyo. After some entanglement, Lin Moyo broke through another trillion kilometers, leaving only 3 trillion kilometers to the heavenly dragon. Flames reappeared in the starry sky, and a golden eagle quickly approached from afar. The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord arrived, and in front of Lin Moyo, there were 2 Eagle Emperors and 2 Demon Lords. With Lin Moya's eyesight, he couldn't tell which were the avatars and which were the true bodies. Indeed, once they leave their own star regions, even their true bodies are only at the saint level. When the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord were in their own territories, they had the combat power of half-step supremes. Once they left their star regions, their strength would sharply decrease to the saint level, and their avatars, whether in or out of their star regions, were always at the saint level. This led to the current situation where both the Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor were at the saint level, indistinguishable from their avatars. Lin Moyo pondered whether to use his trump card to kill them all, but he thought it wasn't worth wasting his trump card on such people. With a thought, he released another batch of resurrected beings. This time, he released a large number, a total of 500,000 high-level divine sovereign resurrected beings, scattered across the starry sky, forming a massive battle circle. The arrangement of the starry sky beasts was meticulous. The closer they were to Lin Moyo, the denser they were. The farther out, the more scattered they became. This was to avoid accidental self-destruction injuries. As long as the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord attacked, the resurrected beings would rush to meet them, willingly sacrificing themselves. Their self-destruction would also shatter the opponent's attacks, greatly reducing their power. This reckless fighting style gave the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord a headache they couldn't break through. If they dared to charge in, the starry sky beasts would rush at them, making it impossible to fight or not fight. Not only could they not get in, but their attacks couldn't penetrate either. When the starry sky beasts were unafraid of death, it was truly terrifying. The Demon Lord used demonic fire, creating a sea of fire that engulfed a large area of the starry sky. In an instant, thousands of starry sky beasts were burned to death, but their self-destruction also extinguished the sea of fire. Lin Moyo felt that this self-destruction ability was truly a bug-like existence. A typical "you can kill me, but you won't have it easy either." Under the protection of the resurrected army, Lin Moyo continued to approach the heavenly dragon, though not as fast as moving alone. A day later, only 1 trillion kilometers remained to the heavenly dragon. If he got any closer, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord finally made up their minds. They exchanged glances and simultaneously burst out with astonishing auras, charging towards Lin Moyo's position. Countless demonic flames boiled, sweeping across the starry sky. The Eagle Emperor burst out with golden light, sending countless golden eagles to kill the starry sky beasts. Lin Moyo snorted coldly, finally can't hold back. The starry sky beasts rushed forward, diving into the sea of fire to die, then exploded. A world of rules appeared behind the Demon Lord, filled with boiling demonic fire, and a trace of original fire shot out. The original fire was identical to the Abyssal Demon's original fire, but the Demon Lord's original fire was stronger. Lin Moyo's heart was clear, so the Abyssal Demon's original fire was borrowed from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is the true master. The one charging at me now should be an avatar. The true body wouldn't act easily. I didn't expect the avatar to also have a world of rules. If the Demon Lord's avatar has a world of rules, the Eagle Emperor's avatar should have one too. As soon as Lin Moyo thought this, the Eagle Emperor's world of rules also appeared. High mountains and dense forests, countless golden eagles flew out, turning into golden light and shooting at the starry sky beasts. Useless. Lin Moyo chuckled. The starry sky beasts rushed to die. Amidst the violent explosions, the sea of fire was destroyed, and the golden light shattered. In the chaotic explosions, Lin Moyo seized the opportunity to advance. The 3 light talismans activated, pushing Lin Moyo's speed to the limit. In an instant, he broke through 1 trillion kilometers but suddenly stopped. Space is locked. The space had turned into a swamp, difficult to move through. Lin Moyo realized that the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord had set up another trap for the final stretch. Because of his breakthrough, the resurrected beings were left behind. The true bodies of the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord sensed Lin Moyo trapped in the locked space and sneered, attacking simultaneously. Die! Flames rose in the space, coming from all directions, mixed with golden light, trying to kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo remained calm, and with a thought, more starry sky beasts appeared. This time, not only high-level divine sovereigns but also countless lower-level ones. They formed a dense meat shield, blocking the attacks. The starry sky exploded again, with countless starry sky beasts self-destructing. The lower-level starry sky beasts were weaker and easier to kill. Though their self-destruction was less powerful, their sheer numbers were enough to wear down the attacks. The sudden appearance of over 1 million starry sky beasts stunned the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord. This is impossible. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could there be so many self-destructing starry sky beasts? For a moment, they felt unfamiliar with the heavenly dragon, unable to understand. Amidst the explosions, Lin Moyo adapted to the locked space. Mastering space laws and with an extremely sensitive soul, he quickly adapted to the changes. Taking another step, he advanced 9 billion kilometers. The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord's faces changed. We can't let him go, Chase. but the starry sky beasts moved simultaneously to block them. As Lin Moyo advanced, he kept releasing starry sky beasts, creating countless meat shields along the way. The more they chased, the more desperate they felt. Though powerful, they couldn't get close. When only 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers remained, the demon lord finally couldn't hold back and fully unleashed his power. Stay here. His true body turned into a sea of fire, with original fire rising, sweeping towards Lin Moyo. Countless starry sky beasts were burned to death and exploded along the way, but he ignored them and kept killing. Lin Moyo snorted, and a Bien Realm starry sky beast appeared, blocking the demon lord's path. The starry sky beast had been at the Bien Realm in life and was now very close to the saint level as a resurrected being. To kill Lin Moyo, the demon lord had to kill it first. Chapter 2187. Chapter 2187, 2187. Chapter 2187, You Will Fall. The demon lord no longer cared about anything else. He was making his final effort, doing everything he could to stop Lin Moyo. He didn't care who had stolen his Dragon Ball, he just wanted to kill the thief and retrieve the Dragon Ball. The demon lord's true body summoned his rule world and began to fight desperately. The Bien Realm starry sky beast collided with the demon lord, engaging in a frenzied battle. At the same time, Lin Moyo summoned another 100,000 starry sky beasts to assist, completely blocking the demon lord's path. Lin Moyo keenly felt that the demon lord's true body was somewhat stronger than his avatar. However, outside the demon clan's territory, his strength seemed limited. The human race, the demon clan, and the Golden Eagle clan all had half-step supremes as their foundation. Moreover, they could only exert half-step supreme power within their respective star regions. The fact that all three races had this characteristic was very peculiar. Lin Moyo had pondered the existence of these three and deduced that none of them were normal life forms. There were no records of them in the Human Emperor network either. Normally, there should have been records, but there were none for the Star Elder, and very few for the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord. The human race emphasized knowing oneself and the enemy, but it was clear that the Human Emperor network was hiding this information. Lin Moyo was very curious about the Demon Lord's true body, but now was not the time. He would figure it out sooner or later. The Demon Lord was fighting desperately, and his rule world spewed countless demonic flames, burning the starry sky. The space was burned to pieces, and space turbulence from the deep space flew wildly in the starry sky. The explosions were continuous, and the resurrected beings were constantly being killed, followed by self-destruction. The self-destruction was powerful, extinguishing a large amount of demonic flames. The Demon Lord used his rule world to protect himself, resisting the explosions, trying to break through the encirclement. In an instant, the 100,000 resurrected beings were killed, leaving only a few scattered ones. Lin Moyo took the opportunity to advance another 500 billion kilometers, leaving only the last 500 billion kilometers to the Heavenly Dragon. This distance could be covered in less than 10 minutes. Golden light flashed, and the Eagle Emperor's true body, carrying golden light, flew towards him. He too began to fight desperately, with countless golden eagles flying around him, each no weaker than a peak divine sovereign. These golden eagles turned into sharp arrows, covering billions of miles of the starry sky. The power of rules spread, and the laws collapsed. In the billions of miles of the starry sky, only golden light remained. Breaking through the golden light blockade was not easy, even a saint would have to pay a price. Two roars sounded, and two Bien Realm starry sky beasts appeared. Lin Moyo threw out two more resurrected beings. There were not many Bien Realm resurrected beings, and using one meant one less. The resurrected beings turned into meat shields, blocking the golden light for Lin Moyo. At the moment the resurrected beings appeared, a wisp of mist emanated from the golden light. The mist flashed by and was immediately obliterated by the golden light, unnoticed by anyone. But it was this wisp of mist that allowed Lin Moyo to lock onto the Eagle Emperor. One of the characteristics of the Bone Hell was that even the Eagle Emperor could not avoid it. The Eagle Emperor and the Bien Realm resurrected beings clashed, but his speed was too fast for the resurrected beings to keep up. Moreover, the difference in strength was too great. In just a few exchanges, the resurrected beings were severely injured and on the verge of death. The Eagle Emperor pulled away, using his speed advantage to circle back and charge at Lin Moyo again. The golden light exploded again, more powerful than before. The Eagle Emperor also summoned his rule world, and the power of rules dominated this space. No matter who you are, you must die. The Eagle Emperor roared sharply. The Demon Lord finally killed his opponent and caught up, transforming the demonic flames into a sea of fire, attacking together with the Eagle Emperor. Lin Moyo summoned another 100,000 resurrected beings as meat shields. Under the combined attack of the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord, the resurrected beings quickly died. The explosions were continuous, and the violent blast swept in all directions. Amidst the explosions, the two heavily injured Bien Realm resurrected beings quietly approached the Eagle Emperor. Suddenly, the Eagle Emperor's expression changed. He abruptly changed direction while charging forward. But it was too late. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred on his body. White Star level spell, Corpse Explosion. Lin Moyo silently detonated the corpse of a Bien Realm starry sky beast, directly exploding it on the Eagle Emperor. Even though the Eagle Emperor was a saint, he was still injured by the explosion. In the explosion, the Eagle Emperor screamed, and his golden light shattered instantly. The two Bien Realm resurrected beings that had quietly approached took the opportunity to pounce on the Eagle Emperor, biting him tightly. The Eagle Emperor roared, his aura erupting. His rule world spun violently, and the power of rules crushed the two resurrected beings, killing them instantly, followed by explosions. Two more explosions occurred, and the Eagle Emperor groaned and retreated. While the Eagle Emperor was being attacked, the Demon Lord suddenly felt like he was missing something but couldn't say what it was. A dragon's roar sounded in Lin Moya's ears, and the luck spell had already been activated. In the luck spell, the Demon Lord's luck was originally 45, green, neither good nor bad. Lin Moya went all out, forcibly suppressing the Demon Lord's luck to 20, turning it gray, bringing continuous bad luck. His own luck was elevated to the extreme, while the Demon Lord's luck was weakened to the extreme. The difference in luck between the two was more than 80 points, possibly even more. You will fall. The luck spell activated, attracting the attack of the laws of causality. Using good luck to attack bad luck was like a ruthless suppression in terms of strength. If Lin Moya's realm were higher, just this difference in luck would be enough to instantly kill the Demon Lord. The attack of causality descended, and the Demon Lord groaned, his soul attacked and injured on the spot. The Demon Lord's face twisted, spewing countless flames, which were his blood. The Demon Lord's expression was ferocious and terrifying, with fear in his eyes. This kind of attack was extremely strange and undefendable. All soul treasures seemed to lose their effect. The power of the void. How is this possible? How can someone control the power of the void? Could it be an ancient treasure? The Demon Lord, who had lived for countless years, recognized it as the power of the void. Recognizing the power of the void made him even more terrified. The power of the void had become a legend, a power only some powerful supremes could master. As far as he knew, even in ancient times, few could master the power of the void. There were not many treasures related to the void, mostly in the hands of heavenly venerables. Those that remained until now were even fewer. The appearance of the power of the void made the Demon Lord feel a chill. He immediately thought of the heavenly dragon. He knew the heavenly dragon's identity, that it came from the dragon race. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful race. If the heavenly dragon could use some power of the void, it wasn't impossible. The Demon Lord hesitated and stopped, even though his soul was injured and he was furious. But reason told him not to pursue further. The Eagle Emperor, covered in golden light, came to the Demon Lord's side and asked, "Why aren't you chasing?" At this time, the Eagle Emperor was also injured, with many golden feathers fallen, looking somewhat disheveled. However, within the golden light, the feathers were regenerating and would soon recover. The Demon Lord sighed, "We can't chase anymore. We underestimated the heavenly dragon." The Eagle Emperor sensed something was wrong. What happened? The Demon Lord explained what had just happened. When he mentioned the power of the void, the Eagle Emperor's expression also changed. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The Demon Lord sighed, "No mistake. The terror of the dragon race is beyond our imagination. No wonder the human race in ancient times could only accept the arrival of the dragon race. This matter ends here. The Dragon Ball is lost, so be it. I've studied it for so many years and haven't figured out anything. As the human race says, this item is not fated with me." Chapter 2188. Chapter 2188, 2188. Chapter 2188, isn't this because you forced me? In less than 10 minutes, Lin Moya covered the last 500 billion kilometers. The appearance of the luck spell made the Demon Lord stop pursuing him, which was indeed beyond Lin Moya's expectations. He quickly figured out that what the Demon Lord feared wasn't the luck spell itself but the power of the void. In ancient times, those who could master the power of the void were few and far between, and it was synonymous with great power. If I had known it was this simple, I would have used the luck spell to scare him from the start. After covering the last 500 billion kilometers, Lin Moya saw the heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon was fighting a man in black. The man wielded a long sword, its blade slender and slightly curved, covered in bloodlines that flowed like a living creature. The half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great Realm possessed astonishing combat power. He and the heavenly dragon were locked in a fierce battle. The heavenly dragon, leveraging its home field advantage, could barely hold its own against him. The heavenly dragon hovered above a large tree, never leaving it. The tree seemed to be one with the heavenly dragon, glowing and continuously providing it with immense power. At the same time, the tree's light helped the heavenly dragon fend off attacks. Although the heavenly dragon was only at the peak of the Saint Realm, it could, with the help of the tree, fight the half-step supreme to a standstill. This tree was extraordinary, possessing incredible power. In the starry sky beyond the two combatants, countless starry sky beasts floated, numbering over 1,000,000. These starry sky beasts were already dead, leaving only their corpses. Most of them were high-level divine sovereigns, with 3 at the Bien realm. The 2 Saint Realm starry sky beasts that originally guarded the heavenly dragon were now 1 dead and 1 injured. It was clear that the heavenly dragon was extremely angry but helpless against its opponent. After all, a half-step supreme was a notch stronger than the heavenly dragon. Lin Moya watched for a while, knowing that the battle would not yield any results if it continued. Fortunately, there were many starry sky beasts here. Lin Moya hid among them, using their presence to conceal himself. Perhaps due to the intensity of the battle, the half-step supreme from the Black Blood Great Realm did not notice Lin Moya's arrival. Lin Moya approached the heavenly dragon, quietly coming up behind it. The heavenly dragon suddenly sensed Lin Moya's presence and recognized his aura. Before it could speak, Lin Moya quickly said, "I brought back your Dragon Ball. Let's join forces and take him down." The heavenly dragon shuddered upon hearing this, immediately invigorated, and growled, "All right. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly dragon let out a dragon's cry, shaking the starry sky. Dozens of phantom heavenly dragons appeared in the starry sky, crazily charging at the opponent. Simultaneously, a large number of starry sky beasts surged from all directions, attacking the opponent under the heavenly dragon's command. The scene became chaotic and frenzied. Lin Moya took the opportunity to take out the Dragon Ball. As soon as the Dragon Ball appeared, it flew towards its master. The Dragon Ball landed on the heavenly dragon's skin and quickly sank into its body, assimilating with it. With the Dragon Ball in its possession, the heavenly dragon's aura began to rise rapidly. Originally at the peak of the Saint Realm, it quickly broke through to the half-step supreme level. A rule world emerged behind the heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon's rule world was simple, a landscape with a divine dragon. It modeled its rule world after the divine dragons of the dragon race. Lin Moya watched, feeling that this divine dragon looked familiar, especially its eyes. Dragon God. Lin Moya murmured, realizing that the heavenly dragon had modeled its rule world after the dragon god. The heavenly dragon's rule world was powerful, especially after it reached the half-step supreme level, making it even stronger. In the rule world, the dragon god opened its eyes, exuding a fierce and sharp aura. With just a glance, the starry sky exploded, revealing deep space. So strong. Is this the power of the dragon race? Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He had expected the heavenly dragon to be strong but not this strong. The heavenly dragon's rule world moved, transforming into a divine dragon that flew out, breathing dragon breath at the half-step supreme from the black blood great realm. The dragon breath covered billions of miles of the starry sky, turning into raging flames. Simultaneously, Lin Moya used the luck spell on the half-step supreme. The black blood suddenly felt the same sense of loss as the demon lord, feeling as if he had lost something. Reality didn't allow him to think much. Lin Moya pushed the luck spell to the extreme, turning his own luck into a dragon while suppressing the opponent's luck to gray. The half-step supreme from the black blood great realm had luck similar to the demon lord, around 43. Under the unreasonable luck spell, his luck was suppressed to 19. Then, the luck spell triggered the laws of causality, attacking directly at the soul. The black blood groaned, inexplicably injured. At this moment, the heavenly dragon's rule world crushed down. The black blood roared, turning into a blood mist that merged with the starry sky, disappearing. Lin Moya sighed slightly, he escaped. The heavenly dragon said in a low voice, "The people from the black blood great realm are adept at manipulating blood. They can explode their life essence blood to teleport 10 light years instantly. You can't catch up." Lin Moya had no intention of chasing. He removed the concealment talisman and revealed his true form. The heavenly dragon retracted its rule world, its aura gradually stabilizing. "How did you get the Dragon Ball?" Lin Moya smiled, "Isn't this because you forced me? I originally planned to look for it in a few years." The heavenly dragon shook its head slightly. "Someone once promised to help me find the Dragon Ball and received many benefits from me. But they never kept their promise, so I stopped trusting others." Lin Moya nodded, "I understand. If it were me, being deceived repeatedly, I wouldn't trust others either. So this time, I went and brought back the Dragon Ball. Don't ask about the process. It's too complicated and involves some of my privacy. You saw it too, the Demon Lord, the Eagle Emperor, and that guy." The heavenly dragon interrupted Lin Moya. "That person is called Mo Shui, a remnant from the Black Blood Great Realm in the Great World." At this point, the heavenly dragon suddenly stopped. It realized it had said something it shouldn't have, revealing some forbidden information. Lin Moya caught the key point, a remnant from the Black Blood Great Realm in the Great World. The word remnant carried deep meaning, possibly indicating some development process and outcome. So that guy is called Mo Shui. Lin Moya thought to himself but said aloud, "Now, our agreement can continue, right?" The heavenly dragon replied, "Of course, I always keep my promises. What about the people you detained?" The heavenly dragon summoned its rule world again. Its rule world was vast, with only a divine dragon occupying most of it. In an inconspicuous corner, a group of people in black lay unconscious. Then the heavenly dragon spat out a light ball, which tightly wrapped around a treasure. Seeing this treasure, Lin Moya felt a chill. He sensed that this treasure was extremely dangerous and could truly harm him, even rendering his resurrection useless. The heavenly dragon said, "This treasure is called the Eye of Corruption, refined from the filthy blood of the Black Blood Great Realm. As long as one's realm is below the supreme, being contaminated by it means the end of their life. The true spirit will be damaged, and no one can save them, not even a heavenly venerable. For beings like the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord, the Eye of Corruption can directly inflict fatal damage." Lin Moya felt the power of the Eye of Corruption and asked in a deep voice, "There must be some limitations to this thing, right?" The heavenly dragon exhaled dragon breath, "Of course there are." Chapter 2189. Chapter 2189, 2189. Chapter 2189, "You can't use it? That might not be true." Tianlong changed his posture to make himself more comfortable. His gigantic body, tens of thousands of meters long, moved smoothly like silk on this 100,000-meter tall tree. The forked branches didn't affect him at all. Lin Moya saw that Tianlong had injuries, with many of his dragon scales shattered. However, these were only superficial wounds that would heal easily. Lin Moya didn't offer to treat Tianlong's wounds. Dragons have their pride, and unless Tianlong asked, he wouldn't interfere. Tianlong continued, "There are indeed limitations. First, the blood pollution eye is a one-time magical item. Once used, it's gone. Second, only people from the Black Blood Realm can use the blood pollution eye, and its power is closely tied to the user. To kill a half-step supreme, at least a beyond sure realm cultivator is needed, and it would cost them their life to do so. So these were the limitations of the blood pollution eye. Using it required paying a price, and not a small one. However, sacrificing a Beyond Shore Realm cultivator to kill a half-step supreme was worth it. Tianlong continued, so, even if I gave you this blood pollution eye, you couldn't use it. Lin Moya's gaze fell on Tianlong's rule world. There were hundreds of powerful cultivators from the Black Blood Realm there, including many divine venerables and several Beyond Shore Realm cultivators. Lin Moya said, can you help me with something? Tianlong exhaled, tell me. He was still digesting the dragon pearl, and his aura was slowly strengthening. Having recovered one dragon pearl, he was in a great mood and treated Lin Moya very well, seemingly considering Lin Moya a true friend. Lin Moya said, can you help me kill all these guys, but leave their bodies intact? Tianlong asked, are you sure? I'm sure. Alright, as you wish. The divine dragon in the rule world moved, breathing out a mouthful of dragon breath towards these people. The dragon breath began to burn fiercely like flames, instantly incinerating their souls while leaving their bodies intact. Lin Moya praised, so powerful. Tianlong said, it's just soul fire, nothing special. He tossed the hundreds of corpses to Lin Moya, including the blood pollution eye. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and immediately packed everything up with a containment array. Tianlong asked, when do you plan to look for the remaining dragon pearls? Lin Moya replied, for the two within this realm, I'll search for them after I deal with the demon race and others. For the two outside the realm, I might have to wait until I reach holy venerable level. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Tianlong nodded, I'm not in a hurry. It's already very good that you could find one. Lin Moya said, I'm a man of my word, otherwise I wouldn't have become friends with Antares. Let me ask, do you still want these space beast corpses? Tianlong said, no. Lin Moya continued to ask, then can I have them? Tianlong's eyes revealed a strange look, what do you want them for? Lin Moya chuckled, I have a use for them, just tell me if I can have them or not. Tianlong was very straightforward, if you want them, take them, they're of no use to me anyway. Then thank you. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a containment array and summoned a skeleton divine general to collect the corpses with the array. There were at least hundreds of millions of corpses in space, and they were all high-level divine venerables, with 3 at the Beyond Shore realm. Turning them into revenants would be a considerable force. Of course, tens of millions in number was still too few compared to the total of 10 billion. Lin Moya wanted to get more space beasts, but time was running out. Now there were less than 6 months left until the planned great battle, and he didn't have time to kill space beasts. While collecting the space beasts, Lin Moya also said, after dealing with the alien races, I might need to kill the space beasts that come from other worlds. What do you think? Tianlong stared at Lin Moya, and after a moment of silence, his eyes flashed with a bright light. Are you planning to sever the karma of the great world? He knew after all. Lin Moya didn't hide it. Yes, I plan to sever the karma. Tianlong became increasingly puzzled. Why do you want to do this? Lin Moya was about to answer, but Tianlong interrupted him. Don't tell me yet, let me see. As the dragon pearl was reabsorbed and fused, Tianlong's aura had firmly reached the half-step supreme level, seemingly even stronger than Old Star and the others. His eyes shot out a beam of light that disappeared into the distant space. Dragon Clan Secret Technique, Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye. Lin Moya recognized the secret technique Tianlong was using. Antares had used this technique before. The Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye was said to be able to see through everything, depending on the user's level. A half-step Supreme Tianlong using the Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye could naturally see many things. A moment later, Tianlong retracted his Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye and said softly, I see. The Great World's runes are indeed about to fail. In the current situation, even if you sever the karma, it's too late. Lin Moya said, we have to try, and the Great World is not completely beyond saving. Tianlong pondered, there's always a glimmer of hope in everything. Your words are not wrong, we can indeed try. Since that's the case, after you deal with the alien races, help me find 2 dragon pearls. Then I'll summon all the space beasts from other worlds for you to kill as you wish. And as long as you find a dragon pearl, I can grant you 1 request per pearl, such as helping you once in battle. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with a bright light, and a smile appeared on his face. Thank you. I'll definitely find the 2 dragon pearls within this realm for you. I'm a man of my word. Lin Moya left with a massive number of corpses, hundreds of millions of divine venerables, 3 Beyond Shore realm cultivators, 1 holy venerable, plus the blood pollution eye and several hundred corpses of powerful cultivators from the Black Blood realm. These gains were enough to compensate for his efforts this time. The gains were substantial, especially the existence of the blood pollution eye, which gave Lin Moya an extra trump card. If his plan succeeded, one of the 2 Eagle Emperor or Demon Lord would definitely die. As for who would die, that would depend on their luck. Outside the border region, Demon Lord, Eagle Emperor, and Mo Shui gathered again. All 3 of them were injured to varying degrees, with Mo Shui being the most severely injured but also recovering the fastest. After all, he was a genuine half-step supreme, unlike Demon Lord and Eagle Emperor. Demon Lord sighed. In the end, the Dragon Pearl was taken by Tianlong. Mo Shui's voice was cold. If he hadn't gotten the Dragon Pearl, he wouldn't have been able to injure me. The Dragon Clan is indeed very strong. From now on, the border region is not a place we can go. Demon Lord said, it's a pity that after researching for so long, I still couldn't figure it out. The secrets of the Dragon Clan, I really want to know. Eagle Emperor said, maybe not figuring it out is a good thing. If we had really discovered something, the Dragon Clan would have come knocking on our door. At this point, they could only console themselves. The Dragon Pearl was already lost, what else could they do? Demon Lord said, I hope Tianlong won't interfere in the affairs of the great world. Mo Shui said, don't worry, he won't. The Dragon Clan has its own rules, they won't interfere. Chapter 2190. Chapter 2190, 2190. Chapter 2190, where did they go? The battleship sailed through deep space, and Lin Moya sat inside, leisurely sipping tea and pondering some of the things the Heavenly Dragon had said. The Heavenly Dragon was somewhat like Antares, appearing aloof but actually quite talkative. Moreover, it often misspoke, revealing some information. Remnants of the Black Blood Great Realm. From this phrase, it can be inferred that the Black Blood Great Realm must have lost back then. I don't know whether the Black Blood Great Realm escaped or was shattered. Some of their forces remained in the Great World, lying dormant for countless years, intending to launch another attack on the human race. If that's the case, the people of the Black Blood Great Realm and the Demon Lord actually have different goals. The Black Blood Great Realm aims to destroy the world, possibly even turning the Great World into a new Black Blood Great Realm. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan simply want to exterminate the human race. Lin Moya carefully analyzed, realizing that although their goals were different, the result was the same. They were enemies of the human race. Not only did they want to exterminate the human race, but the human race also wanted to kill them. Very soon, there will be a result. Lin Moya muttered coldly, his voice icy. His heart was sinking into an icy abyss, and in the coming period, he would unleash boundless slaughter. For the great world, the more he killed, the better it would be for the great world. But for those alien beings, it would be a great disaster. Lin Moya didn't want to kill, but he had no choice. To save people, one must first kill. The standoff between the 100 Races Alliance and the human race continued. At some point, the atmosphere between the two sides began to grow tense and oppressive. This was the calm before the storm. Minor skirmishes began to decrease, indicating that a real battle was imminent. The warriors on both sides were eager for the fight. They had been waiting for this battle for a long time. In the War God Fortress, Xiao Wu sat in the void, eyes closed, cultivating. Shan Yo and Lin Mohan were not far away, watching over Xiao Wu. The gates of the War God Fortress were tightly shut, no one could enter at this moment. Mist rose from Xiao Wu's body, and a river of laws appeared. Xiao Wu's body entered the river, beginning to cross it. Shan Yo asked in a very soft voice, Big sister, what is Xiao Wu's law? Lin Mohan glanced at him, don't you have it in your bloodline inheritance? Shan Yo thought to himself, if I had it, would I ask you? Outwardly, he shook his head, my bloodline inheritance isn't that advanced. How could it have such high-level things? Although he didn't recognize Xiao Wu's river of laws, he could feel that it was much stronger than his own. Lin Mohan said, Xiao Wu's river of laws is filled with the power of void. Shan Yo was slightly taken aback, the power of void? What's that? It was the first time he had heard of the power of void. It wasn't in his inheritance. Lin Mohan said, knowing it's the power of void is enough. You don't need to know what it is. Xiao Wu's river of laws is very strong. She repeated, very strong. Xiao Wu crossed the river of laws, which was dreamlike and illusory. Xiao Wu was surrounded by mist and gradually disappeared. Lin Mohan and Shan Yo couldn't see Xiao Wu's position, only the mist and the sound of waves in the river of laws. Shan Yo felt a bit panicked, big sister, I can't feel Xiao Wu's presence anymore. Lin Mohan remained calm, don't worry, Xiao Wu will be fine. She's just crossing the river of laws. She had great confidence in Xiao Wu. Crossing the river of laws was no big deal. Shan Yo didn't say more. He had no choice but to follow Lin Mohan and wait for Xiao Wu. Recently, the human race had begun preparations for war. Almost everyone received a rune card. The order was to follow commands and activate the rune cards together on the battlefield. This was a military order, and no one would disobey. However, not everyone in the 10 billion strong human army received a rune card. Even with the rune masters working overtime, they couldn't produce 10 billion rune cards in a few years. Only 7 billion people received rune cards. Among these 7 billion, the strongest were peak divine sovereigns, and the weakest were low-level divine sovereigns. After distributing all the rune cards, Sword Saints' order spread throughout the army. All warriors who didn't receive a rune card were to retreat to the Vermilion Bird Star region. This meant they wouldn't participate in the upcoming battle. These people were all god kings, not even low-level divine sovereigns. Although there were some questions in the army, military orders were absolute and had to be obeyed. In just 2 days, over 3 billion god kings collectively returned. The sudden reduction of 1/3 of the 10 billion strong army immediately caught the attention of the 100 Races Alliance. They didn't know what the human race was planning, nor did they know that only god kings were withdrawn. The 100 Races Alliance became vigilant. In the palace, the 100 Races Alliance's saints held another meeting. The Abyss Demon Lord had returned 6 months ago, strengthening the 100 Races Alliance. Now, the 100 Races Alliance had 10 saints. 4 from the Demon Clan, 4 from the Golden Eagle Clan, and 2 from the Bull Demon Clan. In terms of the number of saints, they far surpassed the human race. After all, the human race only had 6 saints. Including the War God Fortress and Lin Mohan, they had 8 saints. But in terms of quality, the human race's saints were very strong. The Abyss Demon Lord's voice was as gloomy as ever. The human army suddenly lost 1/3. We don't know where they went. What do you think? The Black Gold Saint said in a low voice. I guess they might be planning to attack our new homes. The Blood Bull Saint said, the human saints are all here. How could they attack our new homes? The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord both have avatars there. Without saints, sending more people is just sending them to their deaths. 3 billion might seem like a lot, but given time, the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord could kill them all. The human saints were always under surveillance. any movement would be immediately known. The Black Gold Saint said, "Don't forget, the human race still has the Star Elder." The Abyss Demon Lord denied the Black Gold Saint's guess. He alone is not enough. Outside his own race, the Star Elder had the combat power of a Peak Saint, comparable to the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord. But they had two, and the Star Elder was alone, making the combat power disproportionate. As for the Human Emperor network, it was ignored. It only had strong combat power within the human race's territory. They considered several possibilities but couldn't find a convincing answer. The sudden reduction of 1/3 of the human army must mean something. Where did they go? In the end, they could only notify the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord to strengthen the defenses of their new homes. After all, 3 billion troops were not 3 people. Wherever they appeared, it would cause a significant commotion. They then began discussing the upcoming battle, which was crucial for them. Over the years, the human race had always held the advantage, and the various races had suffered greatly. Many races had been thoroughly defeated. In this battle, the 100 Races Alliance was almost putting everything on the line. Victory was a must. On the War God Fortress, the human saints were also meeting. Sword Saint said, "The golden armor rune cards have all been distributed, a total of 7 billion. The strongest are half-step supremes, and the weakest are low-level divine sovereigns." Heavenly Saint smiled, "Not bad. Over the years, several half-step supremes have emerged in our human race. This battle will open the path of blood for them. After the battle, they should reach the supreme level." Saint Hao said, "Everything is ready. Now we just wait for Lin Xiaowa to return." Talisman Saint nodded, "It's soon." Lin Xiaowa sent a flying sword talisman a few days ago, saying he had returned. He should arrive in a few days. Chapter 2191. Chapter 2191, 2191. Chapter 2191, I'm going to kill the human saints. After 3 months of travel, Lin Moyo finally returned. This time, War Saint did not release a colorful cloud, nor did he make a grand gesture to welcome Lin Moyo. Few people knew about Lin Moyo's departure and return apart from a few saints. Only a few from the Bien realm knew. Lin Moyo was not polite upon his return, directly joining the saints at the table for tea. Saint Hao's tea set was quite good, having developed its own intelligence and capable of brewing tea automatically. Heavenly Saint said, "Judging by your appearance, it seems you succeeded." Lin Moyo nodded, "Yes, it's fortunate I went this time, otherwise, it could have caused a big problem." Upon hearing this, the saints couldn't help but frown. If Lin Moyo said it was a big problem, it certainly wasn't a small matter. Lin Moyo recounted the events involving the Dragon Ball and the Eye of Corruption, causing the saints' expressions to become extremely grim. Saint Hao said in a low voice, "So the Eye of Corruption really exists?" Lin Moyo asked, "Why have I never seen any information about the Eye of Corruption in the Human Emperor network?" Saint Hao replied, "That's because you didn't look carefully. The information about the Eye of Corruption is there. It appeared in ancient times. It was refined by the Black Blood Great Realm using filthy blood, capable of corrupting souls and destroying futures, extremely poisonous. The Human Emperor network's database was vast, and Lin Moyo couldn't have seen it all. It was normal for him to have missed the information about the Eye of Corruption." Heavenly Saint sighed, "But since the ancient war, the Eye of Corruption has disappeared and hasn't been seen since. Who would have thought that the Black Blood Great Realm would find it again this time, intending to use it against the Star Elder?" Lin Moyo said, "Indeed, if the Heavenly Dragon hadn't intercepted the people from the Black Blood Great Realm, the Star Elder would have been in danger. Mo Shui is a half-step supreme. He would definitely take the opportunity during the Great War to attack our human race. At that time, the Star Elder would inevitably take action, and the result. Indeed, if the Star Elder were killed by the Eye of Corruption, the human race would be in big trouble. The Star Elder was the foundation of the human race, guarding the race's existence, and couldn't afford to have anything happen to him. Fortunately, the problem was now resolved. Not only were the strong from the Black Blood Great Realm intercepted and killed, but even the Eye of Corruption fell into Lin Moyo's hands. The gates of the War God Fortress opened, and Lin Mohan entered. A magnificent river of law shone brightly, surrounded by mist, with Little Mist still crossing the river. Little Mist had been crossing the river for over 2 months but had not yet succeeded. However, Lin Moyo could sense that Little Mist's condition was still good and that she was making an effort. "Master! Little you!" Seeing Lin Moyo, Little Bull happily rushed over, flying to his side and letting him ride. Lin Moyo patted Little Bull's head and said to Lin Mohan, "Sister, thank you for your hard work." Lin Mohan, looking indifferent, said, "Just standing here, what's so hard about that?" Seeing Lin Moyo return safely, Lin Mohan also relaxed, her expression softening. However, she didn't ask about Lin Moyo's experiences. Unlike the other saints, as his sister, she only cared that Lin Moyo was safe. Whether he succeeded or failed didn't matter to her. Little Bull asked, "Master, do you know what law Little Mist is comprehending?" Big Sister said it contains the power of the void, but Little Bull doesn't understand what the power of the void is. Lin Moyo looked at Little Bull with a hint of amusement. It seemed that spending so much time with Little Mist had softened Little Bull, making it lose its starry sky beast temperament. Now, Little Bull spoke softly, more like a pet cow than a starry sky beast. "It seems Little Mist has trained you well." Lin Moyo thought with a smile, carefully observing Little Mist's river of laws. His eyes narrowed as he saw that the river of laws indeed emitted the power of the void. He understood the essence of the world and wouldn't mistake it. However, the power of the void was intangible and invisible to the naked eye. Unexpectedly, when the power of the void became dense enough, it could still manifest. The river of laws was the manifestation of the power of the void, containing vast amounts of it. Similarly, the immense power of the void greatly increased the difficulty of crossing the river. Lin Moyo carefully sensed the differences within the power of the void. With his understanding of the void, he analyzed and finally understood what law it was. It turns out to be the law of luck. Lin Moyo felt he hadn't made a mistake. Causality, luck, and fortune. These three are ranked from strongest to weakest. Causality is the strongest, luck is second, capable of influencing a race or a world. Fortune generally refers to individuals and is relatively weaker. Lin Moyo had the most contact with fortune and immediately ruled it out. As for causality, Lin Moyo felt that Little Mist hadn't reached that high level yet. That's a realm only a heavenly venerable could touch. So, it was most likely that Little Mist had comprehended the law of luck. Little Bull still hadn't heard of the law of luck, tilting its head and thinking for a long time without understanding. Although Lin Mohan could recognize the power of the void, she also hadn't heard of the law of luck. However, she could sense that Little Mist's law was extraordinary. Lin Moyo carefully sensed and slowly said, "Little Mist should be crossing soon. The law of luck is quite interesting." Lin Moyo was very curious about the law of luck. His luck spell had already reached its limit, and perhaps he could break through again with the help of the law of luck. The human race was actively preparing for war, and so was the 100 Races Alliance. The disappearance of 3 billion human troops made the 100 Races Alliance very nervous. The 100 Races Alliance's new home had been fortified with multiple defensive lines. The 5 defensive lines were composed of the Demon Clan's barriers, the Golden Eagle Clan's formations, and the Black Blood Great Realm's defensive measures, making them extremely strong. Currently, the area where the 100 Races Alliance lived was still small, waiting to conquer the human race's territory to expand. From the highest cultivators to ordinary people, the 100 Races Alliance was filled with hatred for the human race. This hatred fueled their madness and drive. The Demon Lord said in a low voice, "Mo Shui, your people from the Black Blood Great Realm are all gone, and the Eye of Corruption has been taken by the Heavenly Dragon. We need to change our plans." Mo Shui replied, "Yes, we can no longer launch a surprise attack on the human race during the Great War. I can hold off the Star Elder, but can you two handle the human Emperor? Moreover, the human race has many ancient formations, powerful enough to wear you down." The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord's faces were grim because Mo Shui was right. Mo Shui continued, "Now we can only defeat the human race on the front lines. I plan to go to the front lines without the Star Elder. No one can stop me. I can kill the human saints, ensuring the human race's defeat." The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord remained silent. Mo Shui continued, "I know what you're thinking. You have your own rules. I can attack the saints, and the Star Elder can attack the saints, resulting in mutual destruction. But have you thought about it? With me here, will the Star Elder dare to come out?" His words were arrogant but accurate. With him present, would the Star Elder dare to come out? After all, outside their respective star regions, he was the strongest, the only half-step supreme. Mo Shui was impatient and didn't say more to the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord. "That's settled then. When the war starts, I'll attack and kill the human saints. You two guard this place. The 100 Races Alliance is still useful and can't be scattered yet." The Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord exchanged glances, seeing a trace of anger in each other's eyes. Mo Shui was too domineering, making them very uncomfortable. But there was nothing they could do. Mo Shui was a true half-step supreme. If he really wanted to do something, they couldn't stop him. They also knew that Mo Shui was on the verge of exploding due to recent events. Chapter 2192. Chapter 2192, 2192. Chapter 2192, Playing with Fire? You're far from it. The atmosphere on the front lines became increasingly tense. Everyone knew that a great battle was imminent. The gates of the War God Fortress remained closed, and Little Mist was nearing the end of her journey across the Star River. During this time, Saint Hao visited several times to confirm the timing with Lin Moyo. The timing of the battle had not changed and was not altered due to Little Mist's crossing. Lin Moyo could sense that Little Mist was in good condition without any issues. When there was 1 month left until the battle, Lin Moyo silently left again. This time, he did not leave alone. He took Little Bull with him. When there were 5 days left until the battle, Lin Moyo silently returned. Apart from a few saints, no one knew where Lin Moyo had gone or what he had done. The starry sky became increasingly oppressive, and both sides were ready for battle. Lin Moyo could feel that Little Mist was about to succeed in crossing the Star River, likely within the next 2 days. At the predetermined time, the War God Fortress slowly activated. Countless warships followed the War God Fortress, advancing towards the 100 Races Alliance. As the human race moved, the 100 Races Alliance also took action. Both sides stopped 10 million kilometers apart, facing each other. 20 billion against 7 billion in terms of numbers, the human race was at a complete disadvantage. However, in terms of momentum, the human race was not weak at all. Especially the human warriors, the weakest of whom were low-level divine sovereigns, had much higher quality compared to the 100 Races Alliance. Even before the battle began, the momentum of both sides clashed, with no clear winner. Everyone knew that this battle was of utmost importance. The 100 Races Alliance could only afford to win, not lose. If they lost this battle, the alliance would inevitably collapse. If the human race lost, they could only retreat to their own star region. Where is Lin Moyo? Where did he go? Why isn't he here? Could he be hiding? Several saints of the Hundred Races Alliance were searching for Lin Moyo. In their eyes, Lin Moyo was a significant threat that needed to be eliminated immediately. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find Lin Moyo. Even the human saints didn't know where Lin Moyo was. The concealment talisman shrouded Lin Moyo, making it difficult for even saints to detect him. Sword Saint sneered, "This time, we can fight to our heart's content, unlike before when half of it was just for show." Due to Lin Moya's plan, the saints hadn't fought to their full potential in previous battles, especially for someone as battle-crazed as Sword Saint, who had been holding back. This time, she intended to fight to her heart's content. Heavenly Saint glanced at her, "Be careful. Lin Moyo has already warned that Mo Shui might make a move." Sword Saint nonchalantly replied, "I know, I'll be careful. Didn't he say there's a solution? I trust him." Killing Saint teased, "Since when did you trust Lin Moya so much?" Sword Saint glared at him, "None of your business. I trust my instincts." Saint Hao said, "If Lin Moya says there's a solution, then there is. If Mo Shui dares to come, he won't leave without paying a price." War Saint asked, "They have 10 saints, and we have 8. Are we confident?" Rune Saint shook his head, "My combat power isn't strong, but I can protect myself. I can hold off one. Leave the Lava Demon Lord to me." Lin Mohan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "I'll take down the Abyss Demon Lord first." She had set her sights on the Abyss Demon Lord and was determined to eliminate him this time. Heavenly Saint said, "I haven't fought the soul-devouring Demon Lord in a long time. I'll deal with him quickly." War Saint said, "I can hold off 2 saints from the Golden Eagle clan." Saint Hao shook his head, "Leave the Dark Gold Saint and the Black Gold Saint to me. The Purple Gold Saint will be handled by the War God Fortress. You focus on the Red Gold Saint and kill him quickly." War Saint nodded, "Understood." Saint Hao's virtual realm laws were not good for attacking but were very strong for trapping opponents. Sword Saint targeted the Hell Demon Lord, an old rival. She had held back in previous fights but intended to show her true strength this time. Killing Saint laughed, "I'll take on the Bull Demon clan. Once you finish your opponents, come help me." With their opponents assigned, the saints' souls surged, locking onto their targets. The saints of the Hundred Races Alliance felt a change in their expressions, not expecting to be so precisely targeted by the human race. As fellow saints, they felt a sense of humiliation. Their repeated defeats had already shaken their confidence. Only victory could wash away the humiliation they felt. Ding! A sword rang out as Lin Mohan drew her sword, pointing it at the Abyss Demon Lord. A clear voice echoed in the starry sky, "Today, I will kill you." The Abyss Demon Lord's anger surged. He had been defeated by Lin Mohan several times and couldn't afford to lose again. This time, he didn't dare to make any threats, having been humiliated by his previous failures. This time, he was determined to redeem himself. In the silence, the battle erupted. The saints immediately soared into the sky, distancing themselves from the battlefield. This had become a rule: no one wanted to accidentally harm their own people. The Bien Realm cultivators also distanced themselves, each locking onto their opponents. Many were old rivals, having fought numerous times over the years. This time, the stakes were higher than ever. Everyone fought with full force, not holding back at all. The Abyss Demon Lord and Lin Mohan faced each other, with dark green flames rising from the Abyss Demon Lord, and his rule world appearing. "I am a saint. No matter how strong you are, you're just a Bien Realm. This time, I will kill you." The original fire burned fiercely, shattering the starry sky, and the rule world grew stronger. Countless volcanoes erupted within the rule world, spewing abyssal fire, aiming to incinerate the starry sky. The flames covered billions of kilometers, engulfing Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's cold voice echoed, "Playing with fire. You're far from it." As her words fell, a sword light appeared, slicing the abyssal fire in half. The sea of fire was forcibly split, creating a massive path leading straight to the Abyss Demon Lord. Impossible. The Abyss Demon Lord's face changed dramatically, retreating frantically. What shocked him wasn't that Lin Mohan could cut through his sea of fire, but that she did it with a fire sword. A sword engulfed in flames had cut through his sea of fire, something he couldn't accept. His flames were abyssal fire, fused with original power, making them several times more powerful. The Abyss Demon Lord muttered, "How did you do it?" Lin Mohan's beautiful face showed a hint of disdain. "I told you, you're far from it when it comes to playing with fire." How she did it was not something she would explain. Over the years, she had not been idle, having sublimated all her laws into rule power. Moreover, with the Rule Divine Stone, she had begun constructing her rule world. Understanding the power of reality and illusion, her sword strikes now contained this power, making each strike incredibly powerful. Lin Mohan raised her sword lightly. "This sword will kill you. One sword to destroy the world." The sword light swept across the starry sky, causing Bien Realm cultivators billions of kilometers away to vomit blood and retreat. They looked at Lin Mohan in shock and disbelief. Lin Mohan's sword was too powerful. Even the saints were shocked. Lin Mohan's sword seemed capable of destroying the world and shattering the starry sky. Even if there were a star region in front of Lin Mohan, it would likely be shattered. The saints felt that even they might not be able to withstand this sword. The Abyss Demon Lord, bearing the brunt of the attack, felt it the most. The abyssal fire was completely suppressed, and his rule world was immobilized by the sword light. "Ah!" The Abyss Demon Lord roared, unleashing all the original power he had borrowed from the Demon Lord. His rule world erupted in flames, transforming into a giant flaming axe that struck the sword light. Chapter 2193. Chapter 2193, 2193. Chapter 2193, I predicted your prediction. The giant axe, infused with the endless abyssal fire, collided with the sword light. With a thunderous explosion, the starry sky trembled, and the dark green flames completely burst, sweeping across billions of miles of the starry sky and spreading even further. The Bien Realm cultivators quickly dodged to avoid being caught in the crossfire. This time, the Abyss Demon Lord had given his all, holding nothing back. Immediately, a sword light burst out from the dark green world, slicing through the flames. The world composed of flames completely collapsed under the sword light. The flames were terrifying, but the sword light was even more terrifying. The retreating Bien Realm cultivators were injured again, impacted by the aftermath of the sword light, and spat blood. Their bodies were covered with countless wounds and sword marks. Although they were also in the Bien Realm, Lin Mohan's sword far surpassed the Bien Realm. Just the aftermath was something they couldn't withstand. If they faced the sword head-on, they would surely die. This is impossible. Seeing his giant axe collapse, the Abyss Demon Lord let out a sharp scream. The giant axe was his rule world, the strongest power of a saint. But now, it had been cut down by Lin Mohan with a single sword. War Saint, having experienced previous battles, was most familiar with Lin Mohan's abilities. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh, she has become even stronger. Even I might not be able to retreat unscathed from that sword. Sword Saints, I shone brightly with admiration, this is the true sword. Cutting through the Star River was nothing. Lin Mohan's sword directly destroyed a world. The sword light annihilated the Abyss Demon Lord's rule world and extended even further. Heavenly Saint's voice boomed, everyone, activate the rune cards. In an instant, the human warriors' bodies lit up with golden light. The golden light intertwined, and each human warrior was covered in a layer of golden armor. The ancient rune armor shone brightly, blocking the aftermath of the sword light. The members of the 100 Races Alliance, who didn't have the ancient rune armor, were swept by the aftermath of Lin Mohan's sword light, screaming in pain. What is this? Runes? Human runes, but why are there so many? These runes look very strong. The members of the 100 Races Alliance were stunned. The humans suddenly used runes, instantly donning armor. Immediately, the human warriors began to attack frantically, no longer caring about their defense. The 100 Races Alliance was caught off guard, thinking the humans had gone mad. The sword light gradually dimmed, and the abyssal fire disappeared. There was no longer any sign of the Abyss Demon Lord in the starry sky. He had officially fallen. With his true body dead, his avatar in the demon clan also perished simultaneously. The Abyss Demon Lord, a formidable saint, had finally died. He died at the hands of a Bien Realm cultivator, a death full of indignation. Until his death, he didn't know the name of the person who killed him. Well done. Heavenly Saint laughed heartily. Lin Mohan had kept her word and was the first to kill the Abyss Demon Lord. The saints of the 100 Races Alliance were in disbelief. They knew Lin Mohan was strong but hadn't expected her to be this strong. It only took 2 swords for the Abyss Demon Lord to die. They had thought that even if the Abyss Demon Lord couldn't win, he could at least hold on for a while. But he couldn't even last a moment. Fortunately, Lin Mohan's aura was now weak, clearly having exhausted her strength with that sword. Strike while he's down. The Lava Demon Lord roared and charged at Lin Mohan, but an ancient rune exploded in front of him, transforming into a cage that trapped him. Rune Saint said loudly, "Your opponent is me." The Lava Demon Lord roared and turned to attack Rune Saint. Like a volcanic eruption, lava exploded in the starry sky, and hellfire burned fiercely. The flames spread across billions of miles, transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped Rune Saint. Rune Saint restrained him, and he also restrained Rune Saint. At the edge of the sea of fire, a flame suddenly rose, and an avatar of the Lava Demon Lord appeared. The Lava Demon Lord's avatar had the combat power of a saint but lacked a rule world. He quickly charged at Lin Mohan. Not only that, but 2 golden lights flew over, and the avatars of 2 saints from the Golden Eagle clan also charged at Lin Mohan. A demonic shadow appeared in the starry sky, carrying a soul-devouring power that could shake the soul of any god sovereign who looked at it. The avatar of the soul-devouring demon lord also appeared. Clearly, they had planned this. They knew Lin Mohan's strength and had analyzed her. Lin Mohan was strong, but after each sword strike, her strength would be exhausted. This period was the best time to kill her. Unexpectedly, the Abyss Demon Lord had been killed. They had thought he would only be severely injured, but his death was a real surprise. The saints were determined, and even unexpected events wouldn't affect their plan. Several saints with avatars simultaneously sent their avatars to attack Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan, her strength exhausted, quickly retreated, but her speed was no match for the saints, and she was soon caught up. Lin Mohan remained calm, taking a pill and retreating while regulating her breath. The avatars of the saints quickly caught up, closing in on her. Die! The avatars of the saints attacked simultaneously, with golden light, lava, and soul attacks all targeting Lin Mohan. A hearty laugh suddenly rang out, and a mass of flames exploded in the starry sky, followed by a bronze light. A palace shaped like a lizard appeared in front of Lin Mohan, rapidly expanding to 10,000 miles, blocking all the attacks. Immediately, masses of flames spewed from the palace, transforming into a sea of fire that swept across the starry sky. Above the sea of fire, a massive rule world appeared. The change was so sudden that the avatars of the saints couldn't react in time and were engulfed by the sea of fire, then covered by the rule world. The humans have another saint. Everyone was stunned. The humans had hidden another saint. Judging by the rule world, this saint was newly ascended, and the humans had kept him hidden, never letting him take action. Oldian flew out from the lizard god battle palace, laughing heartily. Lin boy, you predicted their prediction. You guys, let me refine your avatars. Saints as refining materials, how rare. In Oldian's rule world, countless giant hammers appeared, falling crazily, striking both bodies and souls. The avatars of the saints screamed in agony, struggling to resist. Although the avatars had combat power close to saints, they were no match for a true saint with a rule world. Lin Mohan landed on the lizard god battle palace, continuing to regulate her breath. That sword had indeed exhausted most of her strength, and she needed time to recover. With the help of the pill, her recovery wouldn't take long, and she would soon be able to fight again, ready to cut down more saints. Die! A deep voice echoed, and a suffocating aura spread across the starry sky. The starry sky suddenly darkened, and all light vanished. In the pitch-black world, countless bloodlines appeared, converging into a blood-colored longsword. Mo Shui appeared in the darkness. The powerful pressure of a half-step supreme swept across the starry sky. As soon as Mo Shui appeared, he slashed at Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan remained calm. Mo Shui, you finally made your move. Old Yan laughed. I have to hand it to Lin Boy, he even predicted this. The lizard god battle palace erupted with bronze light, forming a shield that blocked Mo Shui's sword. The shield shattered, and large fragments fell from the lizard god battle palace, dimming its light. Mo Shui's sword was blocked, and Lin Mohan was unharmed. Old Yan shouted, damn, half-step supremes are tough. I just repaired the battle palace, and it's damaged again. Mo Shui slashed again, sending tens of thousands of sword strikes in an instant, with blood-colored sword lights raining down on Lin Mohan. Chapter 2194. Chapter 2194, 2194. Chapter 2194, Sister, take it easy when killing. The lizard god battle palace shone once again, forming countless shields while emitting numerous beams of light, carrying immense energy towards Mo Shui. The once mighty lizard god battle palace had combat power comparable to a supreme. Unfortunately, it was severely damaged in the ancient war, greatly reducing its combat power. Now, it was at most equivalent to a saint, weaker than the war god fortress, and far inferior to a half-step supreme like Mo Shui. The shield shattered under the sword light, and Mo Shui ignored the attacks, charging towards Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan looked up at Mo Shui, her beautiful face showing no panic, even a hint of mockery in her eyes. Her demeanor made Mo Shui uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Mo Shui had a strange feeling, as if his appearance was also part of the opponent's calculations. Impossible. The human race has already revealed all their cards, no one can stop me. Mo Shui dismissed his doubts, focusing solely on killing. Today, I must kill you. Just as this thought arose, his expression changed drastically. Countless vines exploded in the starry sky, weaving into a net that enveloped Mo Shui. A pressure more terrifying than a half-step supreme surged through the starry sky, making everyone on the battlefield feel oppressed and uncomfortable. This was the pressure of a supreme, incredibly terrifying. Even in ancient times, a supreme was a true powerhouse. The vines blocked Mo Shui's sword, and none of his attacks could harm them. Mo Shui couldn't believe it. A supreme? How can there be a supreme in the human race? If the human race had a supreme, there would be no need for this war. They could have surrendered from the start. In this era, who could stand against a supreme? Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. The vines quickly tightened, strangling him. With a light sound, Mo Shui's body and soul were shredded into pieces, dying instantly. A half-step supreme died so easily. The vines quickly retracted, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never appeared. But this scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the saints, filling their souls with cold fear. The human race had too many hidden cards, one after another, endless. Even Mo Shui's appearance had been anticipated, and the human race had somehow found a supreme to instantly kill him. A dignified half-step supreme died so miserably. Moreover, the supreme who killed him never revealed their true form. It was like a layer of black fog hanging over the heads of the 100 Races Alliance. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly occurred on the battlefield, and the rear of the 100 Races Alliance army erupted in chaos. One explosion after another followed, killing thousands instantly. Explosions continued, causing chaos and confusion in the 100 Races Alliance ranks. Mist rose from all directions, and the bone hell suddenly appeared, enveloping the starry sky. Hellfire boiled endlessly, falling like meteors, shattering the 100 Races Alliance. Hell spirits at the 9th stage of the Divine Sovereign Realm pounced out, frantically biting and devouring. Lin Moya finally made his move, and it was a deadly one. This battle was not only crucial for the human race but also for him. For him, this battle would be a transformation, an ascension. He removed the concealment talisman, appearing in the starry sky like a god of death walking through a sea of corpses and blood. Wherever he went, corpses exploded continuously, killing wave after wave of the 100 Races Alliance. The bone hell raged wildly on the other side, devouring everything in its path, unstoppable. In the starry sky, the Eye of the Undead, spanning millions of meters, appeared, sweeping across the battlefield. Screams filled the air as countless souls were impacted, and those below the high-level Divine Sovereign Realm had their souls instantly collapse when swept by the Eye of the Undead. Heavenly Saint's voice echoed again, all human warriors, fight while retreating. The implication was to leave the battlefield to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo would single-handedly take on the 20 billion members of the 100 Races Alliance, a plan set from the beginning. He had predicted Mo Shui's move, so he had been hiding, waiting. He and Lin Mohan had planned to use her as bait to lure the Saints' avatars, which Old Yen would then kill. When Mo Shui made his move, the resurrected mountain and forest supreme would kill him. Originally, Lin Moya didn't have the ability to resurrect the mountain and forest supreme. His realm was insufficient, and he couldn't control the supreme after resurrection. Fortunately, this time, the resurrection of the dead spell had obtained the original fire seed, advancing to the origin level, greatly enhancing the spell. By using the gathering power technique, his realm could temporarily rise to the Bien realm, allowing him to resurrect the Mountain and Forest Supreme. The Mountain and Forest Supreme successfully became a resurrected being, controlled by Lin Moyo. Afterward, the Mountain and Forest Supreme remained hidden, in a dormant state, not wasting time. When Mo Shui appeared, the Mountain and Forest Supreme suddenly attacked, killing Mo Shui. With this, the greatest obstacle in the war was removed. Lin Moyo then opened his battlefield, aiming to sever causality and lighten the burden on the Great World. The bone hell raged wildly, and corpses exploded continuously. The battlefield was in complete chaos, with millions dead in an instant. The Bien Realm cultivators of the 100 Races Alliance roared in anger, abandoning their opponents and charging at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was killing too many, too quickly, and many of those he killed were their kin. In an instant, at least a dozen Bien Realm cultivators simultaneously charged at Lin Moyo. Sword light suddenly flashed, and Lin Mohan stepped on the sword light, arriving. With a single sword strike, she forced back the dozen Bien Realm cultivators. Lin Moya chuckled, pointing at the Bien Realm cultivators several times. Red light spread, and the curse of time erupted. The Bien Realm cultivators screamed in pain. Although the curse didn't injure them, it caused extreme suffering. Lin Mohan, still holding her sword, charged out. Although not fully recovered, she had no problem killing a few Bien Realm cultivators. "Sister, leave some for me." Lin Moya's voice echoed in the starry sky. Only then did everyone realize that this god of death-like figure was Lin Mohan's younger brother. Two siblings, both monstrous. The Bien Realm cultivators targeted by Lin Mohan were terrified, abandoning their attempt to kill Lin Moyo and fleeing. "You can't escape." Lin Mohan's words were like a death sentence, and her sword light fell. Some saints tried to break free from their opponents to kill Lin Moyo, but the human saints firmly held them back, not letting anyone pass. The battlefield belonged to Lin Moyo, they didn't need to intervene. The siblings cooperated seamlessly, and the outcome of the battle was already decided. In the new home of the 100 Races Alliance, countless people awaited news from the front lines. They knew this battle wouldn't end quickly, it would take time. Suddenly, alarms blared, echoing through the starry sky. In the starry sky, millions of starry sky beasts suddenly appeared, the weakest at the Divine Sovereign level, with several at the Bien realm. They launched an attack on the new home of the 100 Races Alliance. There were soldiers stationed in the new home, and the Demon Lord and Eagle Emperor were also present. The Demon Lord said in a low voice, "They've finally come." The Eagle Emperor snorted, "As expected, the human race wants to attack us during the Great War. The human race has allied with the Heavenly Dragon, but with us here, they won't." Before he could finish, both their expressions changed drastically. The alarms grew more intense, and behind the starry sky beasts was an endless army of undead. 5 billion skeleton generals and 1 billion death knights. The skeleton generals and death knights were all commanded by the legion commanders, forming 6,000 powerful legions, each with 100,000 members. Each skeleton general was at the 8th stage of the Divine Sovereign realm, and the death knights were at the 9th stage, with the legion commanders at the half-step-bien realm. Behind them stood 5 towering figures, exuding dense rule power in the starry sky. These were 5 skeleton kings, and Lin Moya's entire undead army had arrived. These legions were all commanded by Little Bull. Little Bull remarked, "Little Bull has never fought such a well-equipped battle." Chapter 2195. Chapter 2195, 2195. Chapter 2195, The Path of Death for Others, Not for Me. The resurrected army of starry sky beasts, along with the undead army, charged towards the new home of the 100 Races Alliance. With a command from Little Bull, brilliant sword light shattered layer upon layer of defensive barriers. Billions of attacks were terrifying. Every member of the undead army was a high-level divine sovereign, and the army stationed by the 100 Races Alliance here was no match. The Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor were stunned. The Demon Lord muttered, "How is this possible? How can his undead army be this strong?" He had seen Lin Moya's undead army before, and it wasn't this strong or numerous. But now, the Eagle Emperor said in a deep voice, "It's too late to say anything now. Let's move." The Demon Lord nodded, "Move." If they didn't act, they wouldn't be able to hold out. If the undead army really broke in, the 100 Races Alliance would be completely annihilated. They unleashed their rule worlds, and the Demon Lord's rule world spewed demonic fire, sweeping across the starry sky. The resurrected beings charged fearlessly into the sea of fire, where they were instantly burned to death and then self-destruct. The Demon Lord faced the resurrected army, while the Eagle Emperor charged towards the undead army. 5 skeleton kings moved in response, all attacking the Eagle Emperor. Although the 5 skeleton kings couldn't defeat the Eagle Emperor, they could at least hold him off for a while. As for the Demon Lord, Little Bull's eyes showed a hint of a smile. Little Bull said this battle would be very rich. The containment talisman array unfolded, and a starry sky beast flew out, its saint-level aura spreading across the starry sky. This starry sky beast was at the saint level, stronger now as a resurrected being than it was in life. Originally, it was a subordinate of the Heavenly Dragon, killed by Mo Shui in the recent battle. Its corpse fell into Lin Moya's hands and became a resurrected being. The Eagle Emperor was too fast, making it ineffective against him. But against the Demon Lord, it was perfect. The Demon Lord was shocked, not expecting a saint-level being, and felt a chill in his heart. He realized the human race's cunning in this aspect, he was truly inferior. In every confrontation and layout, he was always a step behind and made mistakes. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The 100 Races Alliance was finished, and the Demon Clan was also finished. The Starry Sky Beast was right in front of him, and its terrifying attacks overwhelmed him. He was surrounded by the Resurrected Army and the Undead Army, completely trapped. The Eagle Emperor saw the Demon Lord's predicament and wanted to use his speed to rush over. But when he saw the situation clearly, he was filled with despair. The massive undead army had surrounded the Demon Lord in layers. It was easy to rush in, but getting out would be difficult. A Bien Realm Starry Sky Beast would self-destruct upon death, and even he couldn't withstand the explosion. At this moment, more undead army members had already entered the new home, and the slaughter began. His gaze suddenly fell on Little Bull, who was hiding among the Starry Sky Beasts. He looked like one of them but was discovered by the Eagle Emperor as the commander. Little Bull had a different aura, one that the Eagle Emperor found repulsive. The Eagle Emperor screamed and charged at Little Bull, thinking that killing Little Bull might turn the tide. Little Bull chuckled, "You found Little Bull, but it's useless. The Master's wisdom is beyond your comprehension." As he spoke, a treasure appeared before Little Bull, resembling an eye, a terrifying, blood-soaked eye. Lin Moyo had anticipated various situations and entrusted the Eye of Corruption to Little Bull. He also gave Little Bull a Bien Realm being from the Black Blood Great Realm. The Bien Realm being from the Black Blood Great Realm held the Eye of Corruption and locked onto the Eagle Emperor. The Eagle Emperor felt a chill, as if something terrifying was watching him. He saw the Eye of Corruption and the resurrected being from the Black Blood Great Realm. Without time to think, he screamed and turned to flee, not even caring about the Demon Lord. If he didn't escape, he would die here. Although it was just an avatar, the soul was connected. Once the Eye of Corruption activated, it would follow the avatar's soul to the true body. The true body's soul would be corrupted, and he would be finished. Why is the Eye of Corruption here? Why is someone from the Black Blood Great Realm here? Did the Black Blood Great Realm betray us? No, it must be the Heavenly Dragon. The Heavenly Dragon used Dragon Race secret techniques to control someone from the Black Blood Great Realm and turn them against us. The Dragon Ball was hidden by the Demon Lord for so many years. The Heavenly Dragon must hate us. Although the Dragon Race can't directly intervene, that doesn't mean they can't interfere. The Eagle Emperor was filled with dread towards the Dragon Race and only wanted to escape. There was only one Eye of Corruption, and today, either he or the Demon Lord had to die. The path of death for others, not for me. The Eagle Emperor fled decisively. Demon Lord, don't blame me, I have no choice. The Eagle Emperor shouted in his heart, broke through the encirclement, and disappeared without a trace. The Demon Lord didn't know the Eagle Emperor had fled and was completely trapped. Flames boiled, burning countless Starry Sky Beasts. The Starry Sky Beasts kept self-destructing, causing the Demon Lord great discomfort. The same-level Starry Sky Beast fought the Demon Lord frantically, with their rule worlds clashing continuously, shaking the Starry Sky. The Demon Lord seemed to realize his fate was sealed, and a sense of despair began to spread. Little Bull's face changed dramatically. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Without thinking, Little Bull turned and fled quickly. Shortly after Little Bull left, a loud explosion occurred, and the Demon Lord was forced to self-destruct. Even though it was just an avatar, it was still a saint, and the self-destruction was terrifying. The Starry Sky Beasts and undead army surrounding him were all annihilated. Immediately, continuous self-destructions followed, as the Starry Sky Beasts killed by the explosion also self-destruct. Even the saint-level Starry Sky Beast died in the Demon Lord's self-destruction. The Starry Sky rumbled continuously, and Little Bull escaped billions of miles away, panting heavily. Luckily, Little Bull escaped quickly. A single self-destruction killed nearly 50 million undead army members, and most of the resurrected army perished. The remaining undead army had already entered the new home of the 100 Races Alliance, beginning a massive slaughter. Little Bull threw out several runes, locking the space so no one could escape. On the front lines, Lin Moyo had gone mad with killing, and the siblings swept through everything in their path. Lin Mohan chased down Bien Realm cultivators, killing more than 10 with her sword. Lin Moyo was even more frenzied, killing countless enemies. Seeing their kin die, the Bien Realm cultivators roared in fury, but it was futile. With Lin Mohan present, they couldn't get through. Old Yan's laughter echoed, and in his rule world, several Saint avatars had been hammered into pulp, becoming refining materials. Old Yan flew towards Saint Hao. "Give me one." Saint Hao laughed heartily. "Alright, take one." Saint Hao was entangled with two saints from the Golden Eagle clan using his virtual realm laws. With Old Yan's arrival, he immediately handed over the Dark Gold Saint. The Dark Gold Saint felt extremely aggrieved. As a saint, how could he be tossed around like a commodity? He screamed continuously, fighting Old Yan. Screams echoed as the Hell Demon Lord retreated, half of his body nearly severed. Sword Saint unleashed a terrifying sword force, and countless long swords flew out from her rule world, converging into one and striking down. Chapter 2196. Chapter 2196, 2196. Chapter 2196, you are going to suffer greatly. The Hell Demon Lord screamed as his body was shattered, blood spilling into the starry sky. Sword Saint's strike had taken most of his life. The Hell Demon Lord used a secret technique to escape, and Sword Saint did not pursue him. She turned with her fierce sword momentum to support the other saints. The War God Spear shone brightly in the starry sky, causing the Red Gold Saint immense pain. The War God Spear was too powerful, and War Saint went all out, completely suppressing the opponent. If not for the speed advantage of the Golden Eagle clan, the War God Spear would have already killed him. Now, with Sword Saint joining the fight, the Red Gold Saint was terrified and turned to flee. War Saint would not let him escape easily. The War God Spear shattered space, making it impossible for the Red Gold Saint to move. At the same time, a rule world appeared, and a war god rushed out, grabbing the war god spear and launching a deadly attack. The red gold saint's face was filled with despair. His strength was already inferior to war saint, and with the war god spear and sword saint, he stood no chance. "Help me!" He screamed loudly, and the nearest purple gold saint heard him and immediately rushed to help. Among all the saints, he was under the least pressure. Although the war god fortress was powerful, it was still weaker than someone like war saint. He broke free from the war god fortress and rushed to aid the red gold saint. Suddenly, the gates of the war god fortress opened, and a clear, pleasant voice rang out, "You big bad, take this." A misty river of laws rippled through the starry sky, and at the same time, mist rose from the purple gold saint's body. Not only the purple gold saint but all the Golden Eagle clan members began to emit white mist. Little Mist appeared at the gates of the war god fortress, her eyes filled with anger. She shouted, "Deprive." The white mist instantly turned gray, like everything eroded by time, losing its color. All the Golden Eagle clan members felt something leave their bodies, but it seemed like nothing was missing. The purple gold saint was puzzled, finding himself uninjured. Ignoring everything else, he rushed to aid the red gold saint. He flew quickly towards the red gold saint's location. At this moment, the war god spear had already launched an attack, putting the red gold saint in extreme danger. He barely dodged a strike with all his speed. The war god spear missed, and its terrifying power pierced through the starry sky, flying towards the purple gold saint. The purple gold saint instinctively dodged but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood flow disrupted, and his vision darkened. A dignified saint with disrupted blood flow, how was this possible? The purple gold saint suddenly remembered an injury he had suffered thousands of years ago when he was just a true god. But that injury had long healed, so why was it acting up now? Coincidentally, the war god spear's attack was coming straight at him, and by the time he realized it, it was too late to dodge. He was directly hit by the war god spear, screaming in pain as he was sent flying, losing half his life. Another scream rang out. Although the red gold saint had dodged the war god spear, he couldn't avoid sword saint's attack. It was as if he had run into the attack himself. The other two saints of the Golden Eagle clan also screamed, both injured. Little Mist's aura was somewhat weak, as if she had overexerted herself, but her eyes were clear. She leaned against the war god fortress, muttering to herself, "Anyone who opposes my master is a baddie. You are going to suffer greatly. I, Little Mist, say so." Little Mist had comprehended the law of luck, an upgraded version of fortune. She used the river of laws to directly deprive the Golden Eagle clan of their luck. Her realm was still weak, so she couldn't permanently deprive the entire clan's luck like a heavenly venerable, but she could temporarily lower the luck of the Golden Eagle clan present. But that was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. The Golden Eagle clan members began to suffer misfortune, facing various setbacks. Their attacks often hit their own people, and old injuries resurfaced one by one. Who didn't have old injuries after all their years of cultivation? Now, every single one of them was affected. The saints of the Golden Eagle clan were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Their attacks either failed or were weakened. Meanwhile, the enemy's attacks hit with precision, as if they were actively running into them. For the Golden Eagle clan, the battle became incredibly chaotic. The purple gold saint's eyes were filled with fear. He glanced at Little Mist, the small figure at the Bien realm, not knowing what method she had used. But he knew that everything was caused by this little girl. The situation was the same on the battlefield of the Bien realm. Lin Moyo and his sister dominated the entire battlefield. Under their assault, countless divine sovereigns died, turning to dust. It's over. The purple gold saint knew this battle was completely lost, unlike previous defeats. In previous defeats, they could start over, but this time, they might never have another chance. The divine sovereigns were already collapsing, with casualties exceeding 1/3, more than all previous battles combined. And it seemed the casualties were still increasing. The human divine sovereigns had begun to surround them from the outside, wearing golden armor that could withstand a full force attack from the Bien realm. The Bien realm cultivators couldn't get through if they tried, they would be counter-killed by Lin Mohan. The bone hell was incomprehensible to the purple gold saint. He only knew that nothing survived its passage. Suddenly, he thought of something and blurted out, "The Ghost Clan." He finally understood that there was no Ghost Clan, it was all Lin Moya's doing. He had been in Lin Moya's trap all along, never escaping. Lin Moya is terrifying. The purple gold saint wanted to retreat, and once this thought arose, he couldn't suppress it. He turned to flee, transforming into a stream of light. But he hadn't flown far when he suddenly stopped. A vine pierced through his body, shattering his soul and rule world. The mountain and forest supreme had been waiting outside, and the purple gold saint fled right into his position. He was extremely unlucky, as were all the Golden Eagle clan members present. The mountain and forest supreme took his corpse and disappeared again. Lin Moyo had used a concealment talisman on the mountain and forest supreme, and no one knew where he had gone. Boom! In a violent explosion, Killing Saint was sent flying. His task was to entangle the two saints of the Bull Demon clan, and he had succeeded. But the two saints of the Bull Demon clan suddenly took out a treasure. The treasure shone brightly, and Killing Saint was defenseless against it, being forcibly blasted away. The two saints of the Bull Demon clan simultaneously pursued, intending to kill Killing Saint. Suddenly, vines lashed out, sending the Blood Bull Saint and the Blood Ox Saint flying. Both were protected by the treasure's light, blocking the mountain and forest supreme's attack. They exchanged glances and fled as streams of light. Lin Moya's consciousness moved, and the mountain and forest supreme revealed himself, lashing out with his giant vine at even greater speed. Screams echoed as the Blood Ox Saint was torn apart, and the Blood Bull Saint spat blood, transforming into a wild ox and breaking through space to escape. The mountain and forest supreme turned and attacked the other saints. The remaining saints were terrified and fled. Vines lashed out, and they scattered, each relying on their luck to escape. Dream on if you think you can escape. Saint How coldly snorted, unleashing his virtual realm laws to trap the Dark Gold Saint. Heavenly Saint then charged in, entering Saint How's rule world. Old Yan's hammer fell crazily, and Killing Saint came to help. Not only the saints but also the Bien realm and divine sovereigns of the 100 Races Alliance fled in panic. The human race began a massive pursuit, and whether they could escape depended on their luck. Chapter 2197. Chapter 2197, 2197. Chapter 2197, You won't kill Little Bull to silence him, right? The new home of the 100 Races Alliance was filled with countless living beings. People from various races gathered here, and with the protection of the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan, they felt completely secure. The human race was engaged in a great battle on the front lines, and they believed it wouldn't affect them here. But when the undead army descended, everyone realized how naive and laughable their thoughts had been. The undead army brought death. They had no emotions and acted solely on orders. And Lin Moya's order to them was to leave no one alive, not even chickens or dogs. One race after another was exterminated, just as they had slaughtered their way into the human race 100,000 years ago. Human planets were destroyed one after another. Countless people on those planets were either killed or eaten. Some suffered even worse fates, being captured for research, having their bloodline stripped, and enduring inhumane torture. And now, 100,000 years later, it was all being repaid in full. To Lin Moya, this slaughter was not just revenge for the human race but also a salvation for the great world. Lin Moya knew exactly what he was doing. Everything he did was what the great world wanted him to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received rewards from the great world. The great world seemed to have only a shallow will, lacking wisdom, but it could distinguish right from wrong and knew who was doing beneficial things for it, granting appropriate rewards. But this situation was different from what Lin Moya had seen in ancient records. In ancient records, Lin Moya had seen that the will of the great world had participated in that great war. This indicated that the great world once had its own intelligence, perhaps not much, but certainly better than now. Lin Moya walked along the river of laws. The battle on the front lines had already ended, and the human army, under the command of the Mountain and Forest Supreme, was pursuing the remnants of the 100 Races Alliance. The remnants were few in number. In this battle, more than two-thirds of the 100 Races Alliance's army had been killed or injured. Lin Moya learned about the battle situation from the undead army. The fighting here was not as intense as on the front lines. It was almost a one-sided massacre. Skeleton generals and death knights appeared beside Lin Moya. These were members who had died in the great battle, and Lin Moya was quickly replenishing them. Little Bull saw Lin Moya and flew over in a flash, cleverly landing under Lin Moya, transforming into a mount. Master, you're back. How did Little Bull do? Now, Little Bull had immense respect for Lin Moya, feeling that being Lin Moya's mount was a great honor. Lin Moya nodded slightly, not bad. Tell me what happened. Little Bull immediately recounted the situation, adding some embellishments. Little Bull tried to highlight his bravery and obedience, emphasizing that he completed Lin Moya's mission without regard for his own safety. Although somewhat exaggerated, it was still within an acceptable range. After listening, Lin Moya murmured to himself, the Demon Lord's avatar self-destruct, and the Eagle Emperor's avatar escaped. When disaster strikes, everyone flies away. With this, the so-called 100 Races Alliance is broken. Indeed, even if it weren't broken, what could they do? After this battle, less than 1/10 of the 100 Races Alliance's members remain. They have nowhere to escape within the domain. Whether they exist or not is no longer important. Next, it's your turn. With the 100 Races Alliance broken, the only remaining forces in the Great World were the Bull Demon Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the remnants of the Black Blood Great Realm. Little Bull listened to Lin Moya's self-talk and couldn't help but ask, Master, who do you plan to deal with next? Lin Moya didn't answer, lost in thought. Previously, the two saints of the Bull Demon Clan had escaped, pursued by the Mountain and Forest Supreme. The Blood Bull Saint was killed. Logically, with the strength of the Star Bull Saint, he shouldn't have escaped the Mountain and Forest Supreme's pursuit, but the treasure light he released at the last moment saved his life. At that time, Lin Moya only caught a glimpse and didn't see clearly. Now, thinking back, the whole process seemed very strange. The treasure light seemed familiar, completely different from the Bull Demon Clan's aura. Seeing Lin Moya silent, Little Bull also closed his mouth. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Moya suddenly threw out a broken corpse. The corpse emitted the aura of a saint, making Little Bull feel oppressed, its tail flicking uncomfortably. However, Little Bull wanted to save face and didn't show any reaction on the surface. The corpse was that of the Blood Bull Saint, somewhat resembling Little Bull in appearance. Lin Moya smiled slightly. If I were to take action against the Bull Demon Clan, how would you feel? Little Bull shook its head. Little Bull is a starry sky beast, and a native starry sky beast of the Great World, completely different from the Bull Demon Clan. Lin Moya knew this and was just teasing Little Bull. Lin Moya's aura began to rise, and the power of Origin surged. Origin spell, gathering power. His realm rapidly increased, reaching the peak of the Divine Sovereign realm, then easily breaking through to the Bien realm. Of course, this wasn't the true Bien realm. Lin Moya still couldn't freely manipulate the power of rules, making him weaker than a true Bien realm. A massive undying flame flew out, igniting the Blood Bull Saint's corpse. Origin level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. In the flames, the Blood Bull Saint's body quickly recovered, soon restored to its original state. His soul reformed within the undying flame, and the Blood Bull Saint's aura grew stronger. the Blood Bull Saint became a resurrected being, kneeling respectfully before Lin Moyo. With the power of the origin level spell, the Blood Bull Saint surpassed his former peak. He was still a saint, but now his combat power could rival that of the Heavenly Saint, reaching the peak of the saint level. Lin Moyo asked, "What's the deal with the treasure light you and the Star Bull Saint used?" As a resurrected being, the Blood Bull Saint was completely obedient and answered without hesitation, "Master, that was a treasure given to us by an esteemed person." Lin Moyo raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. "Who is this esteemed person? Explain in detail." The Blood Bull Saint answered honestly, "I don't know who the esteemed person is. He appeared hundreds of years ago, saying he could grant us the position of supreme. The esteemed person said he was not from the great world." The Blood Bull Saint recounted everything he knew, and Lin Moya's brow furrowed tightly. Little Bull didn't dare breathe loudly, feeling like it had heard something it shouldn't have. Little Bull was terrified, thinking, "Is this something Little Bull should know? They say the more you know, the faster you die. Little Bull won't be killed to silence, right? Oh no, why did Little Bull have to hear this?" Lin Moya remained silent after listening. His heart was also stirred. He realized things were far more complicated than he had thought. The esteemed person was not a figure from ancient times but a terrifying existence from outside the great world. Able to traverse worlds and grant the position of supreme, this esteemed person was undoubtedly a heavenly venerable. But the Blood Bull Saint didn't know much. It was the Star Bull Saint who had more dealings with the esteemed person and gained more benefits. That's why the Star Bull Saint survived the mountain and forest supreme's attack, while the Blood Bull Saint was killed and turned into a resurrected being. After listening, Lin Moya began to ponder his next plan. Chapter 2198. Chapter 2198, 2198. Chapter 2198, Hope it's not too late. The battle in the new home was still ongoing. The star region was vast, and it wouldn't end quickly. Lin Moya patted Little Bull's head. "I'll leave this place to you." With that, he took off, and within seconds, he disappeared from Little Bull's sight, using the 3 light talismans. Along with Lin Moyo, the Blood Bull Saint also left. Only after Lin Moya left did Little Bull dare to breathe. "Oh no, the great world is really going to end. Moo, Little Bull's life has just started, and it's already going to end. Why did they have to let Little Bull know these things? Little Bull doesn't want to die." Little Bull wailed, looking extremely pitiful. It turned its grief into appetite, taking out a pile of cooked delicacies and starting to eat voraciously. Over the years, playing with Little Mist, she had given it many human delicacies, and Little Bull had become addicted, probably unable to quit for life. After leaving the star region sealed by the locking space talisman, Lin Moya directly took out his battleship and entered deep space, heading straight for the Bull Demon Clan star region. The Bull Demon Clan star region was far away, taking about a month to reach. "I hope it's not too late. I want to see which world's strong ones have come. Those who covet the great world's origin, it's not that easy to obtain." Lin Moya's eyes were cold. Anyone who coveted the great world was his enemy. In the starry sky, the Fishman clan's leader, Yu Chaimei, 2 elders, Yu Chixing and Yu Chaijing, and 8 Bian realm elders gathered together. Princess Yu Qingguo was also among them, and her position was equal to Yu Chaimei and higher than the Bian realm elders. Yu Qingguo exuded the aura of a divine sovereign, and over the years, her realm had been continuously improving, reaching the 4th stage of the divine sovereign realm. Yu Qingguo also found it strange that her cultivation speed seemed to have increased. Moreover, the leader and elders' attitudes towards her had improved significantly. Yu Chaimei said, "According to the latest information, the war between the human race and the 100 Races Alliance has ended with a human victory." At these words, everyone fell silent, but their eyes revealed their inner turmoil. Yu Chaimei continued, "The details are not yet clear, but it is certain that the human race has won a great victory. In the Demon Clan, flames fell like rain, and in the Golden Eagle Clan, golden light rained down. The human race remained unscathed. When a divine sovereign falls, there are anomalies within the clan, let alone when a saint falls. When a saint dies, anomalies occur throughout the entire race, like a declaration from heaven and earth. The reign of flames in the Demon Clan and the reign of golden light in the Golden Eagle Clan both indicated the fall of saints. There were no anomalies in the human race, indicating that their saints were safe. Combined with other information, it was certain that the human race had won a great victory." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingguo's first thought was of Lin Moyo. He should be fine. Yu Qingguo was somewhat worried. Although Lin Moyo was strong, the battlefield was merciless, and no one could guarantee their safety in such chaos. Yu Qingguo concealed her emotions well, showing no outward signs. Yu Chaimei continued, "After this battle, the human race will once again rule the great world. Even we must submit to them. But everyone can rest assured, the human race will not kill indiscriminately. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't come after us. Moreover, we are not easy to bully. Qingguo, you should visit the human race more often. You know Lin Moyo, and he holds a high position among the human race. Perhaps through him, we can establish good relations with the human race." Hearing this, Yu Qingguo finally felt relieved, realizing that Lin Moyo was fine. She said, "I only know him." Yu Chaimei smiled, "You are our princess, representing our clan. Establishing good relations with the human race is no problem. As long as Lin Moyo is alive, he will surely become one of the leaders of the human race." Yu Qingguo nodded, "I understand." Yu Qingguo knew that Yu Chaimei wanted to use her to build good relations with the human race. Although they appeared unafraid, they couldn't withstand the human race's attacks if it came to that. After all, they had once tried to kill Lin Moyo and even made a move. Even if Lin Moyo didn't hold a grudge, it didn't mean the human race wouldn't. Yu Chaimei said, "Let's prepare and send someone to the human race with gifts." The human race's pursuit continued. The star region was vast, and the 100 Races Alliance was completely defeated. Various races scattered, becoming like stray dogs, pursued relentlessly by the human army. They didn't know that their new home was being destroyed, and their race was heading towards extinction. Not only were they fleeing, but the 100 races in the new home were also fleeing. This game of escape would continue for some time. A month later, Lin Moyo arrived at the Bull Demon clan's territory. This starry sky was vast and unfamiliar. As a clan with 2 saints, the Bull Demon clan had not engaged in major wars with other races for many years. Their star region exuded a sense of peace. The Bull Demon clan had 2,000 star systems, second only to a few strong races. Compared to races with only 100 or so star systems, they were much stronger. With the Blood Bull Saint leading him, Lin Moyo directly entered the Bull Demon clan star region, heading straight for the core area without any obstruction. With the Blood Bull Saint by his side, no one dared to stop him. Some Bull Demon clan members found it strange why the Blood Bull Saint was with a human. However, they only dared to think about it and didn't dare to ask, lacking the courage. The Blood Bull Saint led Lin Moyo into the core area, entering a forbidden place only he and the Star Bull Saint could access. Upon entering the forbidden place, Lin Moyo frowned slightly. There's a smell of blood. The two quickly advanced and saw a corpse. The Star Bull Saint was already dead, lying lifelessly on the ground. The original statue was gone, its whereabouts unknown. The Blood Bull Saint showed no emotion, as if the Star Bull Saint had nothing to do with him, like looking at a stranger. As a resurrected being, he had lost emotional fluctuations. Lin Moyo finally sensed something different. Although the statue was gone, its aura remained. The aura was familiar, revealing the identity of the other party. Buddhist clan. You never gave up, did you? The aura was from the Buddhist clan, unmistakable to Lin Moyo. The Buddhist clan originally came from outside the Great World, appearing in ancient times and spreading through the ice and fire heavenly Buddha, becoming the Buddhist clan. The Buddhist clan within the Great World was insignificant. The real threat was the Buddhist clan outside the Great World. It was certain that the Buddhist clan was strong, with supremes and heavenly venerables. They coveted the Great World's origin and had never given up since ancient times. Perhaps in ancient times, the Great World was too strong, and the Buddhist clan had no certainty of victory. At that time, only one supreme entered, trying to secretly lay out plans, but they were discovered, and the plan failed. Now, with the Great World in decline, the Buddhist clan wants to reap the benefits. How can it be so easy? Wishful thinking. Lin Moyo collected the Star Bull Saint's corpse, and countless mist spread from his body, enveloping the star system. Chapter 2199. Chapter 2199, 2199. Chapter 2199. It seems the ancient sages were wrong. The bone hell began to devour the star systems. Since they had come to the Bull Demon clan, they naturally couldn't leave empty-handed. Lin Moyo unceremoniously took away the resources of the Bull Demon clan's star systems. As for the Bull Demon clan members, the hell spirits in the bone hell were still not full, and perhaps they would never be full. The Blood Bull Saint, who had become a resurrected being, led Lin Moyo, devouring his own race. From beginning to end, he showed no emotion. The power of the resurrected beings was evident. In Lin Moyo's eyes, becoming a resurrected being meant becoming a new entity, retaining previous memories but having no connection to the past. One by one, the star systems of the Bull Demon clan disappeared, and the bone hell gradually grew stronger. In the previous great battle, the bone hell had devoured countless lives and had already grown much stronger. Now, devouring a vast number of lives again, the bone hell was getting stronger and stronger, gradually advancing towards the Bien realm. Lin Moyo pondered the matter of the Buddhist clan and casually turned the Star Bull Saint into a resurrected being as well. The Star Bull Saint knew a bit more than the Blood Bull Saint, but only a bit. In fact, the Star Bull Saint didn't know that the esteemed person who had descended was from the Buddhist clan. He only knew that the other party was very powerful and had once exerted a pressure that made both of them unable to move. The other party promised them the position of supreme, which made the two of them willingly obey. The esteemed person bestowed a treasure that could counter a half-step supreme, which became the Star Bull Saint's trump card. Originally, it was intended to be used against the Star Elder or the human emperor, but it ended up being used to save his own life. The appearance of the mountain and forest supreme completely disrupted their plans. After the Star Bull Saint returned, he originally wanted to ask the so-called esteemed person for help to save his life. As a result, that esteemed person directly killed the Star Bull Saint and then left, disappearing without a trace. The Star Bull Saint, as a saint, shouldn't have died so easily, but the treasure bestowed by the esteemed person became a fatal item. Lin Moyo sneered, using someone else's treasure naturally comes with a price. He thought of his elder sister. At that time, the Abyss Demon Lord obtained a supreme-level treasure left by the ancients, but it backfired under Lin Mohan's sword. The Abyss Demon Lord thought he couldn't control the treasure, but that wasn't the case at all. At that time, Lin Mohan had a feeling that she could control the treasure. It turned out to be true, including the treasure the Abyss Demon Lord obtained later, which Lin Mohan could also control. Later, Lin Moyo asked her, and Lin Mohan said she didn't know why. It was just a feeling. Lin Mohan naturally wouldn't hide anything from him. After thinking it over, it could only be attributed to bloodline inheritance. The fact that Lin Mohan was the reincarnation of an ancient power had been accepted by everyone, including Lin Moyo. Things turned out unexpectedly. Originally, Lin Moyo planned to deal with the Bull Demon clan last, but they ended up being the first to be targeted. 3 months later, the battle gradually came to an end. The 100 Races Alliance was completely collapsed, with heavy casualties. The Bull Demon clan was also collapsing under the erosion of the Bone Hell, unable to resist. The few remaining Bien Realm cultivators also died at the hands of their own two saints. Lin Moyo felt the Great World's relief, with fewer and fewer causalities surrounding it. As a member of the Great World, Lin Moyo also felt a sense of ease. It's almost here. Lin Moyo controlled the battleship, flying towards the human star region. At the same time, he had the two saints of the Bull Demon clan protect him, waiting for the Great World's reward to arrive. Although many people had taken action this time, he was the main force. In the great battle on the front lines, nearly half of the 100 Races Alliance's troops died at his hands. The actions of the Undead Army in the new home of the 100 Races Alliance were also attributed to him. Plus, the accumulated kills from the pursuit along the way in the Bull Demon clan. Lin Moyo couldn't calculate how long his enlightenment time would be this time, but he thought it wouldn't be short. After feeling it in his heart, it only took 3 days for an inexplicable aura to descend. The aura carried joy, and the Great World seemed very happy. The aura enveloped Lin Moyo, and he instantly entered a state of enlightenment. The laws of time and space appeared on his left and right, shining brightly. Countless insights flooded in, and Lin Moyo's mastery of the two laws also increased significantly. The human race finally sounded the retreat and began to return. In the minds of many, this great battle was over, and the human race had won a great victory. From now on, the human race would stand invincible in the Great World. But in the eyes of some saints, it wasn't over. This great battle was just a phase. Next, there were still the Demon Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the hidden forces of the Black Blood Great Realm. However, that no longer required the entire human race to fight. According to Lin Moyo's plan, that was the task for the Saints and the Bien Realm cultivators. And it wasn't now they needed to wait a bit longer. The human race still had many things to do next. After returning and resting, they needed to hunt down the remnants of the 100 Races Alliance. This was a massive project that would take a lot of time. The boundary land had been sealed by the Heavenly Dragon, leaving those guys with nowhere to escape, only able to hide in the Domain Wind, eventually to be found. But to leave none behind, everyone knew it was impossible. The War God Fortress flew rapidly through the starry sky, and the saints gathered to drink tea and chat. Sword Saint was in a very good mood, her face looking even more beautiful. This time, our losses were minimal. Altogether, the casualties were less than 10,000. Rune Saint said, thanks to Lin Moyo's golden armor ancient talismans, otherwise, the casualties would have been much higher. With the golden armor ancient talismans, the human race fought without restraint, not worrying about injuries. Except for a few particularly unlucky ones, most were unharmed. Just for this, Lin Moyo could be said to have made a great contribution, one that even the saints couldn't match. Saint Hao asked, Lin Moyo's last message said he went to the Bull Demon clan, right? Rune Saint nodded. Lin Moyo told us to proceed according to plan and not to worry about him. Little Mist interjected, I can sense that Master is also flying towards the human star region. After reaching the Bien realm, her connection with Lin Moyo became even stronger. Even from a great distance, she could sense Lin Moyo. Saint Hao laughed. This time, Little Mist also made a great contribution. Little Mist giggled, they are all big baddies, and they should suffer greatly. Under Little Mist's law of luck, the saints of the Golden Eagle clan were extremely unlucky, and none of them escaped. Now, the Golden Eagle clan had no saints left, only the Eagle Emperor. The Eagle Emperor's true body was a half-step supreme, and his avatar was a saint. The Demon clan fared better. The Lava Demon Lord, the Hell Demon Lord, and the Soul-Devouring Demon Lord fled quickly when they saw the situation was bad. They paid a price but ultimately saved their lives. In this great battle, the Demon clan's 3 saints only lost their avatars, with their true bodies unharmed. The reason for the stark difference between the two clans was largely due to Little Mist's law of luck. Under the influence of the law of luck, the Golden Eagle clan was extremely unlucky, with everything going wrong. Heavenly Saint said, next, we will return to rest for a while. Rune Saint, please gather information and find the remnants. We will strike with thunderous force. During this process, we must not let our guard down. Although there are no more saints, there are still many Bien Realm cultivators. Once we find Bien Realm cultivators, we will take action directly. No one opposed Heavenly Saint's words. The human race was now relaxed, standing at the pinnacle of the great world once again after 10,000 years. Saint Hao said, do you feel a sense of ease? As soon as he said this, the saints nodded simultaneously. It wasn't just them in the saints' perception, the entire world seemed to have become joyful and relaxed. Rune Saint said, this is what Lin Moyo meant by severing causality. It seems the ancient sages were really wrong. Chapter 2200, Chapter 2200, 2200, Chapter 2200, Lin Mohun's Rule World. Time passed quickly, and the great world gradually returned to peace after the great battle. The human warriors rested and reorganized after returning. Half a month later, the army set out again. This time, they were not going to kill but to gather resources. The collapse of the 100 Races Alliance left behind many star systems, all rich in resources. Divine sovereigns formed teams, led by Bien Realm cultivators, and swarmed into the original star regions of various races. They packed up the now abandoned planets and brought them back. In Lin Moya's perception, the quantity of resources had a certain relationship with the strength of the Great World's fortune and runes. Every bit of the Great World was evolved from the Great World's runes. Seemingly insignificant things were actually closely related to the Great World. Lin Moya's realm was not high, but his status among the human race was pivotal. Even the saints had to respect Lin Moya's opinions. Many remnants had already fled far away, hiding in corners, not daring to show their faces. Occasionally, the human race would discover them and then strike with thunderous force, killing them one by one. Lin Moya's battleship continued to fly towards the human star region, but it did not enter deep space, so its speed was slow. The aura of enlightenment spread all the way, dreamlike and illusory. Along the way, many starry sky beasts were attracted, greedily absorbing the aura of enlightenment. However, they did not dare to approach the battleship, as there were saints inside, which instinctively made them feel fear. The two resurrected saints of the Bull Demon clan firmly protected their master. This time, the reward was too strong, exceeding Lin Moya's expectations. The enlightenment lasted for a full 6 months, and Lin Moya finally woke up. The results of the enlightenment were completely transformed at the moment he woke up. Lin Moya felt his power, a faint smile appearing on his face. Finally reached 100%. With a thought, the two Law Star rivers simultaneously surged and roared, as if celebrating for Lin Moya. Two forces of law emerged, and the laws of time and space intertwined, merging into the power of spacetime. Both the laws of time and space had reached 100%, making them much stronger than before. After merging into the power of spacetime, the effect was greatly enhanced. Lin Moya felt an irresistible urge to test the strength of these two powers. But before that, he had one more thing to do. He left the battleship and summoned the undying Law Star River. The undying Law Star River was incredibly brilliant, its light even brighter than the two Law Star rivers of time and space. It shone with alternating gray and white light, illuminating the other Law Star rivers like a high and mighty monarch overlooking its subjects. Lin Moya leaped into the undying Law Star River. Now that the mastery of the laws of time and space had reached 100%, nearly perfect, his realm advancement was no longer restricted. Undying flames emerged from Lin Moya's body, flowing like water on his skin, emitting a gray-gold light. The undying golden body shone brightly, releasing powerful energy. Lin Moya suddenly felt the resistance in the Star River decrease. Previously, although he could cross the Star River, he always felt resistance. Giant waves would crash over, requiring effort to resist. But now, he walked forward effortlessly, treating the giant waves of law as nothing. The power of the undying golden body continuously surged, blocking all external forces. The resistance he faced while crossing the Star River came from two sources, physical forces acting on the body and forces acting on the soul. However, his soul had long reached the saint level, and the resistance of the Law Star River was insignificant. Now, with the undying golden body, he treated the laws as nothing. With both aspects covered, he naturally walked as if on flat ground. His aura continued to rise, and his realm kept advancing. What limited his realm was never the Law Star River but the laws of time and space. To perfectly advance to the Bien realm, the laws of time and space had to simultaneously reach 100%. Only then could all four laws reach 100% for a perfect advancement. Soon, Lin Moya crossed 2/3 of the Law Star River, and his realm reached the 7th stage of the Divine Sovereign Realm. In the final stretch, the resistance slightly increased, and the giant waves of law became more turbulent, but it was still no pressure for Lin Moya. At the moment he stepped into the high stage of the Divine Sovereign Realm, a mysterious force surged from the Law Star River. The undying law began to sublimate, birthing a trace of rule power. At the same time, the laws of time and space also began to sublimate, transforming into rule power. About 5,000 light-years from the human divine city, there was a mysterious place called the Sword Realm. This was once the inheritance site of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect in ancient times. Since the end of the Great Battle, Lin Mohan had returned to the Sword Realm and had not moved. As the inheritance site of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, it contained the strongest sword intent, also known as the Sword Dao Law. Many saints and supremes had once cultivated and comprehended the Dao here, leaving behind powerful sword intent. As a fellow swordsman, if Lin Mohan wanted to advance to the saint level and construct her rule world, this was the best place. To allow Lin Mohan to cultivate wholeheartedly, Sword Saint temporarily sealed the Sword Realm, forbidding anyone from entering. Lin Mohan absorbed the power of the Rule Divine Stone here, using the power of reality and illusion as a foundation to begin constructing her rule world. Constructing a rule world was a long process, even for her, requiring a lot of time. Unless someone could give her a push, Lin Mohan had someone who could push her, her own younger brother. Just as Lin Moya crossed the Law Star River and advanced his realm, Lin Mohan's bloodline surged, and the power of her bloodline exploded with a roar. Bloodline resonance appeared, pushing her realm forward. A light shone from her forehead, and her cultivation talent amplified the bloodline resonance. Her rapid cultivation speed was due to both bloodline resonance and her own talent. Her talent was not as flashy as Lin Moya's, having only one function, amplifying cultivation. When a talent is pushed to its limit, it becomes incredibly powerful. Her talent, diligence, aptitude, and bloodline resonance combined to keep Lin Mohan's realm always ahead, continuously breaking human records. When she reached the Bien realm, her bloodline awakened, bringing a terrifying inheritance that directly pushed Lin Mohan's combat power to a frightening level. Slaying a saint at the Bien realm was a feat only Lin Mohan had ever accomplished. Under the push of bloodline resonance, Lin Mohan's realm began to rise, and the speed of constructing her rule world also increased rapidly. The vast sword intent in the sword realm was drawn towards Lin Mohan. For a swordsman, sword intent was equivalent to law and rule. Countless sword intents surged towards Lin Mohan, absorbed and transformed into her own sword intent. World-destroying sword intent. The outline of the rule world appeared, gradually taking shape. Lin Mohan's rule world was a sword, the world-destroying sword. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, And if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.